I'm dying. Before I die, my greatest wish is to sleep with Yan Geike. Xie, while lifting up the burnt wok, replied, Aren't you ashamed? Shut your mouth. Suddenly, a news report on the TV surprised all three of them. Breaking news! At around 3 a.m. this morning, 2 members of the hunter team were found dead in their rooms. The scene was very bloody. Captain Tai Taiyon's whereabouts are unknown. The government and the Global Fighting Arts Association would like to remind all fighting artists to pay attention to safety, team up, and avoid going alone. If you have any information about Hunter Team Captain Tai Taiyon, you can call this number, the girl worriedly said. How did this happen? Who did this? Seeing Xie Yan turn away without answering, Xie asked him. He replied, It's a bathroom emergency. I'm going to the toilet for a bit. As soon as he locked the toilet door, he urgently asked, Any news? Yan Ghost Chingray quickly replied, Chingray isn't sure either, so I came back to report to Master first. Her voice continued. Qingwei sent some Ying ghosts to the S-Rank's place, and by looking through the surveillance of the normal people around them, we can basically confirm that they haven't dared to go out since they returned, except for the Shenwu Association. So Qing sent some ghosts to stroll around the streets to see if they could find anything unusual. Sure enough, they saw some violent raid events. The raiders are very powerful, dressed like the White Tiger, wearing masks, but they didn't kill anyone. Also, Master, do you remember those annoying gun-toting guys from this morning? Qing Ser happened to pass by their villa area and found that their captain was a fallen fighting artist. The mysterious White Tiger was also there, and the 2 sides fought. Their attacks could actually hurt the ghosts. I ran away from there and waited until it was safer before going over there. Only the 2 corpses of the members were left at the scene. Shi Jian heard this and rested his chin and thought, That guy is a fallen fighting artist. Doesn't look like it. However, if the White Tiger fought with the fallen fighting artist, this also proves that he is not on the side of the evil god, the girl said happily. In short, all the S-rank fighting artists are in their own territory. Only the Shenwu Association is nowhere to be seen. He hesitated. In that case, his voice rang out. It's indeed very suspicious. Qing'er, you've done a great job, the girl replied. That's what I'm saying, but Qing'er isn't sure about the Shenwu Association. This can't be confirmed. What if they went to do something else? Xie Yan said. Then Qing'er is being too narrow-minded. At times like this, you can just go directly there. Do I need confirmation? Let's go to the Shenwu Association team's place to investigate now. After some time at the Shenwu Association team's residence, someone spoke. Mr. Yan, you're still too impulsive. You actually let Tion become corrupted immediately. With such a good opportunity, Yan Bahuang replied. Okay, I admit that those with extreme emotions are inherently difficult to control, Zhang said. In short, don't be so rash next time. Also, you wrote a challenge letter to Xie Yan today. That's such a childish act. What if you're exposed? He replied, Impossible. When I met him, I deliberately controlled my sweat glands. There wasn't a trace of my aura. How could he find me? But there are S-ranks there. Besides us, there are still 3 people. Suddenly there was a knock on the door 3 times in a row, causing them to stop. He frowned and spoke up. Come in. Someone poked their head in and said, Gentlemen, there's a distinguished guest who wishes to see you. Hearing this, both of them were surprised. A distinguished guest. Xie Yan, pushing the door open, said, By who? It feels like forever. I've missed you so much. Both Yan Bahuang and Meng Zhang looked utterly stunned and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? How did he find us? Damn it, this is a major pain in the ass. All right, you can leave now. Close the door, Xie Yan said calmly to the waiter. Yes, esteemed guest, he replied, his face beaming. Seeing him there, Meng Zhang said ambiguously, Xie Yan, sir, from the Tianjing Ba Quan team. Using willpower combat to control my people to break in. Doesn't seem like polite behavior, does it? Getting called out, he retorted right back. Got caught, huh? But you were wearing a mask. Approaching me and even writing me a challenge letter. That's not very polite either, is it? Mr. Xie Yan, I have no idea what you're talking about. Meng Zhang deliberately avoided his question. Xie Yan just smiled slightly and said, Stop pretending, Bai Hu. When are you guys planning to give me the all-purpose elixir? I'm not Bai Hu, Meng Zhang replied sternly, thinking, he's confusing me with old Yan. At this point, Bai Hu Yao stepped forward and said, Mr. Shishi, there's no one named Bai Hu here. If you want the all-purpose elixir, you'll have to go to the organizers. Thinking to himself, could this guy be mistaking the chairman for me? He can't even figure out who Bai Hu is. No matter how much they tried to hide their identities, they couldn't fool him. Xie Yan stated clearly, "He's not Bai Hu. Then you must be Bai Hu. In short, one of you two has to be Bai Hu." Faced with his certainty, the two Shenwu Hui members could only look at each other silently. Knowing they couldn't win the argument, Meng Zheng changed the subject. "I don't know if Mr. Xi has some misunderstanding about us, but all guests are welcome. Why don't we sit down and talk?" "Hey, I'll gladly accept your invitation," Xie Yan happily agreed. They both looked at Xie Yan thoughtfully, acting as if nothing was wrong, but in their minds they were constantly calculating. A grade S combat expert isn't easy to get rid of. How can this guy be so sure that one of us is Bai Hu? To break the awkward atmosphere, Meng Zhang began. "Let me introduce myself to Mr. Xie. I'm the chairman of Shenwu Hui, Meng Zhang, and this is Yan Baohuang. We also have a member named Zhang Hongjun who's out working right now. We really don't have anyone named Bai Hu here, not even as a nickname." No matter how much he rambled on, his answer was still the same. "Really? I don't believe it." Xie Yan's stubbornness made Ba Huang sigh helplessly. All right, just consider me Bai Hu. May I ask what exactly Mr. Xi wants to know about the all-purpose elixir? We've already answered you." Xie Yan replied seriously. "Nothing much. Just wanted to understand. Persuading other teams to withdraw from the competition, what exactly are you guys trying to do? Go enough. If there's some shady deal between Shenwu Hui and the organizers, then you shouldn't even be participating in the competition. Just sabotage it from the outside, right? If you just want to win the championship, then clearing out the obstacles makes sense, since you have 2 grade S's. TCH, why bother messing with those small fry and making things complicated?" The two of them worked together seamlessly. Answering his questions skillfully, he said, "These things have nothing to do with our Shenwu Hui. Everyone has their own difficulties. Perhaps Bai Hu is the same." But they didn't know that the person sitting in front of them was a master of stubbornness. Xie Yan replied cheerfully. "What difficulties? Why not share them and chat about it? See, I want the all-purpose elixir, so I just said it. What's the point of hiding it? What difficulties Bai Hu has, how would we know?" Old Yan still stubbornly hid his identity. "Then you'll force him to reveal it step by step. Then let me change my question. Did you, Yi, persuade the other teams to withdraw because you want to destroy this tournament? Just answer me yes or no. If you're not even willing to answer this, I'll consider reporting you to the organizers." Xie Jian's argument was too tight, causing the two to just look at each other silently. This guy's defense is too strong. Even if we team up, we might not be able to catch him in a short time. If we make a big scene, he'll probably just drop dead. He's probably not one of them. Meng Zhang chose his words carefully. Destroying the tournament is impossible. Behind the global combat tournament, besides the Shengxi Corporation, there are still several powerful countries. The forces behind Bai Hu might have many calculations, but they definitely won't be related to destroying the tournament. Then I understand. He answered leisurely, thinking that if he wasn't lying, that at least it wouldn't conflict with his mission. This Shenwu Hui is mysterious, but their reputation is quite good, so if it's not absolutely necessary, there's no need to take drastic measures. A moment later, he suddenly became unusually enthusiastic, asking the two, "That's right, I heard Bai Hu just defeated a fallen combat expert today, Team Hunter's leader Tion. How did that guy become a fallen combat expert? Can you reveal a little bit? You know about this too." Ba Huang looked at him in shock. As soon as he said the word, he just realized that he had fallen into Xie Yan's trap. He'd caught his weak point. Xie Yan laughed and said, "You still say you're not the white tiger?" Since he's been exposed, Meng Zhang didn't hide it anymore. He silently lit a cigarette and said, "Then, Mr. Xi, have you ever heard of the evil god seed? Evil god seed?" Hearing that, it's related to the fallen martial artists, the evil god power. Right, I've killed a fallen martial artist before. We're all good people, specializing in killing the fallen to protect the people. If you have any intel, tell me. Xie Yan seemed interested in the topic. Speaking of this, Meng Zhang's voice became unusually serious. Our Shenwu Hui is working hard to crack down on the fallen martial artists, and we also have research on them, which is why we've come into contact with some information about them. Fallen martial artists are not born that way, but are attacked and assimilated by the reversed mystical power of the evil god seed, thereby obtaining the evil god power. At the same time, they also lose their humanity. Even if this new substance is not activated by a martial artist, it will still constantly affect their minds, until they enter the abyss, causing many unpredictable consequences. We're always looking for ways to eradicate them. Finally, we have results. Just before they activate the evil god seed, explode it at its root, and that's it. He also specially revealed one thing to him. Since I've said so much, then I'll give you another piece of information. Someone wants to take advantage of this martial arts tournament, targeting the losers of the tournament to spread the evil god seed. His tone became increasingly serious as the gravity of the matter increased. Isn't it easier to seduce the winners with the losers? Xie Yan looked at him questioningly. Meng Zheng continued. Losers are more likely to have negative emotions. The evil god seed also needs negative emotions to germinate. We're trying to investigate who exactly is spreading the evil god seed, but the other party has many tricks and may even be able to use people from the organizing committee. We haven't collected any information. Therefore, we also want to remind Mr. Xie a bit, powerful martial artists like you shouldn't be easily bewitched by the evil god seed. Regarding this, Xie Yan replied very nonchalantly, Don't worry, that evil god seed definitely won't affect me. Besides, I don't think I'll become a loser, since you already have your own plans. Go ahead, I'm still worried about not knowing how to control the evil god power. Because this thing is different from true Q, it will be very useful in the main world. Meng Zhang reminded him in a deep voice, Confidence is good, but excessive confidence will always backfire. But Xie Yan still happily acted like there was no problem, and replied to him, Don't worry about whether I'm confident or not. I'm now very interested in how you can separate the evil god seed. Tell me. Meng Zhang told him word by word. We have indeed researched a tool that can separate the evil god power, but the conditions for use are very harsh. It must be a martial artist who hasn't activated the evil god seed to use it. And again, for many other reasons, the success rate is not high. After the martial artist receives the evil god seed, the evil god seed will temporarily reside in one place. At that time, using a separator can extract it. Is it really that magical? In that case, could it be? Xie Yan was about to say something more, but saw the other party sighing loudly. Zhang continued, I know what Mr. Xie wants to say next. After receiving the evil god seed, martial artists are divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, the evil god seed will still be hidden in the body, and the martial artist's personality will not change, except that sometimes they are stronger, no different from ordinary people. The separator can only be used at this time. In the second stage, the evil god seed begins to be activated, and the evil god power is now full throughout the body. The fall can be clearly seen with the naked eye. At this time, the evil god power can be used, and humanity also gradually dissipates. In this stage, the separator is basically no longer effective. His words reminded him of someone. Could it be like Fujita Wu? Is that the state when he just transformed? The president's voice was still silently resounding. The duration of the second stage varies from person to person. The shortest is a few minutes, and the longest is no more than a year. After passing the second stage, they are completely fallen, becoming irrational, chaotic evil martial artists. Martial artists at that time are no longer called people. Then, have you guys separated the evil god seed in Tian? Xie Yan asked him. At this time, Yan Bahuang also quietly added, Taiyan! We have a database of information on the contestants participating in the competition, and there are also detailed records. Perhaps we can determine which contestants are easily attracted to the evil god seed. Taiyan is one of them, but during the fight, his emotions were too intense, directly activating the evil god seed, entering the most difficult situation. Next, we will not alarm those who have received the evil god power. Once they fall into a dangerous situation, emotional excitement is easily activated. Among the crowd, once a fallen martial artist appears, the danger is really great. These are not our original intentions. Easily agitated emotions will easily activate the evil god power. Then don't let him get agitated, duh. The Shen Wu Hui can't do it, but it seems possible for me. If that's the case, Xie Yan had his own plans from here. After a while, Meng Zheng said to Xie Yan in a deep voice, What should and shouldn't be said has been said so much. Then, Mr. Xie, let's end our conversation here today. Please, I'm sorry to bother you two. I want to trouble you with one last thing, he smiled embarrassedly. To get that separator, could you make one for me? And you even added a few righteous words. Fighting fallen martial artists is my lifelong wish, but if I can separate the evil god seed and pull them back from hell, I also want to try. A moment later, that stubborn character had left. Only those 2 people were left with black faces sitting on the chairs, helplessly saying to each other, This Xie Yan, his mouth is full of righteous words, and he actually got the separator. I'm worried that he has evil in him. I'm worried that he'll use the separator to separate the evil god seed and then use it alone. But Mengzong thought that Xie Yan having the machine was not a bad thing. The separator is not easy to use. We have so much information, so many people, and the success rate is not high. He can't do it alone. Give him the thing so that he doesn't pester us anymore and ruin our plan. He can't even determine who can accept the evil god seed. There are so many losers in the tournament. So many. Approaching them randomly will only lead to irreparable consequences. It can just distract the other side and help us. Martial power is the most trustworthy thing, don't forget. As the greatest strength of the Shenwu Hui, our ultimate goal in coming here is the finals. After Xie Yan returned, he looked at the separator in his hand and said silently, "Is this the crystallization of science that can defeat magic? It looks really strange." Yan Giqingkuir looked at him questioningly. "Sir, are you really going to catch fallen martial artists to help the Shenwu Hui?" Xie Yan replied calmly. "Catch them for sure, but it's for myself. With the separation device, I can extract the evil god power to use." "Huh? Does Sir want to become a fallen martial artist? You'll become very ugly." She couldn't help but laugh when she imagined his appearance. "If you become a fallen martial artist?" But the person himself seemed very normal about this. Everything must be tried first to know. Maybe I can still keep my beauty? In short, first I must think of a way to find it. It's better than nothing, but according to them, the isolation device only works on people who possess the evil god seed. If the judgment is wrong, and the isolation is released during a normal match, the risk of death is very high. This is the reason why the Divine Martial Society is so hesitant. I have a rough idea of how to use this thing, but I still need to be more careful. It's late tonight. Let's start the action tomorrow night. With that, he flew away with Yangi and Xingjie. The next day, Alpha Sensei's enthusiastic voice rang out as usual. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Global Martial Arts Tournament. Yesterday, the contestants gave us some unique performances, including some classic matches. What surprises will they bring us today? Let's warmly welcome the contestants and the arena." Teams appeared one after another under the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Black Kill Society, kill them. Mad Chariot Warfist, go, go. But they also noticed something strange. "What's going on, Team Bladeflow? I'm rooting for you." Why haven't they entered the arena yet? Not only Bladeflow, but the number of teams participating today has decreased by almost half compared to yesterday. Alpha Sensei's voice became weak at this time, presenting the problem. The audience must have noticed that the teams preparing to participate today are much fewer than yesterday. It's disappointing that the teams who didn't participate today have withdrawn from the competition for some reason. A second later, he became excited again and said, "Although it's a pity, it won't spoil the wonderfulness of the tournament. Let's continue to cheer for the players who are still fighting hard." Xie Yan thought silently. The teams that withdrew from the competition are all noobs. The Divine Martial Society's 2S's and 1A configuration is used to chase these chickens. It's really unnecessary. Today's competition is also a direct S-rank match. 1 against 3, what are they thinking? While lost in thought, Old Yan suddenly asked him, "Xishan, why aren't you sitting with your team members? What are you doing sitting here with us?" Xishan replied shamelessly. "Don't be so distant with me. Aren't we comrades on the same boat?" "Brother Baihu, it was late yesterday, and I still have many questions that haven't been answered. After all, it's related to people's lives, and the three of you probably don't want any accidents to happen, right?" Mengzhang was speechless at his shamelessness. An hour later, the atmosphere at the stadium was very lively. "Now, please welcome the next match. Team Heavenly Whale Overlords first versus Team Dark Shadow." Xi Jian heard Alpha mention his team and ran back. "It's our turn," Shang Guanyan quickly replied. "Is Zhao Zhao going up in the first round?" "Yes, she's going up. The opponent is only C rank, she will definitely win." Xiao Zhao is also lucky. The only C rank team was drawn by us. At this time, Guanyan shyly asked him, "Xixiansheng, what's wrong?" Xi Yan turned to look at her, but she avoided his gaze because she was too embarrassed, and replied, "Nothing, it's okay." But he guessed her intention already. Xi Yan calmly said, "Do you want to ask me why I suddenly ran over to sit with the Divine Martial Society? Exposed?" Guanyan shyly replied. "So, sorry, I just thought Xixiansheng shouldn't be familiar with them." Xi Yan then explained, I got to know them while strolling around yesterday. It was late, so we didn't chat much, so I went over there just now to continue talking. Okay. She was so embarrassed that her face was hot. While whispering, a familiar, grumpy voice suddenly rang out on the stage. This guy is bullying people too much. Following that was Alpha Sensei's commentary and Guanzhao's somewhat flushed face. Unexpectedly, contestant Poch's weapon broke all of contestant Shang Guanzhao's clothes. The clothes are made of special materials, specially made by the Shengxi group. Fire and water cannot approach, and guns and knives cannot penetrate. But they were destroyed by contestant Poch's weapon. Poch said to Guanzhao gently, "Miss Zhao is really amazing. My dark shadow magic sickle can cut off the clothes of the organizers, but you are not injured at all, worthy of being the heavenly whale overlord fist." Still pretending to be innocent, "Sorry, Miss Zhao. On the stage, knives and swords have no eyes. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable like this." He received a fiery glare from her and the sound of gnashing teeth. No one believes you." Guanzhao attacked the opponent madly. That Poch still tried to provoke her. "Please believe me, Miss Zhao. I am standing on the stage because I have prepared myself. If Miss Zhao feels unfair, then—" He burst out, tearing the clothes on his body. With his lack of fabric, he said to Guanzhao, "I don't mind fighting you naked either. I really tried my best to fight with you, to distinguish between victory and defeat, and I will never surrender until my last breath. Therefore, I accept any price." The scene of his lack of fabric hit her eyes, making Guanzhao extremely embarrassed, and she shouted angrily, You pervert!" The men in the audience were excited to see this, and cheered, "Good job, Poch! Strip her naked." The person next to him quickly covered his mouth before his teeth had to go on a trip. "Don't you want to live anymore? Be careful not to anger that Xie Yan of Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist now." Unable to bear it anymore, Shang Guanzhao had to admit defeat. "This match can't be fought anymore. I won't fight anymore. I surrender." Contestant Shang Guanzhao has surrendered this round. Team Dark Shadow wins. Running back to Shang Guanyan in frustration. "Hoo, sister, I almost couldn't get married anymore." Shang Guanyan was also angry. "Using you all the time. These guys, they say one thing and do another." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were clearly deliberately targeting the clothes to attack. As for the Team Dark Shadow, they were overjoyed after their victory. "Captain, this method is really effective. Facing such a strong Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist, we can easily win a match. We can hand it over to the government like this. There's no other way. Heavenly Whale Overlord First is the strongest in defense. It's difficult to win in a normal fight, so we can only think of other ways." "Sister, what should we do next?" Shang Guanzhao asked worriedly. Shang Guanyan said calmly, "The opponent is a combination of 2B and 1C. I have confidence that the C rank will not be able to approach me, but the remaining 2B ranks are a bit troublesome." At this time, the only man on the team, Xie Yan, decided to step forward. "Let me go up." Xi Xiansheng, Shang Guanzhao excitedly cheered for him. "Oria, Xie Yan Gag, smash their dog heads. Don't they want to fight with all their might for a win-lose match? I will fulfill their wish." Xie Yan gave his opponent a more dangerous smile. Alpha Sensei's match commentary rang out again. "He's here. In the second round, Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist has sent out the never-before-seen S-rank fighter, Xie Yan. What interesting things will his first match bring us?" Facing the mysterious S-class fighter, Xie Yan, how will Team Shadow react? Unexpectedly, Poch is already like, "I'm raising my hand to withdraw. I forfeit." What are you holding on to me for?" Alpha gives him an awkward smile. "Fighter Poch, aren't you going to try a little?" But Poch clearly replies, "I'm a C-class facing an S-class. Even an idiot knows how it'll end. Why would I humiliate myself?" It's not just Poch, his bros are also withdrawing one by one, so I also forfeit. I'm a B-class, and it's already hard fighting my own level. I shouldn't make a fool of myself anyway. He's an S-class. Winning one round would have been great. Team Shadow directly forfeits. No need to waste Xie Yan's time. Team Shadow forfeits the entire match. The winning team is the Celestial Whale Overlord Fist. This is the first time Alpha's found his commentary so relaxed. Even though they withdrew so quickly, the audience seems to agree. Team Shadow winning one round was already good. After all, it's the Celestial Whale Overlord Fist. Withdrawing while they're ahead shows they understand the situation. Why did Celestial Whale Overlord Fist send out an S-class so early? Who knows, maybe Team Shadow could have won too, and we could keep watching the drama. The Shangguan sisters are fuming, bastards, bullying the weak, afraid of the strong. Damn it. The three members of Team Shadow leave the arena with a relaxed attitude. Too bad we couldn't win the second round. Yeah, otherwise our resume would be a little better. This is good enough. Although there wasn't much benefit, We had to forfeit when Xie Yan came on stage. We couldn't give him a chance to take revenge. Once we're off the stage, there's no need to be afraid of him anymore. Legal society behind us is backed by the government. Even Scarlet Flame Pavilion Hong can't do anything to us. But before they could get far, Xie Yan's voice rang out again. Wait a minute. Are you just going to let them leave like that? Faced with his sudden question, Alpha is a little confused. Mr. Xie, provocations after the match are forbidden. There's no need to be so angry and ruin the big picture for such a small matter. Team Shadow also chimes in. Mr. Xie, we've already forfeited. The match is over. It's not good for you to force people like this. In the audience, everyone starts gossiping. Look, the S-Class from Celestial Whale Overlord Fist is picking a fight with Team Shadow. What I hate most is causing trouble in front of tens of thousands of viewers. What I love most is watching them fight. Hurry up and fight. Afraid of a bad outcome, Shangguan Zhao shouts from the sidelines to advise him. Xie Yan Gage, how about just let it go? Don't get banned from the competition because of these bastards. Xie Yan instead appears very calm and says, You misunderstand. I didn't call them back because of what happened in the arena, but because they're not human. He points at Team Shadow and loudly declares. The three members of Team Shadow are very uncomfortable hearing those words from Xie Yan. Mr. Xie, what do you mean by this? Why are you insulting people, organizers? This Xie Yan is completely deliberately causing trouble. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Alpha also says awkwardly to him, Mr. Xie, you don't need to resort to insulting others like this, right? Xie Yan stands alone against them and says calmly, I said they're not human. I'm not insulting people, but they really aren't human. They are corrupted fighters. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone is shocked. Alpha immediately turns to look closely at the three people and then turns back to ask, Xie Yan, Mr. Xie, what are you talking about? They look like normal people. Yan Bahuang also chimes in, Team Shadow does indeed play a little dirty, but it's within the safe range. Are you serious? Those guys, being labeled like that, naturally raise their voices to refute. Mr. Shang, we've already forfeited. There's no need for you to twist the truth like this, right? Although our team's strength is indeed terrible, we can't tolerate you slandering others like this. In the audience, the spectators are also gossiping. The people from Team Celestial Whale Overlord's Fist, you can tell at a glance that they're not corrupted fighters. Don't be impulsive and unreasonable like that, young man. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Courage without strategy is a big taboo. You're already a top fighter. Don't be foolish for the sake of beauty. Shangguan Zhao, hearing them criticize her Gage like that, jumps up. Shut up, you monkeys. Xie Yan Gage has never spoken without a reason. If he says they're corrupted fighters, then they definitely have a problem. Why are you talking nonsense here? Why don't you arrest them and investigate them? Immediately, Poach taunts her from the side. Miss Shangguan Zhao, using public office for private revenge isn't a good thing. Instead of causing trouble here, why don't you go back and kneel before your ancestors and repent for today's crushing defeat, making her so angry that she wants to vomit blood. As for Xie Yan, at this moment he is quietly chanting a spell. 8 torments demon art, beastly calamity. Instantly, the faces of the members of Team Shadow become distorted, and their voices tremble. We, Hinnik, are all good, Hinnik, and absolutely will not accept being falsely accused. Hayek. Witnessing this scene, they really believe what Xie Yan said. Corrupted fighters. The Shangguan sisters frown and shout. Their faces are changing, and they say they're not corrupted fighters. Alpha is terrified. Holy crap, a few seconds later, the three of them return to normal, and being stared at by everyone, they blankly say, Wait, why did this suddenly happen? What are you talking about? How could we be corrupted fighters? There must be some misunderstanding. But they themselves can also feel that their bodies felt a strange sensation just now. What exactly happened? Yan Bahuang says in a deep voice, These three people, they really don't fit the criteria of corrupted fighters. But the mutation just now, his words further reinforce the evidence that Shenwu society has also said so. There really is a problem. Why don't we hand them over to the organizers for investigation? Shi Zhan pointed directly at the Dark Shadow team, saying clearly, I suggest we quickly control these three. If they go berserk and hurt someone, it'll be a problem. But in his heart, he secretly rejoiced. As expected, the fighting style of this world is very troublesome. The beastly calamity can only be used for a few seconds before it's useless. I need to add more fuel to the fire. So he continued to chant, 8-fold calamity demon art, hated by gods and despised by demons. This time, the reaction of the three became even stronger, charging towards Xie Yan with hatred. It's all this guy adding fuel to the fire, Annoying, go die, arg, die, but with their level, they were easily defeated by him. This time, there was nothing left that Yan Bahuang found awkward. Divine martial society, without a doubt, hateful faces, brutal personalities. They really are fallen fighters. Yeah, that's what led to the scene of the Dark Shadow team being captured by the guards. Stand still, don't move. The three struggled in vain, trying to clear their names. Wait, what's going on? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are not fallen fighters. Yan Bahuang himself was still somewhat suspicious of Xie Yan, even though the evidence was clear, thinking, it's a bit strange. How could this guy be so sure? So 5 minutes later, the three were taken away. We are not fallen fighters. It's a miscarriage of justice. Whether the three are fallen fighters or not, we'll know after an examination. Mr. Alpha was also sweating bullets over the incident. Just now, there was a small incident on the stage, but thanks to the fighters here for taking timely action to prevent the situation from becoming serious. Please rest assured, we guarantee the safety of all our dear viewers is our top priority. Even though he said that, the audience naturally couldn't be completely reassured. After what just happened, fallen fighters were actually next to me. So scary, I even asked them for autographs yesterday. So scary. At this time, Xie Yan stepped forward to offer a gentle suggestion to him. Mr. Alpha, you guys are doing a terrible job, Mr. Alpha looked at him awkwardly. Xie Yan said sternly, I think you need to strengthen the selection and management of the contestants. To actually let a team of fallen fighters openly take the stage and almost let them succumb to depravity, I can easily deal with them, but what if they succumb to depravity outside the arena? Who takes responsibility for the casualties? Who will handle it? Especially since the reaction of the guards wasn't as fast as the participating fighters, this makes me very disappointed. This incident made people in the organizing committee like Alpha very worried. Yes, we have always put the safety of everyone first, and we will definitely improve after this. Yan Bahuang and Meng Zhang behind him looked at Xie Yan with suspicion, feeling a little strange. You felt it too. The three in the Dark Shadow team shouldn't be fallen fighters in the process of corrupting. Following via wireless also had the same thought as the two of them. I have also been in contact with many fallen fighters. It must have been Xie Yan who did it, but the methods are really profound. Due to the incident just now, today's program had to be temporarily suspended. Today's competition is temporarily suspended here. We will reselect all participating players. From this matter, Jiahong was also somewhat interested in our male lead, Xie Yan. Quite a few tricks up his sleeve. That night, the news also reported on the incident. Special news report on the global fighting tournament, suspected of having fallen fighting players, reported by an enthusiastic member of the public. At present, the organizing committee of the tournament is still investigating along with the police. Xie Yan looked at it and said calmly, These three guys, you are not fallen fighters, and the organizing committee can't investigate anything either. They will be released after a while. Netherghost Chingare even praised him. Master is so kind. Master, should we set off to find the Cthulhu seed now? Xie Yan smiled and replied, Wait a little longer. We have to give people time to spread the Cthulhu seed. Going early is meaningless. Later, I will go look for the eliminated teams. Will we ever meet someone from the Divine Martial Society? Chingare asked him softly. Xie Yan said calmly, As for dissuading those who participate, they will probably still do it. But as for exploring the failures, they probably won't. The incident just happened yesterday. The Divine Martial Society, although they do everything without restraint, also have limits. After all, they are considered genuine people. Although I don't know what their main purpose is, it can be certain that they will not only target the Cthulhu power or the fighters hiding among the crowd. Speaking of the Divine Martial Society, Netherghost Chingare's face became a little dangerous. This Divine Martial Society is mysterious, so annoying. However, they certainly won't think. They don't dare to explore the defeated teams. But Master has a way. Hi. The two of them really go well together. Is this a double act? That's right. Who told my first Huajian Yuanling to have Buddhist characteristics? It just so happens that it can be used to suppress the early stage of depravity, so that fighters can't use emotions to activate the Cthulhu corpse seed. Taking action against the defeated teams probably doesn't count as cheating in the competition, right? However, watching is enough for now. Now his job is to plan for his plan. The Divine Martial Society can use big data to analyze and accurately target fighters who may accept the Cthulhu seed. I can only use the dumbest method, exploring all the defeated teams one by one. Sooner or later, in 2 days, all the teams add up to about 20 or 30 people. This is hard work. Just thinking about it makes me tired. At that moment, Shengguan Zhao and Shengguan Yan opened the door and entered, chatting with great excitement. The Divine Martial Society is really generous. Now, boat tickets are very difficult to buy, but they actually have a luxury yacht directly. Xie Yan will naturally not miss the opportunity to gossip with them. Generous what? What did the Divine Martial Society do? Shengguan Yan said slowly. Mister. She doesn't know yet. The Divine Martial Society suddenly said they wanted to open a co-progress meeting or something, inviting all the failures to participate in the headquarters of the Bureau on Jedlin Island. I don't know what a co-progress meeting is. Do they want to establish a branch or something? He asked with an embarrassed smile. Shengguan Zhao quickly replied, It's not a co-progress meeting, it means progressing together. It wants the eliminated teams of the tournament to gather together to study and progress. I heard that there is one class every day, and tomorrow the Divine Martial Society also plans to invite the eliminated teams to participate. Then, another yacht is needed. The Divine Martial Society is really rich. They can obviously invite other people on the last day. The two girls were very interested, but he scratched his head and thought, what is the Divine Martial Society planning to do by gathering the failures together? Are they planning to temporarily give up searching for the Cthulhu seed? So he decided. However, if people are all gathered in one place, then I will go and see what tricks you want to play. Several fighters on the Divine Martial Society's yacht couldn't help but discuss. Have you noticed anything strange? In the past 2 days, there hasn't been a single grade A fighter among the defeated teams. What? You don't understand this. This is an unspoken rule of the tournament. In the first few days, we absolutely can't let the strong teams face off first, but eliminate grade B guys like us first. Shenwu Assembly is really loaded, actually shelling out cash for us to chill at their local spots for free, and on a luxury cruise no less. Seeing a boat this classy kinda softens the blow of getting eliminated. Plus they're serving us food and drinks, sir. Here are your pastries and fruits. They're happily soaking up this bliss, saying it's all to support talented youngsters. This method of winning hearts is next level. Haha. We're all just fighters in the Shenwu Assembly's global tournament. No matter how strong we are, they just see us as a bunch of idiots with too much money. Of course they want to buddy up to us. But the guy across from him just had to rain on his parade. Keep some shame, will ya? They've got 2 S-rank assassination formations, might be this year's champs. Even just one of them is stronger than your tiny ripple sect by a mile. Just then, the Shenwu Assembly representative shows up. Xie Yan, a B-rank fighting family member, figures. Knowing there are fallen fighting family members in this crowd, he has to personally send them off. Just wondering, but he has a lot of faith in his chief. Still, knowing there's someone spreading the heretic god seed, staying here just means more people getting hurt. On second thought, the chief's decision ain't wrong. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumps into someone. The tall, muscular guy bows slightly, apologizing. Xie Yan calmly replies, No worries. Watch where you're going, mentally, he notes. Captain of the Crimson Bloodfist team, Tu Huangba. This guy, Tu Huangba, on the other hand, he bumped into someone and he's already grinding his teeth in anger. Damn, this thing's strong. Almost couldn't hold back my temper just now. Gotta work on that emotional control. Can't blow up in front of all these fighting family members. Right then, a weird phenomenon happens. Someone just made a landing that caused an earth-shattering tremor, making everyone chatter at once. Something fell. Is that a meteor? Nah, looks like a person. This mysterious figure has got them curious. What's up with this? Falling from the sky, making this much noise? Is that an A-rank or 2 S-rank fighting family members showing up? They hear the newcomer announce. Greetings to everyone from the Shenwu Assembly and the losers of the tournament. I'm the Special Operations Officer of the Fighting Association of Penglai Island and Hua Country. Goes by the name of Shen Shu. All eyes are on Shen Shu, and the judgments begin. Special Operations Officer? Never heard of that position? Showing up like this, even if he ain't S-rank, he's got to be high A-rank. Shen Zhu continues. I heard there are fallen fighting family members mixed in with the eliminated teams of the Global Fighting Family Tournament, so I've come specifically to investigate. Fallen fighting family members. Those words coming from his mouth make everyone's eyes widen in shock. Xie Yan stands to one side, staring blankly at Shen Shu, thinking, so he's local government, no wonder he'd show up. He quickly approaches him, smiling politely. Shen Shu, can I have a word? The two walk and chat animatedly. Shen Shu must have known something to come all this way. But the Shenwu Assembly specializes in taking down fallen fighting family members, please trust us. But Shen Shu doesn't seem to care about what he said. If I didn't show up, you guys would have yeeted everyone. How can anyone trust this? Xie Yan hurries to explain. Thing is, there are too many people. They're bringing their whole families along. It's really hard to find the one carrying the heretic god. Seed, we're waiting for the big fish to bite, using surveillance to narrow down the suspects. Shenwu Assembly's waiting ain't Shenshu's style, so he turns to leave. At your rate, it'll take forever. Shuoyuan is afraid Shenshu will mess up the plan, and quickly yells after him. It won't, Shenshu. Please don't do anything rash. Shenshu glances at him, chuckling. I'm not doing anything rash, so let me use you first. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Shuoyuan replies quickly. As soon as he steps outside, he's bombarded with questions. Xie, what's going on? Why does the Special Operations Officer of Penglai Island in Wa Country say there are fallen fighting family members among us? Shuoyuan calmly replies. Everyone calm down. Let me explain. So let me explain. For a fighting family member to become fallen, they first have to accept the heretic god seed. The heretic god seed is spread by someone else and targets people with extremely intense negative emotions. You're all losers of the tournament, and losers tend to experience intense negative emotions. That's one of the reasons Shenshu is here. Please think back. Has anyone disappeared for a while or had wild mood swings? They've most likely accepted the heretic god seed and are a fallen fighting family member. His words cause the members of each team to start whispering to each other. After losing, we just played cards in our room, so it's definitely not us. We didn't even win in the first place, so the Crimson Bloodfist team didn't have any intense emotions. Suspicion is falling on their captain, Tu Huangba. Captain, didn't you, Huangba? As if hit in a weak spot, retorts defensively. I just went to buy a pack of smokes, what's the big deal? Even so, his teammates are still suspicious. But I still feel like you were a bit emotional today. These words make him lose his cool, and he storms over to the guy to explain. Clear his name. I'm always like this. Have you forgotten already? In short, none of the three of us are sus. It's got to be someone else. After some back and forth, they come to that conclusion, but their actions and words haven't escaped Shenshu's notice. Just then, Xie Shuoyuan's voice rings out. N minutes have passed. Have you all come to a conclusion? They luckily reply, anyway, it's definitely not us. The three of us can vouch for each other. It's definitely not me. See? So that's the final result. Shuoyuan reports to Shenshu. Shenshu replies grimly, is that so? I've already come to a conclusion. He points straight at Tu Huangba. This gentleman is highly suspicious. Please come with me, Huangba, being singled out. Stammers in protest. I'm not a fallen fighting family member. You guys can vouch for me, right? His teammates quickly chime in to defend their captain. He's got a short fuse, but he's always been like that, and he's basically always with us. He wouldn't have time to accept any heretic god seed. Basically always together, Shenshu can't help but sneer at their fumbling explanations. Afraid things will get worse, Shuoyuan quickly says to him. Wait, even if he really is a fallen fighting family member, you shouldn't provoke him. What if he starts fallen transformation? Let me handle it. Standing between the two sides, he awkwardly tried to mediate. If we're going by the basics, then proving you weren't always together, that doesn't fully prove your innocence. Huangba's temper flared, grinding his teeth as he retorted. Ridiculous! What squad can guarantee 3 people never separate? Does that mean we have to shower and go to the bathroom together too? Exactly. If we're going by these standards, almost no one is innocent. This is too broad, Old Man was saying, his words getting a lot of support. Suddenly, an old voice echoed. May this old one say a few fair words. His appearance caused a stir. Damn, I didn't realize Old Man's son was here. What's he doing here? Old Man's son came to coach the Nanhai battle team and was invited by the Shenwu Association. Who's that old geezer? Shenshu asked quietly. Shuoyuan whispered in his ear. He was a top-tier Grade A combatant in his youth, but due to some incidents, he missed his chance to become Grade S. Now, due to his age, he's regressed to Grade B. He's the coach of the Nanhai battle team, and very respected, Old Man's son said calmly. People need social distance. If you can't leave them for even a step, you'll make people panic. Besides, you're all well-known combatants on the stage, so it's normal to have emotions after losing a match. His words were always right to those people, so they worshipped him. Old Man's son is right. Yes, we have to speak with evidence. You can't just detain people. He specially added. Now it's a society ruled by law. Shen Zhuxian Sheng. If you represent Dao Fang and He country, then you have to be reasonable. There are many people here who have military identities. How can you arbitrarily escort us away? Speak with evidence. They were emboldened and became aggressive. Shen Zhuxian Sheng. The combatants here are from many different countries. Opposing us is opposing the whole world. Shen Shuoyuan quietly said to him. See, Shen Shu Shen Sheng. It'll definitely end up like this. Let's drop it today. Revealing the truth requires evidence. That sounds pretty good. Shen Shu's applause was like the prelude to an explosive story about to unfold. However, old man, why do I feel like you're also a fallen combatant? He directly questioned Old Man's son without any reservations. His words immediately earned him all kinds of accusations from the combatants. Old Man's son didn't even participate in the one match. He can't be a fallen combatant. Don't slander people. Being labeled like that by Shen Shu, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How could I be? Not only that, but he also specifically pointed out individuals in the crowd. They, you, and you. You're all defending the guilty. It seems you're also fallen combatants. Hearing this, they reacted even more violently. Are you crazy? How can there be so many fallen combatants? Where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Old son really isn't. From personality to psychology, even his age doesn't match. Ah, really? Shen Zhu Shan Sheng, Shi Shuo Yuan, quickly stood out to defend him. Unexpectedly, Shen Shu lumped him in too. You're also speaking up for him. Seems like you also have a problem. It seems like no one here is innocent. He didn't anticipate this move. Dude, are you really not sent by an organization opposing the Shenwu Association to cause trouble? Everyone here is a fallen combatant. The current atmosphere is very tense with curses flying everywhere. What nonsense is this dog saying? Are you sick? Oh, so we're all fallen combatants? Is this how you guys do things, you bastard? Seeing Shen Shu being vehemently opposed, he secretly rejoiced. This damn cadre has offended everyone. I'll see how you handle this. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred, causing everyone to stir. What's going on? Why is the weather suddenly changing? Wait, what are those people doing? More specifically, a group of strangers appeared with very strange eyes. Ghost Flame Ching has appeared here and created this phenomenon, 100 Ghosts Possession. That group of people seemed to be controlled, while the others were panicking non-stop. Hey, what's wrong with these people? What do they want to do? Don't you guys feel something's wrong? It seems like there are countless eyes looking at us. Shen Shuxian Sheng thought silently. It's about to be a fight. Ching must get the ordinary people out of here. To avoid harming the innocent, Xu Shu Yuan, seeing them move like robots, tried to shout loudly to call them back. Wait, what are you guys doing? Where do you want to go? With no change, he turned around and scolded Shen Shu. Shen Shu Sheng, what do you mean by this? Shen Shu Shan Sheng replied slowly, I don't mean anything. At this moment, a beam of prominent pink light slowly appeared from above. That is, Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling was summoned by Shen Zhu Xian Sheng. He said coldly to the combatants, if everyone has problems, then we can only arrest everyone. The combatants, while trying to escape, wondered, where did that pink thing come from? Her whole body is surrounded by pink energy. Is it a fallen combatant? This seems to be all physical energy. I've never seen a fallen combatant like this before. Everyone run quickly. Call a real grade S over. It's too late to run now. Seize them all. Shen Zhu Xiansheng ordered Yuan Ling in one word. Understood. She seized them all in one go. Ching Er's job on the other side was to control the group of service staff hired by the Shenwu Association. She really enjoyed this. All right, watch them carefully. Don't let them rush out. I'll go back to His Excellency and see how things are going on that side. After finishing speaking, she flew over to Shen Shu Xiansheng. Ghost Flame Ching looked at the group of combatants wrestling with Yuan Ling from above and said softly, Trisk, these guys are pretty good. They can actually resist under Sister Yuan Lingju's hands like that. Shen Shuxian Sheng replied with a cold laugh. That's because I didn't let Yuan Ling go all out. She didn't even use 30% of her strength. She heard you say that and wondered, huh? So beating up so many people like that, isn't Sister Yuan Ling suffering a lot? Only to hear Shen Shu leisurely reply, more or fewer people are meaningless to Yuan Ling, who has infinite energy. Don't even mention rank S here. There isn't even a rank A. Even if Yuan Ling isn't serious, she won't fail. Besides, I already told her to start using her strength. These MMA guys have tough skin and thick flesh. As long as it's not 100 Flowers Due Spirit, they don't need to worry about Yuan Ling hurting their lives. Yuan Ling over there is still diligently going through her boxing routine with each one. At most, they'll be in a coma. They definitely won't die. Shen Zhu Xiansheng has already calculated everything meticulously. Now we just need to see who here is still resisting, who can't hold back. With the strength of the strikes getting stronger and stronger, who wants to burst out the evil god seed? Du Huangba, beaten black and blue by Yuan Ling, painfully endured. Damn it, this woman was just playing with us before. She's indeed a fallen rank SMMA fighter. She clearly had the strength to deal with us from the start. What does she mean by this? She's clearly a fallen MMA fighter, so why is she attacking people like us fallen MMA fighters? This couldn't be. No way. She's hitting harder and harder. She wants to kill us. Therefore, he fell into Shenju's trap and can only stimulate the evil god seed to see if he can undergo fallen transformation. Will she spare me? Why is my mood getting calmer and calmer? Of course, Huangba won't be able to undergo fallen transformation because Shenju Shensheng predicted everything. The prey is hooked. Now it's just time to reel it in. As expected, it's this guy. Now it's time for Xiansheng to make his move. Evil spirit, quickly surrender. This time Yuan Ling has to unleash all her strength. Du Huangba, like a statue, can only await his tragic ending. What is this feeling? The killing intent and fighting spirit are strangely diminished. If this continues, the stimulation will fail. And why is she only attacking me? This question of his will probably have to be answered by someone in his next life. It worked. Just before collapsing completely, Huangba was still full of questions. We're all in the same boat. Why do we have to make things difficult for each other? Then he collapsed immediately after, in another space, in a chaotic room. The man covered in bruises said with difficulty, "You, what exactly do you want to do?" The master of this chaos coldly replied, "You didn't listen to my reminder, so I'll beat you until you can't participate in the match tomorrow." Just then, the door suddenly opened. The black-clothed man hurriedly reported to him, "The chairman has completely lost contact with the True Origin tournament." "What?" he shouted in a panic. On the other side, Shen Shu was harvesting his spoils. "So, who's in the same boat as you? The evil god seed is too dangerous for you. Be good. Let me keep it safe for you." All of them lost. Among so many people, only this guy revealed an opening. What a pity. The separator can't be used recklessly, or it would electrocute people to death. Otherwise, it would be safer to just zap everyone here once, so that no one is left out. Shen Shu sighed regretfully. "The commotion is too big. If I don't leave, I'll be discovered. Let's go." Therefore, Shen Zhu Xiansheng quickly packed up and left, leading Yuan Ling happily away, but he was still worried about her eye-catching appearance. "Leading around such a bright pink object in the middle of the night is too dazzling, so I'll take her back, don't you dare." Before he could finish speaking, a huge pink explosion suddenly occurred. This scene made him unable to resist cursing, "Mother FCKER." It exploded again. At this time, the two masked figures had also returned in time and witnessed the explosion just now. The two immediately told each other, "Hurry and chase after them." That MMA fighter's energy burst, such a big pink explosion. This fallen MMA fighter is really strong, something godly happened. Hurry and chase after them. So Shen Zhu Xiansheng is actually Xie Yan. He climbed in through the window with minimal clothing. That rank SMMA fighter is really fast. If I didn't have the ability to harvest the 100-fold Qi, I would have been caught up. But it was also because when I took back Yuan Ling, she exploded again, wasting time. Sitting on the bed, looking at the spoils in his hand, he said silently, "Luckily, this separator is really sturdy. It hasn't been blown to pieces. Otherwise, all the hard work today would have been in vain. Putting in so much effort, this evil god seed better be useful. But should I drink it or apply it? Does the system recognize this thing?" Now it was time for him to bring out the evil god seed. The system appeared accordingly and offered Xie Yan a choice. "Evil god seed of high dimension detected. Please choose whether to absorb it or not." Xie Yan showed great interest in this invitation. High dimensional energy evil god seed. Just hearing it makes it sound noble. Of course, I'll choose to absorb it. But as soon as he replied, the system gave a string of warnings. After reading them, Xie Yan felt a headache. Warning! Absorbing the high-dimensional energy evil god seed will cause the host's body to transform into a member of the evil god's family, distorting the body and soul completely, greatly affecting the system. To prevent side effects, 100 million yuan points are required. The host's current yuan points are insufficient. He couldn't help but curse after reading it. Damn it! 100 million yuan points! Bringing full of anger, and shouted at the system. Then what the FCK do I need to absorb it for? The side effects are so big. Talk about falling from cloud 9 straight to rock bottom. Nothing's more heartbreaking. Even if the system could block the side effects for, like, 1 million points. Not that I even have them, but if I did, I could do anything. What a ripoff. Still gotta stay positive, though. Whatever, I'll stuff it back in. I worked my butt off to get it. Tossing it would be a total waste. Even if I can't absorb it myself, who knows, maybe if I learn some cultivation stuff later, I can use this high-dimensional, evil god doodad. At least it's gotta be reaching heaven realm level material, right? But 1 million points to block the side effects? That means it's even higher level than I thought. Maybe it's from an even bigger, scarier existence than the innate reaching heaven realm guys in this world. I just hope S-class fighters are the strongest thing in this world, maybe with a fallen S-class on top, and that's it. Please, no more evil gods popping up, or I'm toast. After checking everyone out, Bao Huang reported to the chairman. These fighters are all injured pretty bad, but no one's dead, they're just knocked out. We found the service staff we hired in the forest over there. But they don't know anything. The situation is super weird, Meng Zhang agreed. That huge pink energy explosion was definitely a powerful fallen fighter, but no one got killed. It's really strange. The chairman had a new discovery. The girl on the team stepped forward. Tell Meng Zhang, this guy's the leader of the Bloodthirst Squad, Tu Huangba, and he's on the danger list. We've checked 3 times, and we've confirmed he's got traces of a separator on him. A separator? Meng Zhang and Bao Huang shouted in unison. Meng Zhang quickly bent down to examine Tu Huangba's body. The evil god seed really was successfully separated. We just gave the separator to Xie Yan, the captain of the Heavenly Whale Overlord First Squad. Could it be him? Is he a fallen fighter? Bao Huang immediately jumped to that conclusion. Meng Zhang advised him, don't jump to conclusions, chill out. If Xie Yan's a fallen fighter, then he's acting way too normal. And besides, if he's already a fallen fighter, why would he need to separate someone else's evil god seed? Plus, we're not the only ones with separators. What if he separated Tu Huangba's evil god seed and absorbed it himself, and that's why he went fallen? Lao Yan suggested another possibility, Meng Zhang said grimly. You could be right, but if he really did do it, and made that big of a scene, his condition would be different. Tomorrow, if he doesn't show up tomorrow, then it's definitely him. Should we keep sending these guys off? Lao Yan asked the chairman for instructions. Of course. If we don't send them off, they'll definitely cause trouble for us later, Meng Zhang replied. The next day, the team battles continued as before. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 3 of the Global Fighting Tournament. Xie Yan. Why are the people from the Divine Martial Society staring at you so much? Shangguan Zhao asked him curiously. Xie Yan, shameless as ever, replied. Who knows? Probably. 'Cause I'm so handsome. Alpha's familiar voice rang out again. This tournament's been through a lot. Today, 3 more teams have dropped out. The tournament organizers are really bummed about this, and can only hope those young people who lost their faith will come back and fight again in 10 years. Without further ado, let's get to the main event. Please welcome the first team to bring us a fierce showdown. 3 hours later, the Divine Monkey Way team and the Heavenly Whale Overlord's first team have each lost 1 player, so it's 1-1, a tie. For the second match, please welcome the players from both teams to the stage. The audience enthusiastically cheered for their favorite teams. Go, go, crush him! Go, Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist team! Go! Don't let them get a 2-for-1 on you. The match is super exciting, with some amazing exchanges from both sides. Here it comes. The Divine Monkey Way's classic move, Giant Mallet Sweeping Tail. Can Shangguan Yan withstand this attack? The Divine Monkey Way team members sneered at Shangguan Yan, saying, Not bad. You've managed to hold on this long. I gotta give you props. But sadly, Heavenly Whale Overlord's Fist only has this one trick. You can't compare it to the other 2 Chang-Sheng-style families. Finishing his sentence, he immediately launched his killer move, Divine Monkey Way Double Mallet Sweeping Tail. MC Alpha is getting caught up in every moment of the match. Player Shangguan Yan's been knocked back. Still going back. Can she turn the tables? Her opponent's attacking while pushing her back. Fighting techniques that can't deliver damage, and defense only gets you so far. Especially on the global fighting tournament stage like this, I don't need to kill you, I just need to knock you off the stage. Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist is useless, and you've lost to a Divine Monkey Way fighter. Player Shangguan Yan has fallen off the stage. After struggling so hard, player Shangguan Yan has finally failed in regret. Match 3, Heavenly Whale Overlord's Fist vs. Divine Monkey Way team. The Divine Monkey Way team wins. The Heavenly Whale Overlord's Fist team only has 1 player left. In every sense, this is player Xie Yan's first match. What kind of amazing performance will he bring us? Let's all wait and see. Shangguan Zhao and Xie Yan rushed to help her up, and then tried to comfort Shangguan Yan after her defeat. You beat a B class and held out against an A class for so long. You were amazing. You're the best, sis. but she was still upset with herself, unwilling to accept it. But I lost. You guys go rest. Leave the rest to me, Xie Yan said gallantly to the two of them. The opponent saw him and said, Xie Xiansheng, please guide me. Xie Yan frowned and looked at him. You want some pointers? You should know that in a match of the same class, Miss Yan defeated your teammate. Doesn't that prove the strength of the Heavenly Whale Overlord's fist? The man explained. Xie Sheng, you misunderstand. Heavenly Whale Overlord First is definitely stronger than Divine Monkey Way, but that doesn't change my opinion of it. I think the so-called fighting technique should be a battle between two people, with every single move turning into dust. Heavenly Whale Overlord First only pursues defense, which goes against the popular trend. Higher, faster, stronger, and will definitely fall behind the other two Changsheng-style families. Xie Yan listened to his long-winded speech and felt his head throbbing. He even dragged history into it, looking down on defensive fighting techniques so much. Looks like I can only use practical action to correct your perception. In this match, I won't attack, and I won't dodge. I'll just let you hit me. If you can make me fight back, I'll lose this match. If I still haven't won in 10 minutes, then I'll lose. Xie Yan's challenge made everyone gasp. Player Xie Yan is making such a statement. In his first appearance, it seems he's very confident in his abilities. Many viewers thought he was just talking smack. What did he say? He's just going to stand there and take hits and not fight back? S-class arrogance? So cocky. Have you guys forgotten the important information? 10 minutes. No matter how much he gets beat up, if he only takes hits and doesn't fight back, how can he win in 10 minutes? Yes. Awesome. I love these explosive, boundary-pushing matches. The Shenwu Association members were also in an uproar after Xie Yan's previous statement. 10 minutes? No way. Just to humiliate his opponent, he's thrown his brain out the window? Even an S rank wouldn't fight like that. He should know his opponent is an A rank. Such strong confidence. I always thought Xie Yan could explode the testing machine because his physical body was extremely strong. So the machine infinitely increased the attack power, eventually exploding. Looks like that's really it. Enduring hits without retaliating for 10 minutes, how can he win, no matter how much he can endure? An A rank, if he always goes all out, can at least fight him for an hour. Xie Xiansheng, aren't you being a bit too exaggerated? His opponent finally spoke up. Xie Yan ignored the comments and confidently replied, What I say, I'll do. Go all out. Since he said that, the opponent wasn't going to hold back. All right. To be able to fight Xie Xiansheng in a match, I'll consider this trip worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his first move, Zhuling Handi. Xie Yan calmly flicked his fingers. Tian, Guan, Zhen, Chan. The opponent was then returned to his original position. This is the phenomenon of body reversal. He flew backwards like that. This reaction made him feel uncomfortable. The feeling was really strange. It was as if he was fighting himself. After landing successfully, he seriously considered. So, he wants to use this reversal to make me lose. How ridiculous. Don't even mention 10 minutes. An hour won't work. With his confidence, he stated firmly, Xie Xiansheng, I've got a good idea of your power. The power of the reversal is only about half of my strength. I can completely avoid being reversed and maintain my momentum. At most, I'll get a little injured. With that thought, he cheerfully made a bet. 5 minutes. If I can't knock you off the stage within 5 minutes, I'll consider myself defeated. As he spoke, he speculated. Maybe he has even stronger moves, but he seemed to be taking hits just now, only defending and not retaliating. Within 5 minutes, I will definitely knock him off the stage. Xie Yan, with his gentle nature, softly advised him, You don't have to be like that. But Song Kang firmly said, Only then will it be fair. Here I come. This match is really exciting to watch. Bin Shen Dao team's contestant Song Kang is attacking again. Zhu Chui Fei Qi. The force is very strong. Even among the post-heaven 9th stage warriors in the main world, he's one of the strongest, Xie Yan thought to himself after receiving his attack. Alpha was commentating on the match very closely. Contestant Song Kang is actually not being reversed this time. Although he is injured, he still chooses to continue attacking fiercely. Looking at Song Kang's moves, Xie Yan could tell that this guy wanted to force him off the stage. Opportunity, Song Kang seized his chance, planning to end the match with one blow, and it seems like everything is going according to his wishes. Excellent. Although contestant Song Kang was hit by the reversed force and seriously injured, he still successfully knocked contestant Xie Yan off the stage. The power can actually be increased. Even though Xie Yan was knocked off the stage by his opponent, his expression remained calm. Song Kang was still carrying out his plan, step by step. Xie Yan is so strong that he won't be easily defeated. He could definitely step on the protective barrier and jump back. Contestant Song Kang knew this, so he chose to leave the stage together, riding the momentum. Contestant Song Kang disregarded the damage that the reversal caused him and continued to attack bravely. No matter how strong contestant Xie Yan's defense is, he can only be defeated by gravitational potential energy and will land first. Final move. Zhuling Han Di, Song Kang poured all his strength into it, wanting to defeat his opponent with one move, but how could it be so easy? Xie Yan managed to grab his hand in time. His next action was brilliant. Contestant Xie Yan only lightly touched contestant Song Kang's arm, and was able to use the momentum to jump over his head in a humiliating posture. Contestant Xie Yan actually took the opportunity to step on contestant Song Kang's head with one foot. Is he treating contestant Song Kang as a cushion? Contestant Song Kang's full-force strike missed, unable to retract his move, and crashed into the ground like that. Contestant Song Kang acted as a cushion for contestant Xie Yan to land outside the arena. First of all, it's a pity that he lost. Xie Yan at this time didn't look like he had just fought at all. His expression was really relaxed, and the final result was 5 minutes. Just in time, contestant Xie Yan had no offensive actions from the beginning to the end, and completely won this match. Contestant Xie Yan used his actions to prove that simply defending can still win a match, and it only takes 5 minutes. Shang Guanzhao outside cheered excitedly. Awesome! Xie Yan gauge is so strong. While Shang Guanyan quietly thought, Xie Xian Sheng seems to be able to fly in the air. Does this count as showing off? The audience had another sharp turn. That Song Kang of the Bin Shendao team can be considered to have brought trouble on himself, but was Xie Yan's last kick considered sandbagging? What do you know? He didn't use any force at all. Song Kang himself went all out to hit someone and missed, falling down. He can also be considered to have brought suffering upon himself. How embarrassing. The one who was hit was not hurt, but the one who hit was seriously injured. How handsome. Xie Yan is so suave. Who said all S-rank fighters are muscular men? Isn't there a beautiful young man like Xie Yan? From then on, Shenwu Association also started to look at him differently. Xie Yan's tactic of using the opponent's force against themselves was truly unexpected. Except for the final part, there were basically no movements before that. How did he do it? Too OP. It seemed like a full-body operation, performing ultra-fast vibrations that were hard to see with the naked eye, delivering a power that could overwhelm the opponent's attacks. However, this exquisite technique, unless displayed very leisurely during combat, has no advantage against S-rank combat. Instead, it only wastes energy. Qi Lian and Qi Hong also added. A strange art of manipulation. The opponent's punch couldn't even get close to his body. Was it based on body vibrations that caused an explosion in the vacuum? It doesn't seem that simple. Compared to the fighting style of Cheng Shengliu, if Xie Yan had this fighting style, he might consider exchanging notes with the two little girls from Tianjing Daoquan. A faint sound rang out around the stand. Awesome, great fight. Worthy of being the reinforcement of Tianjing Daoquan. Xie Yan. Xie Yan is the handsomest in the world. Xie Yan walked off to his position, leaving Song Kang behind as he helped Li Kang up. Leng said, Captain, his technique of using the opponent's force is very strong. Don't attack rashly, he can easily take advantage of you. Song Kang nodded in response. Don't worry, I noticed it when I was under the stage. In this match, I will have a battle of attrition with him. Alpha's voice rose. The final decisive battle. Both sides only have the last player left. Please invite A-rank team captain Bing Shendao Song Kang up. Song Kang gradually stepped forward, towards Xie Yan's position. Song Kang spoke first. Mr. Xi, let me say this first. As the captain of Team Bing Shendao, I must take responsibility for the entire team, so I won't limit myself like Leng, but I will do my best to win. Hearing this, Xie Yan happily replied in an indifferent manner. I still have the same words, neither dodging nor actively attacking. If I attack, I lose. If I don't win within 10 minutes, I lose too. Song Kang asked suspiciously. Are you sure? Xie Yan smiled and affirmed. Of course, Song Kang got into a fighting stance. Then thank you for giving me this victory. After a long time, the space was silent. Only the sound of wind blowing through the leaves could be heard. Neither side moved. Alpha picked up the microphone and said doubtfully, Is hugging because I'm seeing things, or is there a problem with the camera? Why are the players on both sides standing still? The audience around was also in an uproar. What's going on? Why are they standing still? Fight! Why aren't you fighting? Song Kang thought to himself with a pensive expression. It's not my fault, he said, that if he doesn't win within 10 minutes, he loses, and actively attacking also counts as a loss, so my best strategy is none other than not making a move against him. Xie Yan spoke, breaking the atmosphere. Captain Song, aren't you going to make a move yet? Song Kang replied. Mr. Xie, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit annoyed by you. Are you using some kind of combat will to influence me? Then I'm sorry, you'll be disappointed. Xie Yan thought. Divine hatred and ghostly resentment don't seem to have any effect on A-class fighters. This world of strangulation combat is indeed brutal for tempering the will. Thinking this, Xie Yan rushed forward and used Jinghong armor, saying, If you don't make a move, then I'll come. In just a blink of an eye, Xie Yan had rushed in front of his opponent, thinking that this lazy method was no longer effective, so he could only play other tricks. Song Kang's expression was shocked, not thinking that Xie Yan's speed would be so fast. Seeing that he was about to be hit by Xie Yan, Song Kang dodged. Song Kang jumped high up, and the ground where he had just stood cracked and gradually crumbled. Xie Yan thought. As expected, he jumped out. It seems that my judgment was correct. Damn the ghosts and resent the gods. Although it wasn't effective, at least it could make him annoyed. Otherwise, in a normal situation, he should have stood still in place for me to hit him. Then argued with me. Does this count as making a move or attacking? But in fact, if Song Kang didn't fight, Xie Yan wouldn't ram into him either. And if Song Kang had already jumped out, then he would definitely lose. Song Kang rushed toward Xie Yan with a furious face. Damn it, the host spoke. What just happened? Too fast. Too fast, I couldn't react in time at all. Alpha narrated. Player Xie Yan, did he attack first? No! That's not right. Through the slow-motion replay, we can see that he never made any attacking movements. It was player Song Kang who took the initiative. After jumping out, every time player Song Kang wants to return to the arena, player Xie Yan will step to a point. Jumping around in such a large arena, there's actually no place for player Song Kang to land. Seeing this, Meng Zhang said, Such a fast speed, yet it doesn't cause much damage to the arena. How did this Xie Yan do it? Yan Bahuang also replied in surprise. I can be faster than him, but the commotion would definitely be even louder than thunder. Zhang Hongjun also spoke. Is this some kind of special combat art? The red light behind him is also very strange. Speaking of it, reflecting will. But I've never seen any will reflection last this long. NC narrated. A thrilling match. In the end, player Song Kang reached a dead end, and with no other choice, he was blown out of the arena. But player Song Kang is A rank, so he used the protective barrier to bounce back to the arena with an extremely angry expression. But Xie Yan had already aimed at Song Kang's landing position. Thus, the two sides clashed once again, so Song Kang was shocked again and flew backwards, upwards. After that, countless times, Song Kang wanted to return to the arena, but Xie Yan had aimed at the position to stop him from returning, and it seemed that the road back to the arena was Song Kang's dream. He used all the strength throughout his body and rushed towards Xie Yan, but he was blown away every time. Song Kang leaned against the arena's dome, but his legs were too injured now. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Without the strength to resist, he fell from the lay stage. Xu Feng, his expression unchanged, looked towards his opponent. Song Kang's body was close to falling on Xu Feng's position. He finally collapsed on the ground. Xu Feng immediately stepped on his head. Song Kang used all his strength to push himself up with his hands, using all his leg strength, but in the end could only stay on the ground. This image is exactly like the previous match. Player Song Kang leaves the arena, landing headfirst. Player Xu Feng wins again. Exactly 10 minutes. Player Xu Feng did not break his promise. Today's match can be said to be a complete victory. Everyone in the audience below argued fiercely. Why does Xu Feng like to step on people's heads all the time? The damage isn't high, but the humiliation is extremely high. That last stomp seemed really forceful. That's definitely an attack, right? Shut up! The referee hasn't said anything. What do you know? That referee is afraid Xu Feng will go crazy. Xu Feng Gage is so handsome and strong. The Tianjing Baoquan team is the best. It was the Bin Shendao team who asked for it themselves. Who told them to look down on Tianjing Baoquan? Besides, that team leader Song Kang is shameless, wanting to take advantage of the loophole in the promise to win. The team's player leaves the stage. Please welcome the next match. Shangguan Jiao saw Xu Feng return and grabbed his hand. Xu Feng Ge is awesome, I'm so into you. Shangguan Yan also happily said, Xu Xiansheng, you won. As if sensing someone staring at him, Xu Feng glanced to the side and met Yan Bahuang's gaze. Seeing this, Xu Feng laughed, and Yan Bahuang's face darkened. Shangguan Jiao irritably said, Why do I feel like Shu Feng Gege and the Shenwu Society have something going on, like a perfect match made in heaven? Shu Feng Gege? You actually went to find someone else. Hearing this, Shangguan Yan hit Shangguan Jiao on the head and sternly criticized, Xiao Jiao, shut your mouth. Seeing the scene before him, Xu Feng could only laugh awkwardly. That very night, Zhang Hongjun asked, What's the situation? Jia Yuan replied, that Shenzhou with the top knot, the governments of Fang Island and Hua Country said there's no one like that, and that mysterious fallen goddess combat arcanist is also very strange. Are fallen combat arcanists starting to hunt their own kind? She continued. Who knows what new species it is? Tomorrow is the quarterfinals. The other teams aren't much better either. The chairman has given up on the persuasion plan and personally went to the port. As long as that person shows up, the chairman will make a move. At the beach, a group of people were gathered, as if waiting for something. Qing Grer flew over and saw the scene before her. The Shenwu Society is still inviting teams that just lost. Meng Zhang said, A Shenzhou is at least an A-class combat arcanist, a mysterious fallen goddess combat arcanist. What exactly is their background? There have never been these two in our data files, Yan Bahuang said. However, this also proves that Xu Feng really has no feelings. Actually, today in the match, I feel like yesterday couldn't have been him. The chairman turned to Bahuang and said, Lao Yan, can you sense it? Someone is spying on us. Yan Bahuang replied, I can sense it, and it's very similar to when we met Xu Feng, but stronger. Zhang still doubted, and asked again, Xu Feng, are you sure? Bahuang confirmed, I'm sure. That spying gaze was completely the same. Meng Zhang muttered, This guy, what exactly does he want to do? Bahuang said. It's a pity that our spies, who were sent to steal the secret medicine at Shengxi Group, were discovered. Although they didn't reveal us, we still haven't gotten that thing. Really, I really want to give that secret medicine to him. Scram! Qing'er saw Meng Jiang and Bao Huang and thought, The two S-class of the Shenwu Society are here too. I can't hear what they're saying clearly. I'll go back and report to the master first. Xingjie returned to report the situation to Xu Feng, and he laughed loudly. Two S-classes are there. Such a big formation, she replied. That's right. Xu Feng turned his back, as if preparing to sleep. Seeing this, Qing'er asked, Master, do we need to directly go and smash their heads? Xu Feng said expressionlessly. Even the S-class are here. I can't gain any advantage, and both nights in a row have resulted in the loss of a seed of the evil god. No matter who is behind this, there might be more new seeds of the evil god. Let the Shenwu Society work hard themselves, Xu Feng thought to himself. And the Shenwu Society has to participate in tomorrow's match. If we fight them now, it's fine if we lose. If we win, the system will think that we solved the opponent before the tournament in the desire to win, and it'll be considered cheating. The losses after the mission failure will be great. He covered himself with a blanket, preparing to sleep, and said, Even if we get this seed of the evil god, we can't turn it into strength, so it's not very urgent. Besides, there's no time limit for the flesh transmigrator. It won't be too late to find it after the tournament ends. Tomorrow, 2 seeded teams will also participate in the match. Who knows if we'll have to face an S-class? Sleep. Qing'er also replied, Let's sleep. The next morning, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th day of the Global Combat Arcanist Tournament, Alpha happily said. Today, our 2 seeded teams will enter the competition, along with the 6 teams that won yesterday, entering the quarterfinals. Seeing the matchup chart is brutal, our top-seeded teams are already heading into the quarterfinals to duke it out. Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist Team versus Mad Sand Battle Fist Team, Divine Martial Society versus Black Kill Society, Asura Team versus Unrivaled Team, and then there's Everlasting Dragon Fist and Nirvana Like Fist. But that's the charm of the Global Fighting Tournament. It's all random. No one can rig the matches. Now let's get to today's first match. The Mad Sand Battle Fist Team, led by S-Class fighter Li Josep, versus the Heavenly Whale Overlord Team, led by Xie Yan. Xie Yan struts out with a confident smirk. The crowd below is already hyped. Mad Sand Battle Fist is the coolest. Xie Yan, I want to have your babies. S-Class versus S-Class. Let's go. Xie Yan turns to Lin Josep and asks, Does someone hold a grudge against your esteemed subordinates this match? Shangguan Yan immediately answers, Although we really wanted to beat them to a pulp, Xiao Zhao and I couldn't quite manage it. but we'll try our best to take down their B and A classes. S-class Li Joseph, we really can't handle, so we can only trouble you, Xie Yan. Let's see which player the Mad Sand Battlefist team will send out for the first round. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Xie Yan turns back to Shangguan Yan. We're all family here, no need to be so polite, but looks like I have to go first. The Mad Sand Battlefist team actually chose S-class Li Joseph to fight the first round, showing absolutely no respect for the Shangguan sisters. Li Joseph glances dismissively and says, "You said something about avenging the humiliation of the last 10 years, but I can't bring myself to make an S-class fight your B and C classes, so let's skip the small fry and have me and Xie Yan from your team go at it in a decisive battle." Shangguan Yan calls out to her sister, second cease. This guy, Shangguan Zhao, doesn't answer and says thoughtfully, "I didn't expect Liu Sep to be so arrogant, but still have some class. It's good this way Xi Shansheng can have a full-on duel with Liu Sep without us holding him back." Xie Yan rolls up his sleeves, ready to fight. The opponent wants to go hard against hard like that, fine, I'll go fight him. The Heavenly Whale Overlord First Team has accepted the Mad Sand Battle First Team's invitation. This is the battle that the audience has been anticipating the most this tournament. The first match of S-Class versus S-Class begins, he says arrogantly. "Heh, Xie Yan, I've been preparing for today's match for a long time," Xie Yan smirks and replies. "Didn't we just meet on the day of the inspection? No need to be so dramatic." His eyes light up, preparing to unleash his move. "My preparation isn't just for you, but for an S-Class versus S-Class battle." He slams his hands hard on the ground, causing the surrounding area to crack and rubble to fly everywhere. Xie Yan's expression darkens. A loud voice erupts. Countless rocks fly out as Li Joseph jumps into the air. "Whether it's rhythmic footwork or solid defense, you need the ground to support you. I've destroyed the arena. You'll have nowhere to rely on. Your body will drift and you will be destroyed." He looks down from the dome of the arena. "I also know that as an S-Class, you definitely won't lose so easily, so I also cultivated the Chuzhan fighting technique for 10 years. Originally meant to deal with Shengguan Xiongba of 10 years later, but it's perfect to use on you." His expression suddenly turns shocked. From the dust of the arena appears Xie Yan standing in midair. He says, "Nowhere to rely on. You sound a little off." His whole body doesn't move, but he can still fly in midair. "What kind of fighting technique is that?" the ENC commentator exclaims. Player Li Joseph completely destroyed the arena right from the start. Now both of them will immediately lose if they touch the ground, no matter how high the defense or how fast the attack. They need the ground as a foothold. Player Li Joseph has grasped player Xie Yan's weakness. Combined with player Li Joseph's profound and unpredictable skills, he spreads his hands out, using 10-claw C-suction to make his arm muscles bulge and become stronger. Then, by eliminating the air in his palms, Alpha explains. Internal air, external air will compress to form air pressure like an octopus's suction cups. Player Li Joseph has tightly sucked onto the protective barrier, so player Li Joseph has the greatest advantage in this match. Alpha's expression suddenly becomes worried and says, Player Xie Yan's normal floating technique is to use extremely fast speed and energy to hit the air, thereby borrowing the reaction force to fly, but player Xie Yan's situation is not the same. Zhang Yan smirks and replies, "I'm moving, but the amplitude isn't big, and the frequency is extremely high. You just can't see it." Xie Yan waves his hands and says arrogantly, "Take this move of mine. It has to use speed. It is a very subtle, oscillating force. The left foot steps on the right foot to fly up, the left foot steps on the right foot, and it is continuous. Its name is left foot, stepping on right foot, ascending to heaven." The opponent and the people of the Divine Martial Society are also extremely shocked. Everyone in the audience who hears this is shocked. Alpha has to rub his eyes several times, and suddenly says, "But even if it's our eyes or a camera slowed down 300 times, we can't capture player Xie Yan's movements. What level has player Xie Yan's operation reached?" The audience doesn't believe it and shouts, "Left foot stepping on right foot, ascending to heaven. This is too anti-science. I've never seen any floating technique like that." The person next to him chimes in, "If you don't want to reveal it, just say so. Do you think we're stupid?" Xie Yan points at his opponent and says, "Is controlling muscles to suck out air scientific? You have to respect objective facts. I'm just doing it like this." "They can even fly," a girl says. "Heh. This Xiang Yan has some funny bones," Meng Zhang replies. "This guy has always been so mysterious. Yesterday he even had designs on the divine tree seed of the 8 desolations," someone says. But at least he knows when to advance and retreat. He saw us at the dock and quickly retreated. Lee Joseph thinks to himself, don't even mention slowing it down 300 times. Even I can't see his leg movements. But the situation in front of me has no other way to explain it. Should I approach him first? Thinking this, he uses all his strength to pounce towards Xie Yan. He used the furious chariot rush, charging straight at Xie Yan like a shark preparing to strike, but it was reversed. So this defensive stance can actually reverse attacks, he thought, and Xie Yan's trajectory was completely different from his prediction. He unleashed a kick, but Xie Yan blocked it with his barrier. No matter how bizarre his techniques are, defense and counterattacks are definitely his core strategy. As long as I maintain the pressure, I'll keep the initiative. After a few offensive probes, Joseph realized this. Xie Yan seriously thought, a Class S fighter. Their movement speed is too fast, and the arena is too small. To win, I need a super fast calculating brain and super strong control. Theoretically, it hard counters the divine punishment and ghostly hate. The two rush towards each other. But I've been using divine punishment and ghostly hate this whole time, and it doesn't seem to be working on it. Is it that what has some effect on Class A fighters is completely ineffective against Class S fighters? As expected, this world's methods of tempering willpower, aside from the lifespan deduction, are much stronger for mental cultivation than many domain lords. Lee Joseph continuously attacked, while Xie Yan only defended. However, as long as he can't break through my defense, I can fight him until I'm old. But that would be too embarrassing. If I wasn't worried that using the flower petal sword finger would lead to misunderstandings and disqualification, I would have pierced him full of holes. I can't just keep wasting time like this. I have to take a risk. Shangguan Jia said, Sister, Xie Yan Gage doesn't seem to be doing well. Shangguan Yan calmly replied, Don't worry, this is just the beginning, mister. She definitely still has a backup plan. Despite saying that, Shangguan Yan was still worried. But if Mr. Xie can't use that move, can he really win? The host excitedly said. Although Lee Joseph has been constantly attacking, Xie Yan doesn't seem to have suffered any major damage. Will they continue like this? A battle between offense and defense. Which side will ultimately prevail? Both Xie Yan and Lee Joseph had a hint of anger on their faces, looking at each other. One of Lee Joseph's punches shattered the stone, sending debris flying. But Xie Yan dodged it. The dust from the rocks blurred the arena, making it impossible for the surrounding audience to see anything. I can't see anything again. Class S fighters fighting each other. The commotion is too big, just like a groundbreaker. Lee Joseph gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Are you not even going to counterattack like that? His face was fierce as he said, You only defend and evade. Don't you know any offensive techniques? Xie Yan mysteriously raised his hand and said, I do know one. Let me show you this. It's the 8 Calamities demonic art, Hell Calamity. The MC continued to say. Analyzing the match, Xie Yan and Lee Joseph's speed is completely beyond what we can observe. We can only see their after images, and use the sounds to guess how intense this match is. At this moment, the audience cheering in the stands was extremely excited. Xie Yan is so cool. Furious Chariot Battle Fist. Go for it, I think I saw sparks. Who unleashed that move? Is that blue flame? Back to the fight. Lee Joseph was now surprised by Xie Yan's move. A fighting technique that explodes by gathering all the energy into one place, detonating it to create high temperatures, plus the flames reflected by willpower, is a technique I've never known before. Thinking of this, he quickly ran away from Xie Yan's attack, glancing back at Xie Yan and thinking to himself, what kind of technique is this that can actually maintain its existence? At this time, he ran faster and faster, constantly dodging Xie Yan's moves. As for Xie Yan, he could see that he was flustered. It seems like it's effective, but not enough. I have to take advantage of the smoke not being completely gone and try the Hungry Ghost Calamity. Immediately, Xie Yan rushed towards him, using the Hungry Ghost Calamity of the 8 Calamities demonic art. On the other side, Lee Joseph used the 100 Transformations Frenzied Massacre to resist his move. The two directly clashed. As soon as the two large, terrifying sources of power met, they created an opposing reaction, causing both sides to be blown away. Lee Joseph thought, the damage is still lacking, Xie Yan. Is your stamina only at this level? While speculating, he jumped around, taking the time to analyze Xie Yan's fighting style. No physical contact. Is that the aim of the technique? As expected, it's a willpower fighting technique. Suddenly, Many black and red demon heads appeared behind him, chasing right behind him. Meanwhile, Xie Yan was also pursuing him. Those ghosts from before were useless against Li Joseph. He punched the ground, creating an earthquake, reversing the tremors, making the ground uneasy with him just to take down those demon heads. At this moment, Xie Yan also caught up, and the two sides began to clash. One throwing punches, the other counterattacking to protect himself. They exchanged blows incessantly, fighting from one spot to another. The transcendent roaming tactics I learned were all meticulously calculated, controlling the force of each strike, turning everything in the arena, including my opponent, into a foothold to leap from. After pondering for a moment, Li Joseph concluded, whether it's the reaction force, the bizarre floating technique, or the will of combat, they are all variables. As long as I can control all the variables, I can calculate the position of everything every second. Now the match is completely in my rhythm. Thinking this, he unhesitatingly advanced straight towards Xie Yan at lightning speed. What followed was both of them entangled, continuously focusing on exchanging blows everywhere. After a while, Li Joseph could see that, based on the current attacks, he had grasped Xie Yan's pattern of movement. To seriously injure or even kill Xie Yan in a short time was no simple task. Just secure victory with 30 more moves, and Xie Yan will definitely be knocked to the ground. As for Xie Yan, he was thinking, at this rate, it's not looking good. The 8 desolate demonic skill is basically just tickling him. Only the flower petal finger can inflict significant damage, and even then I have to use innate true chi, but if I do that, I'll definitely be out of the tournament. The only way left to win with speed is to create an opportunity for me to touch his body. Just as he was about to make a move, Xie Yan noticed him accelerating towards him. Whoa! Looks like I can't use Celestial Burial Palm, I have to pull it back. But the destructive power of S-Rank is extremely great. I have to dissipate some of his striking force before I can retract Celestial Burial Palm. If I retract too early, I'll be crippled by his attack. Too late, and I'll take a second hit, and still be crippled. He sighed, helpless. What follows is a decisive blow between the two sides. Xie Yan then used Celestial Burial Palm. The power of this technique is incredibly terrifying, only to see his whole body enveloped in a vast energy. The murderous aura on his face also revealed. Meanwhile, Li Joseph used Mad Chariot Battle Art. Its power was by no means inferior to Xie Yan. The instant they collided, Xie Yan saw an opportunity in an instant. Li Joseph's attack completely dissipated. Only then did he realize something was wrong here. Xie Yan then grabbed his fist and flashed a triumphant smile. Very good. Directly transferring innate true chi into him in the form of energy transmission, such movement is minimal, and outsiders can hardly detect it, only to see at this moment a stream of purple chi slowly transmitting through the fist into Li Joseph's body. He now realized this feeling was not right. Xie Yan completely disregarded the endurance of his own meridians and frantically transmitted energy. Well, there will be damage to the body, but who told the opportunity to be about to disappear? Without transmitting 3 parts of innate true chi in an instant, it would be difficult to damage the congenital body of a martial artist. By the time Li Joseph reacted, it was already too late. Next, all I need to do is control the innate energy within him while attacking. Xie Yan then used Divine First of the 5 Directions, opening the heavens, then detonated him, blasting him far away into the garden. This match can be considered a sure win for me. And it was. Soil and rocks splattered everywhere, shaking the area, and Li Joseph was nowhere to be seen after the previous blow. As for Xie Yan, he was using Nirvana Finger to temporarily heal himself. Very good. Not a trace of true chi leaked out. Everyone in the stands began to buzz and discuss. The explosion was too big. It seems like someone was knocked to the ground. Who won? Who won? Can't see clearly. The MC then hurriedly spoke up. Please everyone be quiet. Calm down. The results are coming soon. Before long, the cloud of dust gradually dissipated, revealing a huge hole in the arena. The audience now clearly saw Xie Yan. Xie Yan was still in the sky, his left foot stepping on his right foot. It's this terrifying. Xie Yan is okay. Could it be that Li Joseph has been defeated? To prevent everyone from continuing to speculate, the MC immediately announced the winner. Because the arena was destroyed from the beginning, whoever touches the ground first in this match loses, so the winner of this match is Team Skywhale Overlord Fist Xie Yan. Xie Yan immediately flashed a winner's smile. The barrier was also opened amidst the cheers of everyone. Xie Yan is so handsome, worthy of being an S-rank martial artist. That's right. Xie Yan's way of flying is even more handsome than other S-rank martial artists. Xie Yan quickly flew to Shangguan Zhao and Shangguan Yan. The two of them praised him endlessly when they saw him. Xie Yan bro is so awesome. Suddenly, at this moment, Li Joseph flew up from the ground. His subordinates immediately ran to support him, but he said, no need for you to support me. His face was now covered in blood, with no small amount of injuries on his body. He then spoke to his subordinates. You guys concede. Our team Mad Sand Battle Fist lost this match. He suddenly coughed and wondered to ask Xie Yan. Xie Yan, you clearly have such a powerful technique. Why didn't you use it from the start? Xie Yan smiled lightly and said, you wanted to test my 10 years of hard training. I also wanted to see if I could withstand the attack power of an S-rank by just defending. From that point of view, we are the same. The result proves that I won. Xie Yan smiled triumphantly as he said to him, but in his heart he thought, this guy is really powerful, to be able to stand up after enduring the explosion of 3 parts of my true qi. Although he's injured, it doesn't seem too serious. Hearing Xie Yan's words, Li Joseph suddenly laughed loudly. Ha! 10 years ago it was Shangguan Xiangba, the king of currency. 10 years later another Xie Yan appears. Ha! His insane laughter startled his disciples, afraid that he had been beaten into madness. Following that, Li Joseph left, but did not forget to turn his head back and say, I will be back. The MC then announced, the last 2 players of Team Mad Sand Battle Fist choose to concede. The match between Mad Sand and Sky Whale, Team Sky Whale Overlord Fist wins. Shangguan Yan suddenly lamented, Li Joseph, he is actually a respectable opponent. Hearing this, Xie Yan turned around, smiled, and told them, 10 years from now, you guys will definitely be able to beat him with your own hands. Let's go. Shangguan Yan accepted the encouragement and smiled. Yeah, definitely. On the other hand, Yan Baohuang and Meng Zhang stood in a corner observing and said to each other, Li Joseph was beaten until blood flowed from all 7 orifices, but on the surface, he looks fine. He clearly suffered internal injuries. This Xu Feng doesn't strike unless he's going for the kill. Hehehe, how interesting. He was passive and taking hits the whole time. And then suddenly he turned the tables at the end. I bet his fighting style is special. Or maybe he relies on the opponent using all their strength to attack, gradually unleashing his body's potential, pushing it to the extreme, and finally unleashing his ultimate move. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the counterattack. There was also someone else watching Xie Yan. It was Ge Hong. He smirked and exclaimed, his fighting style is unusually captivating. If it weren't for the signature pink color, I'd think he was a legacy-era combat master. At this moment, an organizer approached Ge Hong and announced, Sirs, because this match destroyed the entire arena, the organizing committee needs some time to repair it. There are 2 more rounds after this, and the duel between you and Kanglong Baquan is expected to be delayed until very late. Would you like to return to your room to rest first? He replied, No rush, we're all old friends here. We don't lack this little bit of time. The old friend he mentioned, none other than Xie Yan. Soon, sometime later, on the same day, the arena was repaired. The MC announced, because Chen Sheng of the Kanglong Baquan team and Yamada Hiroshi of the Nirvana Soft First team simultaneously left the arena, the match between the 2 disciples of Chang Sheng Liu ended in a draw. Now, the most exciting moment has arrived. Xie Yan of Kanglong Baquan versus Ge Hong of Nirvana Soft Fist. At this time, Xie Yan used Kanglong Ba Po Quan, while Ge Hong used ancient flow combat technique Thousand Hand Softbone Palm. The 2 sides attacked head-on, charging at each other. One side's power represents a Buddha, and the other represents a dragon. The moment these 2 streams of power met, they caused an incredibly terrifying earthquake, blasting a hole in the arena. The MC stood high above, watching, and excitedly shouted, The 2 contestants are exchanging blows. The match is very intense. Contestant Xie Yan is attacking continuously. The air is burning. Because of contestant Xie Yan's punches, the entire arena is much hotter, and contestant Ge Hong has used Thousand Hand Softbone Palm. This combat technique has been lost for 50 years. Once known as the strongest palm technique, unexpectedly contestant Ge Hong has used it. In this match, who will ultimately win? As soon as the MC finished speaking, Xie Yan unleashed Kanglong Baquan Dragontail Sweep towards Ge Hong. At first, Ge Hong used his hands to block this move, thinking it would be as easy to stop as eating candy, but unexpectedly the power of this move kept increasing. Ge Hong only realized now that before he could even do anything to resist, he was blown away by Xie Yan's move. Seeing this, the MC immediately exclaimed, Contestant Ge Hong has been hit. How much damage will he take? No damage at all. Contestant Ge Hong also has a long-lost combat technique with super strong defense, Xuanwu Shield. Xuanwu Shield! Although it doesn't have the same defense stats as the Tianjing Baquan, it's very good at blocking blows, and it's also a very excellent combat technique. It turned out that after Xie Yan's attack just now, Ge Hong was blown away, but he was completely unharmed. Phew, not bad, this old man has to reevaluate. Following that, Ge Hong did not hesitate, and immediately unleashed the ancient flow combat technique Xuanwu Shield. The MC was extremely excited at this time and shouted, "Contestant Ge Hong truly deserves to be called the living dictionary of combat. Each battle of his broadens our horizons. What surprise will he bring us next?" In the instant the MC finished speaking, Xie Yan attacked first with Changsheng Liu Kanglong Baquan. Immediately, a huge dragon appeared, opening its mouth wide, as if wanting to devour the opponent alive. Faced with such a situation, Ge Hong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he said very calmly, "As expected, just now was only the beginning, so now you're finally getting serious. Then let me show you a new move I just created." As soon as he finished speaking, Ge Hong's entire body was surrounded by streams of energy, like an arrow rushing quickly into the dragon's mouth. That is the one-section shocking wave, like a tornado created by streams of energy, directly flying to break apart Xie Yan's dragon. Not only that, but even the arena was destroyed once again. What a classic match. It was the same when Xie Yan fought Li Joseph. At this time, the MC said, "Too intense." Below, in the match between contestant Xie Yan, the arena has been completely destroyed. I can no longer see the situation of the battle. Suddenly, the audience fell silent, stunned by a continuous shaking tremor. They were guessing if this was an earthquake. Suddenly, inside the glass enclosure, the ground cracked non-stop. Everyone started to panic, not knowing what was happening. "This commotion is too big. I don't feel very safe. Worth the money, not at loss, buying the ticket for S-Class event." The MC nervously tried to reassure everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please don't panic. The protective barrier uses the highest level S-grade materials. It can't be easily broken. The current situation is a normal phenomenon. We are still very safe." Because the arena was destroyed, touching the ground would count as a loss, so both contestants attacked the ground to avoid touching the ground, causing the ground under pressure to be pushed outside the protective barrier, hence the shaking just now. The MC hurriedly explained to all the spectators present at the match. In other words, they are fighting not only in the air, but also underground. But as long as they don't break through the protective barrier, we will not be harmed. At this time, some people went down to the arena to see what was happening, because the area around the arena was beaten so much that earth and rocks had to rise up, blocking everyone's view. The audience was very anxious. "Hey, so we can't see anything at all? There was already a pile of sand and rocks flying out, now it's even worse, we can't see anything." Some viewers couldn't stand it anymore and demanded a refund. "Give me my money back! Refund!" The MC immediately shouted, "Please calm down, everyone. The staff will use cameras to transmit the footage to the screens for everyone." Even Xie Yan and Shengguan Yan and Quan Zhao, who couldn't see, had to go down to the arena to see how things were unfolding. Xie Yan thought to himself, the previous two matches ended so quickly. The two Rank S members of the Xinwu Association weren't fighting seriously at all, so I couldn't gauge their strength. But Xie Yan and Ge Hong are truly powerful. I initially thought I could definitely win with Yuan Ling, but now it seems uncertain, and I'm increasingly looking forward to the Changsheng Overlord Fist. Just how powerful will it be? As he was lost in thought, there was movement inside the protective barrier. Oh, it seems like this is about to be decided. As Xie Yan predicted, the dust within the barrier gradually settled. The MC announced, "Have contestants Ge Hong and Xie Yan determined a winner." Everyone in the audience became tense, wondering who would be the ultimate victor in this terrifying battle. Who knows? Maybe the fight isn't even over yet. Suddenly, the MC's face paled as he saw something and exclaimed in horror, "Heavens and earth, what the hell?" If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't believe that this scene was created by human beings. The MC looked down and saw that the entire area had been blasted into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, only Xie Yan was clinging to the edge of the barrier, while Ge Hong was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Ge Hong flew up from the depths of the abyss. "Ha! It seems that Headmaster Xie Yan has improved more than I thought." He looked a bit ragged now, his clothes torn. As soon as he landed, Ge Hong calmly said, "I lost today's match." The audience erupted in cheers and shouts of excitement and disappointment. "Hooray! The Kenglong Overlord Fist won! Headmaster Xie Yan is awesome. Headmaster Xie Yan is #1 under the heavens, ha ha ha. Those guys who bet Gaehong would win must be regretting it now. What? How is this possible? There must be some mistake. No way. Master Gaehong lost. This is a dream. This must be a dream. Before they could recover from their shock, the MC quickly announced, "This is a historic moment. The Kanglong Overlord First Team displayed extraordinary strength, defeating their old rival, the ever-victorious Nirvana Soft First Team. They are just one step away from the championship." Meanwhile, on Jaehong's side, his disciples rushed over to ask if he was all right. Jaehong didn't say anything, just smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just one lost match, let's go." As he was leaving, he suddenly stopped and looked at Xie Lin and his friends, regretting, "If only I could have a match with Xie Yan. To be honest, he's the one I wanted to fight the most, to see where he learned those mystical techniques." On Xie Lin's side, Guanzhao happily said, "The Nirvana Soft Fist lost. I thought he would be in the finals this year," Guanyan added. "Maybe even the Nirvana Soft Fist has to go someday." Xie Lin didn't pay attention to their conversation, but looked thoughtful as he watched Gaehong and his disciples leaving the arena. Before long, night fell. Gaehong sat alone in his private room, staring at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. "I had a premonition that this year would be the last time I was at my peak, and that my strength would only decline from now on. I had prepared myself for the future after winning the championship at my peak. But I didn't expect Xie Lian's growth to surpass my expectations. He is the closest to the Chengsheng Overlord First in all of history." He scrutinized himself in the mirror and sighed. "This decaying body of mine is probably at its limit. Xie Lian will only continue to improve. Today's defeat will haunt me for the rest of my life. Although I can wait until the day he dies, what meaning would the championship have then?" As he thought this, he saw Gaehong's aged image in the mirror. At that moment, he slammed his hand on the mirror, staring intently at it, his youthful appearance returning as he resolved, "Perhaps I should change." Meanwhile, outside, a large streak of golden light appeared. It was Xie Yan. He remembered the way Gaehong had looked at him, seeming very interested in his fighting techniques. Now is the perfect time to go find him and exchange cultivation methods of the Nirvana Soft Fist, even the Chengsheng Overlord Fist. Soon, Xie Yan arrived at the Nirvana Soft Fist team's housing area. Just as he was about to descend, he noticed Xie Lian outside the door with a grim expression, looking for Gaehong, followed by Ma Jiang and Yan Bahuang, but learned that Gaehong was not here and had been out for a long time. Elsewhere, Gaehong had gone into the forest to gaze at the moon, lamenting alone. Time flies by like a white horse flashing past. Now only this old man is still alive. The moon's age is merciless. Suddenly there was a sound, and someone approached. Gaehong calmly smiled and said, "So, you've come." A large beam of light quickly shot down to the ground. It was Xie Lian, who frowned as soon as he saw him, and said the truth. Then, Gaehong turned back and said, "This old man acts very cautiously. It's quite a feat that you were able to find me so quickly." At this time, Ma Jiang and Yan Bahuang also chased after him, and hurriedly called him, "Don't be rash. He has fallen into demonic transformation. Be careful, Headmaster Xie Lian, and don't underestimate the enemy." Hearing this, Gaehong lowered his head and shook it. "Young man, you are too hasty. Take a closer look. I haven't lost my mind, and I'm even suppressing the influence of the evil god seed. But I have a question to ask you. How did you know that I have an evil god seed on me?" Ma Zhang explained. "About 20 years ago, we identified the identity of a person spreading the evil god seed. Back then, the Shenwu Association spent a lot of effort to catch him, but when we finally found him, he was already dead, and the evil god seed on him had disappeared. After that, we continued to investigate this matter for several more years, but to no avail. Until a few days ago, we found out that the last person to contact him was you." Gaehong. Hearing this, Gaehong had nothing more to say, so that's how it is. Xie Lian suddenly spoke up. "When head instructor Meng told me, I didn't believe it, because when you fought me on the arena, you didn't show any signs of chaotic corruption. But now it seems head instructor Meng was right." Gaehong then explained that, at the time, he had only not yet stimulated the evil god power seed. It was only after losing to Xie Lian that he decided to unleash it. "In that case, Senior Gaehong, you've made the wrong choice." Xie Lian frowned and said, but Gaehong didn't think so and said, "You're also a fighting Rhea, and a peak level S1 at that. You should be able to understand. This old man has pursued martial arts for nearly 200 years, pouring everything into it. Although I've mastered the 100 styles of fighting, I still can't be like my mentor. able to create my own unparalleled fighting art. I can't even recover the everlasting overlord fists. Saying this, he looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, then said, "What a pity! How pitiful!" Then he added another sentence. "The history of fighting arts is very long, but only my mentor can break the rules. Although the nirvana-like fist can make me live forever, it also has weaknesses. Since I don't have the talent of my mentor, why not choose another path, find another way to go?" Hearing these words, Xie Yan's face became angry. "So this is the reason you fell into depravity, Genhong? What a waste of you living for nearly 200 years, ultimately trading something big for something small, living as a joke." Yan Bahuang and Mai Yang immediately chimed in. "Even if you use the power of level S to suppress the evil god power, you will eventually be completely eroded. One wrong step leads to 1,000 mistakes. You've stepped onto a path of no return." Suddenly, Gehong laughed loudly. "Ha ha! For those who don't share the same path, our ways are different. It seems only a battle will allow you to personally witness whether I've truly been eroded by the evil god power." As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them quickly charged forward, ganging up 3 against 1. At this time, the power of the 3 caused no small disturbances in the entire forest. The 4 of them continuously punched and kicked each other non-stop. After a while of wrestling, Ma Yang thought to himself, "Gehong's speed and strength are still increasing non-stop. We must fight fast and win quickly. Otherwise, if he completely loses his rationality and can't control himself, the consequences will be unpredictable." At this moment, Gehong unleashed a move. Evil God bestows 1,000-hand soft bone palm. Xie Yan then used the soaring dragon overlord fists. One side was evil, one side was righteous. Just like that, the two opposing forces collided, causing a huge explosion. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing Xie Yan's fierce expression and steadfastness. Then Ma Yang and Yan Bahuang, who were watching, joined forces to knock Gehong flying, smashing him against a large rock nearby. But Gehong was completely unharmed. His body was now like it was on fire, his heart was beating faster and faster. Although his strength had increased, he had to divide his attention during the battle to deal with the invasion of the evil god power. If he completely sealed it, he would lose all his strength. Gehong thought of this and shook his head inwardly. "No, I must stay awake." Then he looked up at the sky. The 3 of them were like an arrow, rushing down at the same time, wanting to attack him. As Ma Yang was flying down, he suddenly noticed a sharp streak of light rushing towards him. He quickly dodged with Xie Yan. The 3 of them, Xie Yan, Ma Yang, and Yan Bahuang, began to get annoyed. "It's you, Trisk. What should come doesn't, and what shouldn't come does." It turned out to be the chaotic corrupted level S fighting Ratia mysterious night raid. The raid from the airship that time. Taking advantage of the 3 of them being off guard, Gehong tried to escape, but Yan Bahuang noticed it. Not good, Gehong wants to escape. Hearing this, Xie Yan flew through one of the chaotic corrupted level S, fighting Rhea's arms, making her arms seem like air and being pierced through, quickly moving to block the path and prevent Gehong from escaping. This road is blocked. At that time, the chaotic corrupted level S fighting Rhea flew towards Yan Bahuang, continuously attacking him. Fortunately, Bahuang reacted in time, quickly raising his arm to shield his face. But he still didn't quite understand what was wrong with this person. Even though his arm was shattered, he was still fine. When he wasn't paying attention, she swung her sword and slashed at Bahuang, sending him deep into the ground, with rocks flying everywhere. Ma Yang hurriedly flew over, angrily grabbing her neck, and then punched her hard with the Azure Dragon Descent. Just like Ma Yang predicted, her body was just an illusion, and could recover back to normal. And just like that, the moment she recovered, she shot like a rocket towards where Ma Yang was standing, but luckily he dodged to the side just in time in order to move to help Gehong. But it seemed like when Gehong saw her, his expression was a bit strange and confused. At this moment, Xie Yan caught up and yelled, "Gehong, looks like you were already prepared to fall into depravity today, and even have someone helping you." Gehong angrily shouted, "Bullshit, I don't know this person at all." After saying that, she ignored Gehong and directly pointed her sword to attack Xie Yan. He didn't have time to react to her speed, and could only hurriedly block by grabbing the blade with his hand. In this urgent situation, Xie Yan didn't forget to shout at Gehong, "Gehong, if you still have a shred of humanity, then stay, don't go anywhere. Otherwise, you'll only go further and further down the wrong path." Gehong didn't bother listening to him and just left, saying before he left, "Human willpower can overcome the erosion of the evil god's power. I'll prove it to you all." Phew. Finally, she can't recover anymore. It's rare to see a kettle doula in this depraved state. The evil god's power in her body can affect our fighting spirit. No wonder she's been getting weirder and weirder. What a freak. Also, have you noticed? Other than self-defense, she only attacks when we want to leave. Maybe she wants to cover for Gaehong. I've never seen a depraved kettle doula who can restrain themselves so much. Although we haven't taken care of Gaehong, he only suffered minor damage. It's too dangerous for him to continue in the kettle doula tournament. It's fine for him to escape like this, but this newly depraved female kettle doula is basically not alive. Did we really kill her? That's just an energy body. We can't kill her, even if we gave it our all, can we? Trust me, I have a feeling she'll still appear. I just hope she doesn't affect our plan. I'm holding the sect leader's jade pendant to collect her aura, to make Yuan Ling's speed faster, and with the pure, infinite energy recovery body, fighting a kettle doula is indeed easy. Fighting one person and fighting 3 people is no different, all the same, though I can still fight, but it's not necessary anymore. The 3 people below are all my future opponents in the kettle doula tournament. Fighting sneakily like this, if I continue to fight, it'll be considered cheating against the system's mission. I should call Yuan Ling back to avoid delaying the mission. I didn't let Yuan Ling go all out, and didn't seriously injure these kettle doulas. Otherwise, I also wanted to see who is stronger, Yuan Ling or a Psi-level kettle doula. This Gaehong doesn't know where he ran off to. The speed of these S-level kettle doulas is really fast. Just now, even if I ignored Yuan Ling and chased after him directly, I would definitely catch up with him. Luckily, I predicted beforehand and took advantage of the opportunity when he was surrounded to let Qing Fire get close to leave a mark on his body. In the end, Qing'er almost got hit. Master, Qing'er can sense the direction of the mark. It's very far. Very far. It seems like he's gone out to sea. Beyond the distant sea, this evil god's power, you'll get a backlash if you're just a little careless. Without stopping, the erosion speed is even faster than when fighting others. This old man overestimated himself. Human willpower is still limited. Can't resist it forever. Maybe the Shenwu Association is right. Humans fundamentally cannot control the evil god's power. Not necessarily. Someone appeared. What kind of power is this? It can restrain it. Oh, isn't that Gaehong Xiansheng? No need to be so wary. I'm here to help you, not to harm you. Your thinking isn't wrong at all. Humans truly can control the evil god's power, and I am proof. You're also a fallen arena combatant, and what you say is true. That's right. Excellent. It couldn't be better. May I ask, what should I call you, Xiansheng? You can call me Shen Xu. The young lady who helped you earlier, stopping the Divine Martial Society and the Everlasting Conqueror's Fist, is my friend. So that's how it is, Gaehong. Thanks you both for saving my life. No need to be polite. But I've roamed the arena world for 100 years, and haven't heard of Shen Xu Xiansheng for decades. Just who is this Xiansheng, and why are his companions unconcerned about being surrounded and attacked by 3 people? Haha, it's normal that you don't know me. Tell me, Gaehong Xiansheng, do you know when this big tree sprouted? I don't know. 100 years ago, this place was still an island. But 500 years ago, it was just a submerged rock. But 1,000 years ago, this place was a vast ocean. I've lived in this world for far too long. The traces I've left on the world, including those who knew me, have disappeared with time. A long life has made me lose interest in everything around me. I don't belong to this society. No matter how developed civilization becomes, it has nothing to do with me. But I happen to meet you, Gaehong Xiansheng. You're a person with extremely rare talent. If it's you, it's very likely, no, not likely, but certain, that you can control the evil god's power and become my comrade. Today, I sincerely extend an invitation to collaborate with you, hoping that we can accomplish a great undertaking together. Shen Xiao Xiansheng, you have such vast supernatural powers. And yet there's something you can't do that you need me to help with. Of course, and it's something only you can do. At the same time that I discovered Gaehong Xiansheng, I saw that humans have unlocked the potential of the body, especially that Zhu Shi Xiansheng, the Everlasting Conqueror's Fist, his Everlasting Conqueror's Fist, is very suitable for integrating into the current cultivation method, which can make us even stronger. Gaehong Xiansheng, you were an early disciple of the Everlasting Conqueror's Fist back then, so you must have learned the Everlasting Conqueror's Fist, right? I hope you can impart it to me. In return, I will also impart my current cultivation technique to you, helping you control the evil god's power. We'll learn together, become each other's teachers, and strive together. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't have the secrets of the Everlasting Conqueror's Fist with me. and I haven't remembered them clearly for a long time. How about I teach you the Nirvana Gentle Fist first? It's considered 1/3 of the Everlasting Conqueror's Fist. It's still unclear how truthful this person is. I mustn't casually give him everything, even if he's an old monster who's lived for more than 1,000 miles. In that case, the Nirvana Gentle Fist is useless to him. Giving him this first is fine. Then let's begin. I'll teach you a fighting technique to completely control the evil god's power, the Heavenly Demon Ecstasy Art. To show my sincerity, the Heavenly Demon Ecstasy Art, although not the same as the fighting techniques of this world, is a peerless martial art of the Lord's world. The logic is also fundamental. With Gaehong's talent, it's not difficult to recognize that this technique is the real deal. People of this world can't cultivate true Ku, so I'll infuse him with a bit of true Ku so he can feel the true Ku flowing through his meridians. To be honest, I hope he can learn the Heavenly Demon Ecstasy Art, although the possibility is very small. An hour later, I've already imparted the introductory method of the Heavenly Demon Ecstasy Art to you. Next, it's Gaehong Xiansheng's turn to impart the Nirvana Gentle Fist to me. Okay, Gaehong has been a master. After all, he really knows how to teach people. I'm also learning the Nirvana Gentle Fist smoothly. The appearance of fluff on the surface of the body is a sign of entry into the Nirvana Gentle Fist. The requirement is met, but the system hasn't announced anything. As expected, the secret medicine is still needed. Can you give me the secret medicine of the Nirvana Gentle Fist now? Shen Zhu taught me the Heavenly Demon Ecstasy Art, and when I practice it, I really have a feeling, but my body still hasn't responded. Moreover, why do I feel that the evil god's power is corroding me more and more seriously? In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. That Shen Zhu drank it all without any suspicion. Is he so at ease with me? So trusting. This person is probably very straightforward. I shouldn't doubt him. Continue cultivating. The two of them focus on cultivating. Shen Zhu focuses on the Nirvana Gentle Fist. The system announces, Nirvana Gentle Fist, effect of prolonging life, slightly increases the life essence of the body and soul. Finally, the Nirvana Gentle Fist has been entered. Two truths. This time it didn't reduce my lifespan but increased it. It hasn't increased to the maximum yet. The announcement says the conditions are not met and it cannot be upgraded. What the heck is this? Gaehong Xiansheng. The Nirvana Soft Fist is different from other combat techniques. Are there any taboos during cultivation? No, as expected of Shengxiu Xiansheng. Having existed for thousands of years, you've discovered its mysteries so quickly. The Nirvana Soft Fist was created by Zhao Ji as a corrupted version. It can't possibly be like the Eternal Longevity Overlord Fist, which naturally increases lifespan. You absolutely have to drink a secret medicine every year to solidify your foundation. Otherwise, why do you think I carry the secret medicine with me? And even gave it to you for free. So that's it. The system's condition must be because of the secret medicine. It seems the Nirvana Soft Fist is even more complicated than other combat techniques. In that case, let's just fuse it directly. You've achieved your goal. Now it's my turn. Why don't I feel the surge of heat throughout my body like you said? Why? Are you lying to me? Gaehong Xiansheng is really muddled. All the combat techniques require a secret medicine to enter the door, and I haven't even given it to you yet. This guy is getting more and more impatient. The power of high-dimensional pollution. Even a grade S combat technique with a strong innate will can't withstand it. It hasn't even been that long. This isn't good. I feel uneasy. Gaehong Xiansheng, calm down. The most important thing when cultivating this technique is to avoid getting hot-tempered. Gaehong Xiansheng's current state means he can only cultivate to this point today. Xiansheng, please rest first, and we'll continue tomorrow. We've been stalling for so long, it's almost dawn. I should stabilize him, finish the match, and then figure things out. No. You can't leave. Please. Gaehong Xiansheng, let go of me. I still have to meet my comrades. This doesn't feel right at all. Could this guy... Don't talk to me. You can't leave now. You absolutely have to, today, right now, pass down all of that technique to me and teach me quickly. As expected, he can't suppress me. God's power. Gaehong Xiansheng, you need to calm down right now. If you continue to be angry like this, you won't be able to control the evil god's power. This guy was so loud before. Has he completely fallen so quickly? It can't be. It can't be. What is he planning to do? Evil god's power. Emperor's Heavenly Son's royal authority. Heavenly Seal suppressing chant. Two sides are challenging. Why not teach me? Didn't you say I was only one step away? Shengxiu, are you lying to me? Shengxiu, come out. I know you're not dead. Your abilities aren't just this much. You really aren't dead. Out of tricks, Shengxiu. With this level of attack, What can a large number of them do? What? The innate flower interlaced sword finger's power has also been raised, but the attack has already fallen after failing to hit the person, running backwards. Such strong control, and it looks like a small commotion. But the destructive power is only slightly inferior to the Scarlet Refinement. This move can't be taken directly. Shang-Xiu, come out here for me. This isn't enough to defeat me, and don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding underwater. Come out here quickly, and face the evil god's power. The heavenly official quaking cicada is like pure nothingness. Trying to get close to him is basically a freebie. He's not dead yet only, because he still had some wits left. Practically begging me not to go for the kill. My flower between heavens sword chi can hurt him, but his movement speed is just insane. As long as he's on guard, a direct hit is out of the question. Seriously, no surprise. He's the strongest brawler in this world. Guess I gotta use a hack. Sword manifests primordial spirit. HMPH Shen 2. You totally pulled one over on me. You and your buddies have been here this whole time. Evil God's power. Twin-headed serpent drill. Evil God's power. Tyrant's path kill fist. Evil God's power. Thousand-hand supple bone palm. Honestly, I actually wanted to let the primordial spirit clash with him a bit more, trying to use its Buddhist-style properties to see if it could wear down his fighting spirit, but turns out this dude's just getting more and more corrupted. If that doesn't work and he keeps losing his mind, then the Eternal Hegemon first is definitely out of reach. Mr. Shen 2, don't you dare hide from me now. You've lost your mind, yet you know how to get past the primordial spirit to attack me. You're basically asking to die, and Gehong's making such a huge ruckus. If this keeps up, those 3 S-rankers are definitely going to come sniffing around. Gehong, if you're so desperate for death, then I'll gladly grant your wish. Let me show you the never-before-seen power of my flower between heaven, sword finger. A powerful red light flared around us. Primordial spirit. All-out attack mode activated. The primordial spirit immediately lunged sword first at Gehong, who was radiating a defensive aura like some cursed beast. Normally, primordial spirits are the survival type. As long as an opponent's attack isn't strong enough to totally obliterate it in one hit, it's pretty much indestructible and immortal. But in all-out attack mode, the primordial spirit ditches self-recovery, dumping all its energy into attacking instead. And then that primordial spirit plunged its sword straight through his armor and into his shoulder, making blood gush out. As he regained his senses, Gehong immediately punched it hard, sending the primordial spirit flying far away. He clutched his wound, scoffing. The attack's gotten stronger again, and it's corrosive too, but its recovery is gone. Sure enough, that primordial spirit actually lost an arm. Before he could even finish, countless giant lightning orbs popped up in the sky, moving one by one. Perfect! Before, you were like some annoying fly, impossible to kill or shake off no matter how much I tried. Now, you're exactly what I wanted. I'll completely wipe you out. Then go handle Shen 2 right after. Just then, the ground below was ripped open by lightning, splitting into 2 massive cracks that stretched all the way from the upstream to the downstream plains, while scattered, branching lightning bolts zapped directly into some random mound of earth, creating bright flashes of light that lit up the sky. Inside his barrier, Shen 2 watched the spectacle above, muttering to himself. Gehong was already S-rank, and with the evil god's power juicing him up, his destructive force can even suppress true chi. No wonder the primordial spirit's power is already drained after such a short fight. The primordial spirit above, after a strenuous effort, slowly weakened and began to fade. Gehong seized the chance and lunged to attack, making Shen 2 secretly smirk. But it's over. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding explosion erupted in the dead of the night sky. After the clash, I saw Gehong still trying to push himself up, his body covered in wounds. He stumbled toward the male lead, muttering fragmented words. Give me, give me. As he said this, he placed his hand on Shen Xiu, praising. To be able to completely dissipate Yuan Ling, you are indeed very strong. It's a pity that Yuan Ling, in its full offensive form, uses the 100 Flowers Withering, innate true energy with each normal attack. As he said this, Gehong's mutated hand shattered and gradually dissipated, also because the evil god's power was truly formidable. You didn't die immediately, but persevered until now. With those words, he fell backward, his whole body turning into a pile of fragments that vanished with the wind. The male lead continued. But your evil god power also has its limits. Ultimately, it couldn't persist. To the end, Gehong's whole body emitted a white light, as if releasing a large amount of energy. You're already dead, Gehong, Shen Xiu said calmly. Still rooted to the spot like a jar, he raised 2 fingers and pointed them at his chest, continuing, "From the moment you chose to fight to the end with Yuan Ling, your ending was already sealed. Yuan Ling being destroyed only depleted half of my true energy, which can be recovered at any time. You're dead, truly dead. I didn't originally want to kill you, but there was no choice. You were too strong to keep around." As he said this, he lightly picked up a nearby peach blossom and admired it. Life, looking at the picturesque scenery before him, Shen Shu mused, "Jie Hong and I didn't exactly have a very compatible conversation, but I obtained a better, more complete, everlasting overlord first, from him, merging all three schools. But, whether it was him or me, we both underestimated the influence of the evil god power. Indeed, the world won't always pave a smooth path for me. I still have to follow the path of merging the soaring dragon overlord fist techniques." Lost in thought in the dawn air, Mei Shen Shu finally realized it was already morning. From a nearby mound, he shot straight into the sky. "Wasting so much time? Don't want to be late for today's martial arts tournament?" 2 hours later, at a certain headquarters, someone exclaimed, "Xie Yan Gej. Where did you go yesterday that you only came back this morning?" Xie Yan replied. "Just had a bout of insomnia in the middle of the night, and went for a stroll in the morning dew." "It's nothing." Shangguan Yan and Shangguan Zhao still struggled to keep up with Xie Yan, questioning, "We're not going to become a team that's disqualified for being late, are we? No way. Run faster." Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Time remaining. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second." Before the Heavenly Whale Overlord first team could finish speaking, the 3 members of Xie Yan's team quickly arrived at the location. Guan Yan was overjoyed. "We made it!" Alpha shouted into the mic. "They've appeared." The Heavenly Whale Overlord first team arrived just in the nick of time. Today, the final match between the Heavenly Whale Overlord first team and the Soaring Dragon Overlord first team is about to begin. Bag Huang was confused. "What's wrong with him? We already finished fighting before they arrived." "What was he doing yesterday?" Meng Zhang calmly replied. "That's his personal business. Why are you so nosy? It's not like he can catch up to the Nirvana Gentle Fist." Guan Zhao stuttered. So nervous. Wow. This is the first time little Zhao has been submerged in the sea. "My heart's never beaten this fast before," Guan Yan reassured her. "Calm down quickly. Our opponents today are no pushovers." Xie Yan glanced at the bamboo shoots in front of him and also offered comfort. "Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Getting this far is already great. Winning is one way, but losing is fine too." However, deep inside, he meant something different. Bullshit, of course we have to win, especially since he had said before that if the Shangguan sisters lost, they would hand over the Soaring Dragon Overlord Fist. "With a wave of my hand, I can let the Everlasting Overlord Fist appear before the world. I'll see about that today." Just like that, the area was sealed off, and even when they were getting beaten, there were still cheers from below. "Soaring Dragon Overlord Fist, go for it. Shangguan Yan is so cool, invincible defense." Suddenly, an announcement blared. "Ladies and gentlemen, after being suppressed for a long time, competitor Shangguan Yan has finally begun her counterattack." Xie Yan worried. "Miss Yan, watch out for that giant." Guan Yan immediately rushed forward to attack, grappling tightly. The host announced loudly, "Shangguan Yan has abandoned her familiar fighting style and switched to a different fighting method that the opponent didn't expect." The change in tactics directly landed a hit. Ignoring the continuous attacks on herself, she still held him tightly, driving him crazy as he screamed, You want to go down with me? Let go now." Competitor Shangguan Yan didn't let go until the last moment. In this match, both competitors simultaneously fell off the stage. Both of them lost. He was helpless at this point. "What karma have I created?" Another person ran over to support Guan Yan, saying, "Because Ms. Zhao would rather die than admit defeat, and Ms. Yan used tactics, both of them were injured." Guan Yan continued. "In the end, it was just wanting to try a little harder. If we didn't do that, we wouldn't have had a chance to defeat you." Guan Zhao then cheerfully ran over to ask, "Second sister, you were too reckless. Besides, there's no point in you winning like that, is there?" Guan Yan replied. "Actually, this match was just to prove myself. After all, I'm still the master of the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist. Even if it's only grade B, I still have to show some spirit. No matter how strong Mr. Xie is, he can't relearn the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist. The inheritance of the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist still depends on us." Xie Yan smiled. "Miss Yan is absolutely right. Me, along with the two of you, fighting all the way to the finals, is, on one hand, to learn from the top experts, and on the other hand, to hopefully make a name for the Heavenly Whale Overlord first, and contribute a bit of strength to the glory of the Heavenly Whale Overlord first. Leave the rest of the Soaring Dragon Overlord first team to me. Xie Yan is directly entering the match, Alpha excitedly shouted. Ladies and gentlemen, surprisingly, Wang Hu, the disciple of Master Xie Yan, directly concedes. Next up, we'll witness today's final match, which is also the final match of the semifinals, with Xie Yan of the Soaring Dragon Overlord First Team facing Xie Yan of the Heavenly Whale Overlord First Team, the one who ended Xie Yan's 100-year championship and the most mysterious person of the tournament, Xie Yan. How will these two fight? Who will ultimately advance to the finals with the Divine Martial Arts Society? Let's all look forward to it. Xie Yan thought to himself, Xie Yan doesn't have the evil god power. Although his destructive power is strong, it can't break through the heavenly seal of Zen. The main problem is, how do I win? If I use Yuan Ling and the flower between fingers, I'll be disqualified. The 8 difficulties demonic art and its kind won't be effective either. If not, then I'll use the move I used when fighting Li Joseph. Xie Yan spoke. If Mr. Xie Yan's style is mainly defensive, then I won't be polite. Saying that, he charged forward to attack. Xie Yan was flustered. He couldn't see where Xie Yan was. His speed is too fast, you can't even see him with the naked eye. Suddenly, Xie Yan threw a punch down. Luckily, Xie Yan managed to create a defensive shield in time. Xie Yan punched repeatedly at the shield, the speed gradually increasing. Xie Yan activated the skill Kang Long Tian Shen, creating thousands of punches instantly. A huge explosion occurred. Xie Yan was sweating. Unbelievable. That series of attacks just now all happened at the same time, and Xie Yan's speed and attack power are even more terrifying than Ge Hong after his fall. The speed of this type of attack is too fast, so the automatic counterattack of the Heavenly Crown Zen Tremor doesn't reflect back on him. Each time before activating the counterattack, he dodges to the side and launches a second attack, all the reflected power attacks everywhere but doesn't hurt him at all. After the Xiantian, Hushin, Zenki is almost infinite, but it takes a long time to convert from Xiantian to Hushin. His attack speed clearly exceeds your conversion speed, forcing you to use Nirvana Finger once. If this attack lasted longer, you might not even have time to use Nirvana Finger before being reduced to ashes. With such terrifying speed and power, you basically don't have a chance to use the tactics you used against Li Joseph. Using Yuan Ling would work, but the consequences are too great. It seems you can only wait to exhaust his physical strength. Seeing the dazzling light appear, everyone began to talk excitedly. It's starting! The commotion is too big. Just like when he fought Ge Hong. After all, he's an S rank, haha. Knew these two would fight to this extent. Alpha moved closer to the competition area, doing his commentary work. The match seems to have stopped. Could it be that they've already decided the winner? Let Alpha show you the real situation of the match. First appearing on the screen is Extreme Destruction. But don't worry. With the protective screen in place, nothing will happen to anyone. Then, we can see that neither of them has touched the ground. The fight continues. Xie Yan praised Xie Yan's defense. It's probably even stronger than the Heavenly Whale Overlord First, which is known as the strongest shield. Xie Yan also politely replied, Sect leader Xie Yan's series of instantaneous attacks have really opened my eyes. Xie Yan poured all his strength into his left arm, asking Xie Yan, are you ready to receive his full-strength move? Xie Yan's face stiffened. Full strength. Was that not full strength just now? Xie Yan shot like an arrow towards Xie Yan. Luckily, he dodged the attack just now. Xie Yan's fist fell straight into the arena's protective barrier. Xie Yan seemed to have discovered something. He actually missed. Xie Yan jumped into the air, began to attack in all directions, the protective barrier shaking violently accordingly. A huge fist aimed straight at Xie Yan. The destructive power was so great that it cracked the barrier. Seeing that Xie Yan's shell was still there, Xie Yan transformed his hand into the giant claw of a dragon, grabbing the shell as easily as grabbing an egg. The audience outside also noticed that the barrier had been broken, exclaiming, this match is even more fierce than the fight with Nirvana Gentle Fist. The ground underneath also began to shake violently. Xie Yan unleashed his ultimate move, Shen Long Ba Tian. His whole body transformed into a giant dragon. The people around now started to worry. Isn't this a bit too much? Something's about to happen. Everyone was super worried about Xie Yan when, boom, a massive explosion ripped through the arena, completely shattering the protective barrier. Not only that, but it sent Alpha flying too. Luckily, a girl caught him before he could fall. The audience scattered like crazy. What happened? To completely safe? Immediately, some martial artists rushed up to calm the audience. assuring them there were no casualties. Xie Yan was completely stunned by the scene before her. The arena floor was cratered, leaving a huge hole. Xie Yan, floating in the air, thought to himself, he totally did that on purpose, but what's he up to? From inside the hole, Xie Yan looked up and simply said, looks like I lost. With that, he leaped up to Xie Yan, bracing against the giant boulder, and announced, this match is over. The Kangalong Bakwon team loses. Saving people is more important now. After the match, the arena was pretty much destroyed. Alpha limped over to Xie Yan, leaning on crutches. Xie Yan frankly admitted his mistake, but also criticized the organizers for their poor preparations. He'd cover 80% of the damage, and they could handle the rest. Alpha bowed his head in apology. But the materials for the barrier are really expensive. It'll probably take 2 days to completely repair it. Xie Yan continued, but today it was just me and Xie Yan, 2 level S fighters, going at it like that. The finals have 3 level S participants. If the barrier is still as weak after the repairs, I suggest we clear the audience to avoid injuries. Alpha agreed and said he'd pass it on to his superiors. Then he bolted. Xie Yan sensed Xie Yan approaching from behind and greeted him. Xie Yan, the master of the dojo, can we talk for a bit? Xie Yan and Xie Yan were chatting under the streetlights. Xie Yan remembered when the Shangguan sisters came to him. You're here to learn Kanglong Bakwon? Don't worry, I'll keep my word, follow me. At a huge mansion, 3 hours later, the red-haired man stood in a corner, musing. Not bad. The key to Kanglong Bakwon is speed, precision, and decisiveness. Xian Xiansheng has a great foundation. Looks like he's about to get the hang of it. The young man was practicing boxing. The young man leaned against a spot, panting, and chuckled. That's because you're a great teacher, Xie Yan. What's next? Xie Yan quickly replied to Xie Yan. I've taught you everything. Next is relentless training. You don't need to train here. He tossed the young man a small vial of medicine and said, take this. The man grinned and said, secret medicine. Without this, you'd never get the hang of it, no matter how talented you are. The muscular young man stuffed the vial into his pocket and laughed. Thanks. In a room next door, behind a red curtain, Xie Yan leaned back against the wall and said, Xiansheng, there are a few words I want to say to you. Hear me out. His face darkened as he said solemnly, the leader of the Shenwu society, Meng Zhang, is strong. If your performance at the arena was your full strength, you'll definitely lose. The young man didn't flinch and calmly replied, Qi Lian Guanzhu, do you have so little faith in me? They were still in discussion. The man sighed. It's just a rational analysis. This final will not be peaceful. If you don't have any stronger trump cards, I sincerely advise you to give up the competition and take the Shangguan sisters away. Xie Yan wondered. It seems that the Red Flame Master knows something. The redhead quickly replied, I don't know anything. You should leave. Walking along the corridor, the young man muttered to his white owl, Chingur, looking annoyed. Damn Chrysanthemum. The Red Flame dares to look down on the great Lord Chrysanthemum? Chrysanthemum only uses 3 or 4/10 of his ability. It's only natural to be looked down upon. Xie Yan grinned smugly and said, I'm actually very curious. What will happen in this final? At night, in front of the porch of a large villa, 3 beautiful girls were together. Shang Guanjiao happily saw the man. Ah, Xinyan Geije, you've come at the right time. The finals date has been announced. The hotel waitress politely said to everyone, because the materials for the protective barrier are too scarce, it will take 2 more days. Therefore, the final will be held in 2 days. During this time, you can rest well, or you can play around in the city according to the sightseeing route I've drawn out. We will arrange everything for you during the tour. The beautiful blonde girl was acting coy, saying to the young man, Let's go out and play, Xi Yan Gage. You've been working so hard these past few days. Let Xiaojiao help you relax. Shangguan Yan, with a stern face, hit her younger sister on the head, causing a large bump to appear on the little girl's head. We just fought a strong enemy. Now is the time to calm down and improve our strength. Why do you only think about playing every day? Xie Yan happily said to the Shangguan sisters. You can't say it like that. A forced melon is not sweet. Combining work with rest is half the battle for successful cultivation. The girl with tan skin immediately brightened up when she heard the young man say that, and threw herself into his arms. Then we. The young man used his hand to block the girl's head, laughed, and said, So you two go out and relax a little. I have arrangements for these 2 days. The younger blonde sister was disappointed when she heard that. What's the point of a day without Xi Yan Gei by my side? Shangguan Yan wondered. Xi Yan Sheng, you've been sneaking out when we weren't paying attention these past few days. Do you have arrangements that you can't tell us about? Xi Yan quickly replied. Some things, if you know them in advance, there won't be any surprises. I'll be absent one last time. Today, tomorrow, I have something good for you to see," the young man continued. "These past few days, you two have been tired and injured a lot. It's time to rest a little. Go on, go have fun." He smiled brightly, waved his hand in greeting, and said, "I know how to cook. You don't have to worry about me." The Shangguan sisters whispered to each other, "Second sister, since Xie Yan has said so." A small room was lit up in the night. An hour later, Xie Yan's body was enveloped in a source of light. The soul of a billboard dragon appeared, displaying the Kanglong Baquan skill at level LV0. Effect: Kanglong's own body, extremely powerful. The young man sighed. Phew, the last technique of the eternal life stream is also in sight. The billboard continued to display. Kanglong Baquan extremely burns the soul to enhance energy and speed. Continuing to level up will greatly reduce the soul's lifespan. The young man was thoughtfully reading the content appearing on the billboard, and then analyzed. Trisk. No wonder it's the Kanglong Baquan, the strongest attack. Its extra words are even more brutal than the Tianjing Baquan. Next is the most important moment. After fusion, I will get the Eternal Life Overlord first. It's just my guess, but whether I can get it, only heaven knows. Jihong also said that the Eternal Life Overlord first has weakened after being split. If it can't be fused, then I can only finish the match and go find the original in Jihong's clan. But that would add even more variables. The young man clicked on the screen repeatedly and said, "Come on, system. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this moment." Suddenly a message appeared. Evolution started. Fuse Tianjing Baquan, Nirvana Gentle Fist, Kanglong Baquan, requires 300 source points. Confirm. Skill Tianjing Baquan, Skill Nirvana Gentle Fist, Skill Kanglong Baquan. Xie Yan couldn't contain his emotions and shouted joyfully, Ooh, it can be fused. Heaven really still loves me. Come on, combine." A new content appeared on the billboard. Innate Realm First Layer, remaining source points 28,126.40409, Eternal Life Overlord Fist Remnant Grade, not yet initiated. Skill Introduction. Formed by the fusion of Tianjing Baquan, Nirvana Gentle First, Kanglong Baquan, the three martial arts, able to glimpse the divine might of the former Eternal Life Overlord First. The young man read the content in the billboard and analyzed. After fusion, it became a remnant version, and the grade even regressed. LV didn't become uninitiated, but it's not surprising. The billboard appeared again. Deducing the Eternal Life Overlord First technique requires consuming 1,500 source points. Please confirm whether to deduce or not. Yes, no. The teenager continued to analyze. If there is a remnant version, it can be deduced. Trisk. The hard-earned source points have returned to the starting number. He clicked yes on the billboard. Information continued to appear. Innate Realm First Layer. Remaining source points 131,449. Eternal Life Overlord Fist Remnant Grade. Not yet initiated. Skill Introduction. The law of using force to prove Tao. Body like a giant whale. Surging power like a masterless Kanglong. After cultivation can increase the lifespan of the body and soul. A figure appeared at a mountain peak. Several people were practicing martial arts on the path leading to the top of the mountain. After a moment, Xie Yan counted his fingers and said, after digesting it through the system's forced entry into my body, now I'm about to touch the entry point of the Eternal Life Overlords first, but I'm just a little short, still not initiated. He scratched his head in frustration. As expected, I still have to take medicine. I thought using the fusion system could skip this step. Suddenly he shouted, Chinger, come here! There's work to do. The beautiful girl quickly appeared and rushed to hug the young man. I'm here. They're already in talks. I'm going to scout around the tournament organizer's HQ to see where the panacea is. Should Chinger just snag it directly? The young man chuckled and said, No need. If something happens to the tournament because of this, the loss would be too great. Besides, I have my own mission to complete, he thought to himself. Who knows what'll happen in the finals? They might even gang up on me. I can accept failing the mission, but I can't fail to get my hands on the panacea. The beautiful girl, already halfway through the door, didn't forget to turn around and wave goodbye to Xie Yan. Okay, Qingweir's heading out. The young man waved back and instructed. All right, be back soon, the man thought. If the mission fails, knowing the location of the panacea might allow me to improvise a heist. The young lad picked up the landline to make a call. saying, "2 days left. My online orders should be arriving soon." After their shopping spree, the Shangguan sisters returned the next day. The girl with the tan skin happily lugged a ton of stuff and ran towards the man. "Xie Yan, I'm back." Suddenly, the two girls froze in front of a frightening-looking pot of concoction. What is that? Could this be? Surprise. Xie Yan abruptly appeared behind the Shangguan sisters, his face looking sinister as he whispered, "That's right, the surprise is, I'm taking you girls to give birth." The two girls were so terrified they turned pale. Shangguan Yan and Shangguan Jiao, faces flushed, exclaimed, "Gee, I give birth." Shangguan Yan, a little bewildered, "Xi Xian Sheng. What are you talking about?" Xie Yan smiled and replied, "To cook this pot of soup, I've been preparing the ingredients since I got here. Let me tell you, this stuff is super nourishing. Just soak in it for a while, and you'll feel your whole body go numb. Then a baby will pop right out. Not only that, but it can also extend your lifespan." Shangguan Jiao, standing beside her, teased, "Xie Yan Gage, that's not how babies are made. Or, we can head to my room, and I can teach you." Shangguan Yan couldn't take it anymore and quickly went over and smacked her sister. She scolded her, blushing. Where is your self-respect?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xie Yan immediately explained, All right, I was just kidding. I'll explain everything clearly to you now. Martial arts have developed in this world for over 1,000 years, but apart from the everlasting domination and nirvana gentle fist, other martial arts require burning one's will to strengthen the body. The story of everlasting domination has proven that strengthening both the physical body and the will at the same time is difficult. But if you only strengthen the will, or even use the physical body to strengthen the will, it becomes much easier. Following this idea, the Sword Immortal sect has a spirit-nurturing art. Following the ritual can transform a person into a spirit conduit, giving birth to a spirit protector. The strength of the spirit protector depends on the person, but for the most part, it won't affect their fighting style. It just means that after becoming a spirit conduit, they will have a stronger will and increased lifespan. Xie Yan continued, "Soon after meeting you two, I found a way to collect the materials for the spirit-nurturing art. The past few days were crucial, so I neglected you two a bit. Please forgive me." Shangguan Yan looked at him with a confused and bewildered expression. She blankly asked, "So Zhishan Sheng wants to help us become spirit conduits?" Shangguan Jiao, standing beside her, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Spirit conduits, spirit protectors. Sounds interesting." Xie Yan smiled slyly, looking at the eerie pot of water before him, and replied, "That's right. The liquid in this pot is prepared for you to become spirit conduits." And his heart, he thought, "When I became a spirit conduit, I used up countless treasures, and even had Bai Meng Meng chanting incantations by my side. But through system fusion and upgrades to the spirit conduit art, I have gained a much deeper understanding. Precious materials can be replaced, or it would be hard to collect all the materials in these short few days." After looking at the pot of water, Shangguan Jiao's expression immediately changed. She frowned uncomfortably, saying to Shangguan Yan beside her, "Ew, it looks just like that mung bean soup you made the first time, sis." Xie Yan smiled gently and said, all right, stop staring. Entering the spirit conduit art is more like a ritual than cultivating a martial art. It relies on precious materials to connect to heaven and earth and gain enlightenment. So as long as there are no mistakes in preparing the ingredients, there won't be any problems, hopefully. There's only one pot, so you two should take off your clothes and get in together. Shangguan Yan blushed with embarrassment as soon as she heard that and shouted, Take off our clothes." Will Zhishan Sheng be watching too? In contrast to her sister, Shangguan Jiao seemed completely at ease, without a trace of embarrassment. She rushed to cling to Xie Yan. "Xie Yan Gag. If you want to see little Jiao, you can look as much as you want," Xie Yan said. "Stop fooling around, get in while it's hot." He turned to gently say to Shangguan Yan, "I still need to chant incantations to enhance the spiritual power of this simplified Xuan Yin Yimu ranking soup, so I won't be leaving. Don't worry, I won't peek, just soak in it." Shangguan Jiao quickly took off all her clothes, saying gleefully, "I don't mind, Xie Yan Jij. If you want to see little Jiao, you can look as much as you want." Shangguan Yan frowned at her sister's shamelessness and scolded, "Xiao Jiao, shut your mouth and get in now." After a while, the two sisters stepped into the pot together to soak. Shangguan Jiao said in surprise, "It looks scary, but it's actually very comfortable to soak in." Shangguan Yan also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's warm. It's really comfortable." Jiao started teasing Xie Yan again, coquettishly saying, Xie Yan gauge. Come closer, I can't hear you from so far away, Xie Yan said with a serious face. Are you ready? I'm starting the incantation now. Ju Wu Tianzun. In his heart, he thought, Bai Meng only learned half of it back then, so she could only rely on the rules of using scripture formulas to increase spiritual power. I don't need to be so troublesome, but to be on the safe side, it's better to use this method. As soon as Xie Yan started chanting, the water in the pot began to boil. The heat of the water made the two sisters' faces flush, and sweat poured down. Shangguanjiao cried out uncomfortably. Sis, I feel so hot, Shangguanyan quickly said. Hang in there. Spanning across the 10 directions, often bestowing mighty divine power, saving and delivering sentient beings from the path of delusion, the water became even hotter, and the two sisters hugged each other in pain. I can't take it anymore, sis. I'm about to. Xie Yan continued to chant non-stop. Sentient beings are ignorant, like blind men carrying the sun and moon. I am originally from the great void. Amidst the vast and boundless expanse, auspicious clouds opening the gate of life, ominous omens blocking the door of death. What is issued from the profound origin, to communicate with the mechanism of auspiciousness. The two of them were screaming incessantly in the back, but Xie Yan was completely oblivious. He wondered, what the heck are they saying? Hearing the increasingly loud noises, Xie Yan couldn't help but turn his head, asking hurriedly, what's going on? The water in the pot was now completely dry, and the two sisters were hugging each other, panting for breath. A tiny, incredibly cute spirit beast appeared from the mouth of the pot. Xie Yan smiled with amusement and praised, you two have even more talent than me. One step, and you've already summoned a complete spirit protector. Well done. People of this world really can become spirit summoners. Now, there's no need to worry about these two having short lifespans anymore. Suddenly, Xie Yan felt like something was off. He glanced around, then said in astonishment, wait, why is there only one? Did only one succeed? Whose octopus is this? Shangguanyan immediately said, this one seems to be mine. At the same time, Shangguanjiao also said, Xiaojiao can sense it, so it must be Xiaojiao's. Seeing this, the two sisters looked at each other blankly, not understanding what was happening. Xie Yan shook the octopus. Hey, you're saying that since both of them can see you, it's a success. Suddenly, Shangguanyan shouted, wait a minute, forget about the octopus. Hurry, and put on your clothes. Shangguanjiao hurriedly said, these are my clothes, you put on mine by mistake. After calming down, Xie Yan held the octopus in front of them and said, it could be because you two soaked in the same pot, or it could be because of your bloodline co-cultivation, so both of you are having a reaction. Try retracting it, and you'll know whose it is right away. The two sisters worked together to retract the octopus. Just then, the flame wraith Qingye appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the scene before her, she said worriedly, Master, I'm back. What happened to them? Xie Yan calmly explained. I'm teaching them spirit summoning, but only one spirit protector was born. It seems like they're both resonating. The ritual has no problem, so where exactly is the issue? The flame wraith Qingye approached and said, Master, I have something to report. I carefully searched their place for a whole day, almost turned the place upside down, but don't even mention the secret medicine. I couldn't even find a single pellet. I couldn't find anything. Xie Yan stared at her blankly. Nothing. How is that possible? Looks like I didn't look in the right place. Or someone took it with them. Speaking of which, Shenwu Association agreed to give me the almighty secret medicine. Why is there no activity in the end? At this moment, there was a sudden noise from behind. Xie Yan hurriedly said to the flame wraith Qingye, they're waking up, Qingye. You go inside first. In the future, appear before the Shangguan sisters in the form of an owl, and don't speak. The flame wraith Qingye obediently nodded in agreement. Okay, on the other side, the Shangguan sisters clutched their heads in pain, saying tiredly, painful, dizzy, still hurts. Where did Master Xie go? Xie Yan quickly ran over and said, I'm here. You guys retracted the spirit protector. You fainted because of overstimulation. Tell me, how did it feel when you retracted the octopus? Shangguanyan immediately said, it's like my whole body was torn in half. My head hurts so much, Shangguanjiao continued. A flash of light went by, and then there was nothing after that. It feels like there's an idea in my head, but only half of it. Shangguanyan asked Xie Yan in confusion, Master Xi, what exactly is going on here? Xie Yan shook his head helplessly and replied, I don't know either. A situation like today is too rare. We can only experiment and observe many times to find out. Try summoning the spirit protector again, can you? Shangguanjiao said in panic. Oh, why does my head suddenly hurt so much? Yan chimed in. Let's try. We can't just leave the problem unsolved forever. Then the two Shangguan sisters immediately summoned the spirit beast, and after a while, the octopus from before appeared. Seeing this, they cheered happily. It's here, Xie Yan continued. Retract it, okay? Next step, Xiao Zhao. Don't move, Miss Yan. Try retracting it yourself. Yan nodded in agreement. Okay. Half of the spirit body was illusory, but didn't disappear. The power of Shangguan Jiao is the same as that, Xie Yan said to them. Then next, try retracting it together. After a while later, Xie Yan said, well, after experimenting and eliminating, both of you retracting and summoning it together makes it a normal spirit protector. He pondered in his heart. Could it really be because the two of them soaked in the same pot that the spirit protector was split in half like that? Shangguan Jiao suddenly said at this moment. That's right, Xie Yan Gage. You also have a spirit protector, right? Summon it so we can see it. Xie Yan said to her. You want to see it? All right. I'll let you see my Qing'er. Then, Xie Yan quickly summoned his spirit beast. It immediately flew over and settled on Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yan happily exclaimed, OMG, it's so cute. An owl, Shangguan Jiao, standing nearby, immediately came over to tease. Haha, I can't believe this is brother Xie Yan's guardian spirit. It's so chubby. Qing'er immediately got super annoyed by her words and flared up, quickly biting her. Shangguan Jiao shrieked, Ow, that hurts. Why are you so fierce, you naughty bird? I'm totally gonna catch you, Shangguan. Yan quickly reminded her sister, Xiao Jiao. Stop teasing it. Then she turned to Xie Yan and said, Mr. Xie, I can feel my ears and eyes getting clearer, and my whole body feels super refreshed. This spirit-linking ritual is seriously effective. Thank you for everything, Xie Yan, awkwardly demurred. Don't thank me. I'm actually a bit uneasy with this unexpected turn of events. Shangguan Yan smiled and continued. No matter what, Mr. Xie, you've gone to great lengths for us two sisters. Besides, it really worked, so we absolutely have to thank you. It's only proper. Thank you for always sticking with us, for cheering us on. Thank you for appearing in our lives, Mr. Xie. The enchanting ghost, Qing'er whispered into his ear. That big sis is truly a good person. Qing'er even wants to sing a thank you song for Master on her behalf. Xie Yan immediately told it. Don't just hand out, nice guy, cards so casually. It's a pity that Qing'er in her current state has no innate emotions. Besides, as guardian spirits, they are now spirit-linked beings. In the future, during cultivation, they just need to reinforce the spirit nurturing technique, and their soul lifespan will increase. I will eventually leave this world. Since we've gotten acquainted, consider this my gift to them, Zhang Hongjun said to the two of them. According to the original plan, we'd be facing the Kanglong Overlord's fist in the finals. I didn't expect the Crimson Refining Hall Master to actually lose to Xie Yan in the end. Yan Bahuang smiled calmly and said, Sister Hong, you don't need to worry. Xie Yan isn't really someone for us to be concerned about, is he? Zhang Hongjun asked, puzzled. Why do you say that? Yan Bahuang then said. Ask the chairman. He'll deal with him. She stared blankly at Chairman Mai Zhang. What does he mean by that? Mai Zhang seriously replied, From Xie Yan's recent matches, I can see his primary advantage is defense. The Heavenly Might Overlord first even has an air-stepping technique with very little movement, almost as if it was tailor-made for the arena. But his weaknesses are also very clear. Insufficient explosive power, limited offensive maneuvers, and, most critically, his movement speed and reaction time aren't much worse than other S-ranks. To sum it up, in the arena, it's super hard for Old Yan to beat him, but it's also impossible for him to beat Old Yan. Yan Bahuang immediately interjected, him. All right, Chairman, why are you using me as an example? Mai Zhang continued. To defeat him, one must master a more profound force transmission technique, allowing the power to penetrate his protective barrier and strike his internal organs directly. Only then can real damage be inflicted upon him. In this world, only I and the Nirvana Soft Fist Master, Ge Hong, have grasped this kind of technique. The Crimson Refining Hall Master barely knows it, but for him, it's extremely mentally taxing, requiring extensive probing and analysis. He was too lazy to expend the effort, which is why he deliberately lost to Xie Yan. Yan Bahuang immediately turned and said, Speaking of Ge Hong, that old man vanished without a trace after that day. Zhang Hongjun also chimed in, and that fallen maiden's fighting style was really eerie. Is she really dead? Mai Zhang then said, Whether those two are dead or alive, for now it doesn't concern us. We have more important matters to attend to. In short, leave Xie Yan for me to deal with in the finals that day. He won't be able to turn the tables. Ba Huang, Hongjun, you two continue to liaise with the island government, making sure nothing goes wrong, Yan Ba Huang replied. Got it? Zhang Hongjun nodded and said, Don't worry, Chairman. On the day of the finals, Xie Yan sat in the car, glancing at the surrounding scenery. It's already the finals, yet there are so few people on the streets. Shouldn't it usually be a literal ocean of people out there? Zhao Hui, sitting opposite, immediately said, Because, Mr. Xie Yan's previous match with the Crimson Refining Hall Master caused too much destruction, the island's Republic government warned us. Now, ordinary people are no longer allowed near the competition. Even the surrounding residents have all been evacuated. All spectators can only watch the battle on TV. Xie Yan smiled and said, Is that so? Then they must have to refund a lot of ticket fees. What a bummer, huh? He thought to himself. Is this what Crimson Refining was waiting for? Damn it, this is starting to feel like they want to stir up major trouble. Zhao Hui continued. To give the audience a more comfortable and spectacular experience, the cost here is completely irrelevant. We've arrived at the arena now. 3 of you, please. Shangguan Yan turned to her sister, Xiao Zhao, and asked, Are you feeling nervous? Shangguan Zhao replied, brimming with excitement. Not at all. I'm feeling super hyped right now. It's the finals. We're not dreaming. We actually made it to the finals. Shangguan Yan awkwardly said to Xie Yan. Regarding tactics, sorry, Mr. Xie, that A rank from the Divine Martial Guild isn't ordinary either. This time, Xiao Zhao and I might not be able to handle her. You might have to deal with all the members of the Divine Martial Guild team by yourself. Xie Yan smiled and replied, It's fine. It's probably just 1 A rank, no biggie. Just try your best and do what you need to do, without any regrets. The Heavenly Might Overlord First Team is on stage. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everyone, to the 11th Global Fighting Tournament Finals. Anshpa, standing above, excitedly announced, Due to some unforeseen circumstances, all general admission tickets for this year's finals have been canceled. The majority of spectators are required to watch the match live on TV, but please don't worry. For today's final match, we'll be using super high-speed cameras to record the entire scene. We guarantee you won't miss a single exciting moment. Xie Yan scanned the stands, wondering, Xiang, why is the Crimson Refining Dojo Master the only one in the audience? Where are all the others? I mean, I get it if ordinary folks aren't watching, but even the combatants aren't here. Zhao Hui told him. My colleagues mentioned that the Republic Kingdom government invited a bunch of combatants to a founding anniversary celebration yesterday. Didn't expect so few people to actually show up, Xie Yan pondered, thinking, Is something about to go down? First, the Divine Martial Guild's captain is stepping onto the stage for the opening match. They're showing no mercy to the Heavenly Might Tyrants, knowing that the Heavenly Might Tyrants will, of course, send out their only S-tier fighter, Xie Yan. He looks so relaxed and confident. Is he just banking on his own strength, or does he already have a strategy to beat 2 S-tiers? Let's all wait and see. Down below, the Shangguan sisters were cheering like crazy. Go, brother Xie Yan! Go, Xie Yan! Xie Yan said to him, Didn't expect my match with Guildmaster Meng to come around so fast. Why not let White Tiger fight me first? Mai Zhang replied coldly. We have our own arrangements. Today's decisive battle, no matter which side wins, will definitely go down in history. But who will claim the title of champion? The answer to that question is about to be revealed. For this decisive battle's first match, who will make the first move? Before Alpha could even finish his sentence, Xie Yan suddenly cut in. Hold on a sec. I've got a few words to say, Alpha then continued. Xie Yan's made his move. The first attack, launched by him, we can see. What? Contestant Xie Yan, could you possibly fight first and then talk? Oh, really? Xie Yan stubbornly refused, saying firmly, Nope. To be honest, I'm way more interested in the actual prize than just the champion's title. This Challengers tournament has had nothing but problems, right from the start. I'm genuinely a bit worried the organizers won't actually cough up the prize in the end. Other stuff is fine, but I need to see the omnipotent panacea before the match officially starts. Please, bring it out for me to check first, contestant Xie Yan. The champion's prize is only brought out during the awards ceremony, after all the matches are done. It's always been like this, sir. If you could just finish the match, then... Xie Yan immediately cut in. No, I need to see the omnipotent panacea now. Alpha, standing above him, helplessly stammered. This. Okay, fine, I'll go talk to my superiors. Only then did Xie Yan calmly say, All right, hurry up please, don't waste time. The audience is practically on the edge of their seats, Guildmaster Meng. It's cool if I fight after I've seen the omnipotent panacea, right? Mai Zhang replied, Suit yourself. Seeing this, Xie Yan immediately challenged him. Frankly, someone swore they'd get me what I wanted, but in the end I still have to put in all the effort myself, Mai Zhang awkwardly replied. Our capabilities are limited. It seems we might have been a bit too generous. A moment later, Alpha announced from above. Contestant Xie Yan, your superiors have agreed to your request. Once you've seen it, you gotta start the match quickly. Xie Yan smiled and replied, Don't worry. Would I, Xie Yan, ever be a bother to anyone? After that, an assistant quickly brought the omnipotent panacea over for him to examine. Mr. Xie Yan, this is the omnipotent panacea you requested. Xie Yan glanced at it, then promptly tossed it toward Mai Zhang. Esteemed guild master, you know more about this than I do. Care to give it a look for me? Better safe than sorry, right? Help me out here. Mai Zhang seriously picked up the bottle to examine it. He told him, the omnipotent panacea contains a medicinal ingredient exclusive to the Shangxi Corporation. Its characteristic is that when exposed to air, it absorbs light and reflects five-colored light. It's usually stored sealed in CO2 gas, forming a snow-like substance when surrounded by CO2. Right now, only the scent of the ingredient would react with CO2. So based on my initial analysis, this seems to be the real deal. If we want a more detailed analysis, it'd have to go into an experimental lab. Alpha, from above, told Xie Yan. The lab report will only be ready in 20 minutes. If Mr. Xie Yan needs it, we'd require 2 hours to conduct the full experiment for you. Xie Yan flatly refused. Nah, it's cool, no need. With the guildmaster's eye on it, I totally trust it, young lady. Please take this omnipotent panacea back now. Awesome. Now that the omnipotent panacea's existence is confirmed, even if the competition goes sideways, this thing can't run off. Over on the other side, Qingreier said impatiently. Hey brat, stop dozing off, see that bottle? We gotta keep a close eye on it with me next. Shangguan Yan said to her sister, Mister, she is such a handful for the organizers, they're probably secretly cursing him out right now. Shangguan Jiao immediately defended Xie Yan. Brother Xie Yan did the right thing. You have to confirm the prize before you fight, right? If you win but the prize has problems, wouldn't that be a huge ripoff? Alpha then let out a tired sigh and said, All right, the match officially begins now. Guildmaster Meng spoke up. Mr. Xie, I truly didn't expect our two teams to be facing off in the final match, Xie Yan replied. I was always going to make it to the end, obviously. Guildmaster Meng was very surprised. Ah, he said. Actually, it's not all that surprising. Even though the two inheritors of the Heavenly Might Tyrants aren't fully mature yet, it's not strange for a powerful S-tier like Mr. Xie to lead the team all the way to the finals. He continued, Although the Divine Martial Guild couldn't uncover Mr. Xie's true origins, even with limited information, we could still roughly gauge his strength. Even among S-tier ranked individuals, Mr. Xie is considered to be among the absolute top. He still didn't stop. It's just that our Divine Martial Guild has never really encountered an S-tier team that was so ordinary, yet still made it all the way to the end. We're not sure if that's lucky or unlucky. He secretly scoffed. If I didn't know this guy's actual strength, I'd almost believe his BS. The MC then spoke up. All right, you two contestants, please just start already. You can talk after the victor has been decided. Man guild leader was like, haha, I knew it. Suddenly, his face got a bit weird, and he said, So, Mr. Xie, you're cool with us forfeiting. Dude, I can't believe this guy just did that. Xie Yan was just as stunned by his opponent. He was like, in his head, Everyone was totally caught off guard, not understanding why they'd do that. At this point, Man Guild leader explained. Unlike Mr. Xie, Shenwu Guild isn't here for the championship. The Global Martial Arts Tournament is a huge event, the most prestigious in martial arts. Every session attracts tons of outstanding martial artists. We're actually just trying to get on the front page to attract the attention of martial artists to Shenwu Guild's various exchange and support activities. So far, the effect hasn't been bad. We were thinking of just forfeiting as soon as we ran into an S rank. Didn't expect to make it to the finals, haha. The MC was speechless, a bit awkward, only managing to say, Mangzhang, the competitor. He added, Mr. Xie Yan wants the secret medicine. We want exposure. It's all good. We scratch each other's backs. Win-win. Mangzhang continued. According to our analysis, this final battle would be a long, drawn-out fight with Mr. Xie Yan, and the collateral damage wouldn't be any less than Kang Long Baquan's match. If we did that, it wouldn't be civilized or harmonious, completely going against our principles. Making it all the way to the finals proves our strength and beliefs, solidifying our reputation. After careful consideration, I've decided that the entire Shenwu Guild team will forfeit. The championship belongs to the Tianjing Baquan team. As he said that, he jumped down from the arena. The MC looked like he couldn't believe it, turning to ask Shenwu Guild again. You guys, you're really all forfeiting? They were like, yeah, why would we lie? Before he could even process what was going on, a voice came through the MC's earpiece. After a moment, he replied, Yes, I understand. Then it was time to announce the results. The Shenwu Guild team has unanimously forfeited. Our judges, after analyzing the situation, have determined that the outcome of this match is clear. Victory belongs to the Tianjing Baquan team. The championship of the 11th Global Martial Arts Tournament belongs to the Tianjing Baquan team. Along with that announcement, a series of fireworks were set off, incredibly vibrant and lively. Xie Yan seemed a bit pensive, wondering. The MC announced that the Tianjing Baquan team won the championship, but the system hasn't said anything. Is the mission not complete yet? Do I have to wait until the awards ceremony is over? The MC continued. The Tianjing Baquan team and the Shenwu Guild team, please wait a moment. In 10 minutes we will officially begin the awards ceremony. Shangguan Yan and Shangguan Zhao cheered happily, hugging each other tightly. This is how we win. Is this really happening? We're the champions. Champions. We won, sis. We're the champions. Xie Yan walked over to them. Shangguan Yan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Xie Yan, what's going on? Did you and Shenwu Guild? Xie Yan responded. If they've chosen to hand over the championship, then we'll just casually accept it. Xie Yan's face was a bit somber as he said, but I have no idea what they're planning. At this moment, at the Shenwu Guild spot, Mangjang asked, Are you ready? Xie Yan replied, Always. Suddenly, a voice came. Hey, man, guild leader. Seeing him, Manjiang jumped up. Mr. Xie Yan. Xie Yan approached and said, That's the Global Martial Arts Tournament, the finals, to forfeit just like that. You guys are really joking around. He looked calmly and said, Guildmaster Xie Yan, this is the final match, the peaceful ending you talked about. It looks pretty peaceful to me. There wasn't even a fight. Manjiang said, Mr. Xie Yan, didn't I tell you? Fighting you would waste time and energy. It doesn't fit our principles, so it's better not to fight, Xie Yan said. You think I'll believe that? His face darkened as he said, It's not like we just met. Spill the beans. What's the secret? Yan Ba Huang confidently stated. We, the Shenwu Guild, have no secrets? The beauty was about to scold him. You bastard. Finally, Manzang spoke up. All right, mister. Xie Yan is right. It's not like we just met, but what happens next has nothing to do with you. Just sit back and enjoy the show. So, it's more complicated than I thought. Xie Yan frowned and asked, Has nothing to do with me. Whatever you guys want to do, just don't mess with the awards ceremony. Don't get in the way of me getting the championship reward. Manzang chuckled and replied, Haha, Mr. Xie Yan, don't worry, we won't get in the way. Then he continued, But after you get the reward, we hope you won't interfere with what we want to do. Xie Yan wasn't unreasonable, so he said, Don't worry, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, I get it. You guys let me get the reward easily, as long as it doesn't. Before he could finish, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. The arena is hotter than ever. The torch is lit. Xie Yan suddenly asked, What's this? Xie Yan quickly said. The awards ceremony is starting, he added. The Grand Melee tournament has been held 11 times. Except for the first, the other 10 were organized by the Shengxi Corporation. From the 1st to the 9th pillar are the names of the winning team members from the 2nd to the 10th tournaments. Xie Yan continued. Soon, the names of the Heavenly Whale Overlord's first team members will also be recorded on the 11th pillar for posterity to remember. This is to honor the champions of each tournament. Xie Yan calmly said, If you're giving out awards, just give them out. Why put on such a big show? The guide said, Mr. Xie Yan, the award ceremony is about to begin. Please follow me over there. Then he told me to go. What do you guys want to do? Wait until I get my rewards. President Meng's face darkened. He must be thinking something over. The loudspeaker announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the champion everyone has been waiting for, and also the most hilarious champion, has arrived. The MC continued. Xie Yan, Shangguan Yan, Shangguan Jiao, the Heavenly Whale Overlord first team organized by these three have given us unforgettable spectacular battles. Now at this moment, it is the time to inscribe their names in history. Beautiful guides, please lead the champion team to ignite this sacred fire pit with the torches in your hands. The three of them happily lit it. Come on, Xiaojiao, let's do it together. The flames slowly moved, and each pillar was lit up as the sacred fire burns. Today, The names of the 3 members of the Heavenly Whale Overlord First Team will be forever inscribed here. History will forever remember this day. Finally, it's here. So, burning the sacred fire counts as completing the mission. The system displayed a notification that the reward is 5,000 yuan points. Not a waste of my efforts these past few days, he thought to himself. Next, I just need to wait for the omnipotent elixir to arrive. Shangguan Yan said, I've dreamt of personally burning the fire pillar countless times, but I never thought this day would come, and so quickly, the organizer announced. This Grand Melee tournament is sponsored by Shengxi Corporation. The champion's reward is a rare omnipotent elixir, 3 black diamond bank cards worth 1 billion each, and a land deed to island S7,742,315 in the Pacific Ocean. Next, please invite the lovely bunny girls to present the Diamond Melee trophies to the winners. Now it's the final act. The winners will have their pictures taken with a 5D camera manufactured by Shengxi Corporation. The faces of the winners will be forever engraved on the film of the Global Melee Tournament for future generations to admire. I declare the Global Melee Tournament a complete success. The kid jumped up and down excitedly. It's over! I told you the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist would definitely win the championship. The father lying next to him also said. The Divine Martial Society basically surrendered without a fight. So boring. But it also indirectly proved how awesome Xie Yan is. Seeing the two of them so emotional restrained them. All right. What do you two want to eat today? Why are the signals gone? The father replied. It's probably a problem with the channel switching. Never mind that. Come here and help your mother. At the award ceremony venue, everyone was clueless. What's going on? The signal is cut off. OMG. Suddenly, the MC fell from a high place. Xie Yan also managed to create a shield to catch him. What's going on? What happened? A live broadcast accident. The MC was lucky to be saved. Scared me to death. Thank you, Ms. Zhang, for saving my life. How strange. Why is the signal lost? Meng Zhang Bao. The competition is over. You quickly find a corner to hide in, he replied. But the unexpected interruption of the screen hasn't yet. Zhang Xiaoshu angrily scolded. What's the point of worrying about so much? Hurry up and get out of here. He also ran away with his pants almost falling off. Bao Huang seemed to sense something ominous and called out, President? He also realized it, only answering briefly, yeah. At the same time, the territorial waters of the Fang Island Republic reported, the EMP jamming missile has been successfully launched, disrupting electronic devices within a 10 kilometers radius, with the Grand Melee Tournament Hall as the center. At the same time, the residents and tourists on the island have been completely evacuated. This boat was the last wave of evacuation. The mission-filled stage has been completed. Next, just need to hand it over to the Divine Martial Society and the Azure Dragon Overlord first, Li Joseph asked General Lanster. What happened at the Grand Melee Tournament that your country has to be so cautious? He replied. Simply put, the Global Fighting Tournament is a century-long conspiracy, a ritual to help the God Devil first recover. The Shengxi Corporation rose rapidly and wielded immense power. Many countries had planted spies within it. This was originally just a safety measure, but as time passed, people gradually discovered their plot. Starting from the second tournament, the Global Fighting Tournament was always held in areas prone to seismic activity, and strangely, after each tournament concluded, those areas hardly experienced any earthquakes. After geologists from Yan country discovered this, Yan country quickly contacted other nations to cooperate. Of course, due to political conflicts between countries, the cooperation wasn't very smooth, and they didn't come up with anything conclusive. Eventually, the matter was dropped. A year ago, Meng Zhang, the chairman of the Shenwu Association, approached our head of state, conveying the dying words of the Shenwu Association's founder. The Shengxi Corporation has been preparing for the revival ritual of the God Devil Fist since the second tournament. After a century, the 11th tournament will be the last, at which time the God Devil Fist will be revived. Furthermore, in his dying words, Gela also predicted the location of the 11th tournament. Gela was a person from a small country who claimed to be a child of the stars. This guy was super arrogant. Many countries disliked him, so the head of state didn't make much of Gera's prophecy. Until half a year ago, the Shengxi Corporation actually held the 11th Global Fighting Tournament in the exact location Ge had predicted. Ge's dying words immediately gained attention. Spies from the Henzhong nation within the Shengxi Corporation sent back confirming information. Finally, we confirmed that Xi wasn't lying to us. After that, we invited the Shenwu Association to participate, and finally, we came up with a battle plan for the tournament. Or rather, to ensure the ritual could proceed as normal, we will launch a full-scale attack on the God Devil Fist the moment he is revived, while he is still at his weakest. Liz Joseph wondered, if you already knew the ultimate purpose of the fighting tournament was to revive the God Devil Fist, why not just ban it outright? He said, because we want to completely eliminate the fallen fighters. After each tournament, although the God Devil First had died, he wasn't truly dead. Instead, he transformed into a certain kind of rule, spreading everywhere, the evil god seed. This is also the reason why fallen fighters have been increasing over the past century. In that state, the God Devil First simply cannot be killed. We can only wait for him to revive to have a chance to kill him. Therefore, we did not stop the Shengxi Corporation from holding the 11th Global Fighting Tournament. Li Joseph asked, are you sure that after the God Devil Fist is revived, you can completely kill him, and he won't revert to that state? You must know that the one who killed him back then was Zhu Ji of the Xiangsheng Overlord First. He confidently replied, people of today may not necessarily be inferior to those of the past. We've long had a project for how to completely kill the God Devil Fist after he revives. Just wait and see. He continued to ask, is the project being handed over to the Shenwu Association and the Kanglong Overlord First? Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? I'm at least an S rank, and I could contribute some strength to help eliminate the God Devil First, right? We need the involvement of someone unaware of the situation to better conceal things from the Shengxi Corporation, so the plan can be more complete. Moreover, this project doesn't require too much combat power, and we are just a final insurance of this plan. If possible, I hope this insurance won't be activated. Otherwise, the Earth could very well plunge into a long-term winter. At the fighting tournament, something rises here. Xie Yan asked, did you guys do this? What the hell is going on? Meng Zhang said, 100 years ago, the first fighting tournament was a battle between the Changsheng Overlord Fist and the God Devil Fist. In the end, the God Devil Fist revealed his identity as a fallen fighter and was eliminated by the Changsheng Overlord Fist. The world knows a part of this story, but not another part of it. As the world's first fighter, he actually didn't die. He didn't die, but instead he became a certain kind of rule. In this state, he cannot actively interfere with the world, but he can develop other bizarre techniques, gathering those who follow him, hoping to be revived and returned to this world. Finally, he will offer this entire world to please the supreme being he serves, who is the evil god Pan Zun. But the fate of this world is still unknown. Up here, God Devil Fist. An explosion also occurred, shattering that pillar, and streams of power converged into one place. Hongji, be careful. I'm okay, you be careful too. Xiao Jiao, be careful. He's a bit scared, thinking, damn, the final boss actually showed up. Interesting, I've been discovered, he said. If you guys want to see me so much, then I'll play with you. Can't move, damn it. Just his aura is making me unable to move. Is he that strong? Actively summoning such a powerful monster, is the Shenwu Association sure they aren't seeking death? He said, my lord, I am your most loyal servant. What is this? Am I seeing things? They were all stunned by what they saw. This is my great master, the supreme being, who rules everything. Meng Zhang was drenched in sweat, feeling that oppressive power that rendered others immobile. No! That wasn't the power of the Divine Ghost First. It came from the Divine Ghost First's master, who was trying to erode the planet's barrier. An evil god descending and devouring everything. That's the greatest threat to humanity, to this very Earth. Everything we're seeing is just an illusion he's projecting onto Earth. If he truly descends, Earth will be utterly annihilated. Is this the end of the world? An evil god? The two girls stammered, trembling. The system also gave a notification. He said, System, are you sure I can complete this mission at my current level? The Divine Ghost Fist laughed coldly, saying, You are truly fortunate to witness my lord's descent. Come, let's play a game. I'll ask my lord to ease the suppression on you. What a coincidence. We also want to play a game with you. A familiar voice rang out right after his words. The owner of that voice was none other than Meng Zhang. He faced the Divine Ghost Fist and said in a challenging tone,
Play a game, a fighting match, a game that can bind your hands and feet right now.
Xie Yan, still immobile on the other side, looked at the Divine Martial Association's president with a questioning gaze. What's going on? Even I'm suppressed by the evil god's power into this state. How can they still move?
At this moment, Hongjun also began to execute the plan to trap the divine ghost first. 3 of you, lend me your spiritual will. With Gaios' declaration, this is a battle between the planet's guardians and the evil god's followers. Activate the domain. Outside, Qingque, with the little one on her back, was rushing toward Xie Yan. But on the way, she suddenly noticed something unusual. The combat arena. How did it disappear? Will my lord be all right? Moving too fast, Qingque couldn't brake in time, which led to her crashing headfirst into the outer membrane like this.
This made Qingque very worried. Why can't I get in? Do I need to self-destruct and return to find my lord?
Without wiggling, an adorable creature wrapped itself around Qingque. Only then did she remember another task Xie Yan had given her earlier.
I forgot about you. My lord told me to take good care of you, not to abandon you, so I can't self-destruct anymore. My lord is so powerful, he'll definitely handle it. As for the Shangguan sisters, they were acting rather suspiciously. It's working. The suppression is gone. Xie Yan, of course, also sensed what the two had just said. Is it because of that? Domain? Thing? Whatever. As long as the evil god's power suppression is gone, I'll take my medicine first.
As for the divine ghost first, he was furious because he was being restrained. Not only did they sever the connection between me and my lord, they're suppressing me too. It's Gaios' power. How did you extract the planet's primordial power to prevent me and my lord from connecting? You even suppressed me. Is this your plan? Meng Zhang replied in a low voice. We began preparing this plan a month ago. Constantly having contestants drop out of the competition was specifically to prevent you from absorbing enough fighting spirit and negative emotions, especially the finals, which should have had thousands of spectators, but now there's not a single one. And the match itself never even happened, a plan that our group put a lot of effort into executing. Now you've revived, but you're in a weakened state, and the power to summon the evil god's descent has been greatly depleted. It seems everything was within their predictions.
Carrying a great mission, Meng Zhang boldly declared, Senior Zhu Ji's ignorance of the matter left behind a lasting calamity. But we, his descendants, have thoroughly researched the evil god's power. Today, we will eradicate you completely. But the divine ghost first was no pushover. He seemed remarkably calm, despite his disadvantage. So you didn't prevent my revival precisely because you wanted to completely kill me. But do you truly believe you can kill me? Meng Zhang confidently retorted, You were killed once, and you'll be killed a second time. Don't forget that the divine ghost fist was once human. Or perhaps I should address you by this name, Chiwai Sheng. That divine ghost fist seemed so suppressed that it couldn't move anymore. Why aren't the Divine Martial Association and the Scarlet Refining Hall Master directly beating him up? Why are they just chatting with him? Shangguan Jiao, observing from outside, was full of questions. Her sister next to her heard this and immediately reminded, Don't talk nonsense. She then explained to her that their current state was one of mutual restraint. The Divine Ghost Fist can't move, and the Scarlet Refining Hall Master and his group can't move freely either. Xie Yan was also carefully pondering and deducing at this moment. Neither side can move. Isn't this a deadlock? Are they perhaps waiting for me? Given President Meng's personality, there's no way he'd place their last hope on an unknown ally or foe like me, right?
At this moment, the Divine Ghost Fist spoke in a deep voice, refuting Meng Zhang's earlier words. Your schemes truly succeeded. My revival hasn't reached the perfect state planned, and I can't immediately awaken my lord, which is why I'm suppressed by this planet's Gauss power. But it seems you've made a very fundamental mistake.
Though I've been bodiless for many years, my power has constantly grown. Even if Zhu Ji, at his peak 100 years ago, were to revive, he wouldn't be able to fully withstand 10 moves from me. A surge of turbid energy then enveloped him, his confidence soaring. Even if I stood still and let you attack, you still couldn't defeat me. What's more, can any of you even move? Or are you perhaps banking on this year's champion, that Xie Yan guy, whatever his name is? Zhu Ji couldn't even withstand 10 of his moves. Is he really that powerful? Or is he just bragging? Xie Yan, hearing his words, wondered with deep skepticism. Another problem I need to worry about is, damn it, why is the effect of the omnipotent elixir so slow?
The Everlasting Hegemon Fist hasn't even reached basic mastery yet. If I don't raise the level of my Everlasting Hegemon Fist, facing an opponent like the Divine Ghost Fist, I might just be the weakest one here. If I didn't feel my physique slowly transforming, I'd almost think this was fake medicine. Meng Zhang. The voice informed Qi Sheng. We never relied on outsiders, nor did we ever underestimate you, Qi Sheng. In this space, Gauss's power is the absolute dominion here. From Gauss's will, decrees transform into unchangeable rules. Hong Jun, with his Gauss space, advanced to the next step. Rule 1. The primordial world of combat takes precedence. The formation rule is that a 3-on-3 battle, with 3 people protecting the star, satisfies the condition. That's the 3 people from the Shenwu Association and the Scarlet Refining Hall. The evil god follower is 1 person. The condition is not met. Forcibly split. That's from the Divine Demon Fist.
Accordingly, his power source will automatically be divided into 3. In his confusion, 1 dividing into 3 satisfies the condition. Rule 2, the winner lives, the loser dies. Rule 1 has already scattered his power, so he's a bit worried. To think it could forcibly split my power. Somewhere, a voice tells me, if I fail here, I'll die. Is this the rule? Is this the last resistance of this star? The 3 of Xie Yan and the Shangguan sisters can't help but be shocked by this new way of playing. Power can be used like this. But Qi Sheng's worries quickly disappear, because he's grasped a loophole in their plan. You guys really put in the effort. You did a great job too. The only thing you forgot is that the evil god seed is stirring. The evil god seed in Xie Yan's pocket is also affected under Qi Sheng's influence. This helps him understand the meaning behind Qi Sheng's actions. He wants to attract the power of the evil god seed to break through Ji's power seal. No way I'll let you do that so easily. Rule 3. What they all didn't expect is that the Shangguan sisters are the ones Qi Sheng chose to attract the power of the evil god seed. Xie Yan witnesses this scene and panics immensely, shouting loudly, Yan Zhaoshu, Xiao Jiao. Everything happened too suddenly, completely beyond his expectations. What's going on? How are they reacting? Could it be they also have the evil god seed? The energy from the evil god is gathering at one point under Qi Sheng's control. This is extremely disadvantageous to Hong Jun's progress to the 3rd rule. Meng Zhang also realizes the situation is turning bad, loudly coordinating everyone. It's not good. We can't suppress the evil god power. Not forgetting to boost Hong Jun's morale. Hong Jun, hang in there. Increasing the supply of willpower to help Hong Jun resist. It can be said that everything is very tense. The Shenwu Association trio must pour all their power into supplying Hong Jun, while Qi Sheng is comfortably enjoying the amount of evil god power he's absorbing from the Shangguan sisters. I never thought there would be such a high concentration of power for me to absorb. His power is becoming more and more abundant. The Lord must have sensed my sincerity, so he prepared other rations to help me survive in this desperate situation. The sudden occurrence of this matter makes Qi Yan very uncomfortable, unable to resist looking at the Shangguan sisters with eyes as sharp as bullets. We clearly prepared everything, but such a variable happened. What's the deal with those 2 brats? On the other side, Xie Yan is still trying to awaken his 2 comatose girls. After the last report, strange, the Nirvana finger doesn't work. What just happened really messes with his mind. I don't believe they are fallen card battlers, but just now there was very thick, evil god power on them. But speaking of which, if it wasn't for me wanting to complete the mission, forcing the sisters to fight in the finals, the Shenwu Association's plan wouldn't have had any flaws. Crap, if I think about it like that, did I screw things up? The title of failing more than succeeding really sucks to have. Alright, if it's karma I created, I must think of a way to make up for it. After thinking it through, he then comes forward to mention to the other 3, I have a question. As long as the divine demon first is defeated, the evil god will not descend. Everything will end, right? That's how it is, that's right. But Qi Lilian looks at him incomprehensibly, not understanding what he's planning to do. Good, what's next will be a little awkward, but please believe that I belong to your side. Sword Life, Yuan Ling. The familiar pink girl has appeared under Xie Yan's orders. The 3 of them yelled in unison upon seeing Yuan Ling. It's you, the pink woman who raided the port. Letting Ge Hong escape was all you're doing, Xie Yan? The 3 of them kept questioning him, but Xie Yan simply doesn't have the time to explain to them, only saying in a deep voice, Don't waste any more words. Am I an enemy or a friend? Can't you guys tell? Yuan Ling is vigorously attacking Qi Sheng under Xie Yan's direction. As soon as he receives Yuan Ling's power, he feels a strange familiarity with this power.
How strange. It's clearly not given by our Lord, but it's very similar to our Lord's.
How disrespectful.
Qi Sheng, accordingly, counterattacks.
Xie Yan's strength is nothing compared to his, which puts him at a huge disadvantage. To obliterate a Yuan Ling in an instant, damn it. If Gihong's evil god power is like holy water, then his is concentrated acid. Even a single drop would fundamentally dissolve a Yuan Ling.
He can't win, but he still doesn't give up and continues to fight on. Luckily, he's still restrained by the Shenwu society, unable to make big moves, and can only resort to guerrilla tactics and harassment from afar.
He persists,
but he knows full well that even 10 fallen Gihongs aren't as strong as this guy. Even if he expends all his origin points, he still can't beat him.
So he shouts out for help from the others. Hey, Shenwu Society, what trump cards do you guys have? Are you just going to stand there and transmit power? Sadly, the three of them can't help him either, because we can only fully provide willpower now. If Hongjun collapses, this space will shatter as well. Without Gear's binding power, Qiu Sheng will no longer be restricted, and we won't be able to do anything to him.
Attacking Qiu Sheng now is pointless. You won't be able to defeat him in this state. We have to figure out how to sever the connection between him and the evil god, creating an opportunity for Hongjun to finish declaring the rules.
I got it.
I'll create that opportunity for you guys, Xie Yan coldly replied, and then continued to attack towards Xie Sheng.
He was also annoyed by Xie Yan's persistence.
What the hell is this? Non-stop harassment. It's useless, even if you do it again.
Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of red shoot across his face and explode.
This was Xie Yan's ultimate move for him.
Xie Yan just needs to signal,
and his Yuan Ling will instantly explode. Even if it can't kill Qi Sheng, at least it can weaken his power source,
thereby helping Hongjun complete the third rule.
They've been waiting for this moment for so long. It's now, in the name of Ji, announcing Rule 3. The 3-on-1 advantage is advocated, the conclusion of the battlefield is complete, the rule confirmation is error-free, the final showdown officially begins. The 3 members of the Shenwu Society prepare to go into battle against Qi Sheng.
Before leaving, Meng Jiang slowly said to Hongjun, "Leave the rest to us. Take a break."
Hongjun softly replied, "Okay." He especially reminded her, "Hongjun, set Qi Sheng's second life as the limit. If we can destroy Qi Sheng's second life, that's the best. If any of us fail at that point, drag Xie Yan away, let him escort you. He's trustworthy." Of course, Hongjun didn't want that, to happen. She looked at Meng Jiang with reluctance. "Guild leader, what does this mean? Aren't we about to succeed?" Meng Jiang explained in a deep voice. The plan that old guild leader Ji laid out was aimed at Qi Sheng in a weakened state, but just now he absorbed a huge amount of power from the Shangguan sisters, exceeding old guild leader's prophecy. "We have no retreat anymore. We can only fight to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jiang and the other 2 disappeared. The space at this time was surrounded by a dim night. Xie Yan asked curiously, "Whoosh, where'd they go?" At this moment, Hongjun walked up to him and said, "The guild leader said you're trustworthy, and I think so too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have helped us just now. The problem now is those 2 sisters. Keeping them around is too dangerous. Sorry." As soon as Xie Yan heard her mention the Shangguan sisters, he rushed over to stop her. "Calm down. The Shangguan sisters have never shown any signs of falling. You have to know that even Geihong was quickly conquered by the evil god power. The 2 of them, one grade B and one grade C, aren't stronger than Geihong. There must be some hidden aspect we don't know about." But Hongjun insisted, "Xi Sheng, you're the one who needs to calm down. Maybe there's some hidden aspect we don't know, but it's a fact that Xi Sheng recovered his strength after absorbing them.
The guild leaders are fighting Qi Sheng. If those 2 give Qi Sheng another trump card, the consequences are unpredictable. I have to eliminate this danger, Xie Yan. The existence of this world rests on our decision this time. You can't let personal feelings cloud your vision, and let this whole world be destroyed with you." Her eyes were more determined than ever.
Xie Yan quickly replied, "You can't blame it all on me. I don't know the full picture either, but you're not as clear about it as I am. I've been living with those 2 sisters for so long. If there was a problem, I would have noticed it a long time ago. This is too strange. We can't decide so easily."
If those 2 are really Qi Sheng's backup plan, wouldn't killing them give Qi Sheng even more evil god power instead?
Have you thought about that? Faced with his difficult question, she didn't know how to respond.
Xie Yan patiently analyzed the situation for her, but also wanted to understand the reason himself. Killing them might make Qi Sheng stronger. Not killing them is uncertain, but at least it's within control. Instead of taking a huge risk, why not let them step aside and do something more meaningful?
Like explaining this to me. What are the rules? Where did the Crimson Chain and the God Devil Fist go? He questioned Hong Jun. Okay. Anyway, there's nothing I can do right now, so I'll chat with you for a bit, Hong Jun slowly replied. A minute later, after she straightened him out, he finally grasped the situation. So, they've been injected with GAI power into an independent dimension for a final showdown.
Still, some things didn't make sense. If GAI power is so strong, why not just kill Chihuahua Sheng directly? Why even fight?
Hong Jun didn't mind explaining. Can't be done. GAI power is generated by the resonance of all fighters. Wills with the planet.
This power is enormous, but it must operate according to the rules of the fighting tournament.
My grandpa, the chairman, was the first to discover Qi power. He dedicated his life to researching this power and ultimately managed to integrate part of his will into it, obtaining a mark that could borrow GAI power. Simultaneously, his spirit and GAI power influenced each other, revealing some of Qi Sheng's secrets. Then, he became the Shenwu Association's lodestone, proclaiming himself the planet's son. Before he died, my grandpa transferred the GAI mark to me. Only I, inheriting his bloodline, can continue to borrow GAI power to face the powerful Qi Sheng. I have set 3 rules.
Rule 1. Create a fighting tournament where no one can interfere. 3 of us on our side, 3 on the opponent's. Since Qi Sheng is alone, the rules will forcibly divide his power into 2 3/5. Rule 2. Qi Sheng will no longer be immortal. 3 consecutive defeats will lead to his complete annihilation by the rules. We won't repeat Senior Zhu Shi's mistakes. Rule 3 is creating a completely sealed fighting space, exploiting home field advantage, allowing all 3 of us to fight together, giving the chairman a fair chance to compete.
Xie Yan chuckled, teasing her. Impressive. Not only do you divide the opponent into 3, but each third has to fight one-on-one. So fair. Hong Jun smiled slightly. There's no other way. Qi Sheng is just too strong. He's absorbed too much power in the last 100 years, surpassing even Chengsheng Baquan from back then.
Without fighting like this, we wouldn't have a chance to win.
But even so, Qi Sheng is absorbing the Shangguan sisters. Evil god power. His strength is increasing to unimaginable levels.
I'm worried about the chairman and the others. Speaking of the Shangguan sisters, her eyes turned into bullets again.
Can I join the fight? Or should we try 4 against 1? Xie Yan enthusiastically proposed. Unfortunately, the rules only allow a maximum of 3 people per side. Otherwise, we would have already called S-rank fighters here. I see, so that means there's nothing I can do right now, right? He said leisurely. In conclusion, yes, Hong Jun replied. Thus, Xie Yan had some free time. Okay then, I'll do other things. You don't mind, right? Be my guest, she said.
Before doing his own thing, Xie Yan summoned Yuan Ling, feigning a reason. The Shangguan sisters fainted. I'll have my partner keep her company. Okay. How could Hong Jun be fooled by his excuses? She calmly replied. Supervising is more like it, but I don't care what Xie Sheng wants to do.
Need you ask? Of course, I'm sharpening my sword before battle. As she looked at this scene, her expression couldn't help but show surprise. Because this is the will projection of the faceless giant, it seems to be legendary.
Xie Yan's system displayed the information. Chengsheng Baquan source points. 612, 449 skills. Chengsheng Baquan level. No level added skill description. A method of achieving enlightenment through force, the body like a giant whale, surging with unrestrained power like the unowned Kun Peng. After cultivation can increase the lifespan of the body and soul. Scale Yan. After reading this, said with satisfaction. Finally got the hang of it. The duration of this omnipotent elixir is too long.
Guessed right. No reward. The system upgraded me right after I reached C rank, and strange sensations appeared in his body. Zhang, Guafo, the reaction is too intense.
Phew. This is the feeling of leveling up body refinement techniques in one go. Muscles all over my body feel like I've been training for a month straight, both tense and sore. Source point consumption is close to the Huajian sword finger. It seems these 2 methods are of the same A-grade level. Body like a giant whale, surging with unrestrained power like the unowned Kun Peng. Limbs full of energy. Body strength has greatly increased. Chengsheng Baquan is indeed powerful. If it were the Huajian sword finger, the remaining source points could probably level up by 1 more level, to level 5. Even if it can't compare to its creator, Zhu Shi, it should be enough. Continue.
So you still have options after that. Upgrade Chengsheng Ba Quan to level 5. You can link the planet's will. Accept the GAI powers test. Connect. Host declines to connect. Obtain the regular version of Chengsheng Ba Quan. Host agrees to connect. Passing the test will grant the Zhu Ji version of Chengsheng Ba Quan. If the host fails the test, you will obtain the regular version of Chengsheng Ba Quan, yes/no. Xie Yan was seeing this selection screen for the first time. Chengsheng Ba Quan is divided into a regular version and a Zhu Ji version. Of course, his choice was obvious. If you're going to choose, you have to choose the best one. Anyway, I don't need to participate in the match right now. Okay, system. Link immediately. Receiving results. Connecting to the planet's will. On a small island, everyone is in position. The first match. Meng Zhang, Yan Bahuang, Xie Yan, the three have entered. Xiao Sheng, power output 20%, has entered. The match is about to begin. Seems it will be intense. Qi Sheng was annoyed when he heard the number 20 on the other side. My power is only 20%. His face full of anger, he gnashed his teeth and hissed, "You lie." However, before he could do anything, the Shenwu Society had already moved him from one position to another. They were about to unleash a heaven-shattering attack, and he only just realized something was wrong. So it's the true Azure Dragon Heavenly Flash. Tens of thousands of Azure Dragons attacked from above, leaving Qi Sheng dumbfounded. He didn't know how to defend. The power of this move was not to be underestimated. The land was shattered and sprayed in all directions, but he couldn't make sense of the situation. 1,000 questions kept popping up in his head. The three of them were teaming up to suppress him. But who was attacking? Where? The shockwaves and killing intent spread throughout the space, but he couldn't find the source of the attack anywhere. Where am I right now? In the sky, or on the ground? Or under the ground? Oh man, at this rate, he's probably going to lose. Xie Yan punched him repeatedly in the chest. The powerful Daoli sent him flying. Just a few punches, but it felt like he'd been sent to the deepest level of hell. Then came the white tiger rampaging divine fiend claw, shining with intense light. Yan Bahuang grabbed him tightly by the neck. Qi Sheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, my hands, my feet, this is ridiculous. To be beaten to this state and not even know when I lost my limbs." He struggled to break free from Bahuang's control, then roared, "You guys won't get near me now." These guys are tough as hell, still able to fight. Suddenly, Meng Zhang's voice came from behind. "My turn." With a face full of murderous intent, he immediately attacked. So he used the Azure Dragonflow 4 Luminaries Dao. Truly extraordinary. Qi Sheng sneered and said, "A lot of fanfare, but you can't even break through the first layer of defense." Suddenly, a hand slammed into him. He didn't understand why. The defense wasn't broken, so how did I get hit? Don't blame the enemy for being strong, just blame him for underestimating them. His body couldn't withstand the destructive force and crashed violently into the ground. His body was no longer complete, his limbs were gone, and there was a large hole in his body. The announcer declared, "Qi Sheng lost the match. The first duel is over. Reconstruct the arena." Not a waste of effort from the three members of the Shenwu Society. The three quickly took a moment to rest. Yan Bahuang breathed heavily, happily saying, "We won. And we won quickly. I feel pretty good right now. Maybe Qi Sheng's peak state isn't as strong as we thought. Who wins a match and doesn't feel good, bro? We're ecstatic." Xie Yan reminded. "It's only the first match, don't get careless," Meng Zhang said. "We only seized the opportunity. Qi Sheng hadn't adapted to the disrupted state when we defeated him. According to the plan, Qi Sheng will only adapt after being weakened by the third match. If Qi Sheng's state is stronger than planned, he might adapt in the next match, and we already used our ultimate moves in the first match, expending a lot of stamina." He continued, "If 20% of his strength is already top S rank in duels, then with 30% strength in the second match, he's definitely S+ rank. No worse than Senior Chu Ji back then. The real battle starts now." The Shenwu Society shouted energetically, "Prepare well, the second duel." Meng Zhang, Yan Bahuang, and Xie Yan took their positions. Xing Sheng was excited, his face full of murderous intent. He said, "Very good, you've successfully ignited my anger. Second match, Qin Sheng's 30% power-up state, ready." On the other side, a beautiful woman was looking forward to their fight, and she asked anxiously, "Guild leader, have they won the second match yet?" She observed Xie Yan and said, "But this Xie Yan, his state is very similar. He's about to successfully master the ultimate duel technique. His will is linked to the will of the planet, receiving the purification of Gaer's power. Could it be that he's really practicing the Eternal Life Overlord first,
and in the complete state of the Eternal Life Overlord first.
Looking at one person after another, she assessed. This pink girl is quite interesting too. She looks human at first glance, but a closer look reveals she's a type of energy being. From head to toe, she emits an aura that soothes and calms people, a far cry from the frenzied power of the evil god's force.
Thanks to her influence, I feel at peace now. She closed her eyes, recalling a past moment, and said, Xie Yan. Ah, Xie Yan, you really are a man of many secrets.
At this moment, Xie Yan seemed to be in another mystical world. He stared blankly at the massive creature.
Is that a whale? He wondered. There are other interesting things too, things by my side, huh?
It doesn't fit, but the whale and the dragon from before are a perfect match for MT. But here, there aren't just animals, but also images of martial arts practice. If I'm not wrong, these magical animals, or rather these illusionary images, are just too lifelike.
Ah, he speculated.
They're all the manifestations of S-class fighting masters.
Suddenly, something caught his attention.
The figure of a person appeared. It seemed like he knew this person. Xie Yan said, Although I've never met you, I think I know who you are, Chu Shi. At this moment, a smug laugh echoed from the mountain peak.
They're using Qian Long Tian Shan, he scornfully said.
Still, this set of tactics, not even changing the order. Oh well, after all, this rapid suppression tactic relies on the continuous attacks of the Scarlet Refinement in an instant. Once I'm hit, this dense attack locks all my senses, making me only feel the power of the punches and not think about anything else. Once the first move is countered violently, the godly ghostly heaven flash is unleashed.
Countless fists punched towards Xie Sheng.
The two sides fought fiercely, evenly matched. Qi Yan used the White Tiger Flow Vicious God Evil Claw to attack the opponent.
Xie Sheng laughed and said, The killing intent and aura are too intense. If it weren't for Qianlong Tianshan disrupting, this move of yours wouldn't hit me at all. Both sides continuously dodged Qi Lianning's attacks.
Unfortunately, Yan Ba Huang was severely injured.
Zhang rushed forward and shouted, Bao Huang, Qilian, seem to realize something. This symbol, this stance, it's that move.
Immediately, the chairman used Qing Long Flow Zhen Lei Jiang.
He used his own move to dissolve all the attacks, and with just a wave of his hand, everyone was sent flying. Qi Lian quickly supported Bao Huang, who was unconscious. Not far away, Meng Jiang also propped himself up. After the loud echo, this mysterious and unpredictable attack,
Meng Zhang said with a suspicious expression, completely gone. Without a trace. There's no mistake. That move is the one from legend. Xie Sheng then used the godly ghostly fist.
In this moment, Yang Rushi Yan seemed to have realized something, and said softly,
Xie Sheng, from the moment he appeared until now, has been practicing the fighting styles of various schools. Moreover, the longer I watch him break down the moves, the more I feel that he is gradually understanding every aspect, evolving what he has learned into a new fighting style, using the fighting styles of the schools as a foundation, plus daily practice and sublimation, eliminating and refining. The Evergreen Overlord first is from here that it goes to success.
Worthy of being the only S-class fighting master, truly a human-shaped evolution fusion machine. If such a person were placed in the main world, they would become a major figure.
But is this test meant for me to slowly digest all of Chu Ji's fighting experience here? Isn't that just handing out benefits? How can it be a test? Something feels off. Wonder what's going on outside. Meng Zhang and the others? Did they win? Old AI usually says this space illusion is only a blink of an eye outside. No matter how long it takes, they should be done with the first round by now. At this moment, the Shenwu Association guys were beaten to a bloody pulp. Immediately, Qiu Sheng swung his sword, splitting the shield mountain apart, and charged straight at them. He used the Gitai Shen Duan, hacking relentlessly at Meng Zhang, injuring him and sending him flying.
Injured, Meng Zhang used the Qing Long Liu Si Ming Dao against Qi Sheng.
A source of green light then rushed towards him. He was immediately hit by a palm strike, but still arrogantly said, again with this move. It's not just tangible, even the air can become an object, striking from a distance, huh? Then Qi Sheng strained his voice and shouted, useless! Qi Sheng was injured, but still sneered. What a pity. The first time, we already realized that we just need to adjust the energy wave a bit to disperse half of your force, Meng Zhang thought anxiously. Indeed, Xie Sheng is completely skilled in energy distribution and manipulation in this battle. His reaction is too fast. It's really hard to hurt him with our attack moves. Continuing like this is not good,
Bao Huang then shouted. Xie Yan, I've finally found an opening. Having said that, Bao Huang charged forward to attack Xie Yan, two fists colliding, releasing a huge amount of energy. Meng Jiang shouted anxiously. Bao Huang. Xie Yan, echoed Yan Xiansheng. Xie Yan grinned manically, saying angrily, the move is fast, the opportunity is perfect, but you have a weakness, too straightforward, easily predictable. Then Bao Huang still said arrogantly, is that so? Having said that, Bai Huang used his tiger claw, grabbing and binding the opponent, and shouted, Guild leader, Xie Yan, I've got him pinned. Quick! The guild leader said with a panicked expression, and spit out two words. Lao Yan. Xie Yan also shouted, let go of me. Bao Huang seemed to be on the verge of collapse, urging, quick, cough. Xie Yan rushed up. Meng Jiang, quick, don't waste Yan Bao Huang's sacrifice. But perhaps Meng Jiang was still hesitant. Meng Jiang painfully clenched his teeth, as if suppressing the pain of watching his comrade sacrifice himself. Immediately, the two of them rushed up, using all their strength to strike Xie Yan. Bao Huang roared each word, go die, then pressed his face close to Xie Yan's face. In his heart, Bao Huang thought, I've tried my best. This is as far as I can go. Sorry, guild leader. I'm still not strong enough. I'm leaving the rest to you guys. With this thought, Ban Huang released Xie Yan. Ban Huang then fell backwards. The two of them then struck all their force into Xie Yan, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. He was pressed under a large rock, his body dying, uttering each word. How could this be? Xie Yan let his hand drop. The host announced, Xie Yan has been defeated. The second showdown is over. While restructuring the scene, a man lying in a pool of blood said, the second match was won, but the price was too great. Qilian Guanju, his body full of wounds, his eyes opened wide, and said, in this condition, Bao Huang can't be saved, but at least his sacrifice can't be wasted. Therefore, Meng Jiang, his whole body covered in blood, smiled and said, I know you're right. Compared to the survival of all humanity, our safety is as light as a feather. If I were Bao Huang, I would do the same. The blond man continued. It's just a bit unwilling, a regret that we can't start the apocalypse together. The red-haired guy, eyes bloodshot. It's my responsibility. I should have made it clear to Xie Yan, don't let the Shangguan sisters, Meng Jiang, hear that and shout, no, I shouldn't have let Xie Yan participate in the duel today. He struggled to sit up with his wounded body, trembling all over, keeping himself from falling back to the ground. You can't say that, and you can't blame Xie Yan and the Shangguan sisters. You can only say it's fate playing tricks on people, the man said as he walked. In the third match, we have to face Xinu Sheng at 50% power. Meng Jiang couldn't hold on and fell towards the Qilianguan master. The red-haired man quickly caught him, the guy struggled to say. Judging from the previous two matches, Xie Sheng in this state will probably be comparable to Senior Chu Shi at his peak, maybe even stronger. Blood flowing from the top of his head blurred the man's eyes, but he still tried to say his thoughts. In my current state, participating in the third match is just a nuisance. The red-haired guy was still trying to persuade Meng Jiang, if it wasn't for before, never mind, it's useless to say these things, let me handle the third match. I still have a forbidden technique that can die with him, just go all out with him anyway. The worst result is just reuniting with everyone in another world. The man whose body was almost dyed scarlet red grabbed the Qilianguan master's arm and shouted, don't stop him. If we don't achieve the best result, then all the previous efforts and sacrifices will be in vain. The two men were still arguing about the upcoming battle tactics. I will fight alongside you in another form, the Qilianguan master exclaimed in surprise. Ji power. The man named Meng smiled lightly and said, yes, not entirely, Ji Lao, the chairman, once taught me about the understanding and use of Ji power, but this power is too profound, and in the end, I could only learn a little bit. Then he pointed his finger at the red-haired man's forehead, carefully instructing him word by word. I don't know if this is Ji power, but this is all I can do, turning my will and trust into nourishment, which can make you as strong as Senior Chu Ji back then in a short period of time. Suddenly, the guy's body was surrounded by a light source, and the wounds from the battle seemed to have disappeared as if they had never existed. The man looked at his body in surprise and said, my injuries, my strength. He closed his eyes to feel the comfortable feeling now, thinking to himself, there's a warm current constantly circulating in my body, erasing all injuries and fatigue. There is even a feeling that he will break through the shackles. Meng Jiang's consciousness seemed to be fading, his eyes were blurring, and he tried to say, this is the power of trust. After defeating Geihong, you are the strongest fighter in this world. I believe in you, believe in your strength, the Xie Yan Guan master said with a radiant face. It seems that Meng Huizhang is very successful. Suddenly the guy panicked and asked worriedly, Meng Zhang, what's wrong with you? Is your body disappearing? The blood-stained hand was gradually blurring in the blond man's eyes.
This has always been the only way. There has only been one senior Chu Ji in the world who became a Class S Plus fighter. It's really too difficult. Even if it's only temporary, can we avoid paying the price?
He continued, while he was gradually disappearing. This is the last card, exchanged from the life of a Class S fighter, and it is also the only way to defeat Qiu Sheng, Qi Lianguan Master. Only you can do it.
The red-haired man's face darkened, and he kept himself calm. Meng Huizhang, I understand your intention,
he lightly blamed. You really didn't hesitate at all. This is putting all the responsibility on me. Meng Zhang heard Qi Lian's complaint and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, isn't this the only way? Only I know this trick, and you just happen to be the strongest among us. Of course, I have to sacrifice myself to keep you. With great power comes great responsibility. The blond guy's body was gradually turning into rays of light, merging into Chu Zhang behind him.
We are a responsibility that we cannot back down from, and we are not afraid to die for the greater good.
Before officially leaving, he carefully instructed. The rest is up to you, he continued to say before disappearing into the vast Chuzhong. The third duel, Qiu Sheng, with 50% power, has taken his place.
Suddenly, Xie Yan opened his eyes.
An old man appeared, talking to the young man. I finally understand the difference between the normal version and the Chu Shi version of the Everlasting Overlord first. The growth of this world's fighters lies in trust, he continued. You must unconditionally believe in your own strength, and if you feel you are not strong enough, you must find a place to entrust it.
The old man still had words to say to Xie Yan. It can be an animal, or it can be a plant, or even bombs and bullets. With trust and help, people can complete the transformation from a martial artist to a fighter, and far surpass humans. As for the object that the Everlasting Overlord first entrusts, it is like an existence that has existed for tens of millions of years, always standing at the top of the food chain, above all living things, and the tools of human beings themselves. After hearing the principles from the old man, the young man thought to himself, this principle is simple, but people are also aware of their own weaknesses, and subconsciously deny this idea, preventing the promotion of the fighter class. Therefore, no one has practiced it over the years, and I can only forcibly learn it through the system, he vaguely continued to think. And this learning is only the normal version of Everlasting Overlord Fist LV5, lacking trust, invincible and able to fight heaven and earth, can only see the faint phantom of human form, without the important center. This test of connecting the will of the planet helped me absorb all the fighting memories of Chu Shi, and I finally understood the ultimate secret of Everlasting Overlord Fist LV5, which is the eyes. The young man emitted sparks of electricity, and he shouted, I alone am supreme. Xie Yan said seriously, without external help, I alone am the supreme phantom of will, not any other existence but myself. This is the core of the Chu Shi version of Everlasting Overlord Fist.
The young man clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you very much, Senior, he continued. Not counting true key martial arts, my current strength is probably equal to Chu Shi's peak.
But the young man continued. Just sitting here and deducing the cultivation of those illusory wills is so beneficial. Is it really that simple? Is this really a test? Xie Yan said to his predecessor. But the benefits are real, TCH. It's like a gift from heaven, making me feel unreal. Suddenly the old man reached out, and a strange light appeared on the young man's fingertip with a wave. He held a small, glowing stone and was surprised.
What's this? Suddenly, his body was enveloped in light and sparks. Xie Yan sighed. Phew. I'm finally back. I don't know how long it's been while cultivating. What's the situation?
He touched the notification panel. Origin points, 912, 84,049. Skill, Everlasting Overlord Fist, level 5C. Suddenly, the system issued a red alert. Sorry, your origin points are insufficient. Cannot upgrade. Confirm. Seeing this, the young man thought to himself.
As expected, the remaining origin points are not enough to upgrade the Everlasting Overlord's Fist. Looks like I can only level up to 6 by completing a mission or returning to the main world. He looked at his glowing palm and thought further. Very relaxed.
My body is stronger, and even far surpasses true Q cultivation. The young man placed his hand on the shoulder of a woman and called out, Zhang Xiaoshu. He thought to himself, how is she? It seems like she's... The beautiful girl turned around with teary eyes. Xie Yan, the young man asked worriedly. What on earth happened? The girl with the beautiful blonde hair replied while crying, Xie Yan, Xiao Yan is dead. The president is also dead. Only Chilean master is still persevering. Hearing this, the man exclaimed in surprise. What? 2 S ranks of the Divine Martial Society are dead? Is it that serious? The young man was a little flustered. Is Qi Sheng that strong? Wasn't he split into 3 parts? A man with a ghostly face appeared. Only 1 left. Huh. Insects are just insects. The only difference is whether they die in ignorance or die awake. So what if you won 2 battles? In the face of absolute power, you can't do anything. Chilean master thought to himself. Concentrate all my spirit, all my attention, on 1 point, as long as I can defeat him. A person was floating in the air, facing the red-haired man. Qi Sheng thought to himself. What's going on? This person's spirit is different from before, almost approaching my current state. Suddenly, an explosion occurred on the ground, shaking the ground to pieces and scattering them everywhere. The man seemed to have discovered something. The space was being covered in black and red. He used his move, Demon God Transformation, Xie Sheng shouted. Impudent. Chilean master rushed towards him with a powerful punch. His eyes were full of determination. The demon, after tasting the power of the move that was just unleashed, was shocked and thought to himself, how is it possible? A part of Qi Sheng's arm was shattered by the punch, blood splattering throughout the space, just meeting him, and an arm got broken. The demon was punched away. The ground seemed to be destroyed, with rubble flying everywhere. The soul of a dragon appeared. Soaring dragon ascension shattered. In the clear sky, rocks were floating in the air. The shadow of a person was moving on the surface of the rock. Chilean master, his body covered in wounds, looked worriedly in one direction and thought to himself, exerting all my strength in 1 strike, still avoided the dangerous spot. As expected, it's not easy. The man's sturdy back appeared under the red sky, he thought to himself. But I can be sure that my strength now is really capable of fighting Xie Sheng. Under the restriction of the rules, he can't recover. As long as I continuously attack him, I will definitely be able to kill him. Suddenly, a ghostly laugh appeared, startling Chilean master. The laughter seemed to fill the entire space, threatening to swallow the man whole. Suddenly, the red-haired guy was surrounded by a flash of light, and monstrous spirits zoomed towards the man. He panicked and yelled, what the hell is this? The space was engulfed by an unknown light source, and a sorrowful voice emerged from nowhere. You actually managed to destroy my perfect body and make me lose face in front of my master like this, Chilean Guanju screamed. Qi Sheng. Suddenly, he freaked out. How is this possible? A man with an incredibly grotesque face appeared in the red light, smiling as he exclaimed, excellent, I won't let you die so easily. Enjoy yourself, human. Xie Yan and the beautiful girl beside him observed from the outside, astonished. He can recover. Again, has the rule lost its effect? The blonde girl next to the young man cried out in astonishment. No way, Galser himself set the rules. If they lost their effect, I'd be the first to suffer a backlash. Since I'm fine, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the rules. Hearing her words, the young man's face darkened, and he asked curiously, one more question. Where did those strange, fang-bearing, claw-waving dudes spouting nonsense come from? Meanwhile, Chilean Guanju was still relentlessly attacking, throwing punches everywhere. Suddenly, he froze, his face filled with shock. The laughter still enveloped the space, and a figure lunged towards the red-haired man. Xie Sheng quickly approached Chilean Guanju. A smug smile plastered across his face. The space seemed to shatter. Debris flew everywhere, and the sky was covered in a hazy white smoke. A pool of blood appeared. It seemed the red-haired man had been injured by the grotesque fiend's attack. Qi Sheng laughed heartily and said, haha, why'd you stop? Keep going. This little bit of power isn't even enough to scratch an itch for me. Chilean Guanju was kneeling on the ground, seemingly severely wounded. Annoyed by the taunting words echoing in his ears, the man angrily said, damn it, fine, whatever. A Kanglong spirit appeared behind the muscular young man, and he yelled, I can still go on. As he charged forward, he mused to himself, the rules can't be flawed. Xie Sheng must have been affected. Perhaps his previous injuries weren't fatal enough for him to recover. If I can inflict enough damage, I might be able to kill him instantly. I have to use a mutual destruction tactic.
Suddenly, a hand blocked Xie Yan Guanzhu's attack. The demon, his face utterly furious, said,
"Just now, you really did have power on par with Zhaoji's peak. But so what? I can feel your strength waning. This kind of power is only temporary, right?" The red-haired man's face was filled with shock, and he yelled, "I'm 100,000 times stronger than Zhaoji. Even if Zhaoji were alive, he wouldn't be my opponent, let alone you. A mere pseudo-S+."
A figure lay motionless on the ground. Xie Yan Guanzhu, his entire body stained crimson with fresh blood, vaguely thought to himself,
"This can't go on. He's already on guard. Even if I use a mutual destruction tactic, it'll be hard to hit him.
I mustn't waste Meng Huizhang's sacrifice. I know I have to feign weakness, then find an opportunity."
Suddenly, the man's entire body was lifted by red strings, Qi Huaisheng said. "Did I give you permission to die yet?"
He flashed a grotesque, terrifying smile and continued,
"I told you, I won't let you die so easily. Enjoy the next moments."
Young man, Xie Yan worried.
"This isn't good. Xie Yan Guanzhu is severely injured and basically has no strength left to resist. At this rate, he'll just get pummeled."
Zhang Xiaoshu's face darkened, and she said to Xie Yan, "Sir, you guys leave here. Take the Shangguan sisters away."
The beautiful blonde girl smiled and said, "I'll use some of my blinding power to clear a path. Get out of here as fast as you can, as far as you can, because once Xie Yan Guanzhu dies, we'll confirm our failure, and all nuclear bombs worldwide will be launched here immediately." She calmly continued,
"This is humanity's last card. Its destructive power far surpasses that of an S+ rank. Theoretically, it's more than enough to blow Qi Huaisheng to smithereens. But because it lacks the binding force of G power,
we don't know if Qi Huaisheng will be revived again. There's no other way. Humanity has no other choice. Even if we have to pay a very heavy price, it will only temporarily eliminate Qi Huaisheng."
Zhang Xiaoshu took the young man's hand and continued to instruct him. "Also, I have one more request. You've surely inherited the Changsheng hegemon fist. I hope you can perpetuate that legacy, and, in the future, cultivate more talents to face the revived Qi Huaisheng."
The beautiful woman smiled and continued, "Of course, by then, Qi Huaisheng will probably be even stronger, beyond our wildest imagination. But you'll also have the help of the entire world."
After hearing Zhang Xiaoshu's heartfelt instructions, the young man wondered, is that really okay?
He closed his eyes to think, that's right, I can leave immediately. I could even leave this world directly, with absolute safety. But the beautiful girl quickly replied, "Mister, the rules of the competition have been set. Once announced, they can't be changed. This means the members who can participate are now fixed. Even if Xie Yan wants to help, he can't."
The young man clenched his fist, thinking,
just now, Xie Yan's performance showed that his strength isn't any weaker than mine, even after mastering the Longevity Overlord's fist LV5. Even if it was only for a moment, but even if I go up there, unless I can break Qi Huaisheng's undying, unweaving state, even if I exhaust all my origin points, I still won't be able to beat him." The man clenched his fist, thinking, it's a shame the system doesn't classify the Eternal Life Overlord's first as a defensive skill. Otherwise, it could have enjoyed the National Soul title and been enhanced, just like the Heavenly Seal suppressing meditation. If that were the case, defeating Qi Huaisheng wouldn't be too difficult.
Suddenly, the palm of the man's hand lit up. Xi Yan looked at the glowing stone in his hand, puzzled. Why is it glowing? Then, Zhang Xiaoshu, standing beside him, exclaimed in surprise, unable to hide her shock, "Wait, how do you have a GE fragment?"
After hearing what the beautiful girl next to him said, the young man widened his eyes and looked at the glowing stone. "AGE fragment. You're talking about this thing." Suddenly, a pattern on the chest of the young lady began to glow. The blonde-haired woman explained, "The GE fragment is the materialized GE will. It can temporarily rely on the G consciousness to descend into the domain, and the rules are created through the G fragment.
But it's too much to bear for the human body."
I was able to use it because my grandfather helped take on most of the pressure. Otherwise, I would have died after reading the rules." Zhang Xiaoshu's face lit up. "If I had another fragment, I could bring you in to exchange for the Crimson Chainmaster."
Suddenly, she paused.
After thinking for a moment, the beautiful girl shouted, "No. Even if you go in, you won't be able to do anything. You'll just increase the sacrifice. Instead of doing that, it's better to escape, Save whoever you can. Chung Hongjun couldn't help but wonder. I'm very curious. My grandfather spent so much effort to get a fragment. Where did you get yours? Xie Yan paused for a moment before replying to the young lady. Someone gave it to me. It seemed like the young man realized something. So, that's it, I understand now.
The young man looked at the glowing stone, recalling the moment he met that old senior, and thought to himself, no wonder I felt the trial was so simple. No wonder this thing would end up in my hands at the last moment. I really understand now. Xie Yan, surrounded by 3 men and hundreds or thousands of others, thought, it's the collective idea of all the fighters in this world. This is Xie's power deliberately creating the conditions for me to easily obtain the Eternal Life Overlord's Fist Zhu Xi version for exchange. I have to save this world. Should I say these people are righteous or just big-hearted? If I leave directly, I don't need to take any responsibility. After all, Xie Sheng will be destroyed by nuclear bombs.
The young man smiled lightly and continued to think. Although many nuclear bombs hitting one place on Earth will destroy the ecosystem, even if we face a harsher winter, humans can still live under the leadership of the fighting god. That's why they say you shouldn't provoke Xie Sheng. Leaving directly is the best option for me.
Suddenly, he paused.
But the Crimson Chainmaster is having difficulty breathing. Haha, the young man thought to himself. If it wasn't for me bringing the Shengguan sisters into the finals for the mission, the Shenwu Association's plan wouldn't have happened.
Suddenly, the man with a body covered in wounds struggled to get up, and with difficulty said, Ah, right, Xie Yan. Clutching the fragment, he made a decision. If the Shenwu Association's plan goes smoothly and Xie Xing recovers, he won't be so strong. Bai Hu and the cute chairman won't sacrifice themselves. If this is karma that I created, I can't just leave like this. Finally, the young man decided to give the glowing fragment to Zheng Xiaoshu and said, Miss Hongjun, take me in. The beautiful girl was surprised. Xie Yan, Mister, are you serious? The young man smiled lightly and quickly replied, Miss, of course I'm serious. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, the Crimson Chainmaster won't be able to hold on. He thought to himself, although I know very well that the chances of winning aren't high, I still want to go in, use all my strength, all my origin points, and have a good fight with Xie Sheng. Zhang Hongjun clenched the fragment, preparing to pull Xie Yan into the space to fight Xie Sheng. He thought to himself, the only reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to have any regrets. Before officially entering the life-or-death battle, the young man carefully instructed the young lady, in case something bad happens to me. Oh right, Miss Hongjun, the Eternal Life Overlord's Fist is too difficult to master. I'm just lucky. Don't expect future generations to be able to master it. But I have a special method that can extend the life of the fighting god. Xie Yan expressed his thoughts. To be honest, I'm not very confident about this battle. If I really can't win, I'll give you a clear signal. After receiving the signal, you and the Crimson Chain take the Shangguan sisters and leave. Just ignore me. The Shangguan sisters are very important. The method to extend life I just mentioned. They both know it. I've taught them before. If I fail, from a certain point of view, they are the last hope of this world. So you must protect them well. The young man was prepared for the worst-case scenario, carefully reminding the Zhang young lady. In case, I misjudge people, and the Shangguan sisters really have a problem, I've recorded the entire process on the shopping account memo of Shangguan Jiao. I believe that with your strength you can easily crack her account. That's all I want to say. In short, you have to find a way to survive. Don't die too easily. The beautiful girl pondered without replying to the young man's words. After thinking for a moment, she decided, I promise you. The sky was covered by a red mist, and under the ground was a long pool of blood. Xie Sheng stood in front of the Crimson Chainmaster, crawling on the ground, and said, Your strength has dropped too quickly. Is that a disguise? A small ball appeared in the palm of the devil's hand. He continued, Want to find an opportunity to raid me? Useless. Whether you are disguised or not, you have no more chances. Suddenly, an extremely strong light appeared, dazzling him to the point where he had to cover his eyes. A ray of light shot straight into Qin Yusheng's face, causing the devil's face to bleed. The powerful attack made him lose his balance and fall to the ground. His face also distorted. The ground suddenly shattered, with dirt, rocks, and dust splattering everywhere. Xie Sheng clung to the ground to avoid being thrown away, surrounded by sparks of electricity shining around his hands. He was surprised. Jia, Qi, power, what's going on? Xie Yan appeared and said, The Crimson Chainmaster is tired, so we called a timeout and changed to a substitute. I'm going to fight you, Xie Sheng. Let's fight a few rounds. Right then, beams of light appeared,
where Zhang Hongjun and Guan Jiao were with Guan Yan, and the light energy gradually dissipated. Xie Yan was transported there, covered in blood and heavily injured from his previous fight with Xie Sheng.
He slowly got up and asked, "What's going on? Wasn't I fighting Qiu Sheng?" Zhang Hongjun rushed over and said, "Xie Yan Guanmaster, are you all right? I used Jie Qi power to swap Xie Yan, mister, in for you." Hearing this, Xie Yan said, "I'm fine, I thought. Never mind. You said Xie Yan. Even though he's strong, he's no match for Qiu Sheng." Hongjun, with unwavering eyes, full of confidence in Xie Yan, retorted, "That's not a sure thing, because he has mastered a legendary combat art. Also, the only combat art that can defeat Qiu Sheng in another space." Xie Yan was using the Longevity Overlord first. And because this was the genuine article, a massive halo of light radiated from his entire body. Qiu Sheng, seeing this, thought to himself, "The Divine Martial Society really has run out of people to fight. Finally, they put someone here to replace Xie Yan, but whatever, you can play with me." He gave a strange, sinister smile, staring intently at Xie Yan. Xie Yan didn't waste any more time with him, unleashing the innate 100-flower burial bell, controlling thousands of strands of highly destructive spiritual energy, launching a barrage of palm strikes at Qiu Sheng, but they were all blocked by the shield he created, unable to penetrate and hit him. Every strand of spiritual energy that approached the shield shattered. Xie Yan felt a bit annoyed seeing this. As expected, even if Qiu Sheng only has half his strength, he can completely ignore my strongest true energy attack. The power of the evil god is too restraining against the true energy inside. Suddenly, Qiu Sheng unleashed the ghost god-linked thread. Thousands upon thousands of thin and thick red spiderweb-like threads appeared. Look at this. This is what real energy-based attacks are like.
Xie Yan refused to give in, clenching his fist and saying, "Then you better watch closely. The flower interrogation is not my whole strength." With that, Xie Yan soared up like a rocket, swiftly piercing through his web of threads, closing in on him with lightning speed, then landing a fatal blow to Qiu Sheng's cheek with a fist, distorting his face in shock and sending him crashing heavily to the ground, creating a bottomless crater in the earth. At this moment, Xie Yan continued to rush towards him, using the Longevity Flow, Soaring Dragon Heaven Trial, Longevity Flow, Wavebreaker, Myriad Die Double Sword combination, merging the two moves into one, directly striking Qiu Sheng's chest. He immediately coughed up blood, his clothes torn to shreds by the pressure of the attack. Xie Yan was very pleased with his last hit, feeling very excited, and attacked even more frantically. He was now in control of the entire situation. Xie Yan didn't stop for a second, continuing to punch and kick Qiu Sheng far away. He couldn't believe it. Falling into confusion, what's going on, what's wrong with this guy? While he was still dazed, Xie Yan had flown behind him, preparing to punch him again, but Xie Sheng turned around and counterattacked, only to have his fist grabbed and stopped by Xie Yan, revealing a murderous expression. He didn't expect Xie Yan's strength to be so great. Xie Yan, on the other hand, was feeling incredibly refreshed, relying solely on simple punches and kicks to fight. Physical contact, not that he'd never done that before, but in this moment, he felt an unprecedented pleasure in his heart, his body suddenly becoming unusually agile, reacting and launching moves as soon as he thought about it. Just then, Qiu Sheng broke free of his control, wanting to attack him, but Xie Yan flew behind him again. At that moment, every breath Xie Yan took, every heartbeat, resonated with his body, and with each movement, this resonance became even more intense. It was as if his body had previously been a machine, only knowing how to obey orders, and only now did he truly grasp control of his body. Right at this moment, he kicked Qiu Sheng hard in the face, making him look extremely painful from the heavenly kick. Just like that, Xie Yan stuck close to Qiu Sheng, hitting him from one place to another, without stopping for a single second. Only after some time did he stop, landing on a large rock nearby. Looking around, the place was now devastated, with no way to tell which was the ground and which was the sky anymore. Xie Yan wiped the sweat from his cheek, thinking, in theory, no matter how strong Qiu Sheng is, after taking such a fierce barrage of punches, he should be severely injured. At this moment, Qiu Sheng's figure appeared through the hazy smoke and dust. Gradually emerging, he walked towards him as if nothing had happened. As expected, it's just as you predicted, Chuckles. This is just a fierce set of flashy moves. Your attack power is only 0, 5. It looks strong, but it's useless against him. At this moment, Qiu Sheng spoke up. Now I can understand why they sent you here. In your attacks, I sense something very familiar. He frowned at him, asking, When did you learn the Chengsheng overlord first? Xie Yan smirked and said, I was about to ask, when did you learn this infinite recovery technique? Seeing him evade the question, Xuansheng started to get annoyed. You won't talk, huh? Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to circulate his energy.
The Changsheng Overlord First is indeed the strongest combat style on Earth, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it.
Now I'm getting serious. His body instantly erupted with terrifying power. Demonic flames blazed around him, and he rushed towards Xie Yan.
He wasn't about to be outdone, so he met the attack head-on. Very quickly, the two of them clashed, exchanging blows.
A white light suddenly flashed, obscuring both of them. Both of them unexpectedly retreated backward.
Xie Yan's chest was seriously injured, and he gasped for breath. Chui Sheng laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, the Changsheng Overlord Fist is nothing more than this.
Your strength isn't much weaker than Chu Ji's peak. But unfortunately, you've met me. He arrogantly walked towards Xie Yan, then charged like an arrow, saying, I've surpassed that Chu Ji long ago. Even with only half my strength left, I can defeat Chu Ji easily. Ha! He immediately threw a punch at Xie Yan. He hurriedly raised his hands as shields to block the attack, but was still sent flying to the ground by Qihua Sheng. The surrounding rocks and soil couldn't withstand the impact, and burst up in all directions. Only two streaks of light could be seen, gold from Xie Yan and red from Qihua Sheng. They exchanged blows at a frantic pace, teleporting everywhere.
Suddenly, some faceless mooks appeared and said, It's useless. No matter how strong the destructive power is, no matter how great the power, it's meaningless against Great Lord Xu Sheng. Xie Yan is just an ant who doesn't know his own limits. One of them continued, Xie Yan, your only end is this, to fail miserably, and then be killed. They shouted in unison, Die! Go! Go die! Kill him!
While Xie Yan was panting from being beaten by Qiu Sheng, he thought to himself, once Xu Sheng gets serious, his strength and speed are both stronger than mine. I can't beat him head-on.
But he can't kill me instantly either.
With the 5th level of the Changsheng Overlord First, I've become much more durable than before, saving a lot of origin points to spend on Nirvana.
This is just a prolonged battle, but Qihua Sheng's recovery speed is too fast,
and I can't see what price he had to pay to gain this much strength. With my remaining origin points, I definitely can't defeat him, seeing him standing there smugly after being hit so many times.
Shi Jian helplessly covered his face, not knowing what to do.
Seriously, how many opponents have I fought like this already? Are immortal bodies being mass-produced these days? To make matters worse, these faceless things keep ringing in his ears. Die. You've lost. Give up. Your efforts are all meaningless. Unable to endure them for another moment, Xie Yan circulated his energy and pointed his hand towards them. A sharp streak of light appeared, cutting them all in half with a single blow. Shut your mouths, you bunch of morons! Just as he finished them off, Qihua Sheng suddenly appeared behind him. Xie Yan, your opponent is right here.
Xie Yan was enraged when he heard this.
Then I'll use this punch to smash you to pieces. He immediately unleashed a combined attack of the Ku Shen Destruction Intellect from the apparent Dragon Vigor and Zhang Ba's Overlord Fist, beating him to a pulp. A terrifying explosion then erupted. Boom! A loud noise. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Qihua Sheng's figure became clear. His body had been pierced through the chest by Xie Yan's punch. Even though he was injured, he still had the nerve to say, Back then, Qihua Shi used this move to kill me. But it's a pity.
Saying that, he suddenly grinned savagely, his eyes bloodshot, his body surrounded by demonic energy, the wounds from before gradually recovering as he said,
Still useless. No matter what kind of wounds you inflict on me, it's all useless.
Xie Yan witnessed this, his eyes wide and mouth agape, surprised. His recovery speed seems slower now. Is it because his recovery speed actually has a limit? That's not right. When I first started fighting, I was attacking even more fiercely than now, and Xinhao Sheng was almost instantly recovering.
After such a long battle, Qihua Sheng's recovery ability only weakened for a moment, proving that something must have affected him. So, what could it be? He pondered, as he watched him gradually recover, and the faceless mobs that he had annihilated earlier also recovered very quickly, chanting incessantly,
Before the invincible Lord God Demon Fist, all attacks are useless. You're already screwed and still struggling like a fish on a chopping board. Don't you feel like a ridiculous clown? Ignoring their taunting words, Xie Yan remained focused on pondering and speculating. He assumed that these mobs were also recovering. But what exactly are these faceless spectators? Are they just there to stir up the atmosphere? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "These things are probably a part of Qi Sheng's power. If I unleash my full power, they wouldn't be allowed to exist here. Could they be used to disturb the opponent's mental state? No, with the steadfast will of a fighter, they wouldn't be affected. Qi Sheng wouldn't create something as useless as this. He must have another purpose." Suddenly, Xie Yan realized, "Wait a minute, immortality, and putting on these shows, haven't I encountered something similar before? Isn't this basically identical to Chen Huang?" It's clear the secret to Qi Sheng's recovery must be related to these guys. Hearing his analysis, Qi Sheng chuckled with amusement. "Oh, you've finally figured it out. But it won't change anything. These weirdos are also immortal, unless you can create clones." Overconfident, he suddenly paused, his expression changing. His eyes filled with shock as he saw Xie Yan create a clone and summon the sword-life spirit. Before the faceless mobs could say anything more, they were obliterated by a single sword strike from the sword-life spirit. "Xie Yan, you're not playing by the rules, daring to kill the audience." Qi Sheng immediately attacked. Asking him to do anything is just a waste of effort. Dividing your strength in two will only make you die faster. Xie Yan laughed upon hearing this. "Is that so?" Seeing him like this, Qi Sheng instantly froze. In the moment he lost focus, Xie Yan unleashed the evergreen flowing dragon fist. A massive dragon appeared, and he punched him directly. Sorry about this, I'm not even using True Q to hit you. Before long, Xie Sheng was spitting blood from his beatdown, still clueless as to what the hell was happening. However, the corrupted ones are endlessly immortal. But the destructive speed of this pink energy is too fast. If the corrupted ones are all suppressed at the same time, they won't be able to revive, and his recovery power will be completely suppressed. Following that, the sword-life spirit was flying towards Xie Yan. Seeing her, Qi Sheng wanted to rush up and deal with her first. She turned around and saw him launching a palm strike towards her. Just then, Xie Yan swiftly rushed forward, blocking between them, a hero coming to the rescue. At this moment, Xie Yan and Qi Sheng once again faced each other directly, Qi Sheng thought, while attacking. Why would he suddenly use his body to block? He would always dodge this move of mine before, but now he's resisting it. To protect this clone, how foolish. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared from Xie Yan's side. Grabbing one side of Qi Sheng's face, Xie Yan had now transformed into an ugly and terrifying monster. No longer human. "Chen Sheng, your opponent is right here." It turned out that Xie Yan had used 100 origin points to replace the consumption of the Nirvana finger, which is why he transformed into this form. Xie Yan, like a great demon, excitedly approached and said to Qi Sheng, "Or could it be that your recovery power has been suppressed, so you're scared? You don't dare to face me anymore." Xie Yan taunted him. "Scared?" he retorted sharply. "Me? Scared of a mere mortal like you? How ridiculous." They both gave as good as they got. He used the god demon Heavenly Flash to attack him, the powerful move creating a massive explosion. However, he was completely unscathed. "This kind of weak energy? I can annihilate it with just a finger. Nothing to worry about," Qi Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. "Really? You say it gets annihilated once? Then I'll create it a second time." He attacked him relentlessly, but he dodged every attack. However, each time, he consumed 50 origin points to replace the consumption of the Nirvana finger. Immortality. Rebirth galore. This ain't a privilege only you got. These moves are coming in hot, boom after boom. He lands a punch and says, "Just tricks. Just mortal schemes. How can they compare to the power my lord bestows? Under the gaze of my lord, all your efforts are meaningless." You reply, "Acting all superior just 'cause you're a dog. Today I'll show you the immense power of humanity." "Loose lips sink ships," he shouts. Dodging, "You think this is getting dicey. I don't have much origin points left, and my body's stronger than before, so Nirvana fingers burn in, through, quick. Gotta think safe. I got 4 Nirvana finger shots left, then it's soul age time, like drinking, poison to quench thirst." I underestimated how damn persistent this is, endless, can't kill the origin spirits, and Qi Sheng's regen's still up, just nerfed. To off Qi Sheng, I gotta make the origin spirits wipe out the fallen before they respawn. I need to one-shot Qi Sheng, but no way that's happened. You dodge his attack and say, "Useless, Qi Sheng. You might be stronger, but I regen just as good. Unless you can power up like crazy and vaporize me. Otherwise, I can fight you till..." He gasps, thinking, what the hell? He can regen endlessly for free. No body structure. Human power's limited.
I learned that ages ago. How can Xie Yan, a human, keep doing the impossible? Why can he also regenerate infinitely? He got smashed into the wall by you.
You say, Qi Shang, you suck. You can't even kill me. How do a weakling like you become a cultist? Any self-respecting evil god would pick me over you. I'd be 10,000 times better. You think? Wonder if that'll trigger him. Add some aggro. Make him rage quit.
Damn it. Damn it. I can't let my master down. I'll sweep away any obstacle before my supreme master. How can I let a mortal look down on me? If these fallen can't help me anymore, then become pure energy to power me up.
You think? Stoked? Worked a bit. He's got a strong will, but the evil god stuff messes him up. To kill me quick, he needs more power, and energy ain't free, so his choice is obvious. This is my chance. The ultimate move that even Zhu Ji never got to use is common. Out, amp up every muscle, max it out, even my heart's pumping, overtime. Muscles bulge, pumping, my strength to a new high, my body's gonna break down before the attack, so the accuracy tanks. It's basically suicide, but it's the best shot I got. Focus every drop of power into one massive strike. This punch will obliterate his form. For good. No, not enough. The origin spirit's banned technique is too strong and hurt his body so serious. You use Nirvana Finger to heal. You sigh, phew. That was close. The damage was so bad, Nirvana Finger almost didn't work. That was closer to death than when I fought Ji San Mei. Phew. Limbs are still here, guts are all good, thank God. Nirvana Finger can't just grow stuff yet. Good thing. Everlasting Overlord's body took the brunt, otherwise I'd be crippled for good. Huh. Where am I? Not Qi Sheng's arena. If even self-destruct origin spirit couldn't kill him. I'm out of ideas. Ding. System message. Match 3 complete. Planet Protector team wins. Evil cultist loses. Qi Sheng is dead for good. You sigh. He sucked up those monsters for power, but lost his regen, and finally got wrecked. This world, I don't owe you guys anything anymore. You leave after the long battle. Zheng Xiaoshu rushes to help you up, saying, Xie Yan, sir, can you hear me? Don't close your eyes. Hang in there. You say, I ain't got any wounds, but I'm beat mentally. Just these two. Still out cold. They're acting weird. Their pulses are steady. Not injured, just out. Probably a mental thing. Suddenly, that beam of light appeared again. Evil God's power. Shit, can't move. They were all caught off guard. System announcement. Your quest has failed. Leaving him utterly confused. Quest failed. How is that possible? Zhu Sheng is dead. Who else can summon the evil god? Guan Zhao and Guan Yan are both being sucked into the sky, the others exclaimed. They're being sucked into the sky. Miss Yan, little Zhao. They're slowly floating up. Xie Yan immediately rushed towards them, when suddenly, it released a shockwave. Zheng Xiaoshu was hit too. She cried out in pain. Ah. They asked her, what's wrong? Are you okay? She weakly said. My consciousness is fading. The evil god has broken the planet's barrier. It's about to descend. Who can stop it? Who can? Barrages of bombs and artillery attacked it, but it just stood there, no effect whatsoever. It's preparing to attack again, they said in fear. No way. Nukes don't work on it. Suddenly someone was sucked away by it, one by one, just like that. From every nook and cranny, Zheng Xiaoshu burst into tears, saying, I can feel it. This is the signal. The will to resist is completely devoured. Earth's screwed, humanity's screwed. She also vanished. A colossal figure stood tall, holding its head in pain. Then slowly, it transformed into a girl. Xie Yan was staring blankly at what just happened. It seems the pressure disappeared, when a voice called out, Xie Yan Gage, little Zhao. He was surprised to hear her voice. She looks really scary now. She flashed a bewitching smile, saying, Xie Yan Gage's pitiful look is so cute. Shangguan Yan leaned close to Xie Yan and whispered, I'll give you anything you want. It was the first time he saw her like this. He was so shocked he almost cursed, and even thought about ditching them and running. Shangguan Yan is not normal at all. Can I just run away directly? But if I run, for the greater good, I'll have to sacrifice this body then. Xie Yan awkwardly pushed her away slightly, smiling. Can you tell me what's going on with you and little Zhao right now? He thought in his heart, I should probably figure things out before I run. Since Xie Yan asked, of course Guan Yan had to answer. How could she refuse? Shangguan Yan whispered. The human forms that Xi Yan Sheng knew have disappeared. Now before you are newborns, the Ava evil god that the humans on this planet speak of, a being of pure origin. We still hope you can use Shangguan Yan, Shangguan Zhao to call us Ava. It was the first time he heard this name, she further explained. This is the name we gave ourselves. After all,
Its original self-consciousness was destroyed in the battle many years ago. As for the things it did before, choosing Qi Sheng as its representative, spreading its evil god seeds to invade the consciousness of the planet, breaking the barrier, these things were just instinctive eating actions. Xie Yan gradually extracted information from her. You guys used to be humans. Does that mean you and the evil one, and Ava, weren't originally on the same side, so why have you become like this now?
Speaking of this, Shangguan Yan's expression became strange again. If that stupid Xu Sheng hadn't attacked us, we would have just lived a peaceful life. Ava wouldn't have awakened for 50 years. It's because of him that everything became like this. But looking at it from another perspective,
he's not all bad news either. Without him, we couldn't have become one like we are now, become a real family. The next second, Guan Yan just hugged him in Xie Yan's confusion. Xie Yan Sheng, you should join us too. Just join us and you'll understand everything.
Her relentless attacks like this really scared him, Xie Yan said with a forced smile. Slow down, wait, I still have a question. Again, he swore in his heart. Damn it, there's no way to escape. Shangguan Yan has changed too. Xie Yan Sheng, ask away. She looked at him affectionately. Xie Yan asked slowly. Just now, Xiao Zhao said that all the creatures on earth have been eaten up. Is this true? Shangguan Yan replied with both seduction and pity. Xie Yan Sheng, it's really puzzling to us. You clearly don't belong to this world, but you sympathize with these weak creatures. Plus, you even said those cheesy lines. We had so many unforgettable memories there, suddenly they're gone. It's just a bit hard to accept.
Then how about this? Guan Yan gently released him, then grabbed the planet in front of her, taking it all in.
Xie Yan stood aside, witnessing this scene, only knowing to be surprised into silence.
After finishing, she brought the planet back and said to him, I can transfer this planet to Ava's country. It can continue to grow and survive. But he didn't believe those words very much. What does this mean? Do you think that planet wasn't crushed by her just now? How can it still be alive?
Xie Yan Sheng, you'll know once you enter, Guan Yan replied leisurely. Finishing her words, a dazzling pink light shone towards him.
When Xie Yan opened his eyes, he had already wandered to another planet. Moreover, Shangguan Zhao suddenly appeared here. These confusing things made him very bewildered. Where is this? Xiao Zhao explained softly. This is Ava's country. Also a place inside someone's body. Reserving a place specifically for those weak creatures, no problem. Isn't it exactly the same as that planet? Before Xie Yan's eyes, familiar figures appeared. That's Chairman Meng working as a policeman. Why is the Scarlet Refining Hall Master becoming a construction worker? And then there's Lin Yui's. He's holding a concert. Why did he suddenly realize the strangeness in the voice just now while speaking? Turning around, he saw it wasn't Guan Yan, and immediately wondered, Xiao Zhao, why is it you? Where are your sisters? Weren't they all eaten by you? Could this be an illusion? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Guan Yan appearing behind him out of nowhere. I'm here, Xie Yan Sheng. In Ava's country, Xiao Zhao and I can appear at the same time. Afterwards, we, as the highest existence, resurrection is just a small matter.
She wouldn't have done this before. It's all because of Xie Yan Jige that she made an exception. Resurrection. So awesome. Do they still remember the path their original planet was destroyed on? Xie Yan asked the two of them again. The two of them then hugged one of his arms, each in a loving manner.
Xiao Zhao smiled charmingly and replied, Ha, of course not. It's enough for the ants to live in ignorance. Knowing too much will drive them crazy. It's not necessary. Although it's the first time we've accepted so many weak family members, they don't take up too much space, so there's no need to pay attention to them, as long as Yang Gege is happy. Being between two evil gods like this, he was really too nervous, not even daring to breathe. So that's how it is, which is to say that all the creatures on this earth are still controlled by you. Right? He continued. That's right, Guan Yan replied. All right.
Knowing these things, Xie Yan felt somewhat relieved. At least everyone was still alive. It could be considered a blessing in disguise.
It really is the Xie Yan's 10,000 Y program. I still have one more question. Miss Yan still hasn't answered me. What exactly is the relationship between you sisters and the evil god? He also had an idea ready in his heart. He had to leave after asking. These two sisters were becoming more and more evil. This is a long story. Let Xie Yan Sheng experience it himself.
Finishing her words, Miss Yan gently touched his forehead. Immediately a stream of power was transmitted over. Xie Yan quickly realized that this was the memory of the evil god Ava. It seemed to have been seriously injured by a powerful existence, and its main consciousness had completely collapsed. Only instinct remained, and it wandered to this universe. Every time it came to a suitable planet, it would lie on the planetary barrier and fall into a deep sleep. Its power was too great. Just lying outside would slowly seep into the planetary barrier, affecting the powerful creatures, transforming them into evil god-believers, and eroding the will of the planet. When the creatures of this planet were eroded by the power of the evil god to a certain extent, a part of its consciousness would pass through the barrier into the inside, sometimes 1 or 2 parts, sometimes 3 or 4 parts. Although it entered the souls of the newly born creatures on this planet to replace them, those souls, replaced by fragments of its consciousness, would not inherit its opinions, simply absorbing what the host saw and heard, waiting to automatically return to its consciousness after death when it was still autonomous. This was a means for it to eliminate loneliness, resist solitude. Although the evil god power on the 2 sisters was thin, its purity was high, and there was no way to separate it in a normal state, except for its own power. In the moment that Xie Yan absorbed the power of the 2 sisters, it felt offended, and also felt threatened, so it awakened earlier than expected. It had lost its autonomy, so it no longer had the ability to judge. This power came from itself. From that moment, his mission was destined to fail, so it appeared after he killed Xie Yan, only because its reaction time was too slow compared to them. When it awakened, it recovered the Shangguan sisters earlier and also brought this world to an end. Looks like my bringing these 2 sisters to the global martial arts tournament might have triggered this whole mess, but honestly, this planet's fate was sealed the moment the evil gods showed up in this universe. Even if I'd known and kept them away, stopping the evil gods' descent would have just delayed the apocalypse. It's still going to wake up and wipe everything out. It's been through countless planets, and the shards of consciousness replacing souls get sealed away after being collected, unable to affect the main consciousness, until Spirit Protector showed up. Spirit Protector came to be through the Shangguan sisters, souls, which themselves evolved from the evil god's fragmented consciousness. So Protector was basically part of it already, getting pulled back in. But because of Spirit Protector's special protective properties, it bypassed all the defenses in the evil god's body and went straight into the main consciousness. And that's when things fell apart. In the end, Spirit Protector used the Shangguan sisters' memories to overwrite the collapsed main consciousness, helping them awaken and take over the evil god's body. So you could say my appearance kinda sorta saved them and the world, even if they're not quite who they used to be. Everything's clear now, get it? You guys have been through so much. The sisters, hearing this, happily flew towards Xie Yan. He didn't blame or shun them, but instead happily embraced them, a happy and warm family of 3. But Xie Yan was probably too entranced to notice. Of course, the system, being ever the rational one, flashed a bright red warning. Alert! Host is undergoing high-level assimilation by the evil god. System functions will be lost upon complete assimilation. Consuming origin points to resist assimilation. Origin points remaining 8. Origin points remaining 7. But no matter how much the system alerted him, Xie Yan remained clueless, because he was currently in a state where the evil god had invaded his brain, causing loss of consciousness, falling into a daze. Xiaojiao really liked this feeling, constantly coiling around his body, giggling. Finally, Xie Yan is about to become a real part of Xiaojiao's family. Xie Yan Gage's body, Xie Yan Gage's lips, Xin Yan Gage's soul, Xin Yan Gage's dreams, all belong to Xiaojiao. Drowning in emotion, Shangguan Yan's voice rang out like an awakening. Xiaojiao, enough. Huh. Xiaojiao looked at her sister with full of doubt. What's wrong, sister? Didn't I hear that you also loved Xie Yan Gage? Why don't you want Xie Yan Gage to become a real family member? She said aggrievedly. Of course, Shangguan Yan's answer would be, how could I not love him? But you are being too hasty. Accepting Xian Sheng is the most important thing in our lives, and I can't let you mess it up. The 2 of us must organize a grand wedding with Xie Sheng. After the wedding, we can do whatever we want. A rosy future was drawn step by step by the Shangguan sisters before their eyes, giving the dazed Xie Yan passionate kisses. The days after will definitely be very happy. Xie Yan was naturally unconscious at this time, only knowing to hug the 2 tightly. Although he couldn't open his eyes, he could still feel that the 2 of them truly loved him. Unexpectedly, that condensed the pink aura into a concrete object, wondering if it could be refined into a second flower between essence. It's been so long since I felt this warmth, and it's full of a sense of security. The feeling of drifting through such days, it's not bad. It would be difficult to hold such a large thigh even in the main world. Anyway, I'm transmigrating with my body, otherwise let this world be the main world. The power of the two of them is so terrifying that even the Chongdation realm immortals in the main world couldn't defeat them.
But luckily for him, a part of his consciousness still crept into his brain to pull him out of that dream. Xiao Zhao, is that enough? Huh? What's wrong with them? Huh? Xie Yan laboriously opened his eyes, and the system continued to sound warning notices. The host is undergoing high assimilation of the evil god. After the assimilation, all functions of the system will be lost, and the origin points are being consumed to resist the assimilation. The remaining origin points, Xie Yan just woke up, looked at these lines of words, couldn't help but curse. Damn! Only now did he completely wake up and realize that he was being assimilated. When did it start? Damn it, I almost got sunk in it. Luckily, the system has automatic defense. Am I using this body to make the system bear the burden? There are only so many origin points left. It's really dangerous. I can't stay with these two sisters for another second.
Propose to leave this world? The system prompts.
Yes, no. Of course he had to run away from here with his tail between his legs. I must go back. Farewell. Your feelings are too intense. I really can't stand it.
Damn, those two scared the crap out of me. No way, no freaking way, bro. While the Shangguan sisters were still stunned,
Xie Yan had already vanished. Did he run away?
They muttered, dumbfounded. One moment he was all lovey-dovey, and the next he's gone. But Shangguan Yan kinda expected this.
As expected, Xie Yan Xiansheng isn't someone from this world.
Shangguan Zhao is totally head over heels.
I can feel it. That direction? It's kind of far, but I know he's there. Xie Yan Gage, I won't let you get away.
She immediately got a lecture from her sister.
Have you lost your mind? Haven't you figured it out yet? We can't go to that world right now. Can't you feel how many powerhouses are over there?
Each one of them makes this body tremble in fear. We gotta get back to our prime before we even think about stepping into that world.
What's the rush? Once we know the location, we can go there any time. Shangguan Yan leisurely laid back down.
Just gotta get stronger, eat more. After all, everywhere is food.
Relax. Xie Xiansheng won't escape our grasp. As for Xie Yan, he safely returned to his familiar room. But he was still shaken up from what just happened. Now Xie Yan could finally relax on his bed. Phew! Almost kicked the bucket in that world. Glad I snapped out of it. Before he could even lie down for a minute, the system notification popped up, and he immediately jumped up to check it. He was stoked as soon as he opened it. Oh, that familiar sound. Only the endless origin points can heal both my body and soul. Acquired 0.001. Fear from Luo Tianba. Acquired 0.001. Admiration from Liu Sanyang. Acquired 0.001. Jealousy from Hua Lang. Acquired 0.001. Worship from Ji Changwu.
Ji Changwu is simping for me that hard? He's so far away and still giving me origin points.
Guess all that taking care of him in Kuifeng City wasn't for nothing. Ooh, system level 3. Accordingly, his total origin points now are Name, Xie Yan, Realm, Heavenly Unity First Stage, Skill, Unleash Origin Points 8,002. Looking at that pathetic number, Xie Yan almost cried, and his voice became all whiny. What a ripoff! This is the first time I've used so many origin points it hurts. I can't accept this painful reality. He quickly covered his eyes. Can't look at the origin points anymore. Change the channel. Let's look at stuff that'll cheer me up. Nice. Very powerful. Now even if I don't learn martial arts or true Q, just relying on the Eternal Tyrant Fist, I feel like I could still beat some run-of-the-mill Heavenly Unity second stage. The system stated his current level. Eternal Tyrant Fist level 5 plus description. A method of proving the Tao through force, extraordinary physique, degenerate consciousness, Vita Supreme, inherited Zhu Shi's lifelong experience. All fighting techniques in the world can be mastered. Plus, I feel like my lifespan has increased by at least 300 years.
The Eternal Tyrant Fist lives up to its eternal name.
That trip to the small world was dangerous, but the gains were huge. Called Qing'er out to celebrate, Xie Yan excitedly said, beaming. But Qing'er didn't look too happy, and wouldn't even look at him, forcing him to use his spoiled, coaxing voice. Good, Qing'er, we're safe now.
Qing'er looked at him with teary eyes, and sadly said, Chrysanthemum hurts so much. I'm sorry, Master. Qing'er didn't even know why, but I just exploded. I couldn't help at all. Xie Yan gently replied. It's because they were two. OP, don't blame yourself. Master will heal you right away.
Nirvana Finger. But as soon as he used Nirvana Finger, the system immediately showed a warning that there were not enough origin points, not enough to replace the consumption of Nirvana Finger. Continue to consume lifespan. Please select yes or no. Xie Yan looked at the screen, hesitating for a moment. It didn't take him too long to make the final decision to choose yes. Consume lifespan then. Your daddy has a lot of lifespan right now. I can burn it all. How can this little bit of lifespan compare to my good Qing Thexture? Master is too nice to Qinggoer. Qinggoer has recovered and returned to normal. While he was busy flirting with Qingbrewers, he suddenly remembered something else important. Almost forgot about this nuisance. The pink Kwai that spread from the evil god's body had returned to the main world. If I use this to refine a flower between realms spirit, wouldn't that be even more awesome? A bold idea popped into his head.
Xie Yan quickly put his idea into practice. And at first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. It's reacting. I feel like I can refine it. However, a problem appeared. That pink Hui actually took him into a strange space. Xie Yan was even surrounded by creepy eyes.
Good thing it didn't affect her too much, so you managed to break free. Xie Yan was so annoyed he cursed. Damn it! This stuff is uncultivatable. This pink energy comes from the Shangguan sisters after they were tainted by an evil god. Their true forms also have the spiritual contamination properties of the evil god. Now you realize this truth.
Qingrer, who was beside him, didn't understand what was going on and looked at him inquisitively. My lord, what's wrong? What is this?
Xie Yan replied in a deep voice.
It's a long story. This is the pink energy of the evil god. As soon as she heard these two words, her eyes widened in surprise.
What? Evil god?
His voice continued.
In short, a lot of things happened, the Shangguan sisters. The more Qingye listened to Xie Yan's explanation, the more her head spun. Ah, my lord is so awesome. You can even play with that stuff. Has your charm gotten so strong that it can transcend species? It seems like you're also attracted to that pink energy.
Seeing her staring intently, Xie Yan quickly called out, Qingwire, are you listening to me?
As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed a very bold action from her. Qinggrayer actually bit down on his hand. Holy crap, Qinggrayer, what are you doing? You swallowed the pink energy. Spit it out. Xie Yan panicked and grabbed her.
Qingher, are you listening to me? At this moment, she was in a completely different state, and her outfit had also turned into a bewitching shade of pink.
Qingfer, he was completely stunned by her appearance. Unable to say a word, even Qingwer's eyes changed, looking at Xie Yan with a heartfelt expression. I don't know who gave her the power, but now Qingrecker dares to attack him so directly.
My lord Xie Yan, my heart hurts so much, I need my lord to massage it to make it feel better.
Xie Yan looked at her strange actions and wondered, are you Qingrier now, or someone else? Qingzhi even put on a seductive act for him. It was a total mess. My lord, it's a miracle. I'm Qingzhi, your spirit guardian. You can do whatever you want with me. Everything I have belongs to you. As soon as she said those words, Xie Yan gave her the gift of a head flick that couldn't be any more generous. Xie Yan's head flick made the pink energy disappear. This is the real Qing'er, all right. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ah, my lord, Qing'er asked him innocently. Xie Yan sighed, more frustrated than ever,
and pinched her chubby cheeks with all his might. What's wrong with you? You dare swallow the evil god's pink energy. Your lord almost had an accident just now. Qing'er started putting on her innocent and harmless face to please him. I didn't, but he wouldn't be moved this time.
Xie Yan held her down and patted her back vigorously.
Let me see if the pink energy is out yet. Qing'er was so dizzy from his patting. Ugh, I can't vomit it out. What should I do, my lord? Am I going to reincarnate?
No, don't think nonsense. After a while, the two of them sat down quietly to talk. Hey, my lord, what's wrong? His serious expression made her a little scared. Qing'er swallowing the pink energy just now helped Xie Yan realize something. I feel like the pink energy is gradually being broken down and refined after you swallowed it, although the speed is very slow. Qingzhi was very surprised to hear him say that, but also happy, because it seemed like a good thing. Can I really refine that pink energy into flower realm origin spirit? Great, I'm helping my lord, right? It seems like it for now, but we should still observe for a while. Go back to my inner sanctum and rest first. Let me think about what to do next. He gently patted her head and said, yes. The little ghost girl smiled brightly like a flower and quickly went into Xie Yan's inner sanctum to rest. At this moment, he was the only one left who could think quietly. Qing'er returned to normal after I flicked her. Could it be because she's a ghost and not a human, so she's not bound by that brain-deadening influence?
If Qingbrier uses the evil god seed, the thought had just flickered when it was extinguished by the person who came up with it.
Or forget it, that's too crazy.
Xie Yan was like he's playing house, spread all kinds of things on the bed and looked at them. The human skin mask, the evil god seed letter, Wu Ji's jade pendant, and the monk's token. Nothing's missing. Fighting with Chihuahua Sheng to such an extent didn't break it either. No wonder it's a pouch that can withstand the Flower Realm Swordfinger. The thousand-faced corpse demon did a good job.
The most special of these are this pouch and this storage bag. They don't look big, but they can hold a lot of stuff. No matter how much you put in, the outside doesn't change at all. I don't even know what the structure is. But after putting these things in, it's almost full. As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out, prompting,
"Origin point nearby. Is this person near me? There are so many people admiring me around. How exciting."
Xie Yan was a little confused by this notification. The system screen showed, "Origin point acquired. Admiration 0. 01 Li Fengqiao." Just then, a strange voice rang out outside, calling him. "Is Zhilang there? Hee. Someone's calling me, and it's a girl."
Xie Yan looked towards the door with suspicion, and he replied politely,
"I am indeed surnamed Xie. May I ask what Miss wants with me?" But in his heart, he couldn't stop wondering. Strange, who knows I'm here, and calls me Zhilang? Well, now I'm just Missy to you. Back then, under the moonlight, we were so passionate. You weren't this formal. Did my man get cozy with someone before we entered the supreme domination world? Let me think. Xie Yan, your voice sounds kind of rough. Got a cold or something? Open the door. Let me see. Wait, I'm kind of indisposed right now. And damn it, I don't have a spare set of clothes. Don't open the door. I said don't open the door. Everything that shouldn't be seen has been seen. How are you going to wrap this up, Missy? Who are you? What do you mean, who am I? Just now, you were all Zhilang this, Zhilang that. All lovey-dovey, weren't you? HMPH. Breaking into my room in the middle of the night, impersonating Zhilang. Shamelessly so. You pervert, I'll beat you to death. Huh. What? You die now, heavenly light, suppressing Zen. That strikes hella strong. Could this big sis be a Xiantian master? System notification. Received origin points. This mix of love and hate origin points. What the heck, did she drink something bad? You pervert. Who are you really? That defensive move of his just now could even counterattack. Seems like Xi Lang's specialty, heavenly light hand, has been remodeled. You were calling me a pervert just now. Do you even have any manners? Don't think I won't hit back just 'cause you're a woman? Wait a sec. Why is she saying this is her room? Isn't this my room?
You're a pervert. What's there to argue about? This lady will beat your teeth out. I don't care if you dared to sneak around in my room naked, impersonating Xi Lang. This pervert deserves to die.
What's going on in that room, Short Circuit? Who's setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? No, not fireworks, it's charred. The martial artists are fighting again. Heavenly light suppressing Zen is seriously OP. Can martial artists all fly? It's so cold at night, and that dude's only wearing pants? Gotta hand it to someone from the Jianghu, not to mention he has a decent body. His appearance is also very handsome. Fight. Although it might let me harvest some origin points, but these people really like to gossip and aren't afraid of making a big deal. You pervert, you still have time to be distracted. Illusory light shadow splitter. Holy crap, what kind of move is that? That she can penetrate my heavenly light suppressing Zen's defenses. What the hell? He actually used his body to break my illusory light shadow splitter. Haha, you can't beat me, give up. As expected, the Lord of the World can't underestimate those Xiantian masters. If it weren't for my eternal supremacy overlord body, that strike would have killed me. Don't think you've won, you pervert. This woman's got to be nuts. Might as well use her to test how powerful the eternal supremacy overlord body is in this Lord of the World. One chi, severing heaven blade, eternal supremacy overlord body. Oh my God, save me. When gods fight, mortals suffer. No way. My 7-star Guan blade couldn't even be destroyed by a first-layer Shantian expert going all out, yet he just shattered it with one punch. And what's more, his punch just now seemed like he didn't even use true chi. Just who exactly is he? Feng Niang. Oh, Feng Niang. I'm so sorry, I'm late. Are you all right? Hold on. You wait right there, Zhilang. That perverted scoundrel dared to disrespect me. I hate him. Don't worry, I'll definitely get justice for you. What are you doing? Wait, no. Why? Why are you here? Shut up. This perverted scoundrel dares to raise his voice at my Xie Yan hubby. Shameless. Feng Niang, you're hurt. You should really rest. Leave this place to me. I am the demonic Jade Young, Master of the demonic love sect, Xie Yan, you perverted scoundrel. Spit out your name.
Long time no see, huh? Even though hubby has successfully advanced to the Xiantian realm, you still look pretty pathetic. Don't tell me it's because you were playing around too much, and that peerless beauty who helped you advance with the Flower Realm Swordfinger discovered your true colors and gave you a taste of your own medicine. Wife, what kind of talk is that? Your hubby here is serious. It was a pure stroke of luck that I ascended to Xiantian. How can you say I was playing around? Besides, you're the one playing tricks. Why are you impersonating me?
If you don't talk, don't blame me for getting rough. Don't just stand there. Leave these matters to me. You pretend you can't win, then retreat.
3 lie west from here, there's a gourd pass, we'll meet there in 2 hours.
What in the world is going on? My wife is so anxious to tell me to leave like this. How much skill do you even have to be able to withstand a casual move from me? It's just some trivial matters. None of your business. Now hurry and leave. Oh, great. You're going around impersonating me everywhere, and you say it's none of my business. You tell me to leave, I won't budge.
So it's you, the demonic jade, young Master Xie Yan.
Oh my God, young Master Xie. Pink lips, white teeth, refined features. So handsome, so dashing, so suave, so cool. I've been a fan of young Master for ages. I never thought I'd meet you in person today. This truly is the luck of 3 lifetimes.
Back then, Sect Master Wen of the demonic love sect had allowed the world to grasp the profoundness of the Flower Realm Swordfinger. But afterward, both Sect Master Wen and the Flower Realm Swordfinger vanished from the martial world, until young Master Xie Yan appeared. Young Master Xie, upon first reaching the post-heaven 9th layer, was already as powerful as young Master Wen Yu, and his cultivation technique was the incredibly strict Flower Realm Swordfinger, which he even successfully mastered.
Just tell me, who else in this world could possess such astonishing, peerless demonic arts? I'm gonna pound you to death right now.
You damn pervert, you definitely waited for Xi Lang here on purpose, with your clothes all disheveled, almost naked. Who knows what you're plotting? Disgusting, pervert, Xi Lang. Quickly get away from him, Feng Niang, don't get angry.
What disgusting nonsense are you spewing? Did your cultivation go wrong, and you suffered chi deviation? Misunderstanding. Your humble servant isn't into men. I prefer cute girls, like a wife such as yourself. You've already hurt your hubby's heart. My husband is clearly trying to cover for you.
The Plum Jade Beauty and young Master Xie share a deep marital love. I've read all the old man Tu Mingshan's previous works, every single volume, I must say. Young Master Xie, your wife is truly amazing.
But I never expected the demonic Jade young master to secretly bring the Jade Beauty behind her back and still look for others, specifically the young married woman Jinzi. Wait, that's wrong. If I were the demonic Jade Beauty, I would definitely question life itself. Is there any man in this world who dotes on his wife more than me?
Xie Yan, do you want a beating?
Wife, I was just messing around a bit. You're really not to be messed with. Talking such filth. Shut your mouth for me. Then don't move. Let Jinzi loosen up hubby's muscles and bones for a bit of fun.
Directly dissolving the heavenly pass.
Suppressing cicada. Does even a demoness know this move? Watch this, poisonous butterfly, finger brain. Damn, that's hard. She hurt me so bad. What kind of martial art is this? The damage isn't much, but it freaking hurts. The everlasting overlord body can take a beating, but it still can't resist this kind of damage that comes with unique Q properties. It really hurts, just pain.
How could my normal first level of the innate realm directly fall into a coma with this move? He broke through my Q shield and it's still so thick I really underestimated him. It's rude to receive without reciprocate.
I'm coming. Such a barbaric lightness skill. Just stepping on the air and using the reaction force to push off. This is not good, my beloved wife. Get ready to watch. Xi Lang is coming to help you. Hubby, she listens to me.
Go to Hulu Mountain and wait. Shinzi will handle this quickly, and then come to see you.
Sweetly beg me, and your hubby won't haggle over your previous attitude anymore. Listen to me this time. Shinzi really has to thank hubby for his generosity.
Who told your hubby to be so gentle and caring?
As expected of Ma Yu Gongzi, your reputation precedes you. This humble one admits defeat. Farewell. You perverted thief. Stop right there. Feng Niang, if he has already lost, then let him go. Xi Lang, are you injured? Does it hurt a lot? Let me see. Just teaching a thief a lesson, I'm fine. But why are Xi Lang's breasts so big? Could it be that Xi Lang is actually a daughter? I didn't expect that there would be such a shocking secret in Jianghu. Don't worry. Even if you are a woman, I will still love you. What nonsense are you talking about? I just have developed pectoral muscles. How could I be a woman? If Xie Yan hadn't torn my clothes, I wouldn't be done with him. The people are looking up, admiring the talented man and beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. An artistic scene that others admire.
Later, go find Ma Yugongzi and ask if he can pay for the repairs of the inn. Isn't that inappropriate?
At Hulu Mountain, after 2 hours, finally, my beloved wife has arrived, but this way of greeting is not very friendly. I didn't enjoy fighting enough people in the town just now. Shinzi just wants to test how hubby is after leveling up, so that's how it is. It's not like it can't be done. This temptress wants to rely on her innate level to suppress me. Does she think I'm still the old Xie Yan?
Then come on, let me tell you in advance. If you get beaten to the point of crying, don't blame me, you sect leader eyepatch. It's time to show the prestige of a husband.
It seems hubby is very confident. Then Jinzi won't be polite, you stinky brat. Let your old lady beat you all over, looking for your innate teeth. Bai Hua Diaoling, you're using this move. Use the joyous unbinding technique on hubby. Hua Jian swordplay was actually born from the joyous unbinding technique. Your current realm is lower than mine. Using this move against me is not the best strategy. If hubby doesn't have any other techniques comparable to Hua Jian swordplay, you should admit defeat early. Jinzi won't laugh at you. Beloved wife doesn't need to worry. This hubby has everything planned.
What is called a lower realm? We are both first level innate realm. Who is afraid of who?
Then I will let you know the ability that your hubby just learned. Everlasting Ascending Dragon Fist. The momentum is too strong, but why isn't there any Q movement?
Purely relying on strength. How can someone with 0 true Q dish out damage like that?
Not done yet, wifey. Take this punch. Something's not right. Feels weird. Is this demoness really this light?
Feels like a trap.
Hubby's power is so formidable, I almost bailed. Can't hold on. This punch of mine used 70% of my power. Even if it lands without a direct hit, the internal injuries should at least make her speech slur. But this demoness's voice isn't wavering at all. She's way too strong. It was Jinzi's oversight. Seems like after a year apart, hubby not only leveled up to the first level of the immortal realm, but also mastered some kind of power-focused technique that purely uses body refinement.
His actual combat strength is probably top tier in the second level of the immortal realm.
What, a year apart? Wait, in the main world, I've only been away from Shinzi for 4 months at most? Where did a year come from? That's right. Last time that woman said that room was hers. Maybe she wasn't just stirring up trouble. The only possibility is that the physical body has different time flow. I was only in the Overlord's world for 3 months, but 6 months passed in the main world after I came back. No wonder my attacks aren't landing well. Could it be that this demoness leveled up again? Looks like hubby's been living well this past year. I wonder what month it is now. Speaking of which, the flowery sword intent only produces flowery spiritual energy when reaching the immortal realm. Why doesn't hubby release it so Jinzi can get to know that peerless beauty who helped hubby level up? Wifey, didn't you just say you couldn't beat the sword intent? Why waste true Kwai releasing it? Your hubby wouldn't do something so unprofitable, hilarious, truly tragic. The flowery spiritual energy takes on Ji Daoyun's appearance. This demoness will probably turn the heavens upside down. Wifey, how about we keep moving? Chengsheng flowing flood dragon, ascending to heaven. Again, that feeling of hitting, but not really hitting. Wifey keeps dodging 70% of my power.
So only 30% lands on this demoness. What martial arts is this demoness using this time? It's so mystical. This power-focused technique is truly magical. There's no trace of true QA usage. It's purely using physical strength, but the damage it inflicts is top tier even among those in the second level of the immortal realm. If I hadn't coincidentally mastered the butterfly fluttering heaven variant of the joyous secret art, I'd probably have been heavily injured by his overbearing moves. Butterfly fluttering heaven, willow drifting wind movement technique, consumes too much true quick. My great return to origin art isn't mastered yet. Prolonging this is very disadvantageous to me. I must win quickly. I'm surrounded, without realizing it, I'm surrounded by butterflies transformed from the demoness's true Q. My instincts are telling me that if I don't break free quickly, something big will happen. Seems like hubby noticed. What a pity. I originally wanted to give hubby another surprise. Butterflies, fluttering in chaos. Shinzi didn't want to use this move. It's just exploding true Q without any technique. But who told you that cultivating the joyous secret art's true origin is like the flowery true Q? The explosive effect is especially doubled compared to other techniques. Using it on hubby is just right. Hubby should just admit defeat. Shinzi won't laugh at you. That hurts. Ah, that hurts, wifey. Your Q hurts so bad. What? He's just in pain? How strong is his body? Really? I have to keep trying to find out. After a moment, hubby, you're so heartless. You've ripped my clothes to shreds. You're telling me that? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Joyous secret art hurts this much? Why did I almost faint from the pain just now? Read the variant Joyous Secret Art. The best way is to eat into other people's flesh, and true Q. The pain is only the characteristic effect of the true Q. I'm not fighting anymore. After fighting for half a day, I haven't even damaged a bit of hubby's skin. Shinzi's starting to doubt if she's really in the second level of the immortal realm. You really did level up. When did this happen? Hubby wants to know. Didn't you say you didn't want to fight anymore? Not long after that woman Shi Daoyun leveled up. After I heard about it, I also tried to break through to the second level. Originally, I wanted to find hubby to help each other out, but hubby directly disappeared. Shinzi was very disappointed at that time. So Shinzi had no choice but to apologize to hubby and find someone else to successfully break through. Fortunately, the variant Joyous Secret Art doesn't matter, even if it's the same gender. Is it that loud big sister from before?
Feng Niang is just one of them. There's also Chu Niang, Feng Niang, Zhao Niang for convenience. Shinzi can only borrow hubby's name. Hubby won't blame Shinzi, right? You can't let Shinzi find another man, can you? No way, as long as you are happy. But because of many reasons, there's still a saying in the martial world that Zhu Feng admires the Grand Elder, and out of unrequited love he hates and harms people who resemble her. Shinzi didn't do it on purpose. Hubby won't blame me, right? I wouldn't dare. My wife.
What kind of magic treasure is this, hubby? I'm fighting barehanded. You're saying this is against the rules, you know. Don't worry, hubby. How could Shinzi bear to hurt you? It's been a year. Shinzi would die if she didn't see you. Doesn't hubby miss me, Shinzi? How can we go back when it's still daytime?
No way. Even better. Isn't it more exciting? Damn it. Forgot this demoness will try anything?
Hubby, let's go back and continue our 300-round battle.
Who's afraid of who? Let's fight until dawn. Who's afraid of who? Let's fight until dawn.
Hubby has become even stronger after leveling up. What's this? Is my wife begging for mercy? What Shinzi means is that just having strength will get you pinned down. Only balancing strength and flexibility is the best.
Okay, my wife. Then lie down obediently and let me play you a tune.
Why do I suddenly have a headache?
Hubby, why are you spacing out? Is Shinzi not attractive enough? The main wife is being too greedy, enjoying it all alone. Master, Qingjur wants to join too. Qinger, why did you come out on your own? What is this that can get close to me so quickly? Wife, let go. That's the little devil girl. Qinger, you raised. I almost crushed her.
Why do I feel a chaotic and evil power on her? What's wrong with her?
Well, it's a long story.
Long story short, for various reasons, she's not very normal right now. Don't mind it.
Qing Yi can't control the influence of the evil red energy at all. Does this mean Qinggir will always relapse like this before refining this energy? What to do?
It's okay, my wife. I've already taken the little brat back. Let's continue.
Hubby.
Actually, Shinzi doesn't mind. You can let your little devil girl play along.
Hey, Shinzi. Don't push it too far.
Is hubby embarrassed? Shinzi is starting. This little vixen is so tantalizing. Let's see if I don't make you more obedient today.
A while later, after hubby leveled up to Xiantian, as expected, his true energy is much purer.
In last night's battle, Shinzi has maintained Xiantian's second level, now also have the feeling to see through the third level. I worked so hard to level up to Xiantian. How can Shinzi do it so easily? Should I hold back a bit in the future? Can't let Shinzi take advantage of me anymore. Last night, hubby was so suave in battle. Your body is as strong as Vajra, as solid as profound iron, not even needing to use true energy.
Where did you learn this body refinement technique from? Tell me, it's nothing. This move is called Chengsheng Baquan. I learned it by wandering around, studying the techniques of many schools, and finally mastered it.
Do you also want to learn it, Shinzi? I do want to learn. Just depends on whether hubby is willing to teach. Then I'll remind you first, after you master it, you'll become like this. And this is not like the Great River's Hairy Brute Force technique that the Lord often practices and become like this. Can't return to normal. Does my wife still want to learn? Shinzi certainly doesn't mind. Still have to see if hubby, when we do it later, Shinzi will always be in this form. How could that be? Alright, can't I even tell the truth anymore? This technique is easy to learn, but the entry requirements are very harsh. You need the necessary materials, but right now no one in the world can find them. Alright, then let's just forget about it. Hubby, next we should go back to Hulu Town to meet Feng Niang. What? So you still haven't broken up with her?
She's the head teacher of a small sect. I used a seduction scheme to trick her, planning to bring the entire sect to rely on the demon sentiment. Sect, this is a good thing. Why should I break up with her? Scam her money and her body. Wife, you really are a scumbag, no, a scum woman.
What do you know? If she relies on our sect, she will eventually find out the truth.
How do you plan to handle it then?
You don't need to worry about that. Come, let's compare notes.
Xie Lang, you're finally back.
Wait, who is this? Miss Lai?
Oh no, esteemed madam. I'm a new acquaintance of Xie Yan Gongzi. Gongzi's name is Wang Xiaoming. Xie Yan Gongzi has told me everything. I was planning to rely on the Ma Ting sect just like you.
Xie Yan, what the hell are you talking about? Didn't I tell you before, my darling? Your line about deceiving Li Fengqiao's father was too much. I really couldn't say it, so I temporarily changed the line to something I was sure she could accept. I was blind. So you are Xie Yan Gongzi's true love. You too are a match made in heaven, much better than that venomous Xin Xinzi. From now on, I only acknowledge you as Xie Furen. You love rival. If you object, I'll be the first to hit you.
You annoying Xie Lang, why do you have to say everything? How embarrassing. Actually, as long as I'm Xie Lang's main wife, I don't mind you finding other beauties. Hear that? So understanding, Xie Yan, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly swear an oath to marry Li Xiaoshu.
Xie Yan, you want a piece of me, darling?
What are you saying? Feng Niang is so infatuated with you. Do you want to betray her true feelings?
Xie Yan, you better say what we agreed on earlier.
Agreed on what?
Seriously, these two are constantly bickering. What's their relationship anyway? Does Xie Lang have a thing for this Wang Xiaoming? No way, I have to prove my worth.
Xie Lang, if I'm not the only one relying on the Ma Ting sect, then let's set off quickly and go directly to the Ma Ting sect. I'll have someone else deliver that thing to the Ma Ting sect.
What thing?
Feng Niang steps closer and says, the Ma Ting sect is growing stronger. How can we not prepare a little gift? When I was traveling outside before, I accidentally came across a rare spiritual plant that was about to ripen. I immediately sealed the surrounding spiritual energy, preparing to offer it to the Ma Ting sect. Gongzi Wang, if you are also sincere about relying on the Ma Ting sect, I advise you to go back and prepare.
Wang Xiang will naturally have his own preparations.
Feng Niang doesn't need to worry about him. Am I misunderstanding something? Why does it feel like Xie Lang is protecting this person?
As for that spiritual plant, we should still go there in person. Natural treasures can make people greedy. If you let your disciples go, if there are any mistakes, or if they encounter villains, they will only lose their lives.
Xie Lang is still the most thoughtful. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the ripening time should be in the next few days. Let's hurry to Little Bao Mountain, Jijichin Peak. Any delay may cause trouble. Oh my God, help.
Please save me. Please spare me. What are you running for? This little monk isn't a demon. Why are you so afraid?
You damn soul. I am a Xiantian level 1, the new protector of the supreme esoteric sect. Great Master, you and I have no grudges. Please spare me, Great Master. When the color of this Dimu Yingshuan fruit turns completely black, it will be fully ripe and can be harvested. It still needs some time to wait. This thing has extreme yin energy. Once it erupts, massive yin energy will immediately invade people's meridians. I need you to transmit it layer by layer to reduce the invasion and finally hand it over to me. Don't worry, as long as you do as I say, nothing will happen.
If you cooperate well, this yin energy can even stimulate your mysterious meridians and strengthen your physique.
If anyone dares to mess around, this little monk, with a compassionate heart, can only break his limbs, cut off his tongue, and gouge out his eyes, so as to spare him the suffering of the mortal world in the future.
Speaking of Jiqian Peak, it's a mountain with history. Back in the day, the 13th generation Tukushu of the Supreme Esoteric Sect and the 12th generation abbot of Guiling Temple discussed here for 7,749 days. The two still couldn't agree in the end, so a great battle erupted.
The two fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally ended in a draw. The battlefield on that mountain also left indelible marks.
It is said that Jijichin Peak was created by the earth-moving power of Tutu Shao of the Supreme Esoteric Sect, who uprooted a 1,000-foot stone and threw it here. Correspondingly, the 5-light-deep abyss is the place where Jijichin Peak was created.
Xie Lang is not only eloquent, but also knows such secrets. Hey, I just happened to come across it while researching ancient books. Xie Lang, I really admire you. Oh, since when did the Empress start liking women? The story's kinda long, but in the end, only Qing Share loves her big bro unconditionally and protects him. When are you going to show Chinger some love, huh? Can you talk seriously for once? Is Chinger being unreasonable again? Why does everyone got to make things so hard on me? I already used Nirvana Finger on Chinger before, but it had no effect. But if I take that red energy back, the trouble will be even bigger. I can still slap Chinger awake if she relapses. But if I'm the one who goes berserk, the consequences are unimaginable. When I first discovered that spirit plant, I knew at a glance that it wasn't ripe yet. I didn't dare pick it, afraid the potency would be lost. So I set up 3 layers of my sect's famous illusion array to hide its aura and the surrounding environment. If you come down from the sky, you won't just get lost and fall somewhere else hundreds of lying away. Even if you're on the ground, you have to follow the trail I left, or you can't reach the center. Even a Xiantian expert would get lost and take hours to escape. That's still not completely secure. But with 3 Xiantian cultivators guarding this place, no thieves or robbers would dare mess with us. The terrain here is extremely unique. It's surrounded by plants, and the entrance is hidden. If you're not careful, you'll miss it. You wouldn't even realize there's a whole world in here. Plus, with 3 layers of illusion array and the Tian Heda Dian Luan formation I set up, no one can find this place. It's weird though. The entrance is narrow, but it's wide inside and well lit everywhere. Xie Yan, look. That's it. It really is the Earth Mother Yang Xuan fruit. And the patterns are clear, the color is golden, and the seeds are plump. It's fully ripe. This fruit's spirit energy is intense. Good stuff. But you can't just eat it raw or cooked. Using it alone is a waste of its medicinal properties. The Earth Mother Yang Xuan fruit is the main ingredient for refining breakthrough pills. You gotta know, every time a Xiantian cultivator levels up, the essence of their Zenki undergoes a transformation. The breakthrough pill can forcibly transform Zenki, which is like directly advancing a level in the Xiantian realm. It's effective for anyone before the 3rd level of Xiantian, but if cultivators below Xiantian eat it, it's suicide. Our Grand Elder knows how to refine pills. Give it to him, and he can make the most of it. This Earth Mother Yang Xuan fruit should be able to refine at least 5 useful breakthrough pills. I hope the sect leader of the Mao Qing sect likes this gift. Don't worry, the sect leader will definitely love it. It was so easy to get. I thought some no-name would come and try to snatch it. I was hoping for a fight. You think getting something so easily is a good thing? Wait a sec. What's wrong, Xie Yan? I suddenly remembered something. I need to confirm it. You guys wait here. I'll be back soon. What kind of stunt are you pulling now? I bet there'll be a surprise for your little adopted demon girl later. Xie Yan, hurry back. I miss Xie Yan already now that he's gone. I never knew what missing someone was like before, and now that I do, it hurts. Does Xie Yan understand this feeling? If this woman knows the truth, she might turn evil. I just hope Xinzi won't drag me down when she gets killed. I brought you here to give you a lucky opportunity, not to send you to your deaths. Why are you all crying? I hear a noise. Is that a passing benefactor? Why don't you speak up? Could it be that the benefactor has also come for the Earth Mother Yin Xuan fruit? Then I'm sorry, but this little monk has already claimed the Earth Mother Yin Xuan fruit. Benefactor, please go look somewhere else. This aura, it's a Xiantian cultivator. Is this the end for me? Help. How lively. Looks like the Grandmaster has been guarding this place for a while. Yin Spirit Bone Control Technique. Damn it, Chungling Dao. I knew Nyan Ru Yu selling me the information about the Yin Xuan fruit was a trap. Sure enough, this information isn't worth anything. The people of Chungling Dao already knew about it. To be able to control such a huge yin bone without feeling any weight, this person is truly profound. Don't worry, Grandmaster. I won't make things difficult for you. The Earth Mother Yin Xuan fruit isn't ripe yet. I'll wait with the Grandmaster. Very well. It seems we're both after this treasure. Then we'll wait until it ripens and decide who it belongs to. That's what I intended too, but is there something the Grandmaster isn't sensing? Something. What did you sense? Looks like I was overthinking things. Nothing much. Just suddenly called it yin and yang. A perfect pair, light and dark. This yin profound fruit really exists. Zhao Shi, Tuang Sheng, even if those two team up, they can't stop me from snatching the yin profound fruit. But seriously, why does this world have a psycho sect like the Chongling sect? Looks like my hubby's little devil girl won't be so lucky this time. Li Xiaoshu asks, Xie Yan, I feel like Xie Yan hasn't been paying as much attention to me lately. Young Master Wang, I remember Xie Yan mentioned you two had a great chat last night. Did he say he admired anything about me that I could maybe learn? Xie Yan thinks in surprise. What the heck is she talking about? Is her brain broken? He awkwardly replies, well, you know, guy-girl stuff and bro stuff aren't exactly the same. Can you even learn that? He thinks again, realizing, wait a sec, I get it. This girl suspects Shinzi is into dudes. She's been watching us, probably saw how close Shinzi and I are acting. The thought pisses Xie Yan off. Damn it, Shinzi is using my name. If word gets out, I'll be too embarrassed to show my face in the Jianghu ever again. Li Xiaoshu thinks, why does Wang Xiaoming smell like rouge? This scent clearly rubbed off on Xi Lang from me, so why is it on him? Suddenly a voice rings out. Does Feng Niang wish to learn? Qin Xinzi embraces Li Xiaoshu and says, anything, be it zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, or other practices, I will teach you all. Xi Lang. Li Xiaoshu hugs Qin Xinzi and says, Xi Lang, where have you been? It's been so long. It wasn't a big deal. I just remembered an ancient text mentioning the Earth Mother Yang profound fruit, appearing at the same time as the Earth Mother Yin profound fruit. Now that the Yang profound fruit is in hand but no sign of the Yin profound fruit, I figured it was the terrain here. So I went down to that 1,000-foot abyss to double-check. Xie Yan asks, judging by your expression, could it be you found it? Qin Xinzi replies, that's right, there really is a Yin profound fruit. Li Xiaoshu says, another good thing like that, wouldn't it be better if we plucked both fruits? Qin Xinzi replies, firstly, the Yin profound fruit absorbs a large amount of night's shadow due Yin energy that run amok. Don't even think about refining pills. It can't be eaten raw either. Only those who cultivate the path of the Yin soul can absorb it. Moreover, the distance between the Yin and Yang twin fruits is too close, and they can also consume each other's medicinal properties. If we really pluck it, we must keep them separate and go in two directions. Xie Yan gets it. So the surprise the seductive woman wanted to give Qingzhi was this Yin profound fruit. But it looks like something's changed. Qin Xinzi continues. Secondly, someone's already guarding it. Even if we wanted to snatch it, they probably couldn't stop us. But one of them is the son of the Chongling sect Tao Lord, Zhao Shi. Li Xiaoshu is surprised. Chongling sect. She continues, then forget about it. The Yin profound fruit wouldn't do us any good. Anyway, Xie Yan is surprised. Chongling sect, what's that? Qin Xinzi says exasperatedly. You're a disciple of the demonic sect? Can't you study more? Li Xiaoshu explains. Young Master Wang, the Chongling sect is the fifth demonic sect in the Great Han. Very mysterious. No one even knows where their main branch is. It's said they specialize in controlling ghosts and manipulating souls. Their methods are extremely cruel. Even people in the demonic sect don't really like them. Qin Xinzi adds, the Chongling sect are aiming to get treasures for the little devil girl your husband raises is bound to need them. What a pity. I originally wanted to give that girl a surprise, Li Xiaoshu says. The Chongling sect has few people. The whole sect doesn't even have more than 30 people. With such a number of people, it can be ranked 5th, young Master Wang. You can imagine how powerful that sect is. And the people of that sect are very united and very vindictive. Just by making enemies with them, they will not only target people, but also target the people around them, so people in the Jianghu don't easily offend them. Qin Xinzi continues. The Chongling sect is a pack of mad dogs. Messing with one is messing with the whole group. It's a pain, and the worst part is they like to involve your family. The Taishuan sect once wanted to wipe them out, but they couldn't find their mountain gate, so they gave up. Xie Yan replies, I get it, but we don't necessarily have to fight, right? The Chongling sect is powerful, but our demonic sentiments sect isn't a pushover either. Everyone compares notes. Who knows? Maybe they'll automatically back down, Qin Xinzi says. The Earth Mother Yin profound fruit is the supreme treasure to the Chongling sect. With it, Zhao Shi can level up to the second level of the immortal heaven realm. He'll never give it up. Zhao Shi is known for always getting revenge. He's also the direct descendant of the Chongling sect's Tao Lord. If you snatch his head today, tomorrow, the day after, the Chongling sect will come looking for trouble for you. If they can't find you, they'll go after your friends and family to threaten you. Xie Yan asks, what about exterminating them all? As long as we set things up well, who would know it was us? He thinks. It's not easy to get a good treasure for Qingsayer. How can I give up like this? Qin Xinzi replies, don't underestimate the Chongling sect's methods. Their yin ghost techniques are mysterious and unpredictable. If even a wisp of their remnant soul escapes, endless troubles await you. You may not be afraid, but the other disciples of the demonic sentiments sect will be in danger. I'm emphasizing again, we don't have to let the demonic sentiments sect have a feud with the Chongling sect because of that useless thing. Qin Xinzi continues. Alright, I know you want to get something good for your little devil girl, but it's not irreplaceable. It's not worth it. Li Xiaoshu says, Young Master Wang, you're not alone anymore. You can't be as reckless as you used to be. Suddenly she notices Xie Yan acting strangely. Young Master Wang, what's wrong?
Xie Yan replied, It's nothing, really. Just a sudden stomachache. Probably a case of the runs. I'll find a place to take care of it. You guys go on ahead and leave me be. I'll find my way to the demon sentiment sect later. Li Xiaoshu said to Qin Xinzi in surprise.
What's wrong with young Master Wang? How could he, a perfectly healthy guy, get a stomachache? Qin Xinzi replied. Who knows? In her heart, she thought, that little ghost seems to have gone out. At this moment, Qingjie cried out, Lord Xie Yan, wah, please don't hit Qinggater, Xie Yan said. Qinggater, it's not that I, your lord, want to do this, but I have to for your own good.
Qinger, with tears in her eyes, said,
My lord, Qinger didn't do it on purpose. I just sensed that there was a very powerful treasure nearby that could lessen the enticement on my body, so I came out.
Xie Yan was surprised. Lesson?
I kind of figured that was the reason. Good thing I made up an excuse to get away from Qin Xinzi and the others.
Qingjiang replied,
That's right. Just smelling it in my sleep has made me a lot more sober. If I could swallow it, it would definitely have miraculous effects.
Oh right, isn't that on Zhenggong Niang's person? Xie Yan thought. Sure enough, it's the Yinchuan fruit.
Xing Yan said, I roughly know what it is now. You go back first. I'll snatch it for you. If it's really useful for Qingir, then I have to get it, but don't cause trouble for the demon sentiment sect. Qingir put on a pitiful teenage girl act. I can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry. Then she ran off. My lord, Qingir's taking off first. Wait for me to come back.
Xing Yan cursed. Damn it. After being infected by that red aura, Qingxi is like a ticking time bomb, getting more and more disobedient.
Xie Yan pondered. If I want to snatch a treasure using this face, it's definitely not suitable. Something feels off. Ahem. Finally got away from that succubus. What a relief. Having that succubus follow me is such a pain. If I didn't feel sorry for Hua Xiyu, I would have slapped her already. That succubus is both deceitful and clingy and also has stinky feet. How can she shamelessly call herself a beauty? Unlike the divine jade beauty Shi Daoyun, you are, as your name implies, peerless beauty at first sight. I really like Shi Daoyu. After I died and got the system, it kept reporting. Origin points gained. Anger plus 001 from Qin Xinzi.
Seeing Qin Xinzi walking out from behind, burning with anger, Xie Yan said, Wife, I knew you would follow.
But Qin Xinzi said, Xie Yan, I have stinky feet. Didn't you lick them very enthusiastically last night? Don't slander people. When did I lick your stinky feet?
Qin Xinzi pushed Xie Yan against the tree, bringing her face close and said,
Maybe it's because Xinzi made you unhappy. But husband, Xinzi is reminding you again.
Qin Xinzi reminded him with a cold face. If you really want to go find the Chongling Dao for that little ghost, remember to clean up after yourself. Don't implicate the outer disciples of the sect.
Xie Yan replied. Don't worry, I won't implicate the sect. Qin Xinzi said. I know you have a lot of secrets, and you have more or less the means to avoid suspicion, so I won't force you to follow. You're also very strong now. Not much weaker than me, so I don't need to worry that you'll run into any accidents. In short, Feng Niang and I are leaving first. Finish your work and return to the sect soon. Don't run around this time. The sect master misses you very much, and I miss you too.
Shi Jian replied with a smile.
Trisk, when you say you miss me so much, can't you give me some affection origin points? Nothing at all, I don't believe you.
Shi Jian said confidently. Don't worry, wife. Even if I cause trouble, it definitely won't be trouble caused by my demon sentiment sect, fifth demonic sect. The Chongling Dao are like mad dogs. Titsk, too. OP. How can the second demonic sect people afford to offend them? At the cave, just now, Qinger crept closer to the cave, sensing it herself. Although she didn't see anyone, Qinger could feel the oppression in this cave. Qinger scratched her head. That thing in there is so attractive to Qinger. Whatever, let's just go in and see. At least I have to report the situation inside to my lord.
Qinger went in while reassuring herself. Qinger's just going to take a look for a moment. Just a moment. Inside, there was a large skeleton facing a group of Tuwangsheng people. At this moment, extremely vigilant. A long time has passed. But he has not made any movements. He is truly patient. A small portal opened, and Qinger was pulled straight down. The flower radiated demonic energy. Zhao Shi and Tu Wangsheng were immediately attracted by the person who had just arrived.
Xing'er rushed into the middle of the national war between the two sides.
The little girl was scared to death when she saw the unfriendly eyes of these people. The little girl stammered. So, sorry for the intrusion. Tu Wang sensed the extremely strong evil aura.
Could it be the Chongling Dao's trick? Tu Wangsheng immediately burst into anger. Where did this demonic energy come from, daring to steal the yin energy of the yin xuan fruit?
This Q-blast sends Qingzhi flying. The dust settles, revealing a girl that surprises Tu Wangsheng. What? It's you. When did you sneak in here? Yan Ruyu giggles. Oops, busted. Zhao Shi is surprised to see his Shimei, junior sister. Chongling Dao, the enchanting beauty, Yan Ruyu, reveals herself. Who would have thought that a she-devil from who knows where would ruin my plans?
The others recognize her, Yan Ruyu. Could she be one of the 5 beauties? The great Han enchanting beauty? Who knew we'd be lucky enough to see her in person in this situation?
Ruyu says, what a rare little she-devil. To think she's still of sound mind after being beaten half to death by the Grandmaster.
What a waste, Tu Wangsheng says angrily. Yan Ruyu, you took my 500 gold and sold me info on the Earth Mother Yin Profound Fruit, but now you're camping out here. What's the meaning of this?
Yan Ruyu leans in close. The Earth Mother Yin Profound Fruit is a supreme secret treasure. You guys want it, and so does Chongling Dao. I never said I wouldn't compete after taking your money.
Tu Wangsheng steps back and shouts, shameless, Yan Ruyu says. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Grandmaster. To tell you the truth, I asked you to come here to control senior brother Zhao, she continued. With my stealth techniques, no matter I ambush here, I can always snatch one step ahead and pick the matured yin profound fruit. But senior brother Zhao knew my tricks, so he wanted to escape. It's not easy to get out of his hands, unless someone holds him back. Even just for a moment will be enough.
Zhao Shi claps his hands in response. Simple and effective plan, junior sister. Consider that I gave you the opportunity, but you let it slip away.
Yan Ruyu responds.
Who told me that I can't defeat you? I can only use some unconventional ways. But unexpectedly failed, I don't get any profit from this either.
I give up,
Zhao Shi says with a smile. It seems that this Earth Mother Yin Profound Fruit will ultimately belong to me.
Tu Wangsheng shouts loudly. Belong to you, did you ask me?
Zhao Shi replies. Oh, sorry. Then this thing belongs to me. Does Grandmaster have any objection? Tu Wangsheng replies. Of course I do. There must be a first and a last in everything. Why do you like to cut in front of me when you come later?
Zhao Shi responds.
I'm sorry. I'm not asking for your attitude, but informing you that this thing is mine.
Zhao Shi says with a sinister smile.
You can't, and you can't have any objections. Tu Wangsheng rushes up. You are too arrogant.
Eat my staff.
Tu Wangsheng's attack is nullified. Tu Wangsheng is a little surprised. Zhao Shi launches the attack. Black Eye Ghost Hand, devouring heaven and earth. The black gas spreads out, and the person there is hit, screaming, Ah! This is a mental attack. Our true Qi can't resist it. Tu Wangsheng shrinks into a corner, seriously injured, and is afraid.
People from Chongling Dao are indeed difficult to deal with. Their mental attacks are so strong, and they seem to automatically defend. They will launch as soon as they are attacked. The people who went with him have been drawn to one place.
Then Zhao Shi's bone monster sucked them all.
Zhao Shi sucked the soul away.
Feeling it, he hummed. Not bad, not bad. Most of them are souls of the 8th or 7th level of the acquired realm, which is also a great supplement to my Black Prison Ghost Hand. Tu Wangsheng is a little scared.
I've heard rumors before that people from Chongling Dao are immersed in killing. Once, an elder of Chongling Dao went to a town next to the Great Han Realm and killed all the people in the village to practice souls. Even women and children were not spared. I didn't expect it to be true. Tu Wangsheng used his power. Killed by you soul-snatching ghost bastards, their souls can't reincarnate in the underworld. As long as you don't let go, they won't be able to be reborn. Heaven creates the 5 elements, and earth has reincarnation. You are defying the heavens. I, Tu Wangsheng, will punish you on behalf of heaven today. Bang! A loud crash, smoke and dust everywhere. Tu Wangsheng runs away. Tu Wangsheng thinks, a real man doesn't take a loss. I'll use my spiritual power to get 2 innate Buddhist brains to drink some water before fighting for the yin profound fruit. Buddha ain't gonna take that no more. Ruyu says, this monk caused such a big scene. I thought he'd stay and fight with senior brother, but he just scared us and ran away. Yan Ruyu provokes, senior brother, why aren't you chasing him? This monk teased you. Are you gonna take it lying down? Zhao Shi coldly replies.
Junior sister, Rein in your thoughts. Whatever tricks you're planning won't work on me, Zhao Shi threatens. You might have taken the Earth Mother Yin profound fruit while I wasn't paying attention, but the price you'll pay is something you won't want, Yan Ruyu replies. I'm so scared, Tu Wangsheng thinks while running. I took a big loss this time. Sooner or later I'll get my revenge with my spiritual power. Suddenly, a hand attacks from behind. Tu Wangsheng angrily says, I, Buddha, have already taken the initiative to back down, and this guy still wants to mess with me. Dark Eye Ghost Hand, devour heaven and earth. Tu Wangsheng is attacked. Damn it, this move again, Baizin says. Stop struggling. You can't beat me anyway. Why waste your energy? Just obediently accept your death. Tu Wangsheng replies, You're pushing it too far. Do you think Buddha really doesn't dare to fight you? Suddenly, a blow flashes past, shattering Zhao Shi's massive body protection. Zhao Shi is surprised. Tu Wangsheng is also surprised by this. What's going on? A figure flashes past, and both of them recognize this person, Ge Huayu. This guy is tripping. Xie Yan, transformed into Ge Huayu, is a little surprised. Judging by this tone, could this person know the real thousand-faced Ge Huayu? He thinks, then decides, whatever, I'll just go with the flow. Then he unleashes the 18 dragons, subduing palms, and yells, Killing to snatch treasure, how can that be called tripping? Dude, do you even know how to talk? Bai Zi says, You don't want the toast, so you want the penalty cup, Ge Huayu. You're tired of living. Then he unleashes the Dark Eye Ghost Hand, devouring heaven and earth again. Ge Huayu rushes up and punches away the created flow of air, shocking both of them. Zhao Shi coughs up blood. Surprised, this punch from Ge Huayu didn't use any innate true qi at all. It was purely physical strength. How could it blow away my Black Prison Ghost Hand? Ge Huayu rushes over and punches the skeleton to pieces, sending Zhao Shi flying. Zhao Shi is almost dead. After being punched, Ge Huayu, he looks back and sees that Ge Huayu is not paying attention anymore, and flew away. Tu Wangsheng can't help but admire the battle just now. Awesome. The thousand-faced young master Ge Huayu is so strong, Tu Wangsheng contemplates. The inner demon sect uses this dog-eat-dog spiritual power tactics. I, Buddha, can't play this game. I'm out of here. Haha. Looks like this little monk isn't fated with this treasure today. Then Tu Wangsheng retreats. I'll leave this Earth Mother Yin profound fruit to you dead guys over here. Just as Han Ruyu was about to pluck the flower, a figure descended from behind. After hearing what Ge Huayu said, the people outside have been chased away by me. Now you have a choice. Leave willingly. You're also here for the Earth Mother Yin Xuan fruit? Fine, I'm no match for you. I can only be bullied by you. It just so happens that this Yin Xuan fruit is ripe. Please, take it. Han Ruyu thought, this person has been watching for so long, finally showing up to snatch something from me with their original face, not even bothering to disguise themselves. Their personality seems to have changed quite a bit. If you weren't so shameless, I wouldn't even bother reminding you. The Earth Mother Xuan fruit contains a large amount of yin energy. It can't be picked directly, unless you have the Chongling Dao's technique. Or you have to be like Tu Wangsheng, finding 7 or 8 people to neutralize it. Otherwise, at best, your meridians will be severely damaged, and your cultivation will regress. Looks like this Yin Xuan fruit will ultimately be mine. Geng Huayu took it without any problems. Then Han Ruyu was a little surprised. She wondered, why isn't he affected? Ge Huayu flew away, not forgetting to say, Baizhe is still okay, haha, Chongling Dao is nothing more than this. Ge Huayu, I can easily crush you with one finger. Train for a few more years before entering the pugilistic world, Baizhe angrily said. Alright, very well, Ge Huayu, I'll remember you. When Han Ruyu asked about the situation, Baizhe replied, Phew, don't worry, Shimei, I'm fine. It's just that my chi is a little messed up and I can't quite suppress it. This Black Hell Ghost Hand was just shattered by Ge Huayu. It's in a frenzy, it'll be fine in a moment. It's okay. With this ghost plus our sect's defensive techniques, even if I encounter a second-level Xiantian, I can still hold on. But that damn Ge Huayu, where did he learn that technique? Just relying on his fists, he shattered my Black Hell Ghost Hand, broke through my defense. Han Ruyu replied, the Chongling Dao people may have weak physiques, but they still have a Xiantian body. Yet he shattered it with one punch. Not only that, but he took the Yin Xuan fruit without any reaction. Theoretically, if he doesn't use our sect's secret technique, he has to be like Tu Wangsheng, finding someone to die in his place, using their body to resist it. And Han Ruyu thought, losing the Yin Xuan fruit is a big loss. But compared to that, Ge Huayu finally appearing is a good thing for me. Speaking of which, Tuangsheng is really useless, Bai Zhen said. After Ge Huayu advanced to Xiantian, he seems to have grasped a technique that suppresses the Yin Ghost Dao. He will be a future threat to the Chongling Dao. Shimei, help me get the medicine from my sleeve. We need to go back and report to father immediately. Enhan Ruyu surprisingly asked, Shixiong, are you so weak that you can't even move your hand anymore? Baizi got panic after hearing this. Shimei, what do you mean? Enhan Ruyu came closer and said, It's nothing. I'm just heartbroken for Shixiong. Shixiong, you're suffering so much. It pains me to see it. Why don't I help Shixiong get liberated? Then, Nhan Ruyu directly killed Bai Ze. After doing this, Nhan Ruyu laughed and said, Ge Huayu, the grudge of killing Shixiong, I, using the spirit Dao, will repay. This grudge, Xie Yan stopped to rest after getting far away from the cave. Xie Yan happily said, This is just a fun game to provoke ghosts. Sects that specializing in ghosts like the Chongling Dao, which restrain most of the other sects in this world, actually ran into us, professional spirit communicators. Plus, with the Changsheng Overlord Fist, using strength to prove the Dao, it's like we can beat up these ghost-provoking folks at our leisure. He examined the gift he just picked. But this Earth Mother Yinchuan fruit is quite potent. The true qi in my body is all messed up. It hasn't recovered yet. If it weren't for me having cultivated the Changsheng Overlord Fist, I really wouldn't dare to pick it directly with my bare hands. Then Xie Yan called Qingxir out. Eat this medicine, Qingxir, who had just come out, said, My lord, it's just the right time. Xie Yan stuffed the fruit into her mouth and said, Shut up, eat it quickly. But Qingxir is a ghost. Can she even eat this fruit? Qinger acts like a young lady and said, My lord, rest assured. Qinger will eat it all up with a gulp. Seeing this, Xie Yan flicked her head. Always getting fresh with me, Qing Lur said. My lord, rest assured, this fruit has condensed a large amount of yin energy. Qinglur eating it is like absorbing a human's primal qi. After eating it, Qinglur will definitely become more powerful. Then she frantically ate it. After eating, her spirit was somewhat refreshed, Qingger asked in surprise. Why isn't there any change? Xie Yan said. I feel like the speed of dissolving Hong Qi is faster. It's still useful, it's just not obvious. Xie Yan pinched Qinger's cheeks. The medicine has been eaten. Next we'll settle your stupid deeds, Qinger, Qinger replied. Ku. Xie Yan was very angry hearing this. Qinger, do you know you're not very well behaved? Qinger was sweating profusely and replied, Qinger knows she's wrong, but Qinger didn't do it on purpose. Xie Yan replied, Of course, I know you didn't do it on purpose. I just hope this Yinchuan fruit is effective and can help you stay awake and suppress this Hong Qi. Otherwise, I, your lord, really won't be able to help but punish you. Xing Yan reminded. If it's not effective, then I will. Xing Shir has turned into an owl and said. So sleepy, Xing Yan said. Sleeping after eating, this little girl really makes people worry. Well, the work is done. It's time to go back. Days later, Zhao Hucheng, Jianghu Yuluo Hall. Xie Yan looked around, checking out the surroundings. Man, the everyday hustle and bustle here is almost catching up to Jiangling's beauty pageant. No wonder it's the Jianghu Yuluo Hall. All these young misses, eyes just light up when they see a handsome guy. Whose young master is that? Zhao Hucheng doesn't seem to have anyone like him. Must be a newcomer from out of town. So handsome and refined, I wonder where he's from. Such a dashing young master. I really want to get to know him. Dream on, you're not worthy. Xie Yan walked, deep in thought. Back when I was chatting with Big Sister Sectmaster, she mentioned a Bai Xiaosheng in the martial arts world. Not much cultivation, but a real business genius. He runs the Mantian Star Chamber, the most renowned intelligence network in Great Han. Not only is their main business famous, but they've also ingeniously expanded, turning intelligence-gathering shops into a chain of entertainment venues for dining, gossip, and publishing all sorts of wild tabloids. They even take insignificant yet hilarious info and turn it into live performances at the storytelling hall, raking in tons of cash every time. Big Sister Sectmaster even recommended the Grievous Sea of Love and Hate series by Mantian Star. Since I'm here resting my feet and I've stumbled upon it, I definitely gotta check it out. As soon as he stepped inside, Xie Yan heard the lively chatter. The new Wulin beauty rankings are out. Come on everyone, take a look. The top 10 must-see scenic spots in Great Han. Don't miss them if you're passing through. He runs, she chases. He can't escape the princess's palm. When will Qing Cheng finally get her fu? Number 28. Pay attention now, and you can still get hot royal gossip. Everyone buzzed with excitement. Today's story, Elder Kun is here today, so could it be about the mortal?
peerless romance of the Fancoxen Pavilion Immortals? Ugh, Fancoxen Pavilion stories are so old and stale already, it's gotta be time for the character development part of Old Groom Qiu Dingshan's Green Eyebrow Legend.
An old man cleared his throat and announced, "Ahem, everyone. Today's tale will be absolutely fascinating."
The old man began his story, recounting a tale about the small Tianji Peak, where a rare, century-old secret treasure had appeared. This treasure absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon. Obtaining it would allow a Huliantian realm cultivator to break through their limits, making reaching the Xiantian realm a mere trifle.
On that day, the Wushang esoteric sect and the Chongling Dao, two major demonic sects, gathered at Tianji Peak, vying for the treasure. The ghost Jade Beauty, leading the Chongling Dao, made the first move. Unfortunately, Chong Nao, the leader of the Wushang esoteric sect, had just advanced in rank and wasn't fully prepared, so the Wushang esoteric sect was swiftly defeated. At this very moment, a mysterious figure appeared, breaking the stalemate.
This person stood 9 feet 6 inches tall, with a waist 6 feet 9 inches wide. His face was refined, his expression ecstatic, absolutely one of the top beauties in Great Han right now. But his expression seemed both joyful and sorrowful, or perhaps enraged yet utterly calm. In that instant, countless changes could be seen on his face. Surely you've all guessed who it is? Wrong. It is none other than the thousand-faced young master Ge Huayu. Before anyone could utter a word, Ge Huayu unleashed his true ki, charging straight for the treasure with lightning speed. Before anyone could even react, the treasure was already snatched by him.
It wasn't due to their weakness. This thousand-faced young master was truly bizarre. Not only did he move with divine speed, but he also possessed the might of a dragon and a tiger.
Especially the ghost Jade Beauty, who noticed something was off. Why would the thousand-faced young master dare to challenge them alone, and even reveal his true face? Unfortunately, another Xiantian realm expert from Chongling Dao failed to realize this. He didn't just stand his ground, he continued to attack, vowing to seize the secret treasure for Chongling Dao. But he never imagined that the thousand-faced young master was no longer in the Harutitian realm as before. With a loud swoosh, like a tearing sound echoing through the sky, in the blink of an eye, that Chongling Dao expert was dead, and the culprit had long since brazenly departed, thousands of miles away. From then on, the last of the 5 most handsome young masters was confirmed to have stepped into the Xiantian realm, it said. The mundane world is a vast, bewildering place. Patience and gentleness are the subtle ways. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Everyone immediately erupted in chatter. Holy crap, so this happened. Or maybe this old guy is just exaggerating? A Xiantian realm expert isn't that easy to kill.
Xie Yan, sitting in a corner, nearly dropped to his knees. It was clearly an injury, not a death blow. This is storytelling, not just spouting nonsense. Adapt, don't just invent wildly. Anyway, since I used Ge Huayu's identity, this shouldn't concern me, right? The old storyteller declared. Everything was provided by Grandmaster Tu Wangsheng of the Wushang esoteric sect. Our boss paid 500 taels of gold for it, and then old official Zheng refined it. Absolutely guaranteed to be true.
Xie Yan muttered. So this info came from Tu Wangsheng. Now that I think about it, that monk bolted the second he escaped. He had no idea what happened afterward, so what useful info could he possibly provide? This is just an elaborate fabrication from start to finish, the old storyteller continued.
The tale of the thousand-faced young master ends here. Today, I shall recount a new story. Originally, our boss intended to publish it in the L.A. Woolen Myriad Affairs News. But someone recently provided new material, so it's been revamped into a fresh tale. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real dogs is purely coincidental. Hearing this, everyone grew excited. A new story! I wonder which hero it's about. I'm already hyped. The old man unfurled a painting and announced, Today, we shall tell the legendary tale of the demonic jade young master, Xie Yan, Xie Yan, Xie Yan.
Xie Yan, hearing his own name, spat out his drink. Everyone immediately started discussing, isn't Xie Yan that super famous guy recently? I knew it was only a matter of time before it was his turn. Xie Yan, listening from above, felt like crying. What the hell is this? I'm selling myself out, and I didn't even know it. The old man began. Everyone knows that before his rise to fame, the demonic jade young master was the lover of the demonic jade beauty.
His reputation only truly soared after entering the Xiantian realm, leaving behind countless tales of romantic escapades. However, his romantic entanglements were quite different from other young masters who favored beautiful women. The demonic Jade young master mostly preferred women who were past their marriageable age, yet possessed a formidable aura, stronger even than men. For instance, Zhao Ping, who consecutively won 10 martial arts duels for marriage proposals without a single defeat, or Huo Fu of Bailuo Mountain, who challenged 20 bandits for 3 days and 2 nights straight, completely wiping out their dark forces. And then there's Li Fangjiao, Master Zhang of the Jingwu sect, famous for her Mazong rescue array, which refined Qi into form. Suddenly, everyone gasped in astonishment.
Whoa, they're that strong? Could it be that young Master Demonic Jade prefers to be on the bottom? The world is vast. Nothing is impossible. Guess we learned something new today. This young master's taste is truly unique, the old man continued. There are even rumors that the demonic Jade young master was once personally tutored by Elder Wu Ling, an immortal from the same sect, leading him to develop some rather unconventional thoughts about Elder Wu. Just then, Xie Yan, sitting there, received a system notification. Origin points plus. Unlock more surprises. Xie Yan felt a bit helpless. This sounds really familiar. It seems like the Karma Qin Shinzi, that demoness, created. Oh well, back then I wrote some R-rated stories about her, so now they're making up stories about me. I guess we're even, the old man then concluded. After our boss diligently searched for evidence, he reached a conclusion. This is true, Xie Yan was startled. Evidence too. Hearing this, everyone's chatter grew even more frantic. This is true. I thought it was just baseless gossip. The demonic Jade young master clearly has the demonic Jade beauty by his side. Why would he go looking for an old woman? Elder Wu Ling was once the top of the 5 most beautiful women of the previous generation. Xie Yan thought, falling for someone and then looking elsewhere is totally normal. Why do you guys think Xie Yan is getting a raw deal? Xie Yan felt helpless at this point. No wonder it's Yulu Hall, maximum comedy effect. If I weren't the one in this story, I'd probably believe it too. Xie Yan mused. Thinking about it, when this old guy was talking about thousand-faced young master earlier, everyone was hooting and hollering, but I didn't get any origin points. And before, when that son of destiny in the city had a huge reaction to me, I still didn't get any origin points. Thinking deeper, both of these disguised identities have their original owners, after all. It seems I only get origin points if I actively mess with the other party first. It looks like if I don't directly instigate something, these emotional reactions will only go back to the original owner, not me, saying, it's really not easy to earn origin points. The treasure-snatching incident at the small mountain has been pinned on the Heart Devil sect. Although Zhao Shi's death has some hidden complexities, it doesn't concern me, so I'll head back. But then, Xie Yan noticed something strange. He looked at the 2 strange blue-eyed figures, thinking, that familiar rigid face and stiff body movements? No way, no way. Xie Yan forced a laugh. I'm so screwed he got me. The 2 guys shout, Gei Huayu, you little brat. You leveled up to Immortal Foundation and didn't even come back to the sect, just running wild out here. I only heard about your antics through rumors in the Jianghu. Are you back yet, you little rascal? Gei Huayu says, what a coincidence running into father here. Gei Yi says, no, I made a special trip from the sect to catch you. Do you remember what you promised me? Gei Huayu replies. True, I did level up to Immortal Foundation, and I was planning to surprise you, father, but then I ran into the Chongling Dao mess, so this really is a coincidence. Gei Yi says, not bad, you reached your goals so quickly, I'm relieved. Gei Huayu replies with a smile. I am your son, after all. Like father, like son. How could I possibly embarrass you, or disgrace the demonic sect? Gei Yi asks sternly. HMPH, you only remember the benefits now. What about when you were fighting Chongling Dao? Didn't you think about me or the sect then? Gei Yi scolds. Didn't I tell you that your title as thousand-faced young master is just for show? You knew to disguise yourself as Xie Yan earlier, but then you used your real face when you caused trouble. Is your brain messed up? Jie Yi lectures. It's just Chongling Dao. I don't care about them. But you acted recklessly and didn't clean up the mess. You'll definitely suffer for it later, Gei Huayu says. Father, you don't understand. There's a reason why I did that. What reason? Gei Huayu answers. It's related to my breakthrough to Immortal Foundation. I traveled the land and stumbled into a realm of insight, where I obtained a body cultivation art, the invincible under heaven. I alone am supreme divine art.
I was able to break through thanks to this technique. He's sweating bullets, but just YOLOing it. Whatever, just gonna BS my way through this and hope Ge Yi buys it.
Ge Huayu says, "My body is like a giant whale, my strength like a soaring dragon. The world's most domineering power gathers in one body, forging an indestructible physique. This body cultivation art is even better than the faceless art. The only requirement is that you must be upright and righteous when practicing it. Otherwise your mental state will be unbalanced, and you won't be able to unleash the full power of the divine art. That's why I faced my enemies with my true appearance, battling an immortal hand expert like Zhao Shi."
Ge Yi says,
"So that's it," he says. "You're still too reckless. You should have brought the technique back for me to examine before making a decision. You stubbornly insisted on cultivating the faceless art before, and you saw how that turned out. Why do you always do things first and ask for permission later?"
Ge Huayu replies, "Father, the invincible under heaven, I alone am supreme divine art, is different from the faceless art. It's not a fragment, it's a complete technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen it so easily."
Ge Yi replies,
"You talk a good game, but I won't believe everything you say. Come outside with me. I need to see how powerful this thing you learned really is."
Ge Huayu replies, "Okay, father. Wait for me a moment while I change my clothes." A little later, the two of them found a wide-open space. Ge Huayu thought, Ge Yi is an immortal foundation cultivator, testing the effects of the eternal life overlords. Fist on him wouldn't be bad. Ge Huayu says, "Please enlighten me, father."
Ge Yi replies, "No need to hold back, just come at me."
Ge Huayu replies, "Then here I come." Then he rushes forward, unleashing the eternal life overlord fist, distorting the surrounding space. Seeing this, Gen Yi comments, "Not bad, that's some power. There's really no trace of true Q being used, it's pure muscle power. Even I have never seen a technique like this." Ge Huayu backs off and says, "Father, I'm asking for your guidance right now, please be serious." Then he rushes forward, shouting, "Take a good look, this is my current strength. Eternal life, soaring dragon hidden force. Devour." A strike that shatters Ge Yi's first layer of defense. Gen Yi says, "It instantly shattered my touch desire manifestation shield. Not bad, worthy of praise." He continues confidently, "Again, one more time. It won't be that easy this time." A dark blast emanates, a punch that Ge Huayu cannot touch. Ge Huayu cries out in pain, "I can't move." Ge Huayu felt, "My hands are now without strength, without feeling. Something's not right. I feel like this arm doesn't even belong to me anymore. It feels like I've been slapped in the face." He was terrified. "This is the Six Desires Heart Demon art behind that guy Tian. How can it even control my body? Give me back control of my body." With a roar, Huayu broke free. Ge Yi clapped his hands and said, "Good job, Huayu," he praised. "Your new divine skill is truly amazing. Its destructive power is terrifying, and you can break free from the control of the lust demon in an instant, taking on 10 with 1. I'm very satisfied with your answer." Ge Yi continued, "But after all, you are a member of the Heart Demon sect. Continue. Let me see how far you've cultivated the Six Desires Heart Demon art recently." Ge Huayu was a little dazed. "Sorry for the trouble, but I don't know the Six Desires Heart Demon art at all." Ge Huayu took a gamble. "Father, my Six Desires Heart Demon art has been crippled." Ge Yi was surprised. "Crippled?" Ge Huayu replied, "Not only the Six Desires Heart Demon art, but even the no-form art has been crippled. The world without me supreme art is very domineering. Cultivating it to completion will devour other martial arts. So Long Ge Huayu worried, "Is this reason enough? If not, I'll bail quick. I don't even know if I can escape in time." Ge Yi was surprised. "There's actually such a domineering art in this world, Huayu? Try circulating the Six Desires Heart Demon art. Let me feel the flow of true Q in your body." Ge Huayu stepped back, surprising Ge Yi. "Huayu, what's wrong?" Ge Huayu hesitated. His heart was in a mess. "No way. Inside my body is the flower between true Qi. I don't know the Six Desires Heart Demon art at all. If he just checks my pulse normally, it'll be fine, and nothing will be exposed. But he wants me to circulate the art, then everything will be revealed." Ge Huayu said, "Father, no need. This world without me supreme art will take all my true Q to refine my body. Now, other than basic techniques like skywalk, I can't activate any true Q." Ge Yi said, "Let me see. What do you kids know? You wouldn't even know if you were suffering key deviation." Ge Huayu worried. "Gotta bail quick." Ge Huayu considered. Should I run directly, or go all out and try?
Ge Yi asked. Huayu, what's wrong with you?
Ge Huayu considered. From the fight just now, I can tell I'm evenly matched with Ge Yi. At such a close distance, the chance of escaping is almost zero. No choice, I can only use that move. He thought, let's risk it. Then he collapsed. Ge Yi rushed over. Huayu, are you okay? Ge Huayu replied, I'm fine, it's just the injuries left from the fight with Chongling Dao. When fighting with father my blood surged, it's nothing. Ge Yi said, why didn't you say so sooner? Then he took his son's pulse, and he looked worried. The danshin is shattered, and the true qita is in chaos within the body. This. Not only did you suffer qit deviation, but you basically crippled yourself. Could it be that Ge Yi was angry? That Zhao Shi used a cruel hand on you, using spiritual guidance? Ge Huayu immediately got up and said, Father, you misunderstood? It wasn't him, he thought. This cheap father is really kind, Ge Huayu, regretting that Ge Huayu said, actually, it's like this. My original martial arts were crippled, but I've always tried to cultivate them again. It's just that the world without me supreme art is too domineering. It will forcibly disrupt the circulation of other arts, sucking away true Q to refine my body. A shattered danshin is normal. I'm fine. Ge Yi said, your current state is already half crippled, and you're telling me you're fine? Ge Huayu pushed his father's hand away and said, Father, you don't need to support me. Then he casually smashed a mountain and said, Father, look, I just waved my hand, and I have so much power. Ge Yi replied, that's true. Ge Huayu said, I told you I was fine, thinking, no choice, I can only self-destruct my dantian to scatter my cultivation, so he won't be able to see what kind of true ki I cultivate. Luckily, this doesn't affect the power of the eternal domination first, so I should be able to fool this cheap father. The others asked, does such a strange martial art exist in this world? Ge Huayu replied, this must be the price to pay for such great power. Back then, everything higher learned was wasted before he achieved this invincible state. The others thought, invincible, I alone possess this divine skill. Truly powerful. Sadly, the others said, so that's how it is. It's just a pity about the fake identities and the facade I've built up over the years, Ge Huayu replied. Heiser is just starting to practice now. If I wait a little longer, I can probably use another identity to show off my strength. The others rubbed his son's head. Haha, good. Back then, you swore to walk your own path, and now you've completed the mission perfectly, the others said. All right, later, copy this divine skill for me to take a look. Right now, I have something else important to ask you. The others said, Qin Shinzi is pretending to be Xie Yan and deceiving people everywhere. Do you know if this affects your impersonation of Xie Yan? Ge Huayu thought, is this never going to end? This succubus is really screwing me over. Ge Huayu said, Father, you don't know, but Qin Shinzi hasn't realized that Xie Yan has been replaced by me, and she's completely infatuated with me. She did that because I deliberately angered her so she would promote the Tianmoji name, the others reminded. Well, don't be careless. The cultivation method Qin Shinzi, that succubus, practices is the dual cultivation great supplement path. I heard that Xie Yan is her first prey, so you must be careful. Don't worry, Father. I know what to do, the others said. All right, I don't have anything else to ask. Let's set off, Ge Huayu asked in surprise. Where are you taking me next, Father? The others replied. Back to the sect, of course, TCH. You got involved with using spiritual guidance. This isn't a big deal or a small deal. In the end, the sect has to resolve it. You can't not go back, right? This is not only my idea, but also the sect leader's idea. Ge Huayu hesitated, Dad. The others said seriously. Huayu, do you not understand after I've said so much? This time, you absolutely have to go back. Ge Huayu worried. Going to the Shinmo Zong again. This time there's no Mo Nian, but I still don't want to go. Sect leader Big Sister is still waiting for me to return. The others said, Huayu, just think of this as going with me. It won't be long, just half a year. After half a year, once you leave, as long as you contact the sect periodically, no one will bother you. Ge Huayu said, but now I can't even use the Liu Yu Shinmo Jue. How can I go back to the sect, he worried. This is really troublesome. I don't remember any of Ge Huayu's acquaintances. Going to the Shinmo Zong like this, the chances of being exposed are very high, the others replied. What's the big deal? Your dad will help you handle it. The others said, Hey Huayu, I've already said leave the rest to me. What are you still worried about? Ge Huayu worried. It seems like the others are determined to take me back. Now I can escape the monk.
But can I escape the temple? Unless I never use the identity of Xie Yan again, otherwise the others will come looking for trouble sooner or later.
Ge Huayu said.
Okay, I also feel like it's been a long time since I've been back. It's time to go back and take a look. The others happily said, Haha, that's right, Ge Huayu calculated. No matter what, I have to go to the Xinmo Wuxiangju, Liuyu Xinmoju. Let's see if I can get a chance to learn them on the slide. Let's go home together.
7 days later, the two were on their way back to the sect.
The others looked at the book Ge Huayu wrote and said, Huayu, this technique of yours is really difficult to understand. I've been studying it for days and still don't get it, but I can deduce some things. This is a profound dharma, a method of proving the Tao So through brute force.
Ge Huayu thought. Thinking it over, I'll still show the Changsheng Ba Quan to the others. One is that I have to find a way to divert the others' attention during the days we're together in the carriage. After all, I'm an imposter and don't have Ge Huayu's memories. If I talk too much, I'll definitely reveal flaws, the others said. At first glance, it seems like a normal body refinement technique, with no trace of qi refinement. But if you read it carefully, you can delve into the roots of the soul, profound and subtle. Vita. I've really never heard of it. Even if the body refinement technique in front is ordinary and unremarkable, it's completely training according to the limits of the body. It's hard to imagine. Ge Huayu replied.
That's right. This cultivation method is completely different from the other cultivation methods I practiced before. It belongs to a completely different system. He still calculated. 2 is that the Changsheng Ba Quan is not the same system as this world. With my great perfection experience in the Overlord's world, as long as I make a few changes, half true and half false, even an expert like the others won't see anything wrong.
The others said.
This technique has already formed in my mind. Only the body refinement part in front is extremely arduous and difficult. It can be said that 9 out of 10 people who practice it will die. Huayu, how exactly did you cultivate this technique?
Ge Huayu replied.
Father, actually, I discovered a jade slip. When I held it in my hand, the jade slip turned into powder. Then, a strange energy entered my forehead, and then high hair miraculously cultivated this divine technique. While replying, Ge Huayu couldn't help but continue to calculate. 3 is that the fighting style of the Overlord world requires taking medicine, no matter how powerful the others are. Even if they can fix the parts one modified, without the secret wings they can't cultivate it. I don't need to worry about the trump card being grasped by others.
The others said.
So that's how it is. The divine skill is hidden in the jade slip. It seems like an ancient secret method, he continued. My son's luck in exploring and finding treasures is always so good. First there was the Wuxiangju, and now there's the Tianxiavita Duzun Shengong. But this technique is too rare. You should hide this trump card along with the Wuxiangju to avoid others coming to bother you.
Ge Huayu replied, Yes, I'll listen to your advice. The Wuxiangju is Ge Huayu's unique trump card. If that's really the case, the others and the Xinmo don't have this technique, so I can only try my luck at the Xinmo in this dead Tianmian's room already. The others turned around and said, We're here.
Qingkong Shan, Xinmo.
All right, we're back, deputy sect leaders. You've returned. Yeah.
Did the sect leader look for me? Guard? Nope. You had everything in the sect squared away before you left. Soldier all smiles. Senior brother Huayu, you're back.
Shi Gi says,
Yep, this senior brother leveled up to Xiantian after a few days of training. I went out to bring him back, Ge Huayu thinks, chuckling to himself. Turns out Ge Huayu is pretty famous in the Heart Demon sect, being one of the 5 young masters and all. Everyone greets and reports to Shi Yi. Deputy Sect Leader, the documents needing your attention that have piled up over the past few days are on your desk. Deputy Sect Leader, the Banghu City financial report has been sorted, according to your instructions. Deputy Sect Leader, this month's material price list has been placed on your desk.
Shi Yi quickly deals with the situation. Yeah, good work.
Ge Huayu thinks. Man, Shi Yi is running around like a headless chicken. It feels like he's carrying the whole sect on his shoulders but is still just a deputy sect leader.
The karma points keep rising with all sorts of colors, accompanied by constant whispers. Senior brother Ge is back. I heard he killed Zhao Shi of the Chongling Dao. He's reached Xiantian already, Ge Huayu thinks. Looks like Ge Huayu isn't that popular in the Heart Demon sect. Either they are jealous or they are scared shitless. Suddenly a voice catches their attention.
The Guest family sure knows how to pick. What a sight to see. The son-in-law of the Heart Demon sect. What a freaking power couple.
Xu Min is showing his son-in-law, Kui Jing, around while talking to him. Gotta say, The Heart Demon sect is incredibly majestic. Couldn't have said it better myself. Son-in-law, very cultured. Xu Min is surprised and speaks to Xie Yi.
Oh, isn't this deputy sect leader Xie? Did you bring back that kid Ge Huayu? Then he gives Ge Huayu a searching look. Ge Huayu is taken aback. Who is this guy? Why is he staring at me? Xu Min is a bit surprised. Last time I saw Huayu, I marked him with 100 pure qi. Now the mark is gone. Xie Yi says, Deputy sect leader Xu, why are you staring at my son? Xu Min replies, the thousand-faced gentleman has endless transformations. To be honest, it's rare to see him in his current getup, so I need a closer look. He's a little worried. It can't be that Ge Huayu found out himself. If he did, Xie Yi would have come to me already. Seems like something went wrong. Ge Huayu thinks, the man in front of me is deputy sect leader Xu, so he must be Xu Min, Xian Yi's rival. No wonder he looked at me like that earlier.
Besides, these two are only cordial on the surface.
But that's it.
Xu Min says, haha, 3 days apart, and it seems Huayu's cultivation has improved. Xie Yi replies, this kid is not motivated, slow as molasses. His cultivation has only increased this much. This next to deputy sect leader Xu is, Xu Min introduces, this is my son-in-law, Kui Jing. Today, I brought him to meet the sect leader. So, you're scholar Ya Yi? I've heard so much about you. You flatter me, deputy sect leaders. Gen Huayu thinks, if I can cause discord between Xu Min and Xie Yi and kill Xie Yi, then no one will know Gen Huayu has another identity as Xie Yan, and I'll be free. But looking at it now, these two are harmonious on the surface, but at odds in their hearts. They won't turn on each other so easily.
Xu Min says, wasting so much time, the sect leader must be waiting anxiously. Let's go meet the sect leader quickly.
Indeed, Ge Huayu whispers to his father. Deputy sect leader Xu's words are truly exquisite. Xie Yi replies, that old geezer is just a pretty face relying on his son-in-law. But scholar Ya Yi really has some knowledge. That old geezer just got lucky.
Ge Huayu asks, Father, do you know scholar Ya Yi? Xie Yi replies, his predecessor was the fourth young master, a simple man. The last time he appeared in public was 5 years ago at Wu Songwen, participating in the imperial exams and even becoming a jinshi, so everyone calls him scholar, out of respect. I heard he resigned from his official position in the court and will probably join the Heart Demon sect. Judging by his appearance, it doesn't seem like he was forced. Zhu Tingting probably gave him some kind of mind-altering drug.
Ge Huayu recalls what sect leader Shiji once said. The Heart Demon sect leader suspects that there is a heavenly sixworm. Very few people in the vast great Han can contend with him. He is a formidable foe. The two people ahead speak. Sect leader Xu Min and Xie Yi request an audience. Come in.
A few people go inside. Xie Yi says,
reporting to the sect leader, Huayu has leveled up to Shantian and has returned to report.
Ge Huayu says, Huayu greets the sect leader. It took so long to level up to Xiantian, I am truly ashamed.
Sect leader Yan Sheng.
Yan Sheng says, indeed, he has the aura of Xiantian. Not bad. The Heart Demon sect has someone to carry on the legacy. Xie Yi replies, thanks to the sect leader's blessing, this little rascal still has much to learn. Ge Huayu is a little scared. He only glanced at me, and I feel the pressure of a mountain. This is the heavenly six-worm powerhouse.
So scary. Xu Min says, hey, Huayu finally grinded through. Coming after suffering, happiness arises. The deputy sect leaders are fortunate. Old man Xu Min continues.
When the son levels up to Xiantian, the father receives support from all sides in the sect. Such excellent father and son are truly embarrassing. If one day deputy sect leader Xian stops managing affairs, this old man's frail bones won't be able to handle the work deputy sect leader Xian left behind.
Xie Yi replies, Deputy sect leader Xu, what are you saying? Isn't it because I sympathize with your weakening body that I'm taking on so much work? Besides, the sect leader trusts me. Are you questioning the sect leader's decisions? Xu Min replies,
how can that be? I'm clearly praising you. You vice sect leaders are too sensitive. You should know that. Except for Yin Yuji, who only listens to the sect leader, the elders of the other 4 branches all admire you vice sect leaders. Even I, Kuai Yuji, who manages affairs, and Jian Yuji don't dare to compete with the other 3 and support you. People are saying, vice sect leader Xu is getting younger as he gets older. As fellow disciples, we should help each other advance. So why are you causing internal strife? If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Ge Huayu thought to himself,
Holy crap, the two old guys are arguing and glaring at each other. Just fight already. Suddenly, the sect leader said, "All right, the juniors are watching. Say less," Zhumin said. "Haha, you vice sect leaders are still too young. You get worked up after just a few words. I won't argue with you anymore. Let's drop it here." Hearing this, Ge Huayu was disappointed again. No fight. Lei Mei, Shu Min introduced. "Sect leader, my son-in-law has resigned from his official post and gone into seclusion. He's prepared to join the Heart Demon sect, and I invite you to take a look at him." Kuijing bowed and said. Kuijing greets the sect leader. Sect leader Yan Sheng said, "If I remember correctly, you were the elegant young master Kui among the 4 young masters back in the day. And then you went into government service. Now you want to join the Heart Demon sect?" Kuijing replied, "That's right. My beloved Ting Ting and I share a deep bond, and to avoid complications, I'm willing to follow her lead." Sect leader Yan Sheng said, Hey, you're not bad. I'm quite pleased." Then he shot a stream of dark energy into Kuijing. Shu Min quickly reminded, "Don't resist. The sect leader is imprinting the Heart Demon mark. Once the mark is complete, you'll be a member of the Heart Demon sect, and can move freely within the sect without being suppressed by the Grand Formation." Ge Huayu then recalled, "So members of the Heart Demon sect have this perk. Could it be that the creepy feeling I got when I walked in was due to the Heart Demon sect's Grand Formation? Luckily, I'm thick-skinned, so it didn't affect me much." Kuijing's eyes lit up, and dark energy emanated from him, causing bulges to appear on his neck. The others were surprised. "What's going on?" Shu Min said. "Shouldn't you vice sect leaders be asking him? How could your son trigger the enemy defending mechanism of the Grand Formation?" Eyes glared at Ge Huayu, and a voice boomed. "Why don't you have the Heart Demon mark on you? Give me an explanation, Ge Huayu. Give me an explanation." Ge Huayu. The others continued. "Sect leader, Huayu's situation is a bit complicated. It's related to the cultivation technique that helped him advance to the acquired realm. Please listen to my explanation." Vice sect leader Zhu spoke up. "Vice sect leaders, what you're saying isn't right at all. Is there something you can't say directly? Concealing the truth only leads to misunderstandings and turns falsehood into truth." The others angrily said, "Shut up already. Aren't you causing enough chaos?" At this moment, the sect leader spoke up. "Nothing is unspeakable. And there are no outsiders here anyway. Vice sect leaders, speak," he replied. Sect leader, "But, Huayu, Dad, you speak? It's okay. Your father can explain everything. After all, you have a record." He called his name, Huayu. "Tell us," he said to the sect leader. Reporting to the sect leader, earlier, while Huayu was still searching for heavenly fate, I happened to obtain a body-refining technique called the Heaven and Earth is Mine Supreme Art, and it was thanks to this technique that I advanced to the acquired realm. He thought to himself, "Don't panic. They haven't suspected my identity yet. Don't screw up," he continued. "It's just that this technique has used all my true Qo to strengthen my body. Later, other techniques were absorbed. I think my Heart Demon mark also disappeared for this reason." Vice sect leader Shu said, "Are you saying that even the 6 Desires Heart Demon art was absorbed? That can't be. How can a disciple of the Heart Demon sect use another's cultivation technique as their foundation? How are the other disciples in the sect supposed to look at you, sect leader? What do you think we should do?" The sect leader said, "Abandon the sect's 6 Desires Heart Demon art and change to another foundational cultivation technique. So let me see how far this body of yours has been strengthened." The sect leader surrounded his body in a cloud of black smoke. The others said, "Don't resist. The sect leader is just checking your body." He thought, "My body feels like it's frozen, unable to move. Every inch of my skin is brushed by this cold yin energy." Fortunately, I detonated my dantian to fool the others, and I haven't used the nirvana finger to recover it yet. Otherwise, this stream of true Q would have detected it and crushed me. The sect leader said, "Interesting. This body has been strengthened to the point where even an acquired 3rd-level cultivator specializing in body-refining techniques could face it. The dantian in the body is shattered, the meridians are chaotic, and the true Qi is gone. If it weren't for the Datio aura of the acquired 1st level still present, I would hardly recognize your realm. A very domineering martial art. 1 flower blooms and 100 flowers withers." Even the sect's 6 Desires Heart Demon art was completely sucked dry. Huayu's good fortune is indeed very special. But how to make the Heart Demon mark exist in your body is a difficult problem. How about this, Huayu? You can continue to cultivate this martial art,
and the heart demon mark will be decided after I discuss it with your father.
He replied, "Thank you, sect leader." It continued, "Next is Yi Jiansheng. At this point, I, this venerable one, have completed the initiation ritual for you. From now on, you are a member of the heart demon sect." The old man replied, "Many thanks, sect leader." Vice sect leader Shu said, "Ahem, there's still one more matter." Sect leader, an elder, said, "This subordinate still remembers that you once agreed with the vice sect leaders that Yu could only hide one cultivation technique. Now that he has cultivated the Vita unsurpassed divine art of the world, shouldn't he hand over the faceless manual?" Xie Yan thought. "Are you kidding me? I'm still trying to figure out where the faceless manual is. How can I hand it over?" Sect leader responded. "That's right, Xu Min. You manage the sect's scripture pavilion. The registration of the faceless manual will be left to you," the old man replied. "Yes," Xu Yan spoke up. "Hold on. The faceless manual is just a fragment, lacking the cultivation methods. After the Xiantian stage, Yu feels that the Vita unsurpassed divine art of the world would be of greater help to the heart demon sect." The sect leader asked, "Are you sure about this? The Vita unsurpassed divine art of the world will be made public. It will no longer be a secret. Even your inner workings will be known to everyone. Are you really willing?" Xie Yan replied, "Father, Yu is wholeheartedly for the progress of the sect. My own secrets are nothing." Xie Yan thought, "The faceless manual is a qi refining martial art. I can't make it up, nor would I dare to. I was even able to fabricate a whole series of the demonic version of the everlasting hegemony first, since no one can understand or learn it anyway." The sect leader responded, "Very well." The sect leader asked, "Are you sure about this? The Vita unsurpassed divine art of the world will be made public. It will no longer be a secret. Even your inner workings will be known to everyone. Are you really willing?" Xie Yan replied, "Father, Yu is wholeheartedly for the progress of the sect. My own secrets are nothing." Xie Yan thought, "The faceless manual is a qi refining martial art. I can't make it up, nor would I dare to. I was even able to fabricate a whole series of the demonic version of the everlasting hegemony first, since no one can understand or learn it anyway." The sect leader said, "Go then. Your techniques are your own to decide. Father won't say anything. I still have to report on work." "I won't go with you," Xie Yan replied. "Yes," Xu Min said. Yi, you stay here and chat with the sect leader and vice sect leaders for a bit. This old man will come to fetch you later," Xie Yan replied. "I understand, father-in-law. Go ahead and get busy." The old man turned around and called out, Yu, let's go." Yu, although your father and I are always at odds, this old man still appreciates you very much. After all, you are the most promising person of this generation in the heart demon sect." Xie Yan replied with a smile, "Haha, I know that although father and vice sect leader Shu have disagreements, it's only for the development of the heart demon sect. I understand." The old man continued, "This child, why are you being so distant with me? Back then, this old man even sucked out the poison to heal you. You used to call me Grandpa Shu, but now you're just like your father, starting to call me Vice Sect Leader Shu." Xie Yan replied with a smile, "Isn't it because I've grown up more? So I'm not so approachable anymore. Please forgive me, Vice Sect Leader Shu." Xie Yan thought with some worry. Sucking out poison to heal is recorded in the disguise notes regarding Yu's body. Only the matter of his disfigurement is related to poison. If that's the case, then it should be fine. Xie Yan called out, "Vice Sect Leader Shu." The old man said, "Oh, is that what Yu thinks?" At this moment, the old man thought, "This little brat is avoiding talking about it. Interesting, very interesting," Xie Yan thought. "What's going on? Am I exposed?" The old man called out, Yu, what are you standing there for? Let's go," Xie Yan replied. "I am a junior. How can I walk ahead of Vice Sect Leader Xu? Vice Sect Leader Xu should go first." The old man replied again, "You go out and walk very slowly. You don't need to pay attention to me. You go your way. Or have you been away from the sect for too long and forgotten the way to the scripture pavilion?" "Haha, this old man is just joking. Don't mind it," Xie Yan replied. "Of course not," Xie Yan thought. "I'm really worried because I really don't know the way." Xie Yan then took out a book from his pocket and said, "Actually, I had already written down this cultivation technique. Instead of wasting time at the scripture pavilion, it's better to directly give it to Vice Sect Leader Shu here." The old man said, Yu,
You don't want to go to the scripture pavilion with me that much, Xie Yan replied. It's not that. It's just that I don't want to waste your time, the old man said. No. This old man has plenty of free time. Come to the scripture pavilion and chill with me. Let's go, young man. Quick hands and feet quickly lead the way for this old man. Xie Yan walked slowly, thinking, this old fox probably really suspects me. Should I just pick a random path and try my luck? If I go the wrong way, then it's just that I've been away for too long and don't remember anymore. Screen displays. Origin points gain panic. 001. Wang Gang. Xie Yan saw 3 people looking at him, he thought. There are people around looking at me. It must be those 3 who are providing origin points. They seem very afraid of me, the old man said impatiently. Why you? Why are you dawdling here and not going? Do you really not know the way? He chuckled. It's just seeing 3 acquaintances. He thought, yes, system, you're my savior. He shouted, Wang Gang, Lu Yiming, Chen Yuan, Shu Feng. Saw you 3 young masters. Why are you running? Get over here. The 3 of them stepped forward and greeted senior brothers. He went over and patted their shoulders. Long time, no. See, I missed you guys. This young master needs a favor from you. Oh, right, Deputy Sect Leader Shu. I have something to discuss with these 3 junior sisters and brothers. Anyway, I've already given you the technique, so you can head back. I won't be going to the scripture pavilion with you. They explained. Senior brothers, we really didn't mean to, he said. You run when you see me. Am I some man-eating monster? Enough chatter. I need you for something. Deputy Sect Leader Zhu thought. Strange. If I say he's fine, he doesn't know his way around the sect. Just now when I said I healed his injuries, he didn't deny it. But if I say something's wrong, he can call out these 3 disciples. How strange. Exterior shot. Heart Devil Sect. Disciples discussing, hey, aren't those the senior brothers? He's back. This is the 3rd time I've seen them. What are they up to? Probably instructing those 3. Should we admire them? Or just get lucky? Instructing. Are you new here? Ever since the senior brothers got the Faceless Sutra, every few days they'll find some junior brothers to instruct. Really, it's experimentation. Every junior brother, instructed, gets their body tortured, but the senior brothers, instruction, really can improve your martial arts. Though it's not life-threatening, it's still a mixed bag. He glanced at them. They all got goosebumps and ran away together, shouting as they fled. I don't want to be chosen. Let's go, he thought. Shu Feng really is a senior brother who loves helping the little guys. No wonder so many people are afraid of him. He looked at the 3 and said, Why are you trembling? I've just been away from the sect for a while. I don't know what changes the Heart Devil sect has undergone. Asking you to show me around and take me back to my room is really that undesirable? They replied, No, we're very willing, senior brother. Your residence is here, senior brother. If there's nothing else, we'll head back first. He said, taking a walk with me is supposed to erase everything that happened before. Dream on. Did I say you could leave? He thought. Although I don't know what grudge that dead heavenly devil had with them, this is also good. Gave me some space to show off, he said slyly. Seeing that you're still obedient, I can reconsider. But I still have to punish you a bit to make you remember this lesson. Copy the 6 Desires Heart Devil Sutra 10 times for me. You can't leave until you've finished copying. What? You don't want to? Their faces turned green, all color drained, and they cried out, Xu senior brother. They knelt down and begged, Spare us. Copying the sect's techniques without permission will trigger the Heart Devil mark, and then it will pierce our hearts and flay our flesh alive. It's worse than death, senior brother. Don't punish us this way. We can't take it, senior brother. Last time you picked us to instruct, Wang Gang deliberately avoided people. Wang Gang shouted, Lu Yiming, are you out of your mind? It was obvious that you didn't want to go that day, so Chen Shimei and I had to leave. That's why it took so long. Lu Yiming said, Wang Gang, why are you falsely accusing me first? Wang Gang replied. You're spitting blood, he thought. Shu Feng has created a huge psychological shadow for his fellow disciples. Really, I was just joking a bit. Why are they arguing? We're all from the same sect. It's all fate. We should love each other. All right, go away. I just got back. I need to rest, they replied in unison. Thank you for your leniency, senior brother, he continued. That's right, you're all very good, hey. He smiled lightly, saying, The 3 were terrified. Lu Yiming and Wang Gang argued. Lu Yiming, what did you mean just now, Wang Gang? It's not good if you don't dare admit what you did yourself. Chen Shimei saw this and thought, so this is what the senior brothers really wanted. I should have realized it sooner. Actually, the senior brothers weren't interested in our affairs at all. He took us for a walk just to exhaust our patience. making us easily agitated, so in the end, with just a small trick, he could sow discord between us, making us hate each other.
And he uses that for entertainment. The teaching martial art is something that senior brother has been bored, so he started playing with hearts. But, the feeling of being controlled in the palm of my hand makes me more and more. Fear points gained, 0. 01 Wang Gang. Fear points gained, 0. 01 Lu Yiming. Admiration points gained, 0. 01 Chen Yuan. He spoke habitually to earn more yuan points, but this Chen Yuan, wife, why is there hate? Never thought that the mind demon seal, besides being an identity certificate, is also a mechanism for punishment and surveillance. They completely distrust their own disciples. This sect will be destroyed sooner or later, he said, walking over to the table to take a look, wanting to deduce the 6 desires mind demon blood. It's impossible from the disciples' hands, Trisk. Coming to the mind demon sect, I have to find some secret martial arts manual or heavenly treasure to take back. Can't return empty-handed. I also wonder what good stuff this Gei Huayu hid before dying. He rummaged around, finding nothing clean. Searching the entire room, there's nothing valuable. No secret manuals, no treasures, no hidden compartments. Did this ghost not save anything? At this moment, Gei Yi's voice came from outside the door. Huayu, are you back? He replied. Father, wait a moment. I'll open the door right away, he thought. Damn it, why is this cheap dad here? He stood outside the door. He happily opened the door, calling father. He impatiently replied, Why so slow? What were you doing in there for so long? I haven't been back, so I wanted to clean the room a bit, he said. All right, don't make it too hard on yourself. I have something to tell you, Huayu. This morning, the sect leader was still uneasy about the mind seal on you. Actually, he's also been thinking, it's not that he doesn't acknowledge you. I need to clarify this to you. Don't think too much, he replied. Father, I understand, he thought. Thanks a million, don't trust that ghostly thing. He continued. This is the treasure, the 6 desires golden elixir. I specifically requested it from the Mind Lord. It's also a reward for you offering the divine art to the sect. The sect leader is granting it to you. He looked at the elixir, thinking, what kind of thing is this? Should I swallow this thing, and what will it do? He said, I've thought it through. If you only had the heaven-defying, unrivaled divine art, you could be a carefree elder in the sect. But if you have to shoulder the responsibility of the 6 desires mind demon sect in the future, you still have to start from scratch, he thought. What does this mean? Could it be that he wants to proactively help me relearn the 6 desires mind demon sect techniques? He held the elixir, continuing, This 6 desires golden elixir was taken from a deceased previous elder. The sect leader has erased the aura of the former owner. The amount of original essence energy inside is almost infinite for you, a first-layer Xiantian. Using it to cultivate the 6 desires mind demon art again will be half the battle, he thought. Isn't this a backup essence energy charger? Nice. This trip wasn't a waste of such a big risk. Worth it? Wait, didn't I tell them before that the eternal longevity overlord's fist would devour all the essence energy I cultivate? How could they? He calmly said. I know what you're thinking. No need to worry. The 6 desires golden elixir is precisely for solving this problem. The 6 desires golden elixir is an external object. Physically, it cuts off the connection between you and the overlord divine art, so it won't devour the original essence energy within. You use the 6 desires mind demon art as a fake cultivation technique, first establishing the foundation of the mind demon art within this 6 desires golden elixir. Then you can rely on the 6 desires golden elixir to unleash the secret methods of the sect. Quickly circulate the mind demon art technique. I will send this 6 desires golden elixir into your body. Remember, absolutely do not circulate any other techniques, or the internal balance of the 6 desires golden elixir will be destroyed and it will explode. It's equivalent to the full force punch of a 3rd-layer Xiantian expert inside your body. He thought, I'm screwed, I don't even know the 6 desires mind demon art. He urged him, quickly circulate your energy. His face froze, thinking, circulate my ass, I'm screwed. A punch from a Xiantian 3rd-layer expert, and exploding from inside my body, can my body handle it? Wait, that's not the problem. The problem is, how am I going to explain it later? The screen displayed. Detected a large amount of foreign original essence energy invading the body. Compatibility with the 8 difficulties devil art is 70%. Consume 100 origin points to forcefully use the linked 8 difficulties devil art. Yes or no, he thought. Foreign original essence energy. Could it be that the 6 desires golden elixir is so compatible with the 8 difficulties devil art? Yes, Absolutely yes. He made a sound, he asked. So fast, my son? Truly gifted by heaven, you've merged with the 6 desires golden elixir in just a moment, he replied with a smile. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Long live the system. The screen displayed. Skill grasp of the 8 difficulties devil art level B+, deeper demonic effect. Grasp of the 5 muds power has linked the foreign original essence energy, he thought. Now I have another backup charger for the 8 difficulties devil chi in my body. I don't know what specific effect it has yet. I'll figure it out after Gei leaves, he said to him. All right. Next, you have to patiently wait for the technique of borrowing fake cultivation in the mind demon kill. You're the best at it, so I don't need to guide you anymore. Quickly rebuild the foundation of the mind demon art within the 6 desires golden elixir. At that time, the sect leader will help you imprint the mind demon seal again. He replied, This child understands, thinking to himself. What is this technique of borrowing fake cultivation? I don't even know it. I don't dare to ask. Since you're saying it like that, he continued. Using the 6 desires golden elixir to cultivate the 6 desires mind demon art has limitations. You won't be able to advance further after reaching the Xiantian 3rd layer, but it's not the same as the heaven-defying unrivaled divine art. The sect leader praised this divine art after reviewing it, so your subsequent cultivation will actually focus on this divine art as the core, with the 6 desires mind demon art only serving as an auxiliary, he replied. Now this child takes the heaven-defying unrivaled divine art as the main focus. I can distinguish what's important and what's not. In the end, although I handed over the heaven-defying unrivaled divine art, which benefited the sect, it shouldn't have been taken out right now. This person, Kongmin, is an enemy of our father and son. He didn't come sooner, didn't come later, but waited until you returned. And he brought his son-in-law back to the sect. Originally, I wanted to tell this secret to the sect leader in private, but he exposed it. How hateful, he said. Father, don't be angry. Even if Kongmin knows my current techniques, there's nothing he can do. After all, the heaven-defying, unrivaled divine art has no flaws. He can't do anything to me, he said. Why you? You've become much calmer. Before, you'd be furious about things like this. Xie Yan chuckled. Ha ha, isn't it normal to be more open-minded after advancing to the immortal realm? Besides, the cultivation technique requires me to have a truly pure heart. Bickering over trivial matters isn't beneficial to cultivation. Actually, I'm adjusting my mentality and personality to better suit the technique, he asked. Is that so? All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Then he said, regarding the Chongling sect, the sect leader thinks that since you killed their people, you should handle it if they come looking for trouble. But those are minor issues. I'll help you out when the time comes. You don't need to worry about the Chongling sect causing trouble for you. Xie Yan replied, I understand. Sorry for troubling you, father, he thought. That Qin Vixen doesn't dare provoke the Chongling sect, but to the Heart Demon sect, it's not a big deal. The only thing is, from start to finish, this old fart hasn't even thought of blaming me. Tears of jealousy must be flowing out of his mouth right now. He turned away and said, It's good that you understand. Once I've settled my official duties, I'll take some time to watch over you during your closed-door cultivation. You haven't been back for so long. Get some rest first. Xie Yan called out, Father, wait a moment. He thought, how about I make up some reason to find that old money grubber and get the 6 desires heart demon art? Anyway, he doesn't suspect my identity, so I'll take advantage of our father-son relationship. He asked, Is there anything else? Xie Yan replied, It's nothing, Father. It's been hard on you lately. Hua Yu has caused you so much trouble. Xie Yan thought, no, I was able to fool Gei Yi before entirely because of misdirection, exploiting the information that Gei Hua Yu left home without Gei Yi knowing, to tamper with the 6 desires heart demon art. Since that's familiar information, discussing this issue with Gei Yi would make it easier to be exposed, but finding someone else would be easier, he grumbled. Why has this kid become so sentimental? I wonder who he's been imitating these past few years. Why is he talking like this all of a sudden? Xie Yan gave a forced laugh. Father, don't you like it? He walked towards the door and said, Go cultivate properly, don't think nonsense, I'm leaving now. Xie Yan said, Take care, Father. Your son won't see you off. Xie Yan closed the door and muttered, This cheap dad of mine really values our father-son bond. But that's also why he'd suspect me if my persona collapses. I could use a fake cultivation technique to divert his attention in the carriage, but it's uncertain if I'll be able to get away with it if we live together for a long time. This is getting tricky. I originally wanted to have some fun, collect origin points, and swindle some cultivation techniques, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous, and I haven't even swindled a single technique yet. Luckily, this cheap dad got me the 6 Desires golden pill, so it's not a complete loss. Xie Yan closed the door and muttered, "This cheap dad of mine really values our father-son bond. But that's also why he'd suspect me if my persona collapses. I could use a fake cultivation technique to divert his attention in the carriage, but it's uncertain if I'll be able to get away with it if we live together for a long time. This is getting tricky." What I didn't expect was that this 6 Desires golden pill is so compatible with the 8 Disasters demonic chi, the two can actually link together, which is like giving the original source of the 8 Disasters demonic chi a high-end power bank. The power of the 8 Disasters demonic art doesn't seem to have changed. I can't directly mobilize the foreign true chi within the 6 Desires golden pill. It clearly has the power of the 3rd level of the immortal realm, but when using the 8 Disasters demonic art to unleash it, it's still the power of the acquired realm from before. Let's try increasing the output. Xie Yan tried with all his might. Xie Yan felt that the energy released by Hell Disaster could last for an hour. Although the power is no different from before, the demonic energy doesn't show any signs of depletion. If I used to unleash it for less than a quarter of an hour, the demonic energy would be exhausted. Other moves are probably the same. It seems that although the 6 Desires golden pill can't raise the quality of the 8 Disasters demonic chi to the immortal realm, it can at least be used almost infinitely. This seems useless, but the 8 Disasters demonic chi has always been converted into flower intertwined true chi for use. Even after I advance to the immortal realm, it can even be converted into immortal level flower intertwined true chi. Although the efficiency is too low, I basically don't use demonic energy to convert into immortal true chi. So lame. I can totally use the 8 Disasters demonic chi as a jump point to convert the 6 Desires golden pill into immortal quality flower intertwined true chi. Although I can still only convert true chi of the 1st level of the acquired realm, the total amount is still more than what I have now. When facing a powerful enemy like Shi Dao's immortal realm, I can use up all my true chi. If it were me now, with a true chi charger of the essence of the 3rd level of the immortal realm, even if the conversion rate is low, it's unlikely that I'd run out of true chi. I can save a ton of origin points to charge, and I always use Nirvana Finger to recover true chi. But if I want to continue playing the role of Gehwayu for a long time, I still have to get the 6 Desires Heart Demon art in my hands. Otherwise, if I can't reconstruct the foundation of the Heart Demon art in the 6 Desires golden pill, that cheap old man will definitely suspect me. Besides, only with the 6 Desires Heart Demon art can this 6 Desires golden core truly take effect. Honestly, the way I'm using it now is a total waste, but safety comes first. I should probably try my luck at the Heart Demon sect's library pavilion. The deputy sect leader, Shu Min, stroked his beard and said, "Why are you here? Did the sect leader discover something that needs to be supplemented in the heaven-defying supreme god art and ask you to rewrite it?" The young man replied with a smile. Deputy Sect Leader Zhu is too kind. If that were the case, the sect leader would have dragged me off for tea a long time ago. How could I be here? To be ashamed. Last night, when Hua Yu continued to stabilize the heaven-defying supreme god art, I suddenly felt a surge of true chi from the 6 Desires Heart Demon art. If it weren't for Hua Yu's strong physique, forcibly suppressing it, I'm afraid I would have already gone mad. So today, Hua Yu wants to review the 6 Desires Heart Demon art, comparing the two sides to see where the problem occurred. Xie Yan thought. The Heart Demon sect's scripture pavilion is Zhu Min's territory. If I want to get the 6 Desires Heart Demon art from here, I can't avoid Zhu Min at all. Hearing this, he said, "Oh, reciting the 6 Desires Heart Demon art by heart and remembering it is a basic skill for every Heart Demon sect disciple. With your talent, Hua Yu, have you forgotten this skill already?" Hua Yu replied, "Deputy Sect Leader Shu, Hua Yu needs to imitate many people. There are countless things to remember. I remember the 6 Desires Demon Sect art, but I'm most afraid of making mistakes, so I still have to compare. It's originally not easy to make mistakes." Then, Shu Min extended his hand. "Hand over your passage token," Hua Yu replied. "I came too hastily. I forgot to bring it," he thought. As expected, major sects strictly manage places containing secret techniques. Hearing what he said, his expression turned gloomy. What do you mean you forgot to bring it? I think you don't have one. More like it. Why you? You've been away from the sect for too long. Have you forgotten the rules of the Scripture Pavilion? The Scripture Pavilion is protected by the ancestral demonic will, which recognizes the token, not the person. Only by earning merit, obtaining the sect leader's permission, and then going to me to receive the passage token can you enter. Without a passage token, even your father can't enter. Seeing his strange attitude, Xie Yan said embarrassedly, Deputy Sect Leader Zhu, isn't the heaven-defying supreme god art that I contributed to the sect considered merit? Besides, I don't need any new cultivation techniques. Please give me a passage token as a favor. But Xu Min still refused. Telling me is useless. Go talk to the sect leader. If the sect leader agrees, then I'll give it to you. Besides, didn't your father teach you the 6 desires demonic art? You should just go ask him directly. Why bother so much? Don't tell me you've already learned Whispering Tongue. 3 branches of the demonic art aren't enough, and you want to secretly peek at 3 more? Why you? That won't do. Hearing this, Why you cursed inwardly. If I dared to go to that cheap dad of mine, would I need to trouble myself by coming to you, you nosy old man? But the 6 desires demonic art has so many branches, I never knew that before. Then the old man said again, Let's not talk about that. Why you? You said before that after you advanced to the Shantian realm, you would tell me something. Now that you're Shantian, can you tell me yet? He smiled and replied, Did I say that? I've been traveling outside for so long, I've forgotten a bit. Can Vice Sect Leader remind me? But in his head, he was thinking, Those two don't get along. What does this ghost-faced Xu Min want to tell me? Is he trying to trick me? Xu Min seemed to have guessed that he was pretending, and said, This kid, why are you playing dumb with me? Don't tell me you think that after advancing to Shantian, you can just break your promise as you please. He quickly replied, How could that be? Vice Sect Leader is being too serious. But my father also said that the promises to Vice Sect Leader can't be easily made. Why Yu thought to himself. Luckily, their relationship isn't good to begin with. Whether Xu Min is probing me or this is actually a thing, I'll just act like nothing happened, and it won't seem too strange. Seeing that he wasn't planning on talking, the old man gave up. Fine, fine. You father and son are exactly alike, he said. Where, Vice Sect Leader is too kind. Can I finally go into the Scripture Pavilion? The insincerity was obvious on his face. Why you? Every country has its laws, every family has its rules, and every sect has its ancestral teachings. I've already made exceptions for you. Xu Min stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Don't make things difficult for your grandpa Xu. If you really want to go inside, you still need to go to the sect leader and go through the proper procedures. Only then will I dare give you a pass. His voice rose. Also, I can tell you that your situation is too special. I've cross-referenced the entire 6 Desires demonic art, and there's nowhere that corresponds to your situation. The 6 Desires demonic art can't help you, and neither can the other cultivation methods in the Scripture Pavilion. Go home. Unexpectedly, Hua Yu asked directly. Vice Sect Leader, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like you're targeting me. Did Hua Yu do something wrong? The old man quickly turned around and replied, Where did that come from? Grandpa Xu just doesn't want to break the rules. A talented junior like Hua Yu, why would I want to take care of you? Are you not afraid enough? Hearing this, he pretended to smile brightly and said, Got it, Vice Sect Leader Xu. Then Hua Yu will take his leave, Xu Min also replied. That's more like it. Don't be so distant, just call me Grandpa. At this time, only the old man remained alone in the study. Xu Min slowly reached out and lifted his teacup. And then he fell into deep thought. This little brat Hua Yu is a huge problem. Xu Min's voice rang out decisively. Adding another dose of 100 purities qi to him can be used at any time, though it can be maintained for more than 10 years. If it was broken, this means that Ge Hua Yu has discovered my method. If this Ge Hua Yu is a fake, does Ge Yi know? With Ge Yi's level of cunning, there's no way he wouldn't recognize his own son. Then he must definitely know. In that case, is this fake Ge Hua Yu wholeheartedly devoted to Ge Yi? It doesn't seem so certain, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the Scripture Pavilion to find the 6 Desires demonic art. Or, this is actually Ge Hua Yu, and I'm just overthinking things. How interesting. At this time, Hua Yu had already walked out of that place, and he thought to himself, according to Xu Min's words, the Scripture Pavilion is protected by the ancestral demonic thoughts. Even if I sneaked in while Xu Min wasn't paying attention, I would definitely be discovered. I didn't expect that even after getting into the demonic heart sex base of operations, this 6 desires demonic art would still be so difficult to obtain.
Then he suddenly jumped. Moreover, it seems that Xu Min has already made a move on me. My body really does have a subtle fragrance. If it weren't for the everlasting overlord fist making my 5 senses more sensitive, I would have ignored it here. It's inconvenient to go back.
Now I'll study it slowly. Xu Min is someone who likes to make a lot of small moves. Thinking this, he turned and left. 6 hours later, inside a wooden house, Huai Yu was inspecting his body. He said, after studying for several hours, I finally figured it out. Xu Min has planted a type of pheromone on me. This thing is harmless, but it can emit a faint scent. And it can even self-nourish based on my body. Inexhaustible and never-ending. Staying in my body for 5 or 8 years would be no problem. In that case, no matter how I disguise myself, as long as I appear in front of him, he can smell me and recognize me. Then he flashed a confident smile. It's just a pity that he underestimated the everlasting overlord first's control over my body. Any abnormal things that want to invade my body will be discovered by me. Now there are 2 ways to solve this. Treat the symptom or treat the root cause. To treat the symptom, with the everlasting overlord first's control over my body, I can forcibly lock down this pheromone in my body and prevent it from being released. In that case, even if Xu Min is in front of me, he won't smell anything. To treat the root cause, I can forcibly force this pheromone to concentrate in one spot, then cut out the flesh, and then use Nirvana finger to restore the wound. Then I will solve it completely. But he paused and took a deep breath. Sure enough, he couldn't smell anything anymore.
He repeated it once again. To treat the root cause, I can forcibly force this pheromone to concentrate in one spot, then cut out the flesh, and then use Nirvana finger to restore the wound. Then I will solve it completely. But right now I am still under Xu Min's watch. Solving it will cause more trouble, so leave it be. I just feel that any matter that would happen by that cheap dad doesn't need a heads up. As for how to use it, let me think about it. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Senior brothers, are you in there?
Huai Yu stepped out and asked.
What is it? The person said. Senior brothers, Elder Jing asked me to ask, why haven't you gone to see him yet?
The voice continued. Elder Jing heard that the senior brothers had returned and has been waiting for you, but you haven't responded. Hearing this, he frowned and replied, What? I came to the Jinmo sect, and besides going to the hidden scripture library, I've been in seclusion. Who is this elder? He replied, Since I returned, I haven't met Elder Jing. Moreover, I'm about to go into seclusion. If he has something to discuss with me, it can wait until after I finish my seclusion. Hearing this, the boy hesitated. This, Huai Yu thought to himself. To be safer, just refuse directly.
The boy worriedly continued. But Elder Jing said this was a prearranged appointment with you. If you don't go to see him, Elder Jing will go to the deputy sect leaders. He decisively replied. It's not a big deal. Later is the same. Does he need to find my dad to complain? Tell him to come find me in person and tell me why this elder wants to see me in the first place? Suddenly, the boy said again. But Elder Jing told you before. Haven't you checked the messages? Hearing this, he was surprised. Messages. A light flashed around the golden gate, and the boy pointed to it, saying, Look again. There's another message. At this moment, Huai Yu was extremely stunned. This is a phone message. He blankly asked, Senior brothers, why haven't you checked them?
He replied with a cold expression. This thing seems to be broken. I basically don't know if anyone is looking for me. Aren't you going to go help me see what's wrong with it? Hearing this, the boy hurriedly ran away. Yes. When he touched the gate, lines of text were still rapidly appearing. He wondered. Senior brothers, it's not broken. Elder Jing's messages are very clear, and he sent so many here. Gay Huai Yu lost all patience, he shouted. You can scram now. The boy ran away in fright upon hearing this. Standing in front of the gate, he thought, I was careless. Gay Huai Yu isn't liked by the low-level disciples, but he's still a pillar of the Shinmo sect. How could there be no probing at all? I've been back for a while and haven't seen anyone looking for me, and I didn't notice. He touched it. If the Shinmo sect is used to communicating by sending messages, then it's clear. Suddenly something happened that made his face slightly stiff. From the giant phone, tens of thousands of lines of text rushed out, overwhelming him, and he blurted out a curse. Senior brother, haven't you received Wan Elder's message? Wan Elder invites you to watch the moon together at midnight. Junior brothers, Why aren't you replying to my message? Didn't we say we'd go challenge Yu Bingqi together after you returned? Ge Huaiyu, why didn't you send a message to the Chumo Hall when you returned? Deputy Sect Leader Ji guaranteed me, so he gave you a position in the Chumo Hall. If you can't do it, I won't show Deputy Sect Leader Ji any face. These images appeared in Ge Huaiyu's mind. He stood there as if thinking about something. Suddenly, a hand patted him on the shoulder from behind. Ge bro. Seeing him startled, the person said, Your reaction is so big it's not like you at all, Ge Huaiyu replied. It's nothing. What do you want from me? He laughed, ha ha ha, and said, It's nothing, Shuzi said. Gebro's temper has been very good lately. I specially came to see what it's like. Suddenly, his expression changed 360 degrees. I never thought there would be a day when Gebro would speak so kindly to a subordinate of Deputy Sect Leader Zhu. It's a blessing from 3 lifetimes. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Origin points earned. NV +0. 01. From Li Bing. After reading the notification, Ge Huaiyu punched Li Bing directly in the face with force. He said, I just gave you a little face, and you're getting cocky with me? Who gave you the courage, Li Bing? His cold voice rang out. Go back and tell Zhu Min, if he continues to provoke me, I don't mind burning paper effigies for whoever comes here. Li Bing's face was twisted beyond recognition at this moment. He said angrily, Very good, Ge Huaiyu. Keep causing trouble, keep causing trouble. The bigger the trouble, the better. Ge Huaiyu was silent and did not respond. Then he spoke. Is Ge Huaiyu a reincarnation of the Star Spider? Relatives, friends, enemies can surround the Shinmo sect 3 times over? This social network is too tangled. It's so difficult to impersonate someone I don't know at all. If no one finds out, it's really heaven helping me. In the hearts of 1,000 people, there are 1,000 Hamlets, let alone this damn Ge Huaiyu who is especially fickle. There's no way I can play the role of Ge Huaiyu in their hearts well. My identity being exposed is only a matter of time. It's just not the right time yet, he thought. The Liu Yu Shinmo sect can't find the Wuxiang secret art for the time being, and can't see any trace of it. Continuing to stay in the Shinmo sect is disadvantageous. I can't stay here anymore. At least not in the great headquarters, where everyone is familiar with Ge Huaiyu. Moreover, I only originally planned for Ge Huaiyu to be seriously injured by someone from the Chongling Dao, so that the Shinmo sect and the Chongling Dao would start a war with each other. If I continue to stay here, this blame-shifting plan can't be implemented. I have to think of a way to go down the mountain. Moreover, this damned Ge Huaiyu has recorded a secret base not far from the Shinmo sect in the Yirongshi. Maybe I can find some treasure in it. Boom. There was a sudden noise inside the house, and with that, the bunch were blasted out of the house. Ge Huaiyu's voice boomed. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I haven't even used my true keel, and you can't even withstand a normal martial arts move. Daring to challenge yours truly, Ge Huaiyu, with that level of skill? You don't know the immensity of the world, he thought to himself. If this were any other time, my cheap dad definitely wouldn't let me off the hook. Luckily, he's in the middle of a power struggle with Zhu Min. I can pressure him a little, convince him to let me off the mountain. The disciple, with a swollen face from the beating, raised his head in grievance to clarify. Senior brother, I really didn't mean to challenge you. Chen Yuan chimed in. You guys are so clueless. Senior brother is just teaching and guiding you. After saying that, she secretly blew a kiss towards Ge Huaiyu's face. But he rejected her advances mercilessly. The system popped up again, announcing that Chen Yuan's affection and fear points had increased once more. Seeing this, he was speechless. What's wrong with his junior sister? Is she annoying or what? Is there anyone normal in the Heart Demon sect? Then he charged in to beat them up again. The others looked on. Chen Yuan understands my intentions. Clearly I am guiding you in your cultivation, but you're all rebelling in your hearts. He shouted loudly, standing up. Enough for me! This young master will guide you well today to rebuild the Myriad Peak Heart Demon sect. The disciples began to murmur. After senior brother advanced to the immortal realm, his personality has changed so much. He used to be gloomy, but not this crazy. He wasn't any better before either. Always making people feel intimidated. If I could, I'd wish he'd never come back. Another one said, if the vice sect leaders weren't his fathers, who would care about him? Suddenly, movements appeared behind them, startling them all. Ge Huaiyu poked his head out and said, So, you're not convinced either, huh? The one below retorted, No, we are not. We all greatly admire you, senior brother. He snorted coldly.
A bunch of flatterers. Sweet words on your lips, but daggers in your hearts. Praising me to my face, but cursing me behind my back. Right? Let's spar a few moves. Hearing this, they were so scared that they bent their legs and ran. Garrus, senior brother Garrus, we didn't mean it. The scene that followed was so tragic that it was covered with a landscape painting.
After some time, the system announced again.
The fear and jealousy points gained from those 4 disciples have increased.
Ge Huayu sat leisurely,
drinking tea beside their swollen bodies. He said, so useless. Not a single disciple can last 1 incense stick in my hands. And you dare to call yourselves disciples of the heart demon sect?
It's almost time anyway. I've basically smashed everything important and unimportant.
He hurled the group of people up and shouted, all of you get back to bitter cultivation for me.
His nagging voice echoed.
If you're this useless next time, get lost. Next time, who am I going to wait for to go tell my cheap father about this? One guy stuck on a branch couldn't take it anymore and said, Ge Huayu is bullying us too much.
The noise of the crowd echoed into the study, where Ge Huayu's cheap dad was working. He roared in anger. Jie Yi, today you have to give me an explanation. This is too much. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as him.
Ge Yi, hearing this, looked up and asked nonchalantly, what's all the fuss about? The person glared and responded, you're still asking. Your good son is about to overturn the entire heart demon sect. He said in surprise, Huayu. Other than finding people to spar with, what else has he done? Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, the crowd began to complain about the crimes of Ge Huayu, his good son.
After hearing all the accusations, Ge Yi was too angry. He roared, Huayu.
When Ge Huayu heard his name called, he pushed the door open and entered with a blank expression, pretending to not know what was going on.
He deliberately ignored his solemn expression and said with a smile, Dad, you're here.
Ge Yi spoke. The disciples in the sect have been complaining about you recently. Even the elders of the branches have come to me to accuse you of bullying the disciples. Huayu, what exactly are you doing? He replied. What bullying? It's just a normal sparring session. This batch of disciples is too useless. They can't beat me, so they complain. Hearing this, he became even angrier and said loudly, is it necessary to beat people half to death during sparring? Ordinary disciples are one thing, but even Elder Kunling's disciple Kuai Yushi and Jian Yushi's 3rd disciple have been beaten to the point where they have to stay in bed for 3 months, and Li Bing almost lost half his life. What's wrong with you? Why don't you know how to restrain yourself? He retorted. This is completely not my fault. It's them who are two-faced. It's really too much. Ge Yi said again, Huayu, you weren't like this before. Even if the disciples were dissatisfied with you, they wouldn't express it because of your power. But unexpectedly, all the accusations say that you started the trouble first. You have to give me an explanation, otherwise I can't suppress the voices of dissatisfaction with you. Ge Huayu replied, Dad, actually, it's still related to my cultivation technique. This technique can help me determine if a person is sincere or deceitful towards me. Because the characteristic requires me to be upright and honorable, I can't tolerate those who have malicious intentions towards me. I have to beat them until they're convinced. He tried to emphasize it. This technique pursues the hegemony of the world. I am supreme, and the world must put the word awe first upon seeing me. Most of the people I defeated were dissatisfied with me, and after I defeated them, my state of mind improved. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and pondered. The invincible divine art of the world has such an effect? His voice continued. Dad, honestly, I'm not having a great time either. You're in a crucial moment, and I'm just getting in the way. But my divine skill isn't perfect yet. I can't control myself, he asked with clear suspicion on his face. Really can't control yourself? He offered a solution. Otherwise, this kid should leave the heart demon sect and wait until you've got everything under control, then I'll come back, people are saying. It's not that Dad doesn't want to let you go. The trouble with the Chongling Dao hasn't ended yet, and you have to be on call at any time. Ge Huayu said, That's easy. Dad, give me a Yin Qi transmission talisman. The Zifu I desperately fought for with someone before got lost. That way, when you need to find me, I can immediately return to the sect.
Luckily, I was prepared. I've been investigating carefully for the past 2 days, people replied. The range of the Yin Qi transmission talisman isn't large. If you run far away, you won't receive the message from the Mother Palace. He chuckled. This kid is just feeling bored and wants to stroll around with Xie Yan's face. I won't run that far. He also said, You do, huh? That place is really not far from here. It's convenient for me to find you. People said, Huayu, why do I feel like you've planned everything out?
He smiled and replied, "One must always be prepared for anything, to calculate the worst-case scenario. Isn't that what you taught me, Dad?"
He thought to himself, "When did I teach you that?" But finally had to answer, "Okay, go to Yungdun to avoid attention for a while. You don't have to worry about other things. Also, don't neglect using the 6 Desires Golden Pill to rebuild the Heart Demon art. Focus on it diligently." Underneath the dense trees, there were 2 figures walking. Finally, "I'm out. Why does this Ge Huayu need his father to see him off, even when he goes out?" He sighed and said, "Finally leaving this ghostly heart demon sect, after being here for so long, so boring." He thought to himself, "Phew, at least I got the 6 Desires Golden Pill, so it's not a complete loss. Or should I just take this opportunity to run away? But if I run away like this, it's like coming here for nothing. Also, the people know Xie Yan's identity. The consequences are unimaginable. I should still think about how to frame the people of the Chongling Dao. Only when the Heart Demon sect is in chaos can I profit from it. No matter how bad it gets, killing the people is still enough to be considered a profit. No need to rush to Yungdeng. Go to the secret base first. The disguise market won't record unimportant things, but they recorded this location. It didn't say what's inside. It's a bit strange. Maybe that ghost Tian Mian left some treasure there, just in time for me to make a profit." With that, he sped off, then suddenly paused and thought, what kind of martial arts has this Ge Huayu been practicing that's so brutal? 2 hours later, at Blackwind Forest, according to the records of the disguise market, this Blackwind Forest is a famous evil place recently. The branches and trees here grow so densely that not a single ray of light can penetrate. Ordinary people who don't know martial arts and get lost here will be completely lost, and it will be very difficult to leave. Even if a Xiantian expert enters, their 5 senses will be greatly reduced, and they will barely manage to leave in the end. Someone once wanted to destroy this place and turn it into a wasteland. But strangely, the next day, these trees would automatically recover. It's very strange. I don't know how Ge Huayu entered here and discovered this cave back then. He walked into the cave and sighed. "This place seems pretty good. It feels very safe," the fake Ge Huayu said. "Inside the cave is a whole different world. Very good." Suddenly something happened that made him suddenly pause. A stone tablet appeared in front of him. He thought, "This seems to be a tombstone." Touching the patterns engraved on the tablet, he said, "There are words on it." Lines of text appeared on the surface of the tablet. So that dead ghost Tian Mian took the formless art from here. But what is the 5 elements escape? Never saw him use it. The disguise market only mentioned the disguise art and the formless art, but what is this 5 elements escape? Then he searched around and said again, "Didn't they say that divine skills are engraved on the tombstone? Why is there nothing here?" Suddenly Ge Huayu was surprised. "Wait, these traces, that damned Ge Huayu. It's okay to obtain the divine skill, but why did he grind down the entire wall?" Then he sighed. "Well, but if it were me, I would probably do the same." Looking at the interior of the cave, he thought to himself, "Everything is complete. Ge Huayu has probably been here a few times." He tore off the mask on his face. Now he is Xie Yan, no longer Ge Huayu. There is only one cave here, and there is a maze outside. Nothing can enter. No need to use Ge Huayu's face anymore. He used the Nirvana pill on himself. Finally, he can restore his Danshin's true key. Damn it, this trip to the Heart Demon sect was really tiring for this daddy. Suddenly, he was startled to see the letters on the table. Xie Yan picked one up and read, "You do. Same place. Come quickly. It's been 2 months since I last saw you. Are you doing okay? Tengshan Guest is waiting for you." After reading it, he thought, the content after that is nothing more than the time and place to wait for him to come. Is this a draft of Ge Huayu writing a letter to someone else? That's not right. Ge Huayu's handwriting is in the disguise manual. I can imitate it. This clearly isn't Ge Huayu's handwriting, but the handwriting in these letters is all the same. Does Ge Huayu want to study someone's handwriting? But the identities in the disguise manual have all been studied very thoroughly. What exactly is this? Suddenly, behind him, there were small movements. Because Xie Yan was too focused on the letter, he didn't notice it. That thing, it's not clear if it's a person or a beast, is hidden deep under the water, only showing a dark shadow. The thing took in the image of Xie Yan sitting at the table. Finally, it vaguely appeared in front of him. When he saw the system notification that the surprise points gained from Yan Ruyu had increased, he said in astonishment, "Yan Ruyu, and it's only 001
She's around me. Immediately, he unleashed the congenital flower finger sword technique. The earth and rocks were cut apart, flying in all directions. He observed and thought, "It seems like I didn't hit her. Where is she exactly?" Then, when he saw a figure flickering behind the dust, he quickly attacked again. On this side, Xie Yan put all his power into the fist on his hand, preparing to corner the other person to their death. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu exclaimed in a panic, "Ge Huayu!" At this moment, his attack came towards her face with lightning speed. Before taking the next blow, she said, "Ge Huayu, what are you doing?" Flower finger sword technique. You imitate it very well. You're having fun with this new identity, aren't you? Her word surprised him. New identity. She doesn't think I'm Xie Yan, but Ge Huayu. Which means she thinks I'm Ge Huayu, impersonating Xie Yan, he said. Yan Ruyu. Are you blind? The sound of his voice surprised her. Hiding in front of devilish jade prince Xie Yan. Am I tired of living? Then Yan Ruyu smiled and replied, Seriously, senior brother, do you have to act so thoroughly? Not in front of me, I was just joking with you. Yelling to kill is a bit too much. However, Xie Yan didn't bother with her words, but unleashed a sharp attack, sweeping straight towards her, cutting off a few strands of her hair. He said coldly, Too bad, I'm not joking with you. How did you get in here? What did you come here for? Speak quickly, he thought to himself. This place has a dense maze formation. I relied on the records in the disguise manual of that thousand-faced devil to get in here without any danger. What did Yan Ruyu rely on? She replied to him, Senior brother, your habit of impersonating other people is getting worse and worse. Fine, I'll play along with you, okay? But don't yell to kill anymore. I've cultivated the 5 elements escape to the point of perfection. If I don't actively cooperate, senior brother can't subdue me. If you act rashly again, I won't play with you anymore. Then she continued. I and Ge Huayu discovered this place at the same time, and after a period of torture, we became sworn senior and junior siblings. Ge Huayu cultivates the nameless art and disguise art, and I cultivate the 5 elements escape, so isn't it right for me to come here? Hearing this, he pondered. Damn it, so that's how it is. Maybe she was the one who left the letter. I really shouldn't have wanted to relax and take off my mask, he said. Who's sworn senior and junior siblings with you? I am Xie Yan. Open your eyes and take a good look. 5 elements escape. The literal meaning is that you can freely move in the 5 elements. No wonder she can appear and disappear unpredictably. In that case, she must have followed me all the way here. That's the only way she's insisting that I'm Ge Huayu, impersonating Xie Yan. Might as well use a counter strategy and see what she wants to do. Yan Ruyu heard this and replied, Here we go again. So weird. This beauty Yan Ruyu pays respects to devilish jade prince Xie Yan. Xie Yan waved his hand and said, Don't. I can't handle you. You even dared to kill your senior brother, Zhao Shi. In his head, he thought, Everyone says Zhao Shi died at the hands of Ge Huayu. Only I know the strangeness of this matter. But because it would be more beneficial to me, I was too lazy to defend myself. Now that we've met, why not trick her this time? Hearing him say this, she replied, What are you saying, Prince Shi? Didn't my senior brother Zhao Shi die at the hands of thousand-faced Prince Ge Huayu? So that's how it is. I was wondering why he was yelling to kill me, so he's blaming me for that crime. He smiled. Everyone says, hee, I don't believe it. Looking at her expression, it's definitely her. This woman is even scarier than Xin Yao. Yan Ruyu approached him and said, Why mention the affairs of the dead? There has been progress at the Westlam Treasury, Prince Xie. What do you say, are we doing it? Xie Yan frowned slightly and looked at Yan Ruyu, both suspiciously and probing, Westlam Treasury. In the meantime, he thought to himself, I remember that on the disguise manual, there's a record of the thousand-faced devil's beauty mask. Xie Yan curled his lips into a sneer, rubbed his chin, and asked her, Have you found a way to disguise the Westlam bloodline? Xie Yan thought to himself. The original owner of that beauty mask was named Shi Lam Wei, the princess of the Westlam Kingdom, a small country near the Great Han. Very few people know that the Westlam royal family has collected several Qi origin spirit stones. Qi origin spirit stones are extremely rare and are necessary items to maintain the Mountain Gate Grand Formation. A force that has established a Mountain Gate Formation will be stable and unshakable, not easily destroyed by others. It seems that the Shilan Kingdom hasn't found a suitable formation map yet, so the Qi origin spirit stone is temporarily unused and can only be stored in the treasury. The ghost called Thousand Faces is collecting these masks precisely to target the Qi origin spirit stone. That's right, so are you interested? Yueru sighed inwardly with relief, answering while probing Xie Yan. In her heart, she was evaluating Xie Yan, who was acting so realistically, there really was a difference.
She almost thought he wasn't Ge Huayu. Hearing this, Xie Yan smiled at Yu Ru and replied, "Is Thousand Faces interested? I don't know, but I'm very interested. Tell me more." He thought to himself, according to the records of disguise, only the royal bloodline of Xilan can open the treasuries. Xilan Wei is the last child of the Xilan royal family, but the ghost Thousand Faces only has masks. He can't fake the bloodline. I thought this rank G quest was too garbage, but it turns out he has an assistant. It's Yu Ru. I don't need the Qi origin spirit stone, but the demonic passion sect definitely does. At this moment, Yueru puffed out her cheeks, feigning anger, and said, "Senior brother, I painstakingly searched for such important clues. Don't act with me anymore. Be serious." Xie Yan suddenly lowered his head slightly, extending his fingers and gathering the Hua Jian sword finger true energy, the sharp tip poking at Yueru's swan-like neck. Xie Yan said close to her ear, "Don't be slow." Seeing this, she immediately shut up, raising her hands in surrender, and hurriedly replied, Okay, yes. Then I'll tell young Master Xie Yan the whole story." Seeing her remorseful appearance made Xie Yan satisfied. He lowered his hand and said, "That's more like it." Yueru sighed with relief at this moment and hurriedly flattered him. "All right, you're the best. You're number one. Whatever you say goes."
At the same time, she secretly calculated, Ge Huayu is strong, but his personality is too weird. Once we finish this collaboration, we'll go our separate ways.
Yueru adjusted her posture, cleared her throat slightly, and then began. It all started when I and senior brother Huayu were chasing down the Meng family, passing through the border of Xilan Kingdom,
a small country next to Dahan, closed off and not communicating with the outside world. That person was someone who escaped from Xilan, but before they could get away, they were caught up by pursuers. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble, but senior brother took a fancy to that person's skin and insisted on peeling it off. As his junior sister, I could only help him.
The two of us spent a lot of effort to kill all the pursuers. I was even beaten miserably. But unfortunately, that woman was still killed.
But that woman was very clever. She saw through senior brother's evil intentions, so not only did she not refuse the request to take her face, but she also proposed a transaction.
Her promise was so tempting that I and senior brother agreed.
"Even now, I still get excited just thinking about it," she said. "Take my face. Please save my mother. I am willing to offer the Xilan treasury," Yueru continued. According to her, the Xilan treasury has something that all forces are aiming for, the Qi origin spirit stone. But this treasury can only be opened by someone with the royal bloodline. The royal family is dead, leaving only her, which means only her blood can open the treasury. Senior brother Huayu initially didn't pay attention to Xilan Wei's plea, preparing to directly peel her skin and drain her blood. But who knew that Xilan Wei was too smart and tricked senior brother Huayu?
Suddenly, Yueru was startled, covered her mouth hurriedly and awkwardly, and said with a smile, "I forgot. Senior brother Huayu doesn't like to hear this part. I won't say it anymore." But Xie Yan casually replied, "What does Ge Huayu liking it have to do with me? I quite like hearing it. Continue."
At this moment, Yueru couldn't help but be suspicious and puzzled, and once again asked in a low voice, "This part is really terrible. Does young Master Xi really want to continue listening?" And Xie Yan bluntly replied, "I told you to speak, so just speak. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yueru was silent for a moment, then replied, "Then I'll continue," she thought to herself. He actually likes hearing this embarrassing past. Ge Huayu has really changed. Before Xilan Wei died, her whole body began to wither, looking unstable. We thought the changes in her body were self-inflicted. So, to not waste our efforts, we could only agree to her. We even made a heart demon oath, but Xilan Wei still exhausted her bloodline and turned into a withered corpse. Later, when we investigated, we found out that, to prevent people like senior brother Huayu from impersonating the royal family to steal the treasury, the royal family members were all cursed. Once they died, their bloodline would dry up.
This is a secret technique of Xilan that very few people know about. Xilan Wei tricked us. Not only could we not use her face and bloodline to open the treasury, but we also got stuck with a heart demon oath. If we don't help her fulfill her last wish, we will be tormented by heart demons in the future, and cultivation will be dozens of times more dangerous than others. Xie Yan listened, sneering in his heart as he thought,
So that's how it is. The ghost Thousand Faces was tricked by Xie Wei. He tried to steal a chicken but lost rice instead. The wicked will have their comeuppance.
Xie Yan asked in a low voice. What a tragic past. So you found a way to get Xie Wei's blood. He looked at her, thinking, under this unsolvable situation, Yue Ru can still find a way to turn the situation around. That's quite impressive.
Yu Ru gently stretched out her hand, summoned a blue flame, and replied,
It was also due to a coincidence that I happened to obtain a curious records of the myriad stars of the previous generation. It recorded that there is a strange object called a living corpse blood leech. Its body is beautiful, black as ink, and its characteristic is that it is a parasite of the dead, sucking blood to live. As long as it replenishes enough blood, the living corpse blood leech can even produce the host's blood, replacing the host's already dry heart, continuing to supply blood until it turns the corpse into a walking, hunting zombie. Xie Yan nodded as he listened. If we let this leech parasitize on Xie Wei's corpse and drink blood, it can replicate Xie Wei's blood. Yue Ru smiled brightly and said with a bit of spirit, That's right, the living corpse blood leech is a legendary item. I have obtained its information, so I especially came to inform senior brother. Hearing this, Xie Yan smirked and directly asked, Speak, where is it?
In his heart, he thought, the person is with Thousand Faces and Yue Ru. If I want to get the treasure, I have to cooperate with her, so I'm not afraid of her playing any tricks. Suddenly, she sighed and waved her hand, saying,
If senior brother Huayu hadn't appeared just now, we might have already gotten it. Hearing this, Xie Yan immediately asked, What do you mean? Explain it clearly. The big auction a few months back had 2 amber pieces up for grabs, and the living corpse blood butterfly was one of them. I did some digging, and it turns out that young Master Jade, Di Xiaojiao, snagged it. Xie Yan was taken aback. Inside Di Xiaojiao. Hold up, Di Xiaojiao only has 1 amber piece, and it's got the ancient herb Bodhi seed inside, no living corpse blood butterfly. Xie Yan slightly raised an eyebrow, firmly responding to Yan Ruyu, who replied, It seems that young Master Xie Yan is also interested in this, Yan Ruyu continued. That's right, Di Xiaojiao only wanted the Bodhi seed. The living corpse blood butterfly amber was just a convenient buy for him. He thought it was too ugly, so he just gave it away. Hearing this, Xie Yan smirked, just casually giving it away. This golden boy is so generous. At this moment, Yan Ruyu sighed and said, Di Xiaojiao is really something else. He didn't give that living corpse blood butterfly amber to friends or family, but just randomly handed it to a stranger on the street. Thanks to that, I had to start hunting down info on the living corpse blood butterfly again, but the person Di Xiaojiao gifted it to wouldn't trade, and they were a Xiantian expert. Back then, I was only at Hutian level 9, and I couldn't find my senior brother to help. I had to swallow my frustration and leave. Hearing her say that, Xie Yan subtly comforted her while suggesting, Sounds like you had a rough time, but it's not too late now. We're both Xiantian now, let's go find that person. Yan Ruyu clasped her hands behind her back, seemingly having a plan already, and replied, It's not a matter of fighting it out. That Xiantian expert later transferred it to someone else, who happens to be an acquaintance of senior brother Huayu. Xie Yan was immediately surprised inside. Gei Huayu's connections are like a spider web. Who could it be? So he urgently asked the other party, An acquaintance of Gei Huayu? Who? Is it perhaps the deputy sectmaster of senior brother Huayu? Yan Ruyu answered. Xie Yan couldn't hide his surprise anymore, showing it on his face. Deputy sectmaster. Could it be? That's right, it's the deputy sectmaster of the Heart Devil sect, Shu Min. Instantly, something shattered in Xie Yan's mind, and he cursed inwardly. Shu Min. Why him? This is a bit troublesome. I need to rethink things, Xie Yan replied, while the other party stroked his chin in thought. Unexpectedly, he felt Qingshi's aura gradually awakening. At this moment, he was also flustered inside. Qingshi has already awakened. Wait, let me finish talking to Yan Ruyu first. At the same time, Yan Ruyu, with her keen mind, also sensed something unusual about Xie Yan. Her heart was instantly shocked. Hallucinations. Just now, for a split second, Gei Huayu's body emitted the aura of a yin ghost. Does he also know the ghost migration soul technique? Could it be that the nameless art can copy the fundamental techniques of the sacred spirit path? Then suddenly, she softly said, Young master, please rest assured, I have a way. We can steal the amber from Shu Min's hands, without anyone knowing. Shu Min, as the deputy sect master of the Heart Devil sect, can be said to have a lot of wealth. He also has a mansion in Yudunkona. Usually, when he's not at the sect, he likes to go to the mansion to write poetry and create fun. Yudungun is a very good place. It's located between the 3 rivers and 5 lakes, and has produced many great literary figures. Young master also understands that Xu Min is an elegant person who thinks that he's infused with the ink of literary figures when he's at his mansion. Every year, Xu Min likes to invite literary figures from Yundu to attend banquets and hold literary gatherings, heavily rewarding those who write well. In the beginning, it was really lively, and many famous scholars of the great Han Empire came. But can Xu Min's displayed ability allow him to be a judge, and the final results will be trusted by everyone? Later on, those truly capable literary people didn't want to come there. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yan Ruyu continued, I've investigated beforehand. Xu Min will display his treasures at this year's literary gathering, and that amber piece is one of them. 8 days from now is the time the literary gathering will be held. We can enter as guests, grab the item, and run first. If it's as you say, then wouldn't it be enough to go alone? Why come find me? Xie Yan suspiciously questioned. What does she? Unexpectedly grabbed his hand, gently caressing it while replying. Of course, it's because I need the young master to take the stage. As long as we disguise ourselves as Xu Min's steward and give the order to create an opportunity, we'll have a way to get the amber. Hearing this, Xie Yan fell into silence. I'm not Ge Huayu. I don't know the disguise art. I can't create a human mask. Just the techniques recorded in the disguise thorn to disguise voice and build is okay. But to disguise as the butler, it's really impossible. But it's not like there is no way. Afterwards, Xie Yan ruthlessly pulled his hand back, turned around, and said to Yan Ruyu, Let me think about it. He continued to silently think. The question is whether it's worth it or not. With my current skills, even if I'm exposed, I won't be able to escape. But to risk provoking Xu Min, and Yan Ruyu has told me so much information, it would be strange if I refused. It's also not necessary to worry about Yan Ruyu thinking that Ge Huayu and Xie Yan are the same person. That cheap dad accepted this son because of the disability left behind that year. When I was at Liu Qingmi, I pretended to be cool with the mask of Young Master Thousand Faces, and didn't necessarily have to take it off. The opponent used other materials to make a temporary mask. It's okay, as long as I don't reverse the situation and end up being killed and replaced. She probably won't think that far ahead. So now, I have to see if it's necessary to cooperate with her or not. Offending Xu Min isn't necessarily a bad thing. Right now, I'm Ge Huayu. If I can successfully shift the blame to Ge Yi, I guarantee that Ge Yi won't have time to deal with me in the future. If possible, it would be best to have these two sects fight each other. After the Heart Devil sect completes its cleansing this time, if Ge Yi dies, no need to say more. Even if he lives, he'll have to deal with the mess. Even more, he won't be able to monitor me. At this moment, Yan Ruyu suddenly placed her hand intimately on Xie Yan's shoulder, with death and ambiguity, saying, Young master, you know my abilities best. This plan can be said to be flawless. Xu Min might not even know he's been robbed until he dies. Just like that, she moved even closer, blowing her hot breath into Xie Yan's ear, and continued, And isn't Ge Huayu being targeted by the sacred spirit path recently because of Zhao Shi's matter? I can help you completely end this matter. Xie Yan turned around and coldly laughed, answering, I don't need a thief-catching plan. I have my own arrangements in my heart for this matter. I don't need you to worry. In his heart, he thought, this person's face is really thick. But me doing this is precisely to make these two mad dogs, the sacred spirit path and the Heart Devil sect, bite each other. Later, I'll find an opportunity to ask when the people from the sacred spirit path will cause trouble for the Heart Devil sect. If possible, the blaming plan can still continue, but I can't be too complacent, or else in the future, I'll be intentionally seeking my own death. And stirring up a great war between these two sects will make her even more suspicious. Afterwards, I feel that this plan is temporarily stable, and I can agree, but I need to hear more details, Xie Yan said to Yan Ruyu. She smiled and replied, That can be arranged. As for the details, we can depart for Yudu first. Once we get there, I'll slowly tell the young master. Just like that, the two people left the dark cave. The two of them used their strength to move on Chuzhong. On the road, passing through the mountain ranges, they left behind two streaks of light, one green and one red. Yan Ruyu flew behind, observing, and her heart was filled with questions. This guy, Ge Huayu, has obtained a fragment of the nameless art, but reasonably speaking, it's impossible to imitate innate true ki. How can he imitate Xie Yan's flowery sword true ki like it's an innate talent? At least, from the outside, there aren't any flaws.
Can't rule out that Xie Yan has come here disguised as Ge Huayu?
This inference suddenly flashed through her mind, but she still couldn't confirm it. Afterwards, she asked, "Senior brother, are you sure you're going to Yudu to attend Xu Min's literary gathering with Xie Yan's face so undisguised? I feel that it would be more appropriate to change to another face. If Xie Yan really appears, wouldn't." In her head, she immediately rejected the idea that just flashed. No, it's impossible. There is some information that only Ge Huayu knows. Unless this person asks Ge Huayu about it, he will not know the specific situation before. Let's not talk about how strong Ge Huayu's life-saving abilities are, which even Xie Yan cannot be sure of killing. Xie Yan then replied very surely, "This is not a problem you need to worry about. The real Xie Yan will never appear here." At that moment, he had some calculations. "In the main world, I provide the source of prize money for the title Young Master Jade and Jiangling Evil Teacher, although it is very little, but the long-term maintenance. But as time changes, the impact becomes smaller, and the prize money is also continuously reduced. So attending this literary gathering is truly a sight to behold. I must use my real identity to gradually expand my influence, and also to fool these people so that in the end, instead of gaining anything, I directly lose 100 million. Suddenly, he felt an intense headache. He sighed and asked the person causing the ruckus, "Hey, Chinger, why so noisy? You seem pretty excited." Seeing that he looked unwell, Miss Yan tentatively called out, "Young Master Xi." With an extremely annoyed expression, he turned to her and said, "Leave. Wait for me here for about an hour." Then he zoomed away, leaving her bewildered and confused. What's he doing? Xie Yan went straight to a small, clear blue lake. As soon as he landed, he immediately ordered, "Qingguir, stop making a fuss." "Qinger, this is..." Oh. Before he could finish speaking, he was dumbfounded by the little devil. Poof! The little girl appeared with a very unique look, dressed in an ultra-adorable, modern-style witch outfit. Qinger grinned and quickly asked, "Are you surprised, Master?" Shi Gongzi was completely spooked by the little imp, and asked back, "Qinger, why are you dressed up like this? And also, why is there another Qinger on your shoulder?" He frantically pointed at the owl perched on her right shoulder. The little girl gleefully grabbed the bird and explained, "This is just a decoration, Master. Don't you think it matches my cloak?" Only then did he sigh in relief and regain his composure. "You scared me. I thought some evil god's Hong Chi had directly split you in two." She revealed her mischievous side, throwing herself next to him and saying, No. After consuming the dark profound fruit, the evil god's Hong Chi has been completely suppressed by me. It won't rebound anymore. Qingkri's power has increased a lot now. The changes are even more powerful. Hee, Master, look. Qinger can understand a part of the nameless scripture now." She suddenly knelt down, presenting the scripture to him, catching him off guard. Xie Yan took it and praised enthusiastically. "Good job. You can actually understand the nameless scripture. Now, I almost forgot about it since the last time it invaded your body and disappeared without a trace." Opening the scripture, he nearly went crazy and shouted, "I still can't see anything in here, okay? Qinger really understands it." She leaned in, puzzled. Clearly, the cover and the first 4 pages have content in them. Young Master Xi stubbornly flipped through the entire thing but still saw nothing. Finally, he helplessly said, "That's not right. Every page is blank. It seems this nameless scripture is not meant for me." "Oh well, it's enough that Qinger can read and understand it. Whether I can see it or not doesn't matter," he sighed, deciding to find another solution. "Tell me again, what exactly does this nameless scripture teach?" Qinger obeyed, quickly picking up a small branch and seriously began to instruct. "This nameless scripture is actually not called the nameless scripture. The cover says complete compendium of ghost Dao incantations. Each move must be combined with a chant. Qinger could understand the first 4 pages before, and each page is an incantation." He looked at her up and down and affirmed, "I see that this look of yours is also learned from the magic compendium, huh?" She proudly raised the branch like a magic wand and said, "Actually, it's not that different from the magic compendium, Master. Watch Qinger chant. Pan Ji creates the heavens. Nuwa is the template. Pure Qi rises upwards. A wave of magical power surged, just like the witches in stories." Halfway through, she had to stop, looking around in confusion for a target. Finally, she found Guo Xiao. "Got it." Qingzir paid special attention to the unlucky rabbit nearby. Xie Yan was a little confused by her performance, thinking, this Qingzir is wearing a Western-style magic cloak, reciting Taoist incantations. This style, what do I even say? She pointed her branch wand straight at the rabbit, shouting, hurry, hurry, as the decree commands. Immediately, a stream of magic surrounded the rabbit. Seeing the result, Xie Yan's face turned so pale that he had to shout, Mommy! In front of him was a rabbit with a human face. Even crueler is that it's my face. He grabbed the grotesque rabbit by the neck, his face full of disapproval. This face is too much like me. I feel like I'm looking in a mirror. But why only the head is changed? Where's the body? This is so eye-searing. While he was holding it up, examining it, Xingrar was frantically flipping through the nameless scripture, trying to find a solution. She said anxiously, Xingrar doesn't know this transformation technique either. It doesn't necessarily have to know the whole body. Let Xingrar try again, she chanted. Hurry, hurry, as the law commands. The rabbit head turned into Zunzi's head. A few more times. Hurry, hurry, as the law commands. Then even the rabbit head turned into Qingzir's head. This time Qingzir was really flustered, flipping back and forth, not understanding why it turned out like this. This is too different from what the book teaches. Xie Yan picked up the rabbit and touched it, immediately realizing, this transformation technique of yours is just a trick to deceive others. It will be exposed with just one touch. Just by urging my innate true qi a little, it can be dispelled. The flaw is very obvious. After Zhi Gongzi pointed it out, he used a little bit of mana to turn the rabbit back to normal. Qingguo was extremely dejected, sadly blaming herself. The book clearly said that it can transform into the real thing, without leaving any flaws. Qingguo is useless, the transformation technique is not achieved. Seeing her like this, he stepped forward to gently comfort her. Don't be discouraged. You've only just started learning. It's already great that you can practice to this level. He also secretly thought. Although it looks a bit unpleasant now, with Qing'al's ability, she will master it very quickly. It's much easier than the thousand-faced corpse devil's disguise technique. Suddenly, Qingshi stood up, wanting to regain her honor, and said resolutely, Master, please believe in Qingshi one more time. Qingshi knows 3 other incantations. Xie Yan didn't even get a chance to process it before she rolled up her sleeves and marched off, muttering as she walked. Weapon snatching charm. It can snatch the opponent's weapon. She used her wand to conjure a pitch-black spirit. Before it could even figure out what was happening, the little girl turned back and said, Qing'er has summoned her own ghost to give you a little demonstration, big bro. The flame ghost Qing'er eyed the little spirit with an incredibly menacing expression, making it scared, stiff, sweating buckets. Then she chanted the same spell as before. By decree of the laws, manifest. A stream of blue magic surged forward, surrounding the spirit. Boom! In an instant, the little demon's clothes were ripped clean off by the spell, leaving it completely naked. Is this, like, an uncensored full HD show or something? Xie Yan, seeing this move, immediately asked with interest, Is this a buye? Strip? Charm? Qingbuye? Still clutching a piece of the spirit's clothing after casting the spell, was so flustered she was shaking uncontrollably, barely able to stand. No way! It's supposed to snatch his weapon, right? Why did it fail again? Unable to accept this reality, the little girl chased after the spirit, scolding. Why is it like this? Get back here, you! Young Master Xi stood there, arms crossed, marveling. In a way, this charm is actually pretty awesome, though. Qing'er, eyes wide with determination, reread her knowledge, trying to convince him. Big bro, you gotta trust me. This grand compendium of Ghost Dao spells is seriously powerful. It says so. I can even use the truth-telling charm to make people confess honestly. No one here to test it on. Let's try something else. Last one! The teleportation charm. It can move you 1,000 miles in an instant. She stood up again, pointed her wand straight at the sky, and chanted the spell with utmost devotion. This time, magic enveloped Qing'er, and dark clouds swirled around her. Young Master Xi, standing nearby, hastily tried to advise her, Don't try it anymore, Qing'er. We should really start with the basic shape-shifting charms for practice first. But it was too late to stop her. She'd already chanted the final phrase. By decree of the laws, disappear, boom! In an instant she vanished without a trace. Looking up and around, he also asked himself in confusion, where'd she go? He checked with his divine sense, and was relieved that Xing'er hadn't dissipated, but still, where on earth did she go? Did she actually teleport? As a result, he was left standing bewildered by the lakeside, completely perplexed. Yaruyu, looking captivating as ever, had been soaking in the lake for a while, and started to grumble.
It's been 15 minutes. Why isn't Ge Huayu back yet? What's he even doing, Thump? Something suddenly dropped from the sky, splashing water everywhere, sounding like the heavens were falling. That strange object was none other than Qingbayer. After that landing, her head was still spinning as she complained, "Ugh, so dizzy." Yao Ruyu stood up to observe the newcomer, finding them familiar.
You are. Suddenly, a large, shadowy figure from behind clamped down on Qing'er's arms, making her scream in alarm.
That large, shadowy figure was a female ghost, controlled by Yao Ruyu, sent to capture Qingtamer. She began to approach for an interrogation. It's that little ghost girl from back then. She's changed her appearance to something so strange, but her aura hasn't changed much. How interesting. Not only does she have consciousness,
but she also endured that bald guy's massacre without her soul scattering.
Ruyu pressed closer, cupping Qing'er's face with her hand, and laughed sinisterly.
It's been ages since I've encountered such a spirited ghost like this. Haha, Qing'er at this moment only felt one thing. Gulp, this big-breasted chick is super scary. She began to struggle and resist, shouting, "Let me go!" Yao Ruyu then brandished her wand, chanting a spell. Shatter armor, break weapons, claim freedom. As swift as the law's command, Qing'er, panicking and not thinking much, just went with it, deciding to temporarily snatch the big-breasted female ghost's weapon first. Swish! The magic once again tore at the opponent's clothes, but this time it left them a little dignity, not tearing everything off. At this moment, Qing'er was still bewildered, letting out a confused. This move held no threat, and instead, it conveniently angered Miss Yai. But she still smiled and said to Qing'er, "Little ghost girl, you're quite naughty, aren't you?" Then, the smile vanished. Ruyu and her female ghost advanced menacingly, scaring Qing'er witless, making her cower and think to herself. Even scarier now. Panicking, she didn't know what to do. The little ghost girl raised her wand again and chanted a grand spell, hoping to escape, shifting form, changing shadow, free movement, as swift as the law's command. The spot immediately flashed, and Qing'er instantly vanished. Just as she teleported away from the two terrifying figures, a splashing sound was heard nearby. Splash! Right inside the magic lake itself. Talk about an unexpected move. Qing'er looked up. She thought she had escaped, but looking around she couldn't accept reality, and silently cried, asking herself, why is it still so close? Yao Ruyu stood there, completely calm and composed, ordering the female ghost, Mei Leng, capture her. That terrifying female ghost immediately followed the command, lunging to pursue Qing'er. The little girl ran, crying, "Wah!" but still didn't forget to bite down on her wand, looking utterly defenseless. Qing'er once again used her only skill, chanting the teleportation charm, changing shadow, free movement, as swift as the law's command. Trisk, teleportation charm. Why isn't it working, big bro? Save me. If I can't fight, I guess I'll just have to call for help. Meanwhile, Xie Yan was still flying back and forth, searching for her. He still had a feeling about this Qing'er girl. Where on earth did she run off to? Suddenly, he heard someone calling faintly in his ear, "Big bro." Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately reacted, turning his head and realizing it was Qing'er. Looking over, he saw his little ghost girl being chased, her face streaked with snot and tears, making him confusedly utter, "Huh!" Qing'er shrieked, "Help me!" And she quickly ran to hide behind Xie Yan, using him as a shield against the fierce ghost. The ghost emitted a voice. "Senior brother Huayu." This voice was Nhanhu Ngossak, using sound transmission. Xie Yan recognized the voice and wondered, "Nhanhu Ngossak, what are you doing?" Looking at the figure in front of him, he thought, "This is Nhanhu Ngossak's ghost. Looks pretty fierce." Miss Nahan replied through the ghost, "This is what I should be asking senior brother Huayu." Nhan Huayu, with torn clothes, stepped out from behind the ghost, reproaching him. "So this little ghost is senior brother Huayu's. That's too much. Is she treating me like this because senior brother Huayu told her to?" He was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear, and immediately turned back to question. "Qing'er, what did you do to her?" The little girl hesitantly explained. "It's just that I'm not very skilled. Your weapon turned into her clothes." Shi Gongzi could only helplessly cover his darkened face with his hands. "Qing'er, what am I supposed to say to you?" A moment later, after the reconciliation, Nhanhu Ngok trotted after Xie Yan,
asking about what happened earlier.
Senior brother Huai Yu was fighting with senior brother Zhao Shi for the Earth Mother's yin profound fruit. It must be for this little ghost, right? He ignored her behind him and continued walking with a cold face, only replying, "What does Huai Yu fighting for treasure have to do with Xie Yan? Don't talk nonsense, and your ghost injured my ghost."
How does your Chongling sect usually handle this? He turned around, his face extremely serious yet slightly angry. Miss Nahan replied with an arrogant air, "Senior brother, can we even calculate the play between yin ghosts? Besides, your female ghost clearly provoked me first, and if I had really made a move, your little female ghost would have dissipated long ago." He listened and could only sullenly judge.
"Your reasoning is nonsense. I'm too lazy to argue with you. And also, don't call me senior brother. I'm not your senior brother. Call me Shi Gongzi. Nhanhu. Ngogi immediately agreed with a smile. "All right, Shi Gongzi, from now on I will call you Shi Gongzi." Afterwards, she kept chattering, asking one question after another,
and even showed interest in Xingre. Yin ghosts with consciousness are rare but not non-existent. But this little female ghost even has blink teleportation and clothing disintegration techniques. How can there be such a magical yin ghost in the world? Shi Gongzi, where did you catch her?
Xie Yan, annoyed to the point of his ears ringing, replied casually, "A place very, very far away. Anyway, don't think too much about it.
Even I can't get there now." Gok stubbornly continued to suggest, "Let's try it. Maybe we can find another way to get there." Qing was forced to fly behind, with Mi Leng's female ghost watching her, making her afraid to say a word, unable to do anything. Xie Yan, after hearing Miss Nahan's words, still resolutely stopped her, his words even containing anger. "I said no is no. What's the point of you insisting on that issue?" Finally, Gok seemed to be enlightened, and she agreed to give up. "Okay, whatever you say, Mi Leng."
Suddenly she turned around and saw that there was not a single ghost behind her, and called out, "Mi Leng." The scene changed to Qinger holding a huge axe almost as big as her, raising it high, with an extremely imposing aura, looking like she was about to smash down with a very powerful blow. She shouted to announce, "Ready!" with a bang.
Qinger's axe, with all her strength, slammed down on an extremely large stone slab, and below was Gok's female ghost Mi Leng, with black and white yin souls helping to hold the stone slab steady on both sides.
"Are these people putting on a performance?" Afterwards, Mi Leng stood up, raising both hands to indicate that she was unharmed. Qinger laughed heartily. He said, "Little Leng Leng is indeed very strong. I was wrong to say you were fierce before. It's unknown when these two became so close."
Over here, Miss Nahan stood there blankly, extremely puzzled. What's going on?" Xie Yan crossed his arms and happily said, "Looks like our two little ghosts are having a lot of fun, huh?" Gok's face darkened, filled with questions. How is this possible? Doesn't Mi Leng not have self-awareness? Why did she become like this after being with Qing Yi's female ghost for a while? And where did those two little ghosts come from? Did Qing Yi's female ghost summon them? Or did Ge Huaiyu summon them?
Immediately afterwards, she turned to order the female ghost. "Stop playing, Mi Leng." And Xingre stood beside each other with extremely reluctant expressions, wondering, Is that so? You don't want to play with Qinger anymore?" Immediately, Gosak reached out and used her magic power to take back her female ghost. She placed her hand on her chest, incomprehensibly feeling, "It seems like my Mi Leng was just looked down upon. Just what kind of deity is this yin ghost to be able to disturb my orders?" On the other side, Xie Gongzi was explaining to his little ghost, "All right, Qinger, we're all family, just a misunderstanding." Golik quietly assessed from behind. First, he has strange martial arts that restrain the Chongling sect, and then he has an yin ghost of mysterious origin. Ge Huaiyu. You're becoming more and more mysterious.
Gok and Xie Gongzi were strolling around Yudu. As they walked, Gok introduced. Yudu is an ancient city with a history of thousands of years. Near the city is the Qin San River, and behind the city are 5 large lakes. It is said that during the earliest establishment of the Han Dynasty, the ancestors established districts and counties, hoping to make this place the starting point for a new era, so that the territory in the south of our Han people could become more and more prosperous and flourishing.
Generations of ancestors in history overcame difficulties to reclaim and build the southern land, now known by its ancient name as Nan Man, gradually becoming as prosperous and flourishing as it is today. This city of Yudong is living proof it has witnessed how great our Han people are, able to transform a barren and poor land into the magnificent and developed appearance it has today. In the 4th year of Shenghui, Xie was Heng Wang, who was appointed as the governor at that time. Heng Wang had a talent for art and painting, was proficient in music, and wrote good poems. At that time, he also recruited many famous Confucian scholars who resided here. The people all focused their attention on them. What a pair of talented people, a talented man and a beautiful woman together. What a moving scene. Everyone, how about we recite a poem together?
Hearing this, she winked at them. With the current setting, the talents of Yudu appear in layers. It can be said that every place is full of poetic meaning. The beautiful scenery, the crowd discussed enthusiastically. Let me make a poem. With your level, forget it, don't make a mess, let me. Whoever can make a poem first wins, even if it's fast. You can't say rubbish, Xie Yan muttered in his heart. The heart demon sect is right next to this. Yunduan, do you think I still need you to introduce me to the background of the people here? He muttered in his heart. Is this woman testing whether I am really Gei Huaiyu?
She smiled at him. Aren't you supposed to be playing young Master Moyu? Surely, young Master Xi wouldn't be familiar with the situation in Yu capital. Right? Ru Yu cursed inwardly. Acting with this guy is utterly exhausting, he retorted.
You're right, you have a point. I really shouldn't know much about Yun capital. But then, why do you know so much about Yun capital? Could it be that you're from Yun capital?
She said disappointedly. Young Master Xi sure is forgetful. This servant is indeed from Yun capital. I told you that many years ago, he said bluntly.
I am Xie Yan, not Gei Huaiyu. Xie Yan didn't know you before. Ru Yu was speechless. Got it, she thought to herself. One moment he's in character, the next he's out. This guy is seriously high maintenance. Then a gentle breeze blew by, carrying floating peach blossoms. The scene looked truly romantic, and with Xie Yan's handsome face, it was simply perfect. A soul-stirring song echoed. Once, gathering silk far across the 3 peaks, a single smile could topple a city, 100 charms born in her seat, her rosy throat, a clear and beautiful voice.
First met on horseback. Do not assume I am too sentimental. Xie Yan gazed at Ru Yu rapturously.
Last night, deep in the bridal chamber, embracing orchids, wishing for a swift and special welcome.
Ru Yu smiled and turned to him, saying, This is a unique characteristic of Yu capital. Whenever a good piece is created, people pass it around and sing it. This poem has been sung by youths for over 10 years now and is still considered a classic. Xie Yan was deeply moved. I never thought I'd hear poems reminiscent of Liu Sanbian in a foreign land. I wonder which friend, so aligned with his style, could have penned such a classic, no less profound than the original Xie. When I composed music at Yiqing for that demoness, I realized that the poetic treasures in this world are already incredibly rich, not inferior to my previous life's literary prowess, and there's no lack of similarities in artistic concepts. Even the way words are used to create verse and prose is exactly the same.
If this familiar poem wasn't by a different author, if this classical illusion didn't have its own origin, I would have thought that someone from Earth had transmigrated to this world long ago. Most Chinese idioms can be freely used in this world, and no one finds it strange. It seems these two worlds are still connected by some kind of relationship. Or is this the so-called high-dimensional projection, where the culture of one world is projected onto another, creating a widespread influence, originating from a single source? I also don't know if this world projected onto China, or if China projected onto this world.
Ru Yu said, Don't say that. Although Zhu Min is a good-for-nothing, his eye for choosing a mansion's location isn't bad at all. Young master, look, Xu Yan was utterly surprised. This is Zhu Min's mansion. It's this huge, it must have 4 or 5 stories. This is his mansion. The girl worried. Trisk, he hasn't even seen Zhu Min's mansion in Yu capital before. He's really getting into character as Xie Yan perfectly. Ru Yu introduced. This mansion actually existed before Zhu Min arrived. It was renovated from the former gardens of Heng Wang, belonging to Heng Wang for a long time. Heng Wang moved away, and gradually, this mansion wasn't maintained, so it fell into disrepair and became desolate. Then Xu Min bought this mansion from Heng Wang's descendants and spent a large sum to renovate it. This Xu Min guy really admires antiquity. He didn't even change the name of this pavilion. He still calls it Heng Wang Pavilion. Xie Yan looked up. This guy has some taste. The more I look at this decorative style, the more familiar it seems. This name, this surrounding environment, it's really too similar to Heng Wang Pavilion. Ru Yu continued. Xu Min's literary gathering will be held at this Heng Wang Pavilion. Although people don't care much for the pavilion's fame, they can't resist the lavish rewards from Vice Sect Master Xu's literary gathering. So every time it's held, it's incredibly lively and considered a unique feature of Yu Capital. Participating in this literary gathering is quite simple. You just need to compose a piece of verse or prose at the gathering that Xu Min has never heard before, and you'll qualify to participate. Although this Xu Min guy is useless, the amount of verse and prose he's heard is anything but small. If it's not self-composed, you won't qualify to participate in the gathering. When the time comes, we'll blend in, and we can't avoid getting past this hurdle. This servant knows young Master Xi isn't a fan of poetry, so I've already prepared some verses. They are all poems composed by esteemed masters based on Xu Min's preferences, all self-composed, and none have been circulated yet. He took the paper and said, "Let me see." He read with utmost concentration. There's no shortage of poetry and such in this world, but surely classical prose wouldn't be easy to come across, right? I wonder if I recite the Heng Wang Pavilion preface at the literary gathering it would pass. This approach must be tried. If my reputation spreads, I could gain a massive amount of origin points. The Heng Wang Pavilion preface mentions too many classical allusions. I don't remember them all, so I can't just blurt it out. However, I can pick a few classic lines to say, for example, autumn waters and the vast sky share a single hue, falling mists and lonely egrets fly together. The whole couplet is beautiful, but it's spring now, so there's no autumn water. I'll just change it to spring water, and it'll be fine. Suddenly he was surprised. Hey, such a grand mansion, and with so many people attending the literary gathering, has no one composed a poem based on the mansion's name? Ru Yu smiled. Of course there are. Things like, past travelers ascended the abandoned pavilion, everyone paused at Heng Wang's lofty pavilion overlooking the river's edge, jade pendants chimed, bright luthian birds ceased their songs and dances, and many more. Countless, really. Speaking of the most famous piece of classical prose, it's the one young master Bu Yiya composed when he first arrived in Yun Capital and visited Heng Wang Pavilion, which he read from the words carved on the stone tablet. Xie Yan cursed inwardly. Isn't this just the Heng Wang Pavilion preface, but renamed? Someone actually wrote this already, and it was Jing no less. All the famous lines have been used up already. Only a small part of the classical allusions are different. The rest is exactly identical. Damn it! I can't just randomly write poetry in this world anymore. If I'm not careful, I'll be exposed as a plagiarist. I'd better just obediently use the cheat sheet Yan Ru Yu gave me. Xu Min must still be in the Heart Demon sect right now. How about we go into Heng Wang Pavilion and scout around a bit, she said. If it were that simple to get in, why would this servant need young Master Xi's help? On normal days, Heng Wang Pavilion is only watched by a few servants, and Xu Min's treasures aren't here. Unless it's the day of the literary gathering, we won't have a chance to get close. Let's go. This servant will take Gongzi Xie to find a place to rest nearby. Then we can slowly discuss our plans with Gongzi Xie. The two of them sat by the window enjoying tea, and Yu Ru began to discuss. With the poetry I provide, it will be easy to blend into the literary gathering without taking too many risks. The main point is, later in the gathering, Xu Min will bring out his treasures for the guests to admire. The amber blood jade dye is Xu Min's treasured possession, only brought out at literary gatherings. My plan is simple, she said. After the treasure viewing ends, as usual, Xu Min won't immediately put it away, but will order someone to temporarily guard it, waiting for him to return to the Heart Demon sect before taking it away. At this time, I will have a way to keep Xu Min's manager occupied, and Xu Feng can then switch the real amber with the fake one that I've prepared beforehand. Then, we let the manager go back in, and we leisurely leave the scene. If all goes well, Xu Min won't realize his treasure has been swapped for a long time. He probed. Tell me a bit about the manager's background. He thought to himself.
I don't have any face-changing techniques that can create human skin, but using the Buddha's money before and after is difficult. Or using demonic arts, or Qingrier's mind control to control him would be more reasonable. The only thing to consider is, do I need to hide this from Yan Ru? She also had many questions in her heart. He doesn't know Zhuju's background. He's still acting with me at this point, so tiring. This servant almost forgot. I'm currently using Gongzi Xi's face, not my Shixiong Ge Huayu, so naturally I wouldn't know the manager's background. All right, he replied. That's obvious. This Gongzi Xie doesn't even know Xu Min, he muttered. Luckily, the character Ge Huayu is a madman. Otherwise, I would have been exposed 1,000,000 times with just a slight slip-up.
Ru Yu introduced. That person is named Xu Jiu, a chief instructor of a small sect in Xiantian, with high cultivation. For some unknown reason, he turned his back on his sect and followed his wife to work as a manager for Xu Min.
He asked, curiously. Xiantian number 1,
she continued. Impersonating Xu Jiu is just the first step. Gongzi Ji also needs to get some important information out of his mouth. Otherwise, simply impersonating his identity will be easily exposed, he thought. A top-notch Xiantian cultivator, my skills can't control him. Do I have to use Qing Sekir's amateur transformation technique? Ru Yu recounted. Xu Jiu is almost always by Xu Min's side, but may occasionally act alone. These 7 days I will always observe, and it would be best to catch him and change his identity. After the matter succeeds, this person will disappear from the world, and at most, Xu Min will suspect that the manager robbed him and fled, with no risk. If it doesn't work out, we can only act on the day of the literary gathering, which is much more troublesome. After all, Xu Jiu is a Xiantian cultivator. Although Gongzi Xi's methods are magical, to be so undetectable that he falls into a trap will definitely cause a big commotion. While talking, she suddenly blushed. You still haven't clinked glasses with me. Gongzi Xi really doesn't understand romance. Xie Yan showed her the teacup, which was completely empty.
The girl sipped her tea, while he pondered, who wants to understand your romance? I'm thinking about whether to sew you up in a mosquito net, so you don't have to interfere in the matter later.
Ru Yu discussed the plan. I will lure Xu Jiu into fighting with Gongzi Xie. During the fight, the competition will naturally cause a great commotion after the fight ends. And after Xu Jiu returns to his room to rest, Gongzi Xie can begin using his skills to temporarily control Xu Jiu and extract the information we want from his mouth. Xie Yan asked in his heart. What the hell? Ge Huayu has this trick? The girl sternly asked. Maybe Gongzi Xie finds it strange what I'm relying on to make Xu Jiu take the initiative to challenge you in that situation, he casually replied. Ah. She leaned toward him. Gongzi Xi's handsome face can be used for a bit. I will find an opportunity to give Xu Jiu's wife love potion. Gongzi Xi needs to show his charm so Xu Jiu thinks you are seducing his wife. Xie Yan broke out in a cold sweat. What if Xu Jiu is a steadfast person who can endure what ordinary people can't and doesn't act? This demoness thinks of strange ways, wanting me to sell my looks. But on the other hand, I can try the God-hated, ghost-feared method, simple, crude, and most effective. She threw up her hands. Then I'm out of ideas. If there's no opportunity to extract information from Xu Jiu's mouth, then I can only trouble Gongzi Xie to improvise at that time. If luck is good, maybe you can just use Xu Jiu's face to swap the amber. So, Gongzi Xie, my plan is just this much. Do you want to add anything else? The young man was silent. Qingxir seems to have also learned the earth-moving spell, but she's never tried it, so I don't know if it's reliable. Trisk. Probing for information is not the most important thing. The most crucial thing is how I should impersonate Xu Jiu. Xie Yan said. The plan is very crude, direct. For example, if I impersonate Xu Jiu and act outside, I will definitely run into Xu Min. If the real Xu Jiu appears, and the words don't match, what do you plan to do? Or do you have a way to keep Xu Jiu occupied until we retreat and appear? If Xu Min is always at the scene, not leaving for half a step, I don't think Xu Jiu has the guts. Do you think Xu Min won't stop it? Sure. In the end, even if we can get the item in hand, this matter will make Xu Min always suspicious of me. Then sorry, I won't do it. I don't want this identity to make enemies with Xu Min. She still smiled confidently. No, these are just minor issues. Today, I just found Gongzi Xie here. How could I, without predicting, notice every aspect in such a short time? Isn't there still 7 days? During these 7 days, I will consider everything thoroughly and try to think carefully about every possible situation. She thought to herself. So careful, as expected. He's still the real Ge Huayu. He initially said so.
Wait for you to calculate carefully and then come to me. He planned to stall first. Maybe in 7 days, Qingjia's transformation spell can be used proficiently. If it really doesn't work, he'll find a reason to refuse. As for Yanru, it would be best to get rid of her to avoid worries. Everything goes smoothly as planned, and there will be no need to worry about being exposed. It's a pity that the chances of success aren't high, but on the contrary, if she escapes this time and is exposed, I wouldn't be Ge Huayu. As of now, maintaining the current cooperation method is the best choice.
Ru Yu got up to leave. This Z is a friend of mine from Xixiong. If you're tired, you can rest in the room next door. I'll go out and think for a while. Within the next 7 days, I'll definitely give Gongzi Xi the most perfect plan. It was getting late outside. In the room, Xie Yan talked to Qingboder. The general situation is like this. Qingboder, your transformation spell is the key to this operation. The girl was disappointed. It's Qingboder who's delaying the Great Master's work. He patted her head to comfort her. There are still 7 days. You should practice more first. Maybe you can learn it. Even if it doesn't work, it's okay, at most. I won't participate in Yanru's plan. Qinggyur called him by an affectionate name, Great Master, although Qinggyur is useless.
But apart from the wordless spell, my business acumen has increased a lot. I will definitely be able to help. Great Master in the future, please believe in me.
He moved his face closer to hers. Silly Qinggyur, what are you saying? With you by my side, I only need to look up to see such a cute ghost. And my mood instantly improves. Isn't that already helping me? Hearing those touching words, her face turned completely red, and her heart bloomed like a flower. Xie Yan, Gulu, Qinggyur didn't feel this way before. Maybe that fruit hadn't been fully digested yet, but this time, being summoned out by you, I realized I'm really different from before.
Qinggyur's relationship with you is getting closer and closer now. No matter how far apart we are in the future, Qinggyur can hear your voice and can follow your suggestion to carry out tasks at any time. I can transmit live images to you. Moreover, you can share my vision. Anything I see can be transmitted to you at the same time. That way, it's super easy for you to send Qingkor to scout for information. He was utterly shocked. Remote commands. Shared vision. Isn't this basically live streaming?
That's awesome, Qinggyur. Why didn't you say so earlier? The girl replied. I just discovered it too. He was super excited. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Good things can't be delayed. Let's try it out now. Qinggyur quickly obeyed. Right away, yes sir.
Link between Qinggyur and Xie Yan. Link now. He gazed at Qinggyur's back and said, Qinggyur, you're just too innocent.
Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes.
He felt like he was flying in the sky like Qingxi. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Darren, can you see clearly? Xie Yan asked curiously. Qinglair, is this the normal scenery you see? This observational ability is truly unique. Both eyes can see different scenes clearly at the same time. Sitting in the room is like flying in the sky. Moreover, it seems I've discovered an even more interesting way to play. Qinggyur, fly around in the sky a bit. What are you planning to do, Darren? He told Qinggyur not to move around randomly. Let me try something. Qinggyur's eyes widened.
So, Xie Yan has taken control of my body. It really works, Qinggyur exclaimed. Why can't I control myself anymore? Wait, Darren is inside my body.
Xie Yan flew around skillfully and replied, That's right, a part of my consciousness has entered your body to control it. You can still control it smoothly, don't worry. It's just temporarily controlling your body, playing like how you shared your vision with me just now. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's how it is. You scared me to death. He patted her head again. This is really interesting. It's like 2 versions of myself are looking at each other.
Moreover, the feeling of pinching Qinggyur's chin has also changed. It feels like I'm touching myself. Xie Yan's gaze changed. So, in other people's eyes, this is what I look like. I'm really too handsome.
After controlling Qinggyur's body, I can also use her power. I just don't know what the effect will be. Pan-Ji-Yu separates the heavens. Nuwa creates humans. Pure Qi ascends. Turbid Qi descends. Eyes are dazzled by 5 colors. 3 souls are hindered. Hurry, hurry. As the law commands, he had an idea. Trying to use the transformation technique,
suddenly his face deformed like a zombie.
Qingxi was terrified. He didn't know what to do either. Head of wood color. She said, Darren, this is too scary. My eyes hurt so much. Transform back, transform back. However, after using the transformation technique with Xingfeyer's body, I feel like I can do it myself too.
Pan-Ji-Yu separates the heavens. Nuwa creates humans. Pure Qi ascends. Turbid Qi descends. Eyes are dazzled by 5 colors. 3 souls are hindered.
Both of them suddenly became stiff and didn't know what else to say besides, Xie Yan changed the subject. Looks like I was overthinking it. Xingfeyer's power can only be used with her body. The girl smiled and replied, That's right, that's right. He said that, and then used Xingfeyer's body to try the transformation technique again. She happily replied, Okay. Xingfei wondered. Clearly, both sides are the adult's consciousness. So why did they suddenly start conversing with each other? How strange, he instructed her. Don't make a fuss. The adult is experimenting. Image shift, shadow swap, free teleportation. Act as the law commands. The girl discovered. The spell worked. Why is the adult's main body still standing in the same spot, not moving? Adult, it seems the image shift only works on my body. He frowned and replied, The adult naturally knows that, but I want me and Xingfei to be one, to see if we can fix this error. Xingfei gaped. Oh, the adult is so thorough. If this trick fails, I'll try another. Xie Yan had a new idea. Now let's try again. After transforming into a hawk cat, can I still perform the spell? Doesn't seem to be effective. Image shift, shadow swap, free teleportation. Act as the law commands. The bird fell from the sky to the ground with a painful thud. He looked around. Where did I teleport to? Something feels off.
Xingfei's image shift is truly toxic. He teleported right to the stream in the cave, where a strange woman was standing in the water, her whole body exuding intense dark energy. Xingfei, upon seeing Yao Ruyu's image, was ready to scram. I'm scared shitless. Bad timing. Is this woman bathing or cultivating? As if it would be that easy to escape, Han Ruyu sensed it and grabbed that snow-white leg. Back at home, Xie Yan also received this information and couldn't help but curse. What the FCK? Xingfei's body completely couldn't keep up with my reactions.
And Xingfei is just dumbfounded. This feeling of being grabbed by the leg is truly uncomfortable. Only in times of crisis do you know who's the master and who's the servant.
Xie Yan, the scumbag, actually bailed first, using the excuse, Xingfei, I'm going back first. If you turn back into human form, Yao Ruyu won't dare to attack you. Don't worry, Xingfei could only call out 2 words after hearing that, adult. In despair, Xingfei was left alone to face Yan Ruyu. Just hearing her voice was enough to scare the little ghost into paralysis. I was wondering which ghost dared to approach me while I was cultivating, but it's an animal ghost. How rare. Lying still only lasts a moment. The next, she's already speaking fiercely. The fierce woman, let me go, or I'll be impolite. Who would have thought? The more Xingfei struggled and spoke, the more Yan Ruyu was amused. It can talk. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar?
As soon as she finished speaking, Xingfei's figure under the little girl's appearance also appeared.
Xingfei, taking advantage of Yan Ruyu's shock, quickly ran away.
Who would have thought she'd be so unlucky as to be grabbed again? Yao Ruyu smiled lightly and said, So the little ghost actually knows how to transform. How interesting. If it weren't for Ge Huayu subduing you, I would definitely dissect you for research. After being threatened by her for a few sentences, the little ghost's eyes were already brimming with tears, about to cry, but still not forgetting to stubbornly retort, If you dare to do that to me, my adult won't let you off.
Threatening everyone but daring to threaten Ruyu. Rest assured, I won't harm you. After all, I can't afford to mess with senior brother Ge Huayu. Demon ghost Xingfei was suppressed by her aura and started trembling, unable to speak properly. You're despicable, shameless, low class. I'm not afraid. Yan Ruyu didn't mind retorting, causing the other party to blush with embarrassment.
Little ghost, I'm not wearing clothes right now. You can't grab me. So if you're not embarrassed, the person who is embarrassed is the other party. Being pinched and squeezed by Yan Ruyu, but still only knowing how to endure it. Pitiful Xingfei only knew how to encourage herself. Damn it, Xingfei. Cheer up. You've become stronger. You can do it. What are you doing? Xingfei is showing the other party her power upgrade.
Ghostly bewilderment finished speaking. The little ghost immediately turned around, using her head to hit the other party's head hard, causing Yan Ruyu so much pain she almost lost consciousness.
Little ghost. Why is your head so hard? One hit almost made me faint.
Thinking she could escape by doing that, who knew she was still trapped here? Unable to use actions, she switched to using words, crying and begging Yan Ruyu, "Woo-woo, let me go." In her heart, she dejectedly blamed herself. Qingxi's ultimate move is completely useless. Qingxi is so useless. But Yan Ruyu had already taken an interest in her. So what can be done, little ghost? You're so mischievous. Luckily, the night is long, we can play. Qingxi, after hearing these scary words from her, only knew how to scream. Don't come over here, I'll bite. Act as the law commands. Adult, save me. Xie Yan, at home, clasped his hands and prayed for this unlucky calamity of his little darling. Qingxi peeking at naked women is immoral behavior. The adult can't show up.
In my opinion, if she dares to attack you, I'll show up again to scare her. Even so, he has to give her praise. But, although Qingxi's ghostly bewilderment is ineffective, it can make innate martial artists single-mindedly focus on cultivation. Yan Ruyu's spirit is a bit dazed. Indeed, her strength has increased quite a bit.
If she wants to play, then play with her, woo-woo. I won't be clean anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Qingxi's cries echoed through the mountains, but no one answered.
The next day, the little ghost finally returned to the adult. If I can't bully Yan Ruyu, then I'll bully the weaker, the ignorant, hidden innocents. Act as the law commands. Qingxi excitedly asked her test subject, "What's your name? What's the secret you're most afraid of others knowing?" The man sat there, obediently answering each of her questions. My name is Wang Dacheng. The secret I'm most afraid of others knowing is my affair with the gang leader's husband. This kind of answer really makes her want to gossip along. Which gang are you guys from? Is your gang leader male or female? What's your gang leader's name? The person is like a puppet, letting Qingxi do whatever she wants. As for Xie Yan, he had been observing from the side, concluding that originally wanted to practice transformation incantation today, but Qingxi hadn't mastered the Earth True incantation yet, so she randomly chose a Haotian third-level martial artist to experiment on. The effect isn't bad, but how effective would it be on someone with stronger cultivation? Guess I'll test it out later. At least, it doesn't seem to work on me at all.
Martial artists with high cultivation aren't easy to find, and testing it on Yan Ruyu would easily expose me. So I'll put this earth movement charm on hold for now and focus all my time on the transformation charm.
And so, Qingxi began to practice non-stop. On the third day, her test subject was none other than Xie Yan. By the fifth day, even he had to give props to this little ghost's ability to learn. Not bad, you're improving fast. You can transform the whole body now, but it's a bit stiff, you can tell right away. But really, I only need Qingfesher to change my face for me. I can rely on disguises for the rest. It's essential to be able to do it yourself, but telling Qingfesher to focus solely on practicing partial transformations right now is clearly too difficult for her. I can only let it run its course.
Day 6. Not bad, Yan Ruyu, you've transformed into me perfectly. From a visual perspective, it's basically impossible to tell. Looking at Xie Yan under Yan Ruyu's appearance that Qingzhe transformed, no one would know he's in disguise if you didn't say anything.
Master, maybe Qinghe's transformation charm is usable this time, right? Qinghe looked at him expectantly. Xie Yan slowly replied, "It's hard to say, can't you see? It's just a trick to fool the eyes. It goes right through.
If there's physical contact with someone, it'll be easily exposed."
Woo wuu. Still no good? The little ghost was about to cry a river again.
Seeing her deflated expression, Xie Yan cheerfully said a few words of encouragement. This fake chest is special. Besides, the character I'm impersonating is a male, so I can control my height, weight, and build to match the transformation charm. As long as no one gropes my face, theoretically, I shouldn't be discovered. The only problem is that I can't use chi, otherwise I'm definitely getting exposed. If everything goes smoothly, of course it's possible. I can handle everything smoothly, just by relying on that face. I'm just afraid that if something unexpected happens, the manager I need to create will glitch in front of everyone, then I'll be in deep trouble. I have to think carefully about this problem. Yesterday, Yan Ruyu found me to discuss the plan. She's getting more and more cautious, and it's almost impossible to find any flaws. If the current method can go even smoother, can it make Yan Ruyu believe even more that I am the Thousand Faces? Moreover, every time I feel like everything is going smoothly, something unexpected is bound to happen. At this moment, he realized a point, and excitedly turned back to Qinghe and said, "Suddenly, I have an idea. Let's go. Master will take you to get revenge, and beat up Yan Ruyu." And so, Xie Yan dragged Qingxi to Ruyu's residence. "What are you saying, young Master Xi?" She looked at him, confused. Xie Yan pretended not to know and calmly replied,
You teased my little ghost's body the other day, and now she's suffering from internal stress and not eating or drinking. If this continues, it's very likely to damage her body.
As for Transmigrate, she trembled and hid behind him as soon as she saw Ruyu.
Don't run using 5 elements evasion. Let me beat you up.
If I beat you up, my little ghost won't be stressed anymore, and tomorrow I'll be in the mood to attend the party.
Look at that smile of Xie Yan. How perverted does it look? From Min happily said to the elders.
On this early spring afternoon, with the blue sky and bright moon,
everyone has gathered here, making this old man feel the madness of his youth, making me shed uncontrollable tears.
Grateful, Songpo resident respectfully replied.
Young Master Shu is too modest. As a martial arts grandmaster, you can still take the time to hold a literary gathering and cultivate deep feelings.
I really admire you.
Yigi Xiansheng, sitting next to him, also happily added.
Although I and young Master Shu are different in sect, we have the same hobbies. Young Master Shu doesn't need to be polite. Shu Min was already used to these flattering words, and suddenly turned to the newest character here. 2 old brothers don't need to say much. We are close friends. This old man will not be polite to you. Surely the 2 of you will not distance yourselves from others. But you are such a busy person to come here. Really, I did not expect. What do you say, Zhang Daren? Zhang Taishu, a peerless poet and painter. Zhang Taishu humbly replied. Before, work was busy. Always missed young Master Shu's literary society. Just happened to be free today. Deliberately came here. I hope young Master Shu will not be surprised. He is Tai Jin Bao, Tai Master of Yudu, innate triple. The 2 of them just complimented each other back and forth like that. The most respected by this old man is the knowledgeable person. Tai Shu's visit is good. At this time, Xu Ju, the Shu family manager, entered the room. Sheng Zhong said, Master, it's almost time. Then you go and welcome the guests. Shu Min massaged him in a deep voice.
Yes, Xu Ju replied softly. Outside the main hall, there are now many people gathered here to participate in the literary society. Manager Shu is here. The students have prepared for many days, intending to show a little skill today.
Who is taking advantage of the chaos to touch my ass? Xu Ju opened his mouth to the crowd and said loudly,
The moon has risen high, and the time has come. Thank you all for coming here. We still follow the old rules. Poetry is unlimited. But do not say rude words. Do not despise ancestors and commit offenses. Everyone does not need to be nervous. Just speak freely. Splashing a little ink is okay. As long as it is a self-created work, you can go to the 2nd floor to join the feast as a guest.
Everyone seems to be very excited about this literary society. Not nervous. The student has plans in mind. Haha. Hanmu participates every year. Has become a worm in Qinggong's stomach. Just a greeting. How can it be difficult for me? I have prepared the school face in advance. This time will surprise you. Yi Xiansheng looked at the competition below and said silently. Every time the greeting round is so lively. Xu Min smiled when he heard this and said, Haha, young people are energetic. Just looking at it makes me feel happy and joyful. Don't be so strict. Yi Xiansheng and Songpo resident also happily added, The literary society must be so lively, Yayi Gongzi. Don't be too quiet. Otherwise, everyone will not be able to relax. Yes. It's not interesting now. Wait until the standard talents come. We can look enough. Sit down and drink tea. Yayi was reminded by the old people, and smiled awkwardly on the surface and replied, It's this subordinate who spoiled the fun. He also knew in his heart that his father-in-law was still very enthusiastic, so he wouldn't disturb his elegance.
But he himself is also very cautious about today's special guest. But today, Zhang Taishu is also here. My father is not sensitive enough, does not distinguish between good and bad. It is not good to be too rude. Still tell Ting Niang to persuade my father-in-law a few words. Then our family will gather behind closed doors, and we will not do the literary society anymore.
Xu Ju was standing there watching the talents take the exam, when a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Not a single one catches the eye. Spending other people's money on these books. It's really maddening.
Just hearing his voice is enough for him to know it's his own headache. Although Xu Ju dotes on her, he still reminds her.
Some of these people will become the master's guests, so Rong should pay attention. Kong Rong, Xu Ju's wife, Rong, says unhappily, HMPH. People are managing money for the master, knowing only that they've spent a lot of money on others. But I only like my husband's upright appearance. Yao, don't be naughty. The 2 of them were being all lovey-dovey in public. It made everyone there embarrassed and just wanted to look away. Then tonight, I'll settle the score with you. Wink, wink.
Such a flirtatious look. Someone even turned this blush-worthy scene into a poem.
After a stick of incense's time, Xie Gong carefully examines the poem in his hand. Shu ru yudu, Xie Yan, gong qingfu gi, hao shan chuan hao, feng man diwu ren shi, yin zhe yu lai, wei de huan, mian shu liu chuan wen jing shang. He frowned as he read through it. It seems that Liu Chuan Wen is using my annual literary gathering to gain fame. The blessings are abundant, but no one has repaid them.
But it's still more objective to get opinions from many people. What do you think of this poem, son-in-law? Xu Min asks with refinement.
Ya Yi praises the poem to the heavens. This is a combination poem. The beginning of each phrase can be linked together to form the four characters. Shu Gong Hao ends. But in his heart he was filled with criticism. It's purely contrived. Aside from the acrostic, there are no other merits. Sigh, just let my father-in-law be happy. Xu Min's nostrils flare upon hearing these flowery words from him, and his mood brightens again. Oh, it has such profound meaning. I'm truly getting old, and my eyes are failing. Not bad, not bad. We must invite this Liu Chuan Wen up here. Xu Ju also chimes in at this moment. Master, this humble servant feels that the poem by this talented scholar named Han Yuanhong is also not bad at all. Yi Dai Shi Shu, Rui Tian Shu, Li Le Kun, Wenjiang Sandao Hao, Mingxing Si Chao Zun, Ju De Ren Jing Jian, Gao Qing Zhong Suo Dun, Xiang Qi Biu Kezuo, Yu Du Yi Hei Xin. Not bad, not bad. For Xu Min, every poem is probably great.
And the people there just pile on the praise, elevating it to the ninth heaven. For example, the Song Pao Hermit said this poem praises Xu Gong's talents and virtues, and the last line even says, without meeting Xu Gong, this Yudu would have no meaning. Then Xu Gong says, it seems this author greatly admires me. He's just saying that for show. He himself knows how obsequious this Han Yuanhong is being. What dignity is left?
Xu Min, on the other hand, is the type who likes anyone who praises him, so he just keeps smiling, ha ha ha, that I must meet this talented scholar. This Han Yuanhong must be quite famous in the literary gathering. Everyone is eagerly discussing his poem. Have you read the poem Han Yuanhong wrote? The praise is excessive, praise is praise, but his poem isn't that different. While they're gossiping, suddenly a lot of rose petals appear in the hall, making everyone curious. Where did these flowers come from? Something's up, someone's here. To be late for Xu Gong's literary gathering? Let's see who's got the guts. The pair causing the commotion is none other than Ya Ruyu and Xie Yan. As soon as they show their faces, everyone starts showering them with praise. Changjian Renjian Zhuo Yu Lan, Tianying Qi Yu Dian Zuo Niang. How can there be such a divinely handsome man and a heart-stirringly beautiful woman? What a talented man and beautiful woman, so envious. The pair goes wherever the compliments extend. Where did these two come from? How can there be such an imposing entrance? Even golden boys and jade girls aren't like this. Could they be guests of Master Xu? Ya Ruyu, still sulking about what happened earlier, whispers to Xie Yan. Although this servant didn't want to arrive too early, Shen Gongzi was too rough, almost preventing this servant from arriving. Xie Yan, without any shame, replies calmly, if you bully my little female ghost again in the future, I'll still hit you. Shi Gongzi, you're so bad. You only know how to bully this servant, Yoruyu says aggrievedly, but in her heart she keeps wondering about him. This stubborn mouth is just trying to test his flower-picking sword on me, only renting a room to avoid revealing his flaws when fighting Shuju. Why make excuses? I just can't figure out why he suddenly stopped using the flower-picking sword halfway through the fight, only dodging my attacks. What's he gone crazy about? Also, where did he learn the mental attack technique that he was secretly using from beginning to end? It doesn't seem like an inheritance of the heart demon sect. It looks upright and proper, but its essence is evil and insidious. If it eats into the bones, it's extremely malicious. Fortunately, it has almost no effect on innate realm experts. As soon as they see Shuju, the two use secret sound transmission to talk to each other. Shi Gongzi, Shuju's mask should be ready, right? You don't need to worry about that. You just think about how to talk to that old fogey Xu Min later, Xu Yan replies, still free to poke fun at the other party. You killed Zhao Shi and pinned it on me, causing conflict between the Heart Demon sect and the Chongling sect. It's questionable whether they'll even let you in now, so don't plan so much. The initial step has already failed, Yao Ruyu quickly retorts. This servant has already prepared and won't delay things. Wait, did my aunt tell this servant to kill Zhao Shi? It was clearly Ge Huayu who killed him. Ha ha.
Xie Yan can only chuckle upon hearing this. Zhu Ju is here. This servant won't talk to you anymore, Ruyu says first. On the surface, Shu Ju politely greets the two. I am Shu Ju, the steward of Hengwang Manor. May I ask the names of the two of you? Do you have any business at Hengwang Manor? Is this person Zhu Ju? Xie Yan silently looks at him, probing him halfway. The two happily introduce themselves to him. Yan Ruyu of the Chongling sect. Greetings, Steward Shu. This time, this servant is accompanying Ma Yu Gongzi to attend Master Shu's literary gathering. Xie Yan of the Ma Qing sect. I've heard of Hengwang Manor's literary gathering in Yudu for a long time and have always longed to attend. I didn't mind the long journey to Yudu with the opportune time and place. I met Wei Yu Myron here and hope that all of you seniors will not blame me. Xie Yan, Ma Yu Gongzi, and Yan Ruyu, Wei Yu Myren. These two names cause Shu Ju to pause slightly. A split second later, he immediately regains his composure and politely says, What an honor. Let me report to my master. Please wait for a moment. Shu family's maids also bring tea to the two. Please have some tea. Thank you, Xie Yan says politely. Yan Ruyu, on the other hand, is worried that the poets will be distracted by her beauty. Just a wink from her is enough to make them freeze. Mr. Yayi is very confused. When Steward Shu Ju reports their arrival, Ma Yu Gongzi and Wei Yu Myren are traveling together. Moreover, they came here by appointment. Xu Min just sits there, stroking his beard leisurely, saying, The two of them arrived at the same time, just right. But before, Ge Huayu killed Zhao Shi, and Yan Ruyu dares to step into my door. Interesting. Prefect Zhang also adds in a deep voice, This official doesn't know Wei Yu Myren, but Ma Yu Gongzi Xie Yan. His reputation extends throughout Jiangling, and he is revered by the people as teacher Xie. He is well versed in poetry and music, quite worthy of anticipation. For Shu Gong not to invite him up here can also be considered giving the literary gathering a bit of a surprise. Mr. Yayi silently thinks after hearing what Prefect Zhang said. Teacher Shi of Jiangling is someone I have heard of. This person has adapted quite a few songs, but I have never heard of him having many original poems. Perhaps he is someone with talent. He cheerfully said to Lord Shu, Father-in-law, We're here for a literary gathering, so let's not dwell on the Jiangling grudges. It's a good thing that 2 members of the 5 beauties and 5 gentlemen are attending. It'll make good news when it spreads. What my son-in-law says makes sense, Xu Min leisurely replied, then turned to instruct Shunju. Invite them in. Yes, Manager Shu Ju responded. A servant courteously greeted the guests. My master holds you both in high regard. Please, come inside, the man replied. Then we won't stand on ceremony, the girl said. Sorry for the trouble, Manager Shu, making you run back and forth. And just like that, the two went straight into the room, ignoring the whispers around them. They just went right in without even a greeting. How impressive. People in the martial world are so different from us. These two probably aren't as cultured as I am anyway. Shi Jian secretly transmitted his voice to Yan Ruyu. Xu Min, let us in directly. The stuff you prepared is useless now. Given our reputation, it would be too petty if Xu Min made things difficult for us outside. My lady's poems are for when the literary gathering officially starts. They'll definitely come in handy. Xie Gongzi, Xu Min is a cunning old fox. Don't let your guard down, he reminded her as he stepped into the room. Ya Yi was relieved, and Xie Yan grinned slyly. I'm a pro. Xie Yan calculated in his mind that he had blocked the aura Xu Min left on him when he came down the mountain. No matter how cunning this old fox is, he can't see through me. I'm the very same Jie Huayu from the mountain. Stepping fully into the room, he looked at the people before him. Yan Ruyu glanced meaningfully at someone, and he nodded and smiled back, as if he understood. A servant hurriedly reported to Xu Min, Master, Xie Yan Gongzi, and Yan Ruyu Junyang have arrived. Ruyu quickly bowed to the elders present. This humble one, Yan Ruyu of Chongling Dao, greets Vice Sect Leader Shu, greets Prefect Zhang, greets Hermit Songpo, greets Mr. Yi Gui, greets Mr. Ya Yi. Then it was Xie Yan's turn. He clasped his hands. Xie Yan of the Demon Emotion Sect greets Vice Sect Leader Shu. Then he bowed to the others in the room one by one, praising inwardly. Yan Ruyu's preparation was thorough. She even remembered the names of all the important figures. Mr. Ya Yi quietly observed and chuckled to himself. As expected, Demon Jade Gongzi is a true talent. Vice Sect Leader Shu waved his hand dismissively. You two don't need to be so polite. Prefect Zhang chimed in, praising the two.
A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. You two truly live up to your titles as members of the 5 beauties and 5 gentlemen, Hermit Songpo said contentedly. Mr. Yingyi and I don't have much fame in the martial world, yet you two know of us.
Ruyu playfully smiled. This humble one is from Yudu. How could I not know the reputations of you two great scholars? Xie Yan added. From the side, I've long heard Ruyu's thunderous introduction of the two of you. Hearing this, the 2 elders smiled modestly. No, you flatter us, Mr. Yi also began to praise the 2 people before him. I've heard that Xie Gongzi is involved with the elegant women's troupe, the famous 48 Beauties. It is even said that Xie Gongzi participated in composing many of their songs.
He smiled gently, humbly saying, I only made a small contribution to the newly established troupe. Their achievements today are mainly due to their own efforts. Seeing him deny it, Yi praised him even more. Indeed, Xie Gongzi is, just as the rumors say, a modest person. I wonder why you suddenly came to Hangwang Pavilion for entertainment. Shi Jian waved his fan in front of his chest, striking a romantic pose. A beautiful day with a beautiful view. How could I not be in a cheerful mood? It's none of my business. I heard that Vice Sect Leader Shu's literary gathering is very famous in Yudu, so I asked Ru Yudu to bring me here to join in the fun. Hearing this, Prefect Zhang modestly spoke up. You two are both talented young people. Your presence is like adding flowers to brocade. I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Zhu happily agrees.
Vice Sect Leader Shu also smiled with his eyes closed, praising, Not bad. I've always liked to share a bed and talk about poetry and songs with talented young people.
Xie Yan shuddered upon hearing this, politely refusing. Vice Sect Leader Shu doesn't necessarily have to do that. The prefect should spend his time drinking wine and composing poetry with his father-in-law. The Vice Sect Leader still jokingly waved his hand. I feel that sharing a bed would be more intimate.
Suddenly, the close servant announced, Master, the literary gathering should begin. Hearing this, Vice Sect Leader Shu became serious again. He said, Don't rush for now. I still have a few questions I want to ask Miss Yan. Immediately, Xie Yan knew this moment had arrived, and an idea flashed in his mind. It's here, Ruyu smiled gently, asking, I wonder what Vice Sect Leader Shu wants to ask this humble one.
He stroked his beard leisurely and said, Perhaps Miss Yan knows that recently Chongling Dao has had some conflicts with my Demon Heart sect. Those who died weren't just Xiao Wu or Wang Liu. It was your Dao Lord's son.
Suddenly, he turned to look at Ru Ying with a threatening gaze, almost saying, Under these circumstances, you still dare to come to my territory.
Oh, Ru Yu calmly put on a sorrowful and aggrieved expression, replying,
This humble one is originally from Yudu and was always closer to the Demon Heart sect. Although this humble one personally experienced Zhao Shi being killed by Ge Huayu, I also know that this doesn't represent the Demon Heart sect's attitude towards my Chongling Dao.
Well said. She glanced meaningfully at Xie Yan. Moreover, Xie Gongzi came to Yudu and wanted to visit Vice Sect Leader Shu's literary gathering. This humble one could only accept the order to accompany him.
Yi says, As far as I know, it seems that Nyan Gugu and Xie Gongzi haven't been seen together before.
So the 2 lovebirds put on a show for the elders. A scene of mutual affection. She says, Xu Feng has already arrived in Yudu, so haven't we already appeared together? Love between a man and a woman can happen at first sight. Yi, thinking he was being too suspicious, apologizes. So that's how it is. I was being intrusive, he thought to himself. This Xie Yan is really something. To be able to win over Wei Yu the beauty,
he says Xie Gongzi, as the current top dog of the Ma Ting sect. Aren't you afraid of Nyan Gugu dragging you into the conflict between the Chongling sect and the Xin Ma sect? Xu Feng responds with a smile. Yi is joking. I'm just here to admire Lord Shu's reputation and participate in the literary gathering.
Besides, didn't Nyan Gugu already say?
She has no animosity towards the Xin Ma sect. Ruyu giggles. The Xin Ma sect isn't the personal property of the entire Ge Huayu family. My closeness with the Vice Sect leader and my hatred for Ge Huayu aren't contradictory. He laughs after hearing that. Nyan Gugu is very eloquent. I believe some of it. Ruyu follows up. What I say is from the bottom of my heart.
Suddenly, Zhang Taishu speaks up. May I say a few words? Lord Zhu, Vice Sect Leader Zhu, gestures an invitation.
He says, Taishu believes that the death of Zhao Shi was caused by Ge Huayu, not someone from the Shu family. I've long heard that your family has produced a disaster, and this is your family bringing it upon themselves. Vice Sect Leader Shu sighs wearily, stroking his beard and saying with dissatisfaction, Isn't that the truth? This Ge Huayu is incredibly arrogant in the sect, and after rising to the rank of heavenly general, he doesn't respect anyone, and has caused no small amount of trouble.
How could a wise man like Ge Yi raise a son like this? Zhang Taishu expresses. Although Lord Shu is thinking of the sect, how can you bear the responsibility for the trouble caused by the Gin family? Ru Yu says with a smile. That's right, the Tao Lord will only seek out Ge Yi, the vice-sect leader, to discuss things. He has never had any ill will towards vice-sect leader Shu. I even heard the Tao Lord praising Lord Shu's literary talent in private.
Hearing this, he raises his head high and laughs with delight. Really, that my writing could be praised by Senior Zhao, I am truly ashamed.
Suddenly, the servant beside him reminds him again. Master, it's getting late. Vice-sect leader Zhu is warning in advance.
I've always been an honest man, and I don't want to hide anything. Now that I've asked clearly, I have my plans. Don't blame me, you two. Both Shu Feng and Yaru Yu laugh and say at the same time, Vice-sect leader Shu is thinking too much.
He waves his hand, instructing the servant.
There's no time to delay. Invite all the talented individuals who have passed to come up. The servant nods, then claps his hands and orders. Inform the others that the master has given permission to go up.
Many people are waiting in the middle of the building,
Grandmaster Shu says sternly. If everyone is here, then let's begin. He gives a bright smile, reaching out to the people below, and says, May you all find true joy.
The vast city is covered by a blue water curtain. Those witnessing this exclaimed in astonishment, Holy crap! Every time I see this scene, the passion in my heart reaches its peak.
Ma Yu Gongzi looks at the flow of the water curtain and thinks. With a wave of his hand, the rolling river is like clay, being kneaded at will by Shu Mins. This kind of delicate control, to make clouds with a hand and rain with a flip of the hand, is just like that.
No wonder he can compete fiercely with the prodigies.
As expected, he is powerful. Yaru Yu and Shu Feng are secretly communicating with each other using secret sound transmission techniques.
The beautiful girl looks outside and says, No wonder he is my senior brother's vice-sect leader. We can't underestimate him. She continued in a secret sound transmission. This tower is completely under Zhu Min's control. If we fail, the consequences will be severe.
A water dragon spirit soars up, preparing to plunge into the giant water lotus. It coils around the vast city many times. The spirit of the water dragon has entered the city. Fresh lotuses are growing on the water. The people who came to participate in the poetry slam are delighted. They can't help but discuss it enthusiastically. This trick of Lord Xu's is still moving even after seeing it several times. Is this the romance of the martial world? Now it's just the beginning of spring. But Lord Xu created a scene of lotus leaves and bamboo shoots, luring fish among the lotus. It's truly delightful.
Ma Yu Gongzi leans closer to look at the frog sitting on the lotus leaf and thinks.
To think that true Qi has been transformed into lotus flowers and lotus leaves that look so real, I'm afraid even Bai Suyuan wouldn't be overshadowed by this.
Suddenly, many eyes appear on the lotus flowers, surprising the young man.
Those eyes can even move.
Shu Feng abruptly stands up in confusion, puzzling Yaru Yu. He thinks to himself, Damn it, this is made with the eye-covering technique of the Six Desires Heart Demon Art. It's completely different from Bai Suyuan's trick.
Zhang Taishu says, The master is ready. A hand holding a golden wine cup, the father-in-law raises the cup and says,
Back then the virtuous elder scholars gathered at the Orchid Pavilion of Kuaiji Mountain. Today I gather the talented scholars of Yundu at Hengwang Pavilion. Enough to chat and share our worries. Everyone, no need to be constrained, laugh and talk freely and record everything, considering it as leaving behind some idle matters of the predecessors for future sages.
He releases the cup into the flowing water. Just like that, the golden wine cup stops in front of a man. He expresses his respect. Congratulations. Congratulations. To young master, I hope Liu Xiong will achieve great things. Liu Shui is in first place. I dare not.
Mo Yu says with a smile.
The winding stream party and the crazy words into a famous poem. How interesting. May I ask what the theme is?
He thinks to himself, Before, I didn't understand romance and beautiful scenery. Yaru Yu has found me more than 10 poems in different styles and themes. It should be no problem.
Shu Vicelord says happily. This year is still like the old year, making poems, but the theme is different from every year. It will be able to comprehend everyone's ability even more.
He points to one side and says, Last year was about romance and beautiful scenery. To be honest, this old man was a little bored already. but for a moment I didn't know which theme to change to be stable. While I was racking my brains, within the Bai men's circle, the two talented scholars Liu Chuangwen and Han Yuanhong gave this old man some inspiration. The others are shocked to hear this. It's taking this old man as the theme. Everyone feel free to speak your mind. Two men are enduring the jealous and judgmental gazes of the others. Haha. Ashamed. Xie Yan angrily questions, Yao Ruyu. This is not the same as what we discussed before, the beautiful girl says in a panic. This is an accident. Wei Yu Beauty continues. Who knew that this old man would be so arrogant as to let everyone flatter him in front of him? None of the prepared poems can be used. Too careless. The young miss gives a forced smile and continues to explain. Anyway, we've already come here. Even if we don't make a real poem, Xu Min wouldn't disregard our face and chase us away. Moreover, you've probably seen it. Zhang Taishu is a henchman. Finding him will help us speak. Maybe we can get through it. The man standing next to the lotus says, use the scholar's skill to describe people through objects. Use this lotus to compose a poem for Duke Shu. The talented couple show surprise upon hearing this. So fast, the man with white hair strokes his beard and says, the world's flowers and leaves are different. Flowers fall into golden pots. Leaves turn to dust. Liu Sui holds the wine cup and begins to recite his poems. Only green leaves, red lotuses bloom and wither, exuding innocence and elegance. Xiansheng claps and praises. Good poem. The father-in-law wonders. Good poem, but it seems a bit bland. Songpa Hermit and Yigui Shansheng also begin to comment. Although the red flower is good, it needs green leaves to support it. It is sad. It is sad that people value flowers and despise leaves. Flowers fall into golden pots. Leaves fall into the mud. The relationship between leaves and flowers is not really close. Only the old lotus flower itself has a combination of green leaves, and the old lotus leaves have openings and closings, highlighting a perfect and natural beauty. Zhang Taishu says with a smile, this talented Liu takes the perfect and natural beauty of the lotus to describe you. Wonderful work, wonderful. Zhu Vicelord is surprised. So that's how it is. He orders his servant, reward Liu Sui, not bad. This old man likes it very much. Reward a box of Bin Chen pearls. The man receives the reward and bows respectfully to thank him. Thank you, old Master Shu. He thinks to himself, rich. As expected, old Master Shu is generous. After going out and selling this box of Bin Chen pearls, my family of 5 won't have to worry about food and clothing for half a lifetime. Xie Yan thinks to himself, damn, this level is not low. The man holding the wine cup in his hand then begins to recite a poem. Shu Konglin Xia Shi, Gong Luo Jian Si, Wenda Ki Jin He Zai, De Zhangzi Yujun. Songpa Hermit and Yi Gui Xiansheng are surprised after hearing the poems, and then think to themselves, this is quite stable. This Liu Chuangwen has boldly made a split-character poem, without any awkwardness between the sentences. Shu Vice Sect Leader strokes his beard, looking satisfied. This old man understands. This is a split-character poem, praising Duke Shu's great virtue, right? Ya Yi Shansheng quickly replies, that's right. But the old man with white hair then sighs, good, someone. Reward 2 boxes of Bichen pearls. The young man next to him thinks to himself, oh well, as long as he's happy. The man who just recited the poem, after hearing his reward, happily bows again to thank him. Thank you, old Master Shu. Thank you, old Master Shu. He thinks to himself, he. 1 box more than that, Liu Sui. As expected, old Master Shu likes to hear simple and straightforward poems more. It's another person's turn to hold the wine cup and compose a poem. Yue Lun Duan Zi Ji Yu, Ren Xin Hao Hao Gao Shen, Shi Chu Lin Zong Zai, Ban Tao Yuan Kui, Ding Zhao Chen Chen Ji, Bi Yu Ning Shen. The others, who are waiting for their turn, after hearing the 2 outstanding sentences, can't help but sigh. It implies the noble integrity of the moonlight with Duke Shu, a good poem. How has Luo Xiaoyun become so quick-witted? He must have prepared it beforehand. Songpa Hermit and Yi Gui Xiansheng seem to have discovered the unusual point of the poem just recited. This moon praise poem is indeed very good, but it seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Ya Yi Xiansheng quickly answers the doubts of the 2 elders. This is an old work by the late high monk Shijiang Biyu at Longtan Temple, Daorong Empire. Not a single word changed. Does this Luo Xiaoyun think that the distance between Da He and Daorong is so far that we've never heard of it? Then he shouts,
Bullying people too much. Zhu vice sect leader expresses regret. Good poem, but sadly, it's cheating. The man orders his subordinates. Drag him out. Luo Xiaoyun doesn't admit his mistake, but tries to justify his mistake. It's a mistake. My writing vein broke out. A true inspiration. I didn't know this was a poem by a predecessor. After taking the cheat out, Yi Shansheng carefully reminded. Use practical examples to warn those who come after. Take this as a lesson. 2 men were mocking the cheater. I was wondering why this Ba Yun guy was so smart. Turns out he was copying someone else. Did he really think he could fool the erudite Yi Shansheng? Xie Yan thought to himself, so strict. What should I do when it's my turn? Under the night sky, illuminated by the full moon, poems that pleased vice sect leader Shu kept coming, and rewards were continuously brought out as encouragement. Not bad, not bad. Reward a box of Binchen pearls. This poem is good. Reward a box of Binchen pearls. This one's not bad either. Reward a box of Binchen pearls. About 30 minutes later, the wine cup was passed to Yu Ruyu's side. What's going on? Whose turn is it?
The man smiled, expressing his interest in the beautiful girl's reputation and poetic talent. Is it time for Wei Yu Myron? Ma Wang Gongzi has his fame, and Xi Wei Yu Myron also has a reputation. She must be a talented woman. I wonder what kind of amazing poem she'll come up with.
The 3 Xiansheng also expressed their interest. Song Pajushi said, although I'm a scholar, I've heard of the 5 beauties and 5 young masters. I hope she's as talented as Yi Xiansheng. Yi Kui Xiansheng asked the man.
Zhang Taishu knows a lot about martial arts figures. What do you think?
The beautiful girl picked up the wine cup, smiled, and said, this humble one will now present her poor skills. The other men, captivated by Wei Yu Myron's beauty, were mesmerized by her stunning looks. This girl is as beautiful as a fairy. She must be a talented woman. How crude. That's what you call knowledge in your head. She's so pretty. The young lady took a deep breath to prepare to recite her poem.
Yue Ruyu began to read the first lines of her poem, Bai Ri Yi Shanjin, Huang He Ru Hai Liu,
Song Pa Ju Shi, and Yi Kui Xiansheng commented on the beautiful girl's poem. The first line talks about sunset. Isn't it not sunset right now? And when was the last time the Yellow River was here? After listening, Jiang Taishu thought, as expected, it's the poem I wrote for her, but Yi Shansheng commented, although the first 2 lines of Nguyen Gonyang's poem are a bit far-fetched, the imposing manner is excellent. I wonder if the following lines can complete it. Vice sect leader Shu stroked his beard and thought, again with the mountains and rivers. Sounds so powerful. Ruyu smiled as the beautiful girl continued to complete the second verse. Yu Qiong Qian Li Mu, Gengsheng Yi Cheng Lu.
After finishing the poem, she said, this humble one is done. Please forgive my poor performance.
Then the man wanted to say something. Wait, this poem, he thought. What does this have to do with my father-in-law?
Suddenly, Zhang Taishu clapped his hands, surprising the others.
Excellent. He gave his comments. This poem takes the scenery to express emotions. The imposing manner is grand, powerful, and upright.
The other 2 Xiansheng couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Taishu, it's true this poem isn't bad, but it's off topic. Yi Kui Xiansheng complained. This is clearly a case of all head and no tail.
The man calmly explained his point of view to the other 2. Vice sect leader Shu's world-shaking martial arts make him a true hero. This poem by Nguyen Gunyang shows heart and ambition, is extraordinary, and is even more suitable for praising young people who are actively moving forward. It's really not too far off from vice sect leader Shu, he continued.
But this poem by Nguyen Gunyang has exceeded most people's expectations. We shouldn't be too strict. As seniors, we should encourage the younger generation more.
The man with snow-white hair laughed and said, ha ha, so that's what you mean? Good? Very good. This old man is very satisfied. Someone, reward Nguyen Myron 2 boxes of Bichen pearls. The young man next to him was surprised. Father-in-law. The old man said what he was thinking. Although this old man isn't young anymore, he still has ambition and courage. This girl's poem isn't considered off topic. This old man likes it. He continued. This old man wants to copy it and hang it up, to enjoy it every day. Yu Ruyu lightly responded to her father-in-law's comments. Vice sect leader, Shu is too kind. It's good that you like it. The young man expressed his admiration. Yue Ruyu, Your reinforcements, holy crap, are a real talent. The men participating in the poetry contest were confused and said, Anyway, this Yue Ruyu is a woman. You're praising her too much. It's already not easy for Nunyan Gunyang to learn advanced martial arts, and you're still asking her to have literary talent. It's really making things difficult for her. Actually, we shouldn't expect so much from her. This poem is indeed very good, but it's too off topic. I don't believe that someone who can write this poem would recite it in this context. More than half of it wasn't written by Nunyan Gunyang, right? Was it written by some close senior of Nunyan Gunyang? Wei Yu Myren put the wine cup back into the stream and said, This humble one only simplified a few words. Please don't look at this humble one anymore, Vice Sect Leader Zhu continued. Let's go! The man with snow-white hair stroked his beard and said with satisfaction, Nuyan Yatu, don't be modest, but you're already so powerful. Which makes this old man even more expectant of Ma Yu Gongzi. Ya Yixian Sheng wondered, Father-in-law, this poem of Nunyan Gunyang's. The old man quickly interrupted the young man and said, Good son-in-law, think more broadly. Xian Taishu has already said it's a good poem. Why are you still dwelling on it? The two men were still continuing their conversation. Anyway, this old man thinks this poem isn't bad. The poem is indeed good, but oh well, as long as people are happy. Yue Ruyu wore a worried expression. So unlucky. Why did she have to pick on GMYU? The man stopped in his tracks, looking at the wine cup in front of him. The young man worriedly thought to himself, We're doomed, Wei Yu Myren reassured him. Senior brother, don't panic, just read any poem. Zhang Taishu will speak up for you. Ya Yixian Sheng expressed interest. This humble one has long admired Shi Zhangling's name, and finally, this time, I have the opportunity to hear Shi Gongzi's work. He thought to himself, perhaps Ma Yu Gongzi will not disappoint me. These dudes are yapping. Damn, is that Shi Shifu from Jiangling? I've heard of Shi Shifu of Jiangling. Maybe he's actually got some skills. Really? Let's get ready to wash our ears and listen up. I'm afraid he's just like Ya Ruyu, all looks and no substance. The young lad just stood there, staring blankly at his wine cup, thinking, even though I've read some poetry, asking me to write one on the spot is really beyond me. It continued to muse. I remember tons of poems for sucking up to people. Plum blossoms this, green pines that, endless stuff, and I'm not sure if anyone in this world has written anything similar yet. It's easy to repeat the same mistakes as that loser Ba Yun. The onlookers wondered, Huh? Why is he just standing there? Maybe Xi Shifu is thinking? Thinking? He should at least pick up the wine cup first. The peanut gallery kept gossiping. Looks like he doesn't dare to try. Could the rumors about Xi Shifu be fake? Not exactly fake, but if you look into it, this Xi Shifu mostly just reworks other people's stuff. His own original works are just little ditties, not high-class stuff. Ruyu also worriedly asked, Shixong, what are you hesitating about? Just like I did, find a poem with a similar background, and Prefect Xiang will handle the rest, I think that. High Pavilion and White Crane poem is pretty good. You should recite that one. The young man remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. If I use one of Ya Ruyu's poems, with Zhang Taishu's support, I might barely get by. The only downside would be a few scornful looks, but I could break even and not lose out. But, he pondered, it feels awful. Suddenly, esteemed Ya Yi shouted, Silence! He berated the gossiping bunch. Are you all scholars? Why are you acting like gossiping market vendors, slandering others? Well then, the boy continued, young Master Shi, please, I believe you won't disappoint everyone. Father-in-law also walked over to Ma Yu Gongzi and said, Haha, this old man is also looking forward to it immensely. He went on, this old man loves talented young people the most. I have to get closer to hear Ma Yu Gongzi's great work. The young man picked up his wine cup, his face a little contorted, inwardly cursing. Damn it, isn't this like roasting me over a fire? Xie Yan thought to himself, just use that, High Pavilion and White Crane, poem. At least it fits the scene better than Ya Ruyu's poem. I can barely compare Xu Min to someone from the heavens. Damn it, this is clearly Liang Bai's poem. Whose poem is it going to be in this world? Could it be this Zhang Taishu's? Suddenly, the young man was surprised. He looked at the frog sitting on the lotus leaf and thought, that's it. It seemed like he came up with some poems for himself. Is there really? I almost forgot about that person. I don't believe that person's poems will exist in this world. Seeing that he hadn't produced a poem yet, the people around him became impatient, whispering as they watched him. Why isn't young Master Xi writing a poem yet? Why is he still pacing back and forth? Young Master Xi, Please start soon, everyone is waiting.
Xie Yan ignored their urging and calmly said, "Please wait a moment. I'm just thinking of a small creature that is very suitable to compare with Xu Gong. Because he came up with a way, other famous works will probably screw this up, but he remembered that he still has a great Huaxia figure, and reading his poems will certainly not be detected." Suddenly, Xie Yan pointed to the frog sitting on the lotus leaf beside him and said, "I will use the frog to praise Xu Gong. If this world has a similar poem, then this world would have been swept by the red flag and completely undergone changes. It can't possibly still be like this. Even if I lose badly, then this poem was written by someone in this world a long time ago, and I can bear the humiliation. I believe that Yi Xiansheng would not dare to kick me out so easily." Knowing that he wanted to use a frog, the poets there started making a fuss, thinking that Xie Yan was insulting literature and offending Xu Gong. Song Pa Juxi also stood there in shock. Is this young master Xie not crazy? How dare he offend Xu Gong? Yi Xiansheng beside him was also worried. It's over. Isn't Xu Gong angry?
Even Zhang Taishu was restless. Incomprehensible. I don't know what he means. Even if Zhu Min is bad, he can't say it so bluntly, Ya Ruyu asked from the outside. What are you saying, Gongzi Xie? But transmitted a scolding. Why are you provoking Xu Min? Are you crazy? How can Zhang Taishu save this now?
He turned to her and said, "Don't worry. I have my own plans." At this time, Xu Gong was furious. Seeing this, Yi Xiansheng hurriedly calmed him down and asked him to listen to his poem first. At this moment, Xie Yan spread out his fan and said calmly, "Deputy Sect Leader Zhu, please don't be impatient, but listen to my Ode to the Frog." Xie Yan quickly began to write poetry, occupying the deep pond, establishing a territory.
The others there immediately listened attentively.
Xu Gong also wanted to know how he would recite it. Ignoring what they were saying beside him, Xie Yan continued to read intently. "Under the cool tree, keeping the heart at peace. When spring arrives and I haven't spoken, how dare those insects chirp?" This poem-making style and dignified demeanor immediately stunned Songpa Juxi and Yi Xiansheng with admiration. Lao Zigong nodded after listening. "Good, simple, and easy to understand. This old man likes it very much." He was about to respond when he was stopped by Yi Xiansheng. "Father-in-law, please wait," he warned him.
"This poem seems a little off. Please don't rush to respond."
Then he held out his hand towards Xie Yan and said, "Well said. When spring arrives and I haven't spoken, how dare those insects chirp, huh, young Master Xi? Are you really using this poem to describe my father-in-law?" He cupped his hands in salute and replied, "In my humble opinion, Duke Xu is perfectly suited to this poem." At this moment, Prefect Zhang spoke up. "This poem has a spirit that reminds me of another poem called Bud Ho Fu Ju. Waiting for the 8th month, when autumn arrives, my flowers bloom, surpassing all others." It means that when chrysanthemums bloom, all other flowers wither, like frogs in a pond that haven't croaked yet. What insects dare to speak up? He looked at Duke Xu, smiling as he told the anecdote of how the poem Bud Hao Fu Ju was born in the Tang Dynasty. The author was Huang Chao, who rebelled for many years. If the great Tang, such a powerful empire, had really been overthrown by him, then the Tang Dynasty's emperors now would all be his descendants. Moreover, these two lines are equally naturally domineering, with magnificent spirit, using the heroic spirit of the character to express it, with subtle depth. As soon as young Master Xi read it, it immediately reminded me of this poem. It's really good. Hermit Songpa glanced at Immortal Yulju and said to him, "Prefect Zhang is comparing Duke Xu to Huang Chao by taking these two lines by a man like Huang Chao who is so proficient in both literary and martial arts." Ilgu understands Hermit Songpa's meaning. Huang Chao was once the ruler of a country, although Duke Xu is very powerful, not mentioning the ruler of our great Han. Then Yuan Zongju, Yuan Sheng, Xie Yan is a bit ignorant of propriety. Ya Yi also agreed with their point. This poem is really a bit arrogant. But suddenly, Duke Xu clapped his hands happily and exclaimed, "Good!" and praised Xie Yan for being very talented. Seeing this, Ya Yi quickly tried to dissuade him, advising him not to accept this poem. The level of ambition in this poem is a bit too much. Duke Xu's face darkened when he heard him say this, and he said in a low voice, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy?" Ya Yi didn't dare to say anything more, seeing his expression, and helplessly lowered his head and said, No, it's just too easy to misunderstand. Wang Gua will definitely overthink this poem by young Master Mo Yu as being too arrogant." Ignoring what he said, Duke Xu still ordered someone to copy the poem that Xie Yan had just recited and scolded. Ya Yi is too superstitious. Hearing this, he could only laugh dryly. not daring to say anything more. The people participating in the poetry gathering, after hearing Xie Yan's poem, revealed expressions of admiration. You can see that it is indeed a poem that reveals domineering spirit. Good poem, truly a good poem. It's really suitable for Duke Shu. Meanwhile, Liu Sui clearly recognized that Xie Yan was deliberately looking down on Duke Shu. But he knew that Duke Shu's hobby was flattery, so he dared to present this poem. How scheming. Someone can write a poem mocking others and still make that person happy to accept it. Compared to literary talent, Xie Yan's ability to control people's hearts is even more terrifying. Just thinking about this made him stand on end in fear. Xie Yan, receiving Duke Shu's praise, felt very amused. I didn't expect this world to have rebellious poems like Biyu Di Haofuju and historical figures like Huang Zhao. Moreover, he was a rebel. The poem about frogs that he used was really well timed, and he really didn't expect that Duke Shu would dare to accept this kind of poem. He looked at him and laughed inwardly. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations on receiving a lot of favor points from everyone here at once. Everyone likes it, only Liu Sui is afraid. Xie Yan doesn't know what the heck he's thinking. At this time, Ru Yu transmitted her voice to ask him, where did this poem come from? When did you learn to write poetry? Because she knew that Gei Huayu never knew how to write poetry. But Xie Yan, to avoid her suspicion, irritably said, nonsense. If I didn't learn, how could I act as young Master Mo Yu? While Xie Yan was happy, Prefect Zhang sighed worriedly. This Xingong is still so arrogant and likes to take credit. This young Master Mo Yu has probably seen through this point of his, so he offered this poem of the Emperor. He wants to praise him, but is actually satirizing him. It's really playing big. And that Junhua also realized, through Prefect Zhang's words, that Xie Yan's poem was not necessarily well-intentioned. Only Ya Yi is now sitting on pins and needles. He thought that with Xie Yan here, there would be a wonderful poem, but he caused such trouble. Basically, the poem was intended to show contempt for the great Han court. This is the kind of thing that doesn't take anyone in the world seriously. If it reaches Yuan Zongzhu's ears, he doesn't know how he will deal with his father-in-law. But old Duke Xing couldn't think as much as they did. He was so immersed in Xie Yan's flattering words that he rewarded him with 10 boxes of Binchen pearls. Hearing about the 10 boxes, everyone standing there longed to have them. At this time, Kong Rong Rong, Shu Quan's wife, came from somewhere and signaled to him. Shu Quan immediately understood and went to Duke Shu to report. Master, is the reward about to run out? Did it run out so quickly this time? Kong Rong Rong quickly said. Isn't it because the master suddenly gave out 10 boxes of Biolchen pearls? There used to be leftovers. Why are they all given away today? So she asked. Who made him so happy? Duke Shu happily pointed to Xie Yan Trisk. It's this one. This old man likes him very much. Seeing him, Kong Rong Rong's eyes lit up, praising him for being handsome. If she wasn't married, she would definitely pursue him. Zhu Qua immediately coughed loudly when he heard this. Kong Rong Rong knew what he meant and turned to tease him. Oh my, is my husband jealous? Don't be jealous, don't be jealous. I'm just saying something casually. Xie Yan looked at her with contempt. This is Shu Kuai's wife. Indeed a flirtatious person. Now Duke Shu suddenly spoke. If the rewards are all gone, then the best person today, this old man, has decided to choose young Master Mo Yu. Do you have any objections? The people there didn't dare to resist after hearing this, and replied in unison, Your humble servant is thoroughly impressed. Excellent. Suddenly, Shu Gong waved his hands a few times, and countless streams of azure spiritual energy appeared. Quickly, they coalesced into a massive sphere. This literary gathering has truly delighted this old man. Then, he abruptly crushed the sphere, unleashing a spectacular burst of light like fireworks. Shu Gong then exclaimed, Shujiu, prepare the next act. Yes, master. As Shujiu departed, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Now that Steward Xu has left, it's time for the fun to begin. Xie Yan and Yue Ru, standing aside, speculated, Looks like this treasure is quite valuable. Just then, a servant hurried over. Apologies for the wait. Next, you will witness treasures that my master has collected over the years. If you wish to fully appreciate the first supreme treasure, please move to the outer viewing platform. The doors swung open, and everyone was astonished by the scene. The outer viewing platform is this year's treasure emerging from there. Possibly. The presentation of the treasures varies with each exhibition. It seems Zhu Gong has prepared a new performance. At that moment, the sea outside the platform surged violently. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the first supreme treasure of today's exhibition. Instantly, a massive head emerged from the water. This monstrous creature is called Zhenbei Shenming, the Xuanwu spirit beast. It resembles a colossal turtle with numerous large heads, its entire body encased in iron armor. The onlookers were awestruck by the creature's appearance. It's originally an automaton, the true form of the Xuanwu of the North, one of the 4 divine beasts, possessing unparalleled power and majesty. Even throughout the Great Han Dynasty, you won't find another one. Meanwhile, upon seeing the beast, Xie Yan was intrigued.
I didn't expect Xu Gong to have such a massive treasure. Yu Ru chided him telepathically.
Clearly you know your heart demon sect has abundant wealth and is very generous, but I didn't expect a vice sect leader like Xu Gong to have this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm not close to Xu Gong. How would I know he had this?
At this point, Shu Ju flew to the side of the beast, calling for everyone's attention. Gather around! The Shu family acquired this puppet while exploring ruins in their youth. Initially, it was a pile of dilapidated bones, but later, the master spent a fortune inviting artisans from the Kong family to repair it. Finally, shortly before the completion of Hangwang Pavilion, this Xuanwu puppet was also repaired and ready for use. The Xuanwu puppet's entire body is made of cold iron and top-grade east wood, combined with the original puppet's framework. This keeps the puppet sturdy and upright, capable of withstanding the attacks of 10 Heavenly Realm experts combined. Furthermore, thanks to the Kong family's crafting techniques, the puppet possesses tremendous strength and moves with surprising agility. You can see it as a mobile fortress of steel, its towering figure as imposing as a mountain.
Taoist Songpo and Prefect Zhang admired the monster.
If I remember correctly, our great Han imperial family also has a massive Qilin Ascension Cloud National Treasure puppet. Xu Gong's discernment is truly remarkable, and he is fortunate to acquire a mechanical beast comparable to the National Treasure Divine Beast. I am impressed. Praised in this way, the old Xu Gong smiled and feigned modesty.
You flatter me. Not at all. The Qilin Ascension Cloud is not only incredibly defensive,
but also immensely powerful when it attacks. My Xuanwu puppet may look impressive, but how dare I compare it to the mighty National Treasure Divine Beast?
Xie Yan, standing beside him, spoke up. Xu Gong's first collectible is indeed an eye-opener. If I'm not mistaken, the other collectibles must be hidden inside this Xuanwu puppet, right? Stroking his beard, he chuckled in response. Indeed, young Master Xi is astute. The space inside the puppet is vast, and my other collectibles are indeed stored within it.
Then, he instructed Shu Ju, it's time for everyone to admire my other treasures.
Quickly, Shu Ju moved in front of the monster. O Xuanwu beast, heed my command.
The monster, as if receiving an order, swiftly opened its enormous mouth. Kui Lu had been waiting inside for a long time. Shu Ju immediately called out to him, bring up the items.
Soon, several burly and muscular subordinates carried out chests of treasures. Everyone was eager to behold the treasures, wondering what fascinating items this year would bring.
On the other hand, Xie Yan stood there, observing. He sensed that these strongmen were finding it difficult. If so, when they bring the items back in later, it might be difficult for him and Yu Ru to take action and steal them.
He telepathically asked her for her opinion.
See if your 5-element shield can sneak into that turtle and scout out the internal structure. I thought about that too, but Xu Gong is present. Let's wait until after the exhibition to try. Watching the strongmen arrange the items, Xie Yan had an idea. How about we have Qing Sher sneak in later? Maybe we can rely on her to steal the items. At this moment, Shu Ju instructed 2 strongmen to open a large box, revealing a large painting. He pointed to it and introduced it. This treasure is the Yi, Boundless Rivers and Mountains, painting by the renowned artist Jia Wei Jushi from the Xuan Emperor era. Everyone is welcome to observe closely, but absolutely no touching. Taking a quick glance, one could see the mountains and wilds in the painting depicted vividly and realistically. The viewers, after admiring it, were full of praise. How beautiful, Liu Sui exclaimed with emotion.
Such a beautiful landscape painting. This humble scholar's inspiration is surging. I want to compose a poem. Xu Gong, hearing this, excitedly said, Tell him to read it quickly and let's see. He then asked Xu Gong for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, so he could prepare himself properly. Suddenly, Xie Yan started reciting a poem. Before the mountain, the swift horse urges the whip to flash past. Looking back, it's more than 3 feet away from the sky. Mountains and seas overturn. Waves surge and engulf. 10,000 galloping horses surge with wild abandon.
The mountain pierces the blue sky. The sword remains unblemished. One would think the sky is collapsing, but it serves as a pillar supporting the dome.
After reciting the poem, he quickly bowed and said, "Please forgive my indiscretion. I was truly overcome by my love for this endless rivers and mountains painting, and couldn't help but compose a Tamshushu Shiyu Ziling. I hope Shugong will forgive me."
Hearing this, he not only didn't blame him, but even smiled brightly. Not indiscreet at all.
This poem by young Master Xie is truly wonderful. This old man likes it very much. Mr. Yi followed with praises. Young Master Xie truly lives up to his name. This Tamshou Hao Li Ziling is full of heroic spirit, in my opinion. It even surpasses the aura of this endless rivers and mountains painting.
The old-timers there all agreed, praising him to the skies.
Xie Yan, hearing this, simply said,
"As long as Shu Gong likes it, that's all that matters." At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, you've received more appreciation, adoration, and astonishment points."
Receiving so many points made Xie Yan's heart bloom with joy.
The others were astonished and admired his poem immensely. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on Liu Sui. Seeing so many eyes on him, he awkwardly said, "It seems my inspiration has suddenly disappeared."
Meanwhile, Yao Ruyu was bewildered by his poem. "I didn't know this. Why, you knew how to write poetry. This is definitely the real Xie Yan and not Jie Huayu." Just then, Xie Yan turned to Shu Jiu and asked, "Steward Shu, are all the treasures here?" "Yes, indeed. I will introduce them to you all right away."
He quickly moved to the next item and introduced it. This is the golden jade burial suit, buried with King Wu, said to have been meticulously crafted in every detail by hundreds of artisans. The ancient jade pieces were ground into individual pieces, then strung together, without a single nail holding it, perfectly flawless and exquisite in every detail.
Hearing this, they all showed greedy expressions. "Master Shu is too generous. How much jade must have been used to make such a large suit of armor?" Xie Yan, seeing it, chuckled to himself. "Don't I remember seeing this humanoid shell at Emperor Xiaojiao's place? Didn't he say it was the only one? Looks like this old guy's item is a fake."
At this moment, the old man Shu Gong walked over and called him, "Young Master Xi, can this golden jade burial suit inspire your creativity?"
Xie Yan immediately replied,
"Vice Sect Master Shu, please understand, inspiration isn't always available." Hearing this, he sadly exclaimed, "That's such a pity."
He watched the old man's back as he left,
not knowing what the old guy was thinking.
Suddenly, Xie Yan looked back and heard Shu Jiu introducing the next treasure.
This is the bronze statue of 6 joys from the Great Joy Sect, the #1 demonic sect of the Great Tangs. It was the first gift that the Vice Sect Master of the Great Joy Sect personally presented to the Master, saying that it contained a hidden magical technique, and you can grasp it, of course. How to comprehend that technique from this bronze statue will depend on everyone's enlightenment and luck.
This treasure has been on display for 3 consecutive years, but no one has been able to gain any opportunity from it. Hearing these words, Xie Yan angrily gritted his teeth. "Isn't this a Spring Palace statue? This old guy Shu Gong is actually showing this to people."
This is originally a bronze statue of joy, containing a special dual cultivation secret manual of the Great Joy Sect, the ultimate pleasure between men and women, the bedroom arts.
"Why are you standing so far away, not daring to get closer?" Yao Ruyu nudged him in the back and teased, "Young Master Xi, aren't you going to take a closer look?"
Xie Yan glared at her. "Shameless. What's wrong with her? Does she think I need to learn this?" Yao Ruyu acted coquettishly behind him, saying that she really wanted to learn it, and that she would try it with him after she learned it later.
At this moment, he tapped her hand with his fan, scolding, "Yao Ruyu, in broad daylight, watch your behavior." The horny guys standing there saw Xie Yan's blunt treatment of the beautiful girl and were so jealous that their jaws dropped. He really doesn't know how good he has it.
Seeing his cold attitude, Yao Ruyu pretended to be annoyed, blaming him for not understanding romance. "I'm not playing with you anymore."
Turning around and leaving, she went to look at the treasure, the bronze statue of joy. When the men saw her acting so coquettish, their eyes lit up and their saliva dripped. "Ken, Miss Yai is so beautiful, so attractive, so Miss Yai also likes this treasure." Xie Yan stood outside, sighing with amusement. "What a bunch of bootlickers. Yao Ruyu isn't beautiful. She's just slightly chubby. When you look at her, what's so amazing about it?" Since he was already here, he had no choice but to go to the treasure and take a look. Let's see what's so special about it.
A minute later, after Xie Yan walked over, the statue system began to run recognition.
Skill copy successful. Skill name, Joyous Celestial Art. Elementary Edition,
Skill description. Yin and yang of the two realms create all things, with men and women entangled in love. Function. Enhances pleasure for both genders during intimate moments. And through the peak of excitement, one may comprehend the Tao of celestial transformation. Current level. Uninitiated. Next.
It checked that the host had grasped the Level 2 sound insulation bypassing technique. Lower tier, therefore, due to joyous celestial art. Elementary edition, it asked Xie Yan if he wanted to spend 50 origin points to exchange for automatically mastering the joyous celestial art. Elementary edition by absorbing the sound insulation bypassing technique? Xie Yan was shocked after reading it. What? It can be like this? Only need to use 50 origin points? Of course, choose yes. Why wouldn't I? Immediately. It moved on to the next step,
informing him that he had mastered the joyous celestial art. Elementary edition. Current level is level 0. Max level. The current effect will help consolidate, nourish, fortify the kidneys, and strengthen yang, and increase the duration of the cultivator's nightly activities. When life force is in perfect harmony, not only will there be no loss of origin qi, but it will also promote a bit of cultivation for both parties. Xie Yan was dumbfounded. Just entering the door and it's already the highest level? But looking at the description, seems very OP.
Xie Yan immediately pressed to increase the level again to see what would happen.
The screen continued to describe the skills of level 1. Can consolidate and nourish, fortify the kidneys and strengthen yang, and increase the duration of the cultivator's nightly activities. When life force is in perfect harmony, not only will there be no loss of origin qi, but it will also promote a bit of cultivation for both parties. It can lock the sperm gate, not afraid of any assisting secret techniques. Seeing this, Xie Yan was secretly happy. If it's like this, then I don't need to worry about that Qin Shi devil pinning me down in the future. He. Then spending 100 origin points is worth it. At the same time, the men there seem to have also comprehended many new skills.
Suddenly, Ya Ruyu sighed, and Xie Yan immediately looked over and asked, "What's wrong? Learned it already," she said sadly.
This servant has been looking for half a day, and I don't have the slightest inspiration. It seems that this secret technique has no affinity with this servant.
Just then, Xu Ju spoke up and told everyone not to crowd around here anymore. Wait until he finished introducing all the old master's items for everyone to see, and then come back to see the Joyous Union bronze statue later.
Ya Ruyu suddenly nudged Xie Yan's chest, telling him, "Focus. Our target has appeared. The amber corpse-dissolving blood jade is being placed in that box over there." He looked in the direction she pointed, and then the two of them quickly approached the box containing the blood jade. He called to her. "How about we steal it now?" Ya Ruyu stopped him, saying, "That would be too obvious. It can't be done." His eyes shifted to look at the table behind them. Zhu Gong was sitting and talking with Songpo layman, Yi Gi hermit, and Zhang prefect. On the surface, he seemed to be enjoying wine and chatting, but in reality, he was always paying attention to this side. Ya Ruyu's skills were not yet at the level to play tricks right under Zhu Gong's nose. Looks like we have to wait for another opportunity to act. Very quickly. Half an hour had passed. The treasures were put back into that monster's body. Everyone regretted not being able to see enough of the treasures, especially that Joyous Union bronze statue. Xu Ju knew their thoughts, and had to say amicably, "Ha ha ha, precious treasures cannot be viewed for too long. Please wait for next year's literary gathering." After speaking, he controlled the Xuanwu puppet beast to retreat. It descended very quickly, and it immediately sank into the water. Although there was some regret, the scholars still felt very happy, as today they had reunited with friends, and had eaten and drank their fill, and had seen so many rare treasures. At that time, Xie Yan and Ya Ruyu were discussing how to deal with Zhu Gong's departure. Before long, it was time for the banquet. Everyone was eating and drinking when suddenly, Ya Ruyu left her seat, intending to go somewhere, passing by Xu Ju, causing him to start paying attention to her. At this time, at Zhu Gong's table, Songpo layman praised repeatedly, "Today, Zhu Gong has once again opened our eyes. Ha ha! These are just some of this old man's collections, really nothing to speak of." Zhang prefect, holding a wine glass, also added,
"Zhu Gong's literary gathering today has truly made this official extremely happy.
The last time I felt this way was in the spring of 26 years ago, when this official first arrived here. Everyone, today is also the spring day of Xinduan. How about we go outside for a stroll and enjoy the spring night scenery? What do you all think?" The group thought that Zhang prefect's suggestion was not bad, and they all agreed with this idea. Then Shu Gong led the 4 of them out to the river to enjoy the scenery, and told Shu Ju to prepare food and drinks.
Xie Yan said gently to Yao Ruyu, "This Xiang prefect is quite cooperative with you." Just like that, he led Xu Min away. Ruyu smiled lightly and replied, "This servant has also paid a heavy price. But you don't need to worry. In reality, he doesn't know what we want to do, let alone your identity. He just wants to accommodate this servant's plan.
Then this servant will go scout the beast's mechanism first." Hearing her say that, he added, "Okay, take our little ghost girl with you too." The 2 of them were being lovey-dovey outside like that, making the men inside feel hot and jealous of Xie Yan. As soon as the dishes were served, they went outside, a solitary woman and a lonely man always side by side.
Damn it!
If I could be a little more talented, I would definitely be able to embrace the beauty. With Hanbro's looks, I'm afraid you're overthinking it.
Ruyu worried
that if your little ghost girl is released, I'm afraid Shu Ju won't be able to hide her, Toi Kin, instead. This servant can help conceal her yin ghost energy. But now that she's released, before she could finish speaking, Xu Yan interrupted her. "Stop talking nonsense. Who told you to release the ghost here, to the corner of their vision here?"
The 2 of them chose the most deserted place to let Qinger show herself. Qing Ni was immediately pulled away by Yao Ruyu, who then hugged the little ghost.
And just like that, they flew off to carry out their plan. Well, this humble servant is off. If anyone asks, just tell them I had urgent business and went to take care of it. Oh, he really doesn't look too happy about my little excuse. The people inside the party kept watching them and gossiping. "Hey, am I seeing things? Where did Miss Ya go? Yeah, why did only Shu Feng come out?" Just then, Ya Yi approached Xie Yan from behind and spoke up. "Is today's chef really the famous chef from Yugyuadu? Why isn't Shu Gongzi enjoying the food and standing here alone? Where's Miss Ya?" Xie Yan replied in a low voice, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ya Yi. I'm not hungry yet, so I'm just here to catch some air."
As for Yue Ru, she had 3 urgent matters. Before she arrived, she ate too many yams, so she's looking for a place to take care of it. Hearing this, he looked towards the stairs and wondered. The exit downstairs is the restroom, but it seems Miss Yaga didn't go down the stairs, Zhu Feng replied casually. When has a fairy ever taken the stairs? Yue Ru always flies. Moreover, at this point, he whispered specifically into Yaga Yi's ear.
Yue Ru might not have gone to the restroom downstairs. You have to know she's been having those explosive tummy rumbles for hours, and it would be so embarrassing if the other girls in the restroom heard. Did he just make that up? Did Yue Ru even say that? I bet Yu Ru definitely ran off to the riverfront. That way, it's even louder, and no one will hear. So comfortable. The speaker was very calm, while the listener just kept blushing.
Shi Zhan's words made Ya Yi not dare to ask any more questions, and he kept saying, "It was my rudeness. I've disturbed you." After leaving, he was still in shock. How could Shu Gongzi be so vulgar? A true insult to literature. 3 minutes later, Yao Ruyu used a secret voice transmission to send a message to Xie Yan. "Shu Gongzi, this automaton beast is indeed a complete block,
without even a crack. Moreover, it's made from a special material. Not only can't I get in, but even M.I. Lang's Ying energy body and your little ghost girl, who can pass through objects, can't get in either. I'm out of options. I could only make a fuss from Shuju's side. Follow the plan. I'm going to make a move on Sunrong now." As for Ya Yi, after leaving, he sought out Shuju, the steward, his mood still affected by the shock he had just experienced.
"Magic Jade Gongzi Shufeng, he's truly unfathomable.
I can't tell for a moment whether he's vulgar or refined, crude or delicate." Shuju also enthusiastically agreed. This person is indeed talented, but he dared to present that ode to the toad, to the master, so he probably doesn't respect the master in his heart. Most likely, he wants to see the master make a fool of himself.
Second, I should still talk to my father-in-law later. No more literary gatherings, all sorts of people are coming, I can't stand it. He sighed, but Juju happily said beside him, "It's just a little fun for the master, you're worrying too much." But he understood clearly his father-in-law had his own judgment, and it was hard to stop him. While the 2 men were confiding in each other, a charming figure approached from afar. As soon as Ya Yi saw Rongrong, he reminded Shujiu, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore, look who's coming." As soon as Sun Rongrong sat down at the table, she snuggled up to her husband. Finally finished reconciling the accounts. "I'm so tired," Juju doted on her so much, he gently replied. "You've worked hard. The two of them were putting on a display of affection in front of everyone. "That's right. I've worked so hard, I want my dear husband to feed me, okay?" She opened her mouth, making Yao Yi next to her feel embarrassed. "In front of so many people, can you two restrain yourselves a little?" As soon as he gently reminded the couple, Rong retorted, "Gongzi, you should restrain yourself too. You weren't any less affectionate when the young lady was here. Seriously." Just as she was about to say something more, her attention suddenly fell on the figure standing alone on the balcony. Rong, what's wrong?" Shuju asked, seeing her suddenly stand up. Sun Rong replied softly, "It's nothing. Why is that magic jade Gongzi standing there alone?" Mentioning Xie Yan, Ye Yi remembered their conversation from before and tried to stop her. "Ignore him, the literary gathering is over, and you've both worked hard all day, so eat something quickly." But Rong seemed to be bewitched and insisted on going to Xie Yan, saying, "How can we do that? Magic Jade Gongzi is a famous figure in the Jianghu. We can't let it be said that we didn't entertain him well. You two wait for me, I'll invite him over for a meal." Rong, Shuju called out loudly from behind. But she had already run over there. It was rare for Ya Yi to have a chance to tease Shuju. "Haha, it's rare to see your esteemed wife pay attention to anyone other than you. This Xie Yan is indeed good-looking." Steward Shu gave a forced smile and said, "Gongzi, don't you know what Rong's personality is like?" He was smiling on the surface, but he was very upset inside. "Stop provoking me." His expression is changing with every action of his wife. Sun Rong was actually blushing and looking shyly at Xie Yan. Steward Shu froze on the spot upon witnessing this scene, wondering, why does it seem like Rong is very interested in Xie Yan? Is it just my imagination? Sun Rong walked over slowly and gently called out, "Shu Gongzi." Hearing someone call him, he turned around in confusion. The system also displayed a notification. Received original point of admiration, 0.01 points. Sun Rong received original point of appreciation, 0.01 points. Sun Rong, why are you standing here alone? Would you like to have a meal with this humble one? Look at that shy expression. Does she look like a married woman? Damn, all these girls flocking around Xie Yan are making us guys super jealous. Didn't she used to ignore us? Why is she giving young Master Xi the special treatment? Are we worse than Zhu Feng TCH? Even Manager Sun is sucking up to Zhu Feng. Look at Zhu Feng's face, then look at yours. Get real. The atmosphere at Manager Shu's table is darker than a black hole right now. Even after sitting down, Rong is still fawning over him. Young Master Xi, try this drunken shrimp. It's a Yudu specialty usually reserved for VIPs. Thank you, Nyonya-san. I'll give it a try, Xie Yan replied politely. Young Master Xi, don't be shy. Try this braised chicken feet too. The flavor is out of this world. And we also have 8 treasure duck and mushroom fish. Anyone who didn't know better would think Rong was Xie Yan's wife, not Manager Shu's. Shuju obviously couldn't take it anymore, his face twisted in annoyance. Rong, don't be so enthusiastic. Young Master Xi might feel uncomfortable. Rong, annoyed at being called out by her husband, retorted, I'm just being a good host. What's so overly enthusiastic about it? Why are you saying that, honey? Realizing his wife's tone was sharp, Shuju quickly corrected himself. No, that's not what I meant. I just meant, don't stare at young Master Xi so much. Now Sun Rong was throwing a tantrum back. Young Master Xi is a guest. Wouldn't it be rude if I didn't look at him? Honey, that's not what I meant either, Zhuju said, frustrated. Ya Yi, witnessing this domestic drama, had to step in as the reluctant mediator. All right, don't argue with a woman. It's true, Xu Feng is very popular with the ladies. Just coax her later and she'll be fine. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Why did young Master Xi change seats? I've been looking everywhere. The moment Ya Yi saw Yan Ruyu, he remembered what happened earlier. Yan Ruyu quickly said, Quick, girl, good thing he hasn't blurted it out yet. Ahem, you're back, Ruyu? Seeing her expression, Shuju forced a smile. It's been a while since I left. I hope you're not offended. But in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder. Why is Ya Yi looking at me like that? How strange. Sun Rong enthusiastically invited, Nyonya Yan, you're here. Perfect timing for dinner. Come on, Nyonya Yan, have a seat over here. As you wish, Yan Ruyu replied. Don't stand on ceremony, Nyonya Yan. Manhwa helplessly stepped in to defuse the situation for the couple, noticing the dark look on Shuju's face. Manager Sun, you don't need to fuss so much. Zhu Feng will help himself when he's hungry. You should eat too, Yan Ruyu chimed in without emotion. Nyonya Sun, Aren't you being a little too attentive to Shu Feng? Wrong, wrong, still smiling, enthusiastically catered to Shu Feng. Well, Master loves young Master Xi's poems the most, so as servants we naturally have to treat him well. Young Master Xi, try this dish too. Thank you. Xie Yan glanced at Shuju's expression and thought to himself, his wife is being this attentive in front of me, and he's still holding back.
Do I need to turn up the heat? Nah, if I'm being too enthusiastic, the one getting screwed is me. I better just wait, Yan Ruyu kept provoking.
But still, just what kind of love potion Yan Ruyu used on Sun Rong Rong?
Just then, Yan Ruyu's voice echoed in his ear through a secret sound transmission. Stop acting so polite, bro. Chat casually, preferably clink glasses, then casually put your arms around her waist. You need to up the skinship. Don't worry, I slipped her a little something earlier. She's all about you right now. She won't reject any of your moves.
Xie Yan, hearing her plan, couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Damn. And here I thought this enchantress had some real tricks up her sleeve. Turns out she still needs me to use my looks. Whatever, guess I'll have to do it my way. So he stood up and walked over to Shuju to offer him a drink.
Brother Shu, I'll toast to you. Your wife is truly enthusiastic. It must be a blessing to have a wife like that. In his mind, he chanted, Divine hatred, ghost aversion, divine hatred, ghost aversion. It's working. Drain their will. And Juju has already lost it. He won't explode on me if I just add a little bit more pressure.
His actions paid off. The system sent a notification that he had received 001 rage points from Shuju. A chilling atmosphere surrounded the table as Shuju pushed his chair back and stood up abruptly. Seeing his reaction, Yan Ruyu smiled. Is that all? I overestimated Shuju if he lost it this quickly?
Sun Rong Rong, seeing him act like that, also stood up and said loudly, Honey, what are you doing? Are we even going to eat in peace? Shu slapped her aside. Her action made Rong Rong extremely shocked.
Honey, calm down, let's talk this through, said Nyonya Ya Yi, who tried to step in.
But once anger reaches a boiling point, no one can stop it.
I just want to have a word with young Master Xi.
He turned to Xie Yan and unleashed all the pent-up frustration in his heart. The more I think about it, the less it makes sense, young Master Xin. We're straightforward people. Let's not beat around the bush. What's the meaning of your ode to the snail?
What do you mean, Manager Shu? Are you saying that Vice Sect Leader Shu doesn't deserve my poem? He replied calmly, thinking to himself, TCH, this guy's will is pretty strong. Even in his rage, he hasn't lost his mind and can still argue back.
Shuju's expression turned ugly, and he shouted, I'm a servant of the Master. Even in front of the Heavenly Emperor, I have to bow 3 times lower than the Master. That kind of poem. Young Master Xi is making light of the Master. I can't stand it. Good thing you're first-level Xiantian, and I am too. How about we settle this the martial arts way? In a fair fight.
Kong Rong Rong said. Husband, are you going crazy? How can you act like this to Shu Feng? Shuju snapped at her.
Shut up. This concerns the Master's reputation. What do women like?
You know, this isn't your place to speak. The trio, overhearing this, commented, In my opinion, he's just annoyed by the mistress. If it were someone else, he'd have spoken up sooner or later. Why insist on challenging Shu Feng at this particular moment? Shh, keep it down. This isn't something you can just blab about.
Xie Yan said, I'm being completely sincere. But Steward Xu insists I have ulterior motives. Do you really think your judgment is superior to Deputy Sect Leader Shu's? That you want to slap Deputy Sect Leader Shu in the face? If that's how it is,
then I can't refuse this duel, he angrily replied. You're pushing it too far.
Yan Ruyu said,
She Gongzi, I know you would never disrespect Shu Gongzi. Just explain things to Steward Shu, and this will be over. Don't agree, she thought. You think that's a good idea? Once Ge Huayu successfully plants a mind demon in Shuju during the duel, getting the key to the Xuanwu mechanism from them will be as easy as pie.
Shi Jian retorted angrily. How can I endure this? This Shuju slanders my admiration for Shu Gongzi. I must duel him, he thought. This vixen is really acting deep. In her heart she hates that I can't fight Shuju until the chickens fly and dogs bark, she softly said. Oh well, you have your own ideas. I can't dissuade you. Besides, if I say any more, you'll just get angry at me.
He looked at her slyly and said, Slander? Whether it's slander or not, you know best in your heart.
Xie Yan answered Steward Shu. All right, let's have a duel, he thought. Although I don't know Ge Huayu's tricks, I have Qing Huayu's earth-penetrating incantation that I can use. I have to beat the opponent to the point of near death first, and when their willpower is at its lowest point of despair, I can seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Therefore, a duel with Shu Jiu is inevitable. This unplanned event aligns with Yan Ruyu's plan. Shu Jiu's wife spoke up. Gongzi, please persuade the Xianggong and Xie Gongzi to stop. Yan Ruyu looked over at Xie Yan, gesturing to him not to be too ruthless and seriously injure Shu Jiu, remembering to take the initiative to admit defeat in the end, resolving the enmity. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to have a reason to approach him alone later. Xie Yan tacitly responded. Got it. Save your breath, he thought. Unfortunately, for the sake of the plan, I can't seriously injure Shuju's body, making the situation too ugly. So I can only use mental attack techniques that are invisible and formless, secretly weakening his willpower to the extreme. This, Buddha before Buddha after difficult, technique, may not have any effect when needed, except that others will not be able to see any clues from the person being attacked. It is indeed very suitable for the environment, saving face for the opponent. However, using this trick against a Xiantian master consumes too much demonic energy, cannot be used continuously, and the recovery time is slow, so it cannot achieve a perfect effect in combat with a Xiantian master. But since having the 6 Desires Golden Pill, everything is different. The existence of the 6 Desires Golden Pill seems to have made it possible for me to always unleash a large amount of Buddha before Buddha after difficult techniques non-stop. Although each use has a very poor effect on Xiantian masters, it gradually has an effect continuously. Xie Yan tacitly responded. Got it. Save your breath, he thought. Unfortunately, for the sake of the plan, I can't seriously injure Shuju's body, making the situation too ugly. So I can only use mental attack techniques that are invisible and formless, secretly weakening his willpower to the extreme. This, Buddha before Buddha after difficult technique, may not have any effect when needed, except that others will not be able to see any clues from the person being attacked. It is indeed very suitable for the environment, saving face for the opponent. However, using this trick against a Xiantian master consumes too much demonic energy, cannot be used continuously, and the recovery time is slow, so it cannot achieve a perfect effect in combat with a Xiantian master. But since having the 6 Desires Golden Pill, everything is different. Even though Yan Ruyu is a Xiantian master specializing in the soul, after being harassed by her for half an hour, her spirit became a little flustered, obviously weakened a lot. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt something was wrong and would rather die than fight me again, I could have even gotten Xingrier to use the earth-penetrating incantation on her if we fought for another half an hour. So I just need to drag this duel out for an hour. Xinjiu's willpower is obviously not comparable to Yan Ruyu. Maybe half an hour is enough. Xie Yan patted him on the shoulder and said, All right, Ya Yi stepped forward to stop them, saying, Have you two forgotten where this is? This is Hengwanggi. This is Yuefu's literary gathering. You can't just say duel and then duel, and what's with these ridiculous Jianghu rules? The Ode to the Frog poem is indeed magnificent and heroic. With the aura of an emperor, Yuefu is indeed a divine, martial, wise, and extraordinary person. But after all, Yuefu is the deputy sect leader of the Heart Demon sect, a subject of the great Han Empire. This poem is a bit too much, easily making people suspect that Yuefu has ulterior motives. Xi Gongzi, if you are famous in the Jianghu, how could you not know these things? Xie Yan replied, I didn't expect that even Ya Yi Daren would think of me like this. If that's the case, I'm too lazy to argue. The poem has already been written, and whatever you two think, I can only accept. He thought, what is this magic jade Gongzi thinking, after all? Oh well, even if he has some plans, if Steward Xu already has the intention, then let's take the opportunity to teach him a lesson, he continued. Steward Shu is also like this. The relationship between the emperor and his subjects is not wrong, but arguing in front of esteemed guests is unseemly. Grievances and disputes must indeed be resolved, but one must also be aware of the circumstances. Then let's use the rules of the literary gathering to resolve this. Therefore, I propose that the two of you use the Flying Flower Order game to compete. If it has led to such a situation, it will not damage the harmony. What do the two of you think? The two asked. Flying Flower Order. Ya Yi answered that all poem composition must follow certain rules. Each line of poetry must include a word from the previous line, but it cannot be repeated. Each person takes turns composing a line, with a time limit of 3 minutes. The poem must be completed within 3 minutes. If it is not completed, or if it is composed incorrectly, or if it is read incorrectly, then it is considered a violation of the rules. Everyone discussed. The N, flying flower order, requirement regarding the theme and style is very suitable for Yi Xiansheng's style. It seems this is not Steward Shu's forte. Xie Yan's poetic odes are famous everywhere, so why would Yi Xiansheng let Steward Shu compete in the kanai, flying flower order, with him? She thought, I didn't expect that Kui Jing would make such a difficult suggestion, a miscalculation. At that time, perhaps I should have had Zhang Taishu drag him out with me all along. Xie Yan asked Yi Xiansheng is so sure that he let Shu Steward compete in the flying flower order with me? Xie Yan thought, I know the flying flower order. I used to watch poetry conferences on TV back on Earth. You just need to use the key words in the poem. There is no limit to the layout. As long as the opponent does not have the key words, it is even simpler for me than the winding stream. This is not the key.
The key is that he must have planned for a literary competition, so how can I cheat?
Shu Steward spoke up. Gongzi, this way, Xie Yan replied.
Let both of you listen to me finish. A pure literary contest is really not suitable for the identity of a Xiantian expert, so I'll add another rule. During the process, the two of you can use the gongfa to deal with the opponent. Of course, this is Heng Wang Ge, surrounded by ordinary people, so this method cannot destroy or affect the surrounding environment. Otherwise, even if you read out the poem, you will still lose.
Yi Xiansheng looked over at Shu Jiu and said to Steward Shu, if I remember correctly, in the Yin Huang Sha Qi Gong, there is a trick called Gan Luang Huang Sha that can disrupt people's minds the most. It can be used right away.
I don't understand, Shu Jiu replied. That's right, but Gongzi, why are you having a flying flower order competition with him? I was just evaluating the level of a talented person. If we have a literary contest, I'm afraid I will lose, Yi said. According to news in the Jianghu, this person in the hospital, although unrestrained and indulgent, his strength cannot be underestimated. His actual combat strength is probably at the Xiantian second level. If you fight him, you will suffer a loss. If it's a literary contest, I can give you a hand. You just need to focus on using the bewitching chaos joyful kill to mess with your opponent, and of course you'll be able to teach him a good lesson, the old man replied.
So that's how it is. Young Master Xi's thoughts are truly thorough.
Yi continued. With young Master Xi's literary talent and martial arts skill, a competition like this surely won't be difficult for you, will it? He pondered, then replied, I can deploy disruptive cultivation techniques, but I'm not allowed to damage the surrounding environment.
Perhaps accepting this kind of competition is indeed reasonable. His eyes lit up as he thought, excellent. Buddha's Zen, Buddha's aftermath, perfectly aligns with Kui Jing's suggested method. Juju still has to face it. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Anyway, my plan requires everyone to know what happens here, but if I use the flower demonic deceitful sword in my match with Shuju, it would be extremely difficult to explain to them later. Of course, I could forcefully claim that the one who fought Shuju was Xie Yan disguised by Qin Xinzi. But what if the demoness is causing major trouble elsewhere during this time? That would be a mess. I could also use the Eternal Overlord first against Shuju, but that would inevitably lead Xu Min to suspect my identity as Xie Yan. Therefore, my previous plan always had hidden dangers. I had to consider the entire process, only focusing on evading and not actively attacking, trying not to reveal my characteristic cultivation techniques. But dealing with an innate master like that is extremely exhausting, and I wouldn't have the energy to shift to Buddha's Zen, Buddha's aftermath. Now that Kui Jing has proposed this competition method, it perfectly resolves all my hidden dangers, so how could I disagree, the old man said. If young Master Xi has agreed, then let's proceed as the young master suggested. The cousin whispered to him, Are you sure, bro? With this kind of exchange, can you plant a demonic seed in Shuju's heart? Plus, Kui Jing has no good intentions. He's definitely going to help Juju cheat. By then, he'll handle the poetry, Juju the martial arts, and you'll suffer a crushing defeat. He replied, Don't worry, I've been prepared for a long time, Yi continued. Then that's settled. This competition method can determine victory and defeat without needing to resort to blades or swords, so why not give it a try? Go prepare brushes, ink, and paper for Steward Xu and young Master Xi, the servant replied. Yes. 3 people discussed among themselves. I've never seen this form of flying flower order game before. Same here, old man he. My horizons have been broadened this time. Both are innate masters. I wonder whose cultivation technique is more powerful. Yi began reciting. Spring river, flower moon night, all things begin with spring. Let spring be the command word. He thought, excellent. It's not some strange topic. There are countless poems containing the word spring, the old man said.
The one giving the command uses spring as the starting word, and the one receiving the command must recite a 7-character regulated verse containing spring, where the word spring must be at the very end of the challenger's verse.
This cycle then repeats.
He suddenly thought, what the heck? Isn't it just about using the word spring? Now it's about changing its position too.
Xie Yan asked,
Young Master Xie, do you have any objections?
He replied, no objections, he thought. This poetry convention is going to be the death of me. So, the flying flower order game isn't that simple. This is troublesome now.
The cousin quickly asked, what's wrong?
There isn't really a problem, is there?
He replied, no, they're just showing off their meager skills before a master. He thought, I can only take a gamble. Who told me to pretend so hard before? Anyway, I was originally going to concede defeat. I just hope I can drag this on for a bit longer. I'd better not run out of words before I even break Shuju's spirit much. The old man continued, if young Master Xie has no objections, then the two of you may begin. Remember, each person only has 3 minutes to think.
Shuju said, young Master Xie, since I proposed this competition, let me go first.
He replied, no problem, please, he thought to himself. It's starting now. Chaos Lord is here. Buddha's Zen, Buddha's Aftermath. A challenge. The old man thought, no sound at all, no power whatsoever. If I hadn't felt a slight mental prick, I almost wouldn't have noticed he'd already made a move against me. This guy attacked me so quickly. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Yagi signaled Shuju, Steward Shu. Listen carefully. The first line is, the old man thought, unfortunately, this effect is weaker than an ant bite to me. If Xie Yan only stops at this level, then he's sure to lose this time.
People behind them were discussing, it's starting. I wonder what poem line Steward Xu will come up with. Mostly, I want to see what tricks Steward Xu will use to mess with young Master Xie.
The old man said, my first line, wind of spring, peach and plum blossoms open on a day, everyone exclaimed. Look, what kind of monstrous illusion is that in front of Steward Xu? So scary.
Bewitching chaos, joyful kill.
He continued reciting, autumn rain, phoenix tree, falling leaf season.
He remained unfazed by Shuju's move.
He thought, spring wind, peach and plum blossoms open on a day. Autumn rain, phoenix tree, falling leaf season.
People outside talked among themselves. Young Master Xie is being entangled by that demonic face.
Why isn't young Master Xie reacting at all? What's going on right now? This humble one doesn't quite understand, he thought to himself. If I must have spring as the second character, let me think. The old man said, young Master Xie, it's your turn, he thought. As expected of the demonic jade young master, his composure remains unchanged even if mountains crumble and rivers dry up before him.
He calmly closed his eyes and thought, the spring wind's way, 1 cup of wine. No, that won't do. Spring wind does not cross Jade Gate Pass. Ah, that's not right either. I have 3 minutes. I still have time. Don't rush,
he thought. My bewitching charm assault is a long-lasting, invasive attack. If you don't actively find a way to dispel it, you'll soon be wishing you could cry, but won't be able to. This slight tingling sensation is still there. This guy is still attacking me. Could it also be some kind of long-lasting attack? He'd already come up with a line, gathering everyone's attention. He's got it. Young Master Xie has his line already. Not even a minute has passed. To be tangled up by such a terrifying ghost face and still be so quick, truly worthy of Grandmaster Jiangling. Seriously, if it were me, I'd have totally peed my pants. No way I'd have the energy to think of a poem, he thought.
Wait, no rush. I'll speak after a few more seconds. The longer this drags on, the more advantageous it is for my opponent against me. Plus, I need to figure out what comes next. I need to link lines 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Let me think.
Yi said, young Master Xie, you still have 2 minutes. Please present your next line quickly, he replied. I know. Thank you, Master Yi, for the reminder. Shu Ju, on his side, was getting anxious. What exactly is this guy plotting? His attitude just now clearly showed he had a plan. Could he be intentionally enduring the bewitching charm assault for a bit longer, just to test his own resolve? That's right, it must be. This guy is really arrogant. HMPH, you'll regret this later.
Everyone outside was abuzz. Could young Master Xie still be affected by that ghost face? Yeah, otherwise, with his talent, he wouldn't be so slow, not even touching his brush. Time's almost up. Manager Shu's methods are truly formidable. What an eye-opener,
he thought. Alright, that's enough. If I drag this on any longer, I'll genuinely lose, he recited. Cold spring just passed. The year now wanes. A guest in sunlight. One slumber gains. This is my second line, Yi said. Young Master Xie, you can use a cultivation technique to disturb Manager Xu, you know? He replied, don't worry, Master, I've already deployed it. Yi was surprised. Since when? How come I didn't feel a thing? Everyone looked at each other, muttering. Young Master Xie deployed a technique. Really? He clearly just wrote a poem line and recited it. Why don't I see any reaction from Manager Xu?
There seems to be no reaction at all. Could it be that young Master Xie actually doesn't know this kind of technique, so it had no effect? What you two said makes sense, thought Ruyu. No mistake, this Gei Huayu guy used a mental attack technique on me earlier, secretly. Yet even Master Yi couldn't spot it. Can this really layer heart demons onto an opponent? He didn't even make an overt move, see? She felt a chill. Yi signaled Shu Ju. Manager Shu, Yi said. For a moment I couldn't tell if he deployed an attack. Are you all right? He replied. I'm fine. Xie Yan did attack me, but it wasn't enough to cause any real disruption. This method is very similar to a simple willpower pressure. It's quite effective against acquired realm cultivators and ordinary people, but for an innate realm cultivator it's just too weak, he thought. Perhaps Xie Yan doesn't have a firm grasp of mental attack martial arts. He can only use an outward projection of aura to disturb me. He knows he can't retaliate, so from the beginning he planned to fully defend, hoping to exhaust me to death. Looks like I overestimated him before. No attack, just pure defense, and you think you can harm me? Even if you're one of the 5 beauties and 5 young masters, you can't be that arrogant. He signaled Yi, and she continued. Yi declared. Listen closely, the third line, he thought. My bewitching charm assault has reached a state of perfected mastery, huh? Let's see how long you can hold out. He recited the third line. Lightly, the spring breeze stirs the well's clear face. On mountain peaks the slanting sun finds its place. The moves he used grew stronger and stronger. Yet Xie Yan's face remained impassive, completely unaffected. Everyone outside started chattering again. What do you guys think? Is young Master Xie really affected or not? He looks super calm, but didn't he take forever to think? Yeah, and Manager Zhu's side had almost zero hesitation. When did Manager Zhu get so fast? He thought. These 2 lines from Manager Zhu are actually kinda cute. Too bad. I don't have too many fancy tricks up my sleeve. I can only use poetry to get my point across. My next line, the 4th one, is Spring for grass and trees, alas, doesn't linger. 100 blossoms, red and purple, strive to soar. He thought, HMPH? So it's not that simple after all. Then let's continue. The 5th line, the 7th line. The bewitching charm assault between the two was a relentless back and forth, and everyone was buzzing. The manager is truly formidable, never hesitating to speak his mind. It feels so strange to compare Xi Gongzi's poetry skills. If you say he's strong, he's completely overwhelmed by Manager Zhu. But if you say he's weak, he replied. The 8th line is, Fang Shu Wu Ren Hua Zi Luo, Chun Shan Yi Lu Diao Kong Ming. He thought, damn, this line is too hard to think of. My brain is about to explode. Why didn't I study more poetry back then? People outside continued. Attack! He countered non-stop, always able to come up with the next line at the last minute. Zhu Ju on the other side was also sweating. I've been thinking for so long, if I don't use my bewitching carnage to its full potential, I feel so drained after this. Could it be because of Xie Yan's interference? Impossible. That guy doesn't know spiritual attacks at all. He's just relying on the pressure of the acquired realm. How could he have the ability to disturb me? Good, he doesn't dare open his eyes. Probably worried that he'll let me see how greatly he's been affected. Let all the demons and monsters come out. Even a 2nd-level acquired realm expert would be thrown into mental chaos. Let's see how you continue later. The 9th line, the 11th line, the 13th line. After one incense stick of time, he thought, I finally came up with the 32nd line, but I can't think of the 34th line at all. It's too hard. If I had known it would be this difficult, I wouldn't have agreed to Kui Jing's suggestion. Fighting Shu Ju would have been much simpler. Why invite so much trouble? But this Kui Jing is really something. He doesn't even have to think about each line, he just opens his mouth and says it. Shu Ju on the other side was also thinking intensely. No, it's impossible. I've brought out all the 4th-level demons and monsters, and have been constantly trying to disrupt his mind, so how can he always come up with the next line in the last few seconds? He tiredly wrote the line of poetry. Someone's calling Manager Shu. Manager Shu thought, that Dazi is collapsing. The Buddha before and Buddha after difficulties of this grandpa have been unceasing. Plus, he frantically spent a lot of energy to disturb me, exhausted both internally and externally, and finally collapsed. The mental fortitude of my S+ level fighter can't be disturbed by your little tricks, friend Shuju. You're admitting defeat this time, right? This kind of situation proves that his mental strength is about to damage his foundation. He's at the end of his rope. Almost there, can't wait for him to collapse completely. Time for my performance, he said while holding the brush and writing the 30-second line. Yun shui liu chun kuo yu jin, yun zhang luo yue xie xia. The people outside shouted. I was so wrong. I used to be disrespectful to Xie Yan. Today, meeting Xi, this deity, I realize how crude I am. Immortal Xi is definitely a banished immortal. The screen displayed. Received 0,001 points of awe. Kui Jing received 0,001 points of awe. Yan Ruyu received 0,001 points of awe. Zhuju received 0,001 points of worship. Sun Rongrong received 0,001 points of worship. Liu Chuanwen received 0,001 points of worship. Han Yuanhong received 0,001 points of worship. Liu Sui. Xie Yan smiled. Awesome. I even got a bunch of origin points. I'll give myself 100 points this time. Let's continue the show. Seeing Xie Yan falling freely, Yan Ruyu was a little flustered. She immediately stepped forward to catch him, asking, Are you okay? Xie Yan pretended to be tired and leaned on her. Just overexerted myself? A little unsustainable? Don't worry. Actually, the two of them were whispering to each other. Ya Yi asked him. What exactly do you want to do? Xie Yan said. Everything is still in my hands. Just sit back and watch my performance. The people below started gossiping. Strange. Why did I feel just now that Xie Gongzi was a celestial being descending to earth, inviolable by gods? So it wasn't just little Sheng who mistakenly thought so. What's going on? Shu Ju, while supporting Kong Rongrong, asked, Ya Yi Ji Yu Ye, is Rongrong okay? After examining her, Ya Yi replied, Her spirit is a bit tired, but physically she hasn't suffered any serious damage. Shu Ju looked at Xie Yan, thinking to himself, although this guy made a big commotion just now, judging from his appearance, he clearly had a flaw, so my attack was also effective. But he tried so hard to resist the whole time, and only collapsed completely just now. He and Ya Yi whispered. Xie Yan's technique seems to make ordinary people worship him madly after being hit by it, but it only has a slight effect on us acquired realm cultivators. Manager Wu said, Ji Yu Ye, don't underestimate him. At first, Xie Yan's move didn't show any signs. It was silent and imperceptible like water wearing away a stone. It was my carelessness. In reality, this kid is very strong at spiritual attacks. Ji Yu Yi can judge him to have broken the rules for affecting the people around him, whether that's okay or not, but if he doesn't care about face, seizing on the point that they weren't truly injured, saying that the outsiders were just worshipping him from the bottom of their hearts, if we insist on judging him as a loser like that, those scholars who aren't proficient in martial arts might even think we're petty. Then forget it. If we win against him, we have to win honorably. That's right. I see that his mental state is still a little worse than yours. If it continues, it will be difficult. Manager Wu, can you still hold on, Ji Yu Ye? Rest assured, I will definitely not let him show off anymore. Kong Rongrong at the side advised, Xianggong, why don't you just stop? Your face has turned pale. I'm worried that something unexpected will happen to you. But Shu Ju firmly opposed. Even if he dies, he can't retreat. Xie Yan suddenly spoke up. Manager Shu, Ya Yi Shansheng, please listen to me for a moment. Ya Yi immediately interrupted him. If Xie Gongzi wants to explain the accident just now, there's no need. Let's continue with the next round. Xie Yan said, Ya Yi has misunderstood. I don't intend to quibble about the incident just now. He asked, What does Xie Gongzi want to say? Xie Yan lowered his head. I didn't expect Steward Shu to be excellent in both poetry and martial arts. Not only did he withstand my attack without affecting others, but he also pushed me to this extent. I am unskilled and cannot control my martial arts. It's truly embarrassing. Xie Yan suddenly looked up and apologized. I have disturbed everyone. I am truly ashamed. According to the rules, I have lost. Everyone chimed in. Young Master Xi, it's nothing. This humble one is not injured. Why would you concede?
That's right, the only impact this humble one has suffered is to admire young Master Xie even more. But what does that matter? Young Master Xie is already admired by everyone. Young Master Xie, don't give up, Xie Yan said wearily. You are unaware, but I am already at the end of my rope. I originally intended to yield a little in the end. But unexpectedly, not only did I fail to defeat Steward Xu, but I also caused trouble for innocent people. Instead of reluctantly continuing, I might as well bow my head and admit defeat, retaining a bit of final dignity. In fact, immediately after Steward Xu raised the issue, I realized something was wrong. It's just that my forte happened to coincide with the beautiful scenery, the wine, and that little frog appeared at just the right moment, stimulating my inspiration to erupt. After all, I am Xie Yan of Jiangling, and Mr. Yi is also a literary man, so perhaps he will understand this so-called inspiration.
Even if I encounter a similar beautiful scene in the future, I will no longer have the same sentiment as before. Despite the poem exceeding my authority, I still created it. Now that I have fallen into this situation, I can only blame myself. After speaking, he coughed a few more times to make it seem real. Yi and Shuju were also convinced by Xie Yan's words. Yi thought to himself, it is common for young people to be a bit arrogant. If I were to truly take it to heart, I was even more reckless when I was young. Moreover, he can pick it up and put it down. This quality is extremely valuable and worth befriending. Making friends is better than making enemies. Why not take a step back? So finally, Yi delivered his verdict. I declare this competition, Xie Yan interjected. But I have violated the rules, Yi then explained. Young Master Xie did affect the people next to him, but Steward Xu had already suffered a mental breakdown and could not think of the next line of poetry within 3 minutes. A draw is the most reasonable outcome. Kong Rong Rong also added a few words. It's a draw, my lord. Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Listen to me this once. Considering that Xie Yan could persist under his fourfold chaotic pleasure kill for so long and almost shattered his spirit, Shuju also agreed with this outcome. Everyone around praised Xie Yan and Shuju, believing that both of them were very powerful. Xie Yan bowed his head. I hope Shuju will forgive me. Reciprocating, Shuju also bowed his head to apologize to Xie Yan. Yi, standing in the middle, waved his hand. All right, you two don't need to flatter each other anymore. He turned to Xie Yan and said, I see that young Master Xi's spirits are low. How about staying for one night and leaving tomorrow? Before Xie Yan could finish speaking, he continued, I have a unique martial art called the Scripture of Literary Virtue, which can allow one to reflect on themselves through appreciating literary works, and it is very effective in circulating the spirit. Young Master Xi can stay in the same room as me, so we can talk about poetry until we die, learn about life, and restore our energy. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Xie Yan was stunned by what he heard. Yaru Yu tactfully declined. Mr. Yi, that's not very convenient. This servant is sharing a room with young Master Xie. If you steal him away, what will this servant do? Yi still didn't give up, Miss Yan. Young Master Xi is already like this. Even if you want it, I'm afraid young Master Xi can't satisfy you. Why don't you hand him over to me, and let me relieve his pressure, ensuring he can recover more than half of his strength by tomorrow. The two secretly discussed their next move. Xie Yan spoke first. Quickly think of a way to get rid of Kui Jing. If he gets entangled with me, the plans afterward won't be able to be carried out. Yaru Yu was also helpless. If you weren't so arrogant, Kui Jing wouldn't value you so much. I can't think of anything good right now. How about you temporarily go along with him, and then find an opportunity to sneak out? Although Yaru Yu said to go along with him first, Xie Yan certainly didn't want to. He said, Mr. Yi's suggestion is very good. I will keep it in mind. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. All right, if young Master Xi is unwilling, then don't force him. I just left, and you guys are making such a big commotion. You really are full of energy. The speaker was Zhu Min. Yaru Yu asked in confusion, Lord Zhang, why have you returned? Lord Zhang then replied, You guys are making too much noise. I really couldn't hold him back. Rest assured, he will leave soon. Xu Min loudly berated, competing over victory and defeat with guests. Who treats guests the way you do? Shu Ju, what kind of business are you running? Making them bow their heads and admit their mistakes. He snorted coldly. I'll settle the score with you later. Then he changed to a kind face and said to Xie Yan, The servants are impolite, young Master Xin. Don't take it to heart. He laughed heartily and began to ramble. Zhu Ju is just worrying about nonsense. I think the Ode to the Frog is very good, very worthy of me.
I don't think it's exceeded any limits. The great Han doesn't have the saying of exceeding limits. Young Master Xie, if you have any more poems like Ode to the Frog, in the future, write them all for me.
Yao Ruyu took the opportunity to communicate telepathically with Lord Zhang, hoping he would take Kui Jing away as well. Lord Zhang then replied, "This is not a difficult matter, and I already agreed with your master at the beginning. I will definitely do it well. But, getting too close to Xu Min, I have to re-evaluate my relationships in court." Finally, Lord Zhang left a sentence. "Go back and tell your master, don't look for me in the next few days." After finishing, he turned to Xu Min and said, "Vice Sect Master Xu, if there is nothing else here, let's go back and continue enjoying the moon. Hermit Songba and Mr. Yi Gi are still waiting for us." Xu Min, hearing this, also expressed his agreement. Zhang Deren seized the opportunity to say that he wanted Ya Yi to go with them, and Xu Min didn't object either. He even wanted to drag Xie Yan along, but, of course, he politely refused, citing health reasons. Seeing how weak Xie Yan was, Xu Min didn't force him. He thought to himself, "He's talented, but his kidneys are weak. Seems like nobody can have it all." After saying that, he handed Xie Yan over to Xu Ju, reminded him to rest, and then left. Xu Ju came to their room and reminded Xie Yan and Yao Ruyu to get some rest. Yao Ruyu told him to go do his own thing and not worry about that. Seeing Xu Ju gradually leaving, Xie Yan jumped out of bed, looking perfectly healthy. It was only now that Yao Ruyu realized he was fine all along, Xie Yan dismissively said. "Does this bull-like physique of mine look like something's wrong?" Yao Ruyu continued. "I also thought you were acting, but resisting Xu Ju's mental attack for so long, you'd be at least a little injured. I didn't expect," Xie Yan affirmed. "Xu Ju wants to hurt me. He's not worthy," Yao Ruyu asked. "You must have planted a heart demon on Xu Ju, right? The opportunity to be alone just now was so good. Why didn't you just strike? I thought you were really injured and needed to rest, but now I can't see any injuries." Xie Yan explained his plan. "Now the best time is when he's asleep. I'm not completely sure about striking directly when he's awake." Hearing this, Yao Ruyu couldn't help but worry. It's so lively outside. When will he go to sleep? Moreover, what if he doesn't sleep all night? Xie Yan reassured her. "Don't panic. He might seem strong outside, but inside he's withered and weak. He won't last." Half an hour later, the servants began to clear the tables and chairs, and the guests said goodbye to Xu Ju and Kong Rongrong and left. Xu Ju held his forehead, looking exhausted. Seeing this, Kong Rong told him to go rest, and that she would take care of things here. Xu Ju clenched his fist. This Xie Yan's methods are truly mysterious. Normally, a mental attack would dissipate after some time, but his attack still hasn't stopped. It hurts more and more. I only gradually realized it, and I'm getting weaker and weaker. Kong Rong quickly helped him back to his room, leaving everything else to the servants. Once there, Xu Ju wanted to get intimate with Kong Rong, but she politely refused without thinking much, saying that his health wasn't good, telling him, "Go rest." She softly persuaded, "I also want to comfort you, but you've been busy with the literary gathering these past few days, and you're injured. Once you're better, I'll definitely satisfy you." Xu Ju agreed. "As expected, you care about me, my wife. These past few days have really been tiring, so..." But before he could finish his sentence, Kong Rong collapsed in his arms. Although he found it a bit strange that Kong Rong fell asleep so quickly, Xu Ju quickly reasoned that it was because she had been working hard these past few days and also didn't know martial arts, so it was normal for her mental state to be a bit weak. Immediately after, he held his head. The dizziness grew stronger and stronger, and soon he also fell asleep. A figure appeared outside the window. The person cast the yin incantation ecstasy art, and that person was none other than Yao Ruyu. She looked at the two people sleeping soundly on the bed and said, "All right. If he doesn't face a life-threatening crisis this time, Xu Ju probably won't wake up. But it's the first time I've seen this move of mine being so effective against a Xiantian master." Xie Yan walked in from outside the door. "I told you, Xu Ju's willpower is already a bit weaker than the average person, even inferior to a Wang Jieho Tianba Juchong. He would have fallen asleep on his own after a while, just not as quickly as with your method." "Now there's nothing here that can threaten them anymore," Xie Yan asked Yao Ruyu to hand over the western shell. She handed him a box, reminding him, "Even the amber box is here. The amber is nothing, but I spent a fortune to buy this kind of copy-proof box, so be careful and place it gently. Don't break it." Xie Yan took the box and ordered her to stand guard outside. Yuru was slightly annoyed. "Xie Gongzi, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm afraid of secretly learning your cultivation techniques?" Xie Yan calmly said, "If you dared to secretly learn them,
You wouldn't be standing in front of me right now. I'm worried someone will come looking for Zhu Jiu, and I need you outside to improvise and lead them away. After saying that, he kicked her out, telling her, keep a careful watch and don't peek. Yue Ru crossed her arms, irritated. What a jerk! Only knows how to order me around. She pressed herself against the door. Xie Yan said, if I tell you not to look, you definitely will. Suddenly, Xie Yan opened the door, throwing a little ghost at her like a demon, saying you'd be lonely outside, so I got this little ghost to keep you company. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving Yu Ru on the ground, clutching her butt. Because Yu Ru's 5 elements escape technique can be used for peeping, Xie Yan can't guard against it, so having a little ghost monitor her will give him peace of mind. According to Yu Ru's plan, he should next impersonate Shu Jiu and enter the Xuanwu mechanism, using the Western shell transformation to exchange for the real thing. That way, without anyone knowing, Xu Min might not discover the truth for a long time. Xie Yan conjured a green flame and burned the amber box Yue Ru just gave him, because his plan doesn't need it. In the blink of an eye, the box had turned into smoke. Xie Yan smiled and said, now let's start my plan. He reached out to Qing telling it to start quickly. Well, after asking for some important information, he'll let Qing use the transformation spell to turn him into Shu Jiu. It's a pity that the transformation spell has never been perfect from beginning to end. It can be exposed by touching his face, but surely no one is bored enough to touch Zhu Jiu's face. Qing approached Shu Jiu, laughing. Qing has been practicing the posture for casting this spell for a long time for tonight. Now I can finally make a move. Half an incense stick later, Xie Yan, in Shu Jiu's form, came out. If you only look at the appearance, no one would recognize that it's a fake Shu Jiu. He said, I've asked everything clearly. Leave the next actions to me. You go back to your room and wait for my news. Yue Ru's eyes lit up. She jumped up and moved closer to the fake Zhu Jiu, gushing. Before I met Xie Yan, I didn't think senior brother could imitate Shu Jiu so well. It's hard to imagine this is a fake face that was just created. She then reached out and touched the face of the fake Shu Jiu. Get your claws off. How dare you touch this master's face? Senior brother, why so fierce? I just want to touch the mask. I won't take advantage of you, he snapped. Hands off. In short, no touching. Zhu Jiu is sleeping like a log. No need for someone to guard here anymore. Oh right, according to the plan, to avoid danger, shouldn't you go back to your room and use your special move to imitate our movements, creating an alibi? What are you dawdling for? She replied. I know. Can't you be a little nicer to me, senior brother? But senior brother knows my methods, so to get a fake statue, I still need senior brother to cooperate a little. She whispered in his ear. Give me your body. He was horrified. What are you thinking? I definitely won't let you defile my body. I just need a little bit of your life force to cast the ghostly ecstasy shadow technique. Senior brother knows. Moreover, I don't want your real body. Just give me an item that's connected to you, senior brother. You're not kidding, you ghost. Anything that's touched my hand can be considered connected to me. You can have it. He then left, saying, and go back. To avoid others finding out, let the girl stay. Trisk, so the old man is just scared and tense. Will Qing be exposed? This Yue Ru is me. The more I don't respect her, the less she suspects me. Even if she suspects, she'll only do it secretly in her heart. Nothing will happen. Qing isn't afraid of her. The master gave such an important task to Qing how can I not be nervous? Rest assured, I'm always watching you. According to the information that I have, and with the earth charm, the Xuanwu mechanism must have Zhu Jiu's true key to be opened. Now, only you can help me, master. Do your best. Okay, Qing will do her best. I don't know the Wuxiang decisive art, so I can't mimic Shuju's true Q. Even if I have Shuju's face, I still can't get into the turtle shell, so I can only rely on Qingwer's ghost powers or mind control to manipulate Shuju's body. Luckily, Shuju's spiritual strength right now is, at best, comparable to a late heaven stage 8th or 9th level expert, which is exactly within the range that Qingwer can handle, according to Qingwer. Yan Ruyu's female ghost named M.I. Leng doesn't have ghost powers or mind control abilities, which is good. It won't trigger any suspicions for her. As night falls, a pair of ghostly hands are creeping around. Tresk, I just said it wouldn't attract suspicion, and here comes Yan Ruyu again. Is she slapping my face? Why did senior brother wrap Shu Jiu and his wife up like this? Could there be something he doesn't want others to see? Something he doesn't want this servant to know? She lifts the blanket, and surprisingly, the two are fast asleep. She says, senior brother didn't even take off his coat for him. How careless. She gently touches his smooth face. Oh well, If I accidentally make Shuju too comfortable, it'll be a mess. Half an hour probably won't wake him up. This servant will go back to her room then, huh? Luckily, Master had Qingjier use the shape-shifting charm to transform me into Shuju's appearance early on. Maybe Qinger already made her suspicious. Although she snuck in to peek, she didn't do anything, didn't reach out to touch my face. The shape-shifting charm can't withstand someone touching it. Qinger, where are you? Actually, I'm not worried about Yan Ruyu suspecting me anymore. As long as I go to Western Blue Nation to break the heart-swearing demon, even if she knows everything, she'll pretend not to. But still, if I can act, I should still act. Being too obvious won't be good for either of us. Glug, glug. We've entered the water. I see the iron turtle. Master, glug, glug. Can you see anything? Qingshare? Zhu doesn't know how to dog paddle. Switch to another posture. Qinger, are you really okay? But I can only rely on you now. Qing Frere, I'm emphasizing this to you one more time. Shu Ju, as Shu Min's trusted steward, has quite a lot of power. The guards inside this large turtle's body are all puppets. You're acting in Shu Ju's identity, so they won't react at all. The only thing you need to watch out for is the puppet leader named Kui Lu, who guards the core power center and the treasure vault. He's a puppet with sentience. Qingzher only needs to follow the decree to tell it to open. How could Ju be like this, and then like that? The monster opens its mouth wide. It's so dark. Don't be afraid. Take it slowly. We don't need to rush. According to Shu Ju's description, to enter the treasure vault, you have to go through this thing's power room. From here on out, the defenses inside will be relatively strict, and you might even run into the puppet named Kui Lu. Cheer up, Qinger. The next stretch of road is the most difficult. Don't worry, Master. I'm here, Master. What's going on? A bunch of people are tied up. What is this room? Is this what they call the power room? How tragic. The people locked here have all had their legs chopped off, and there's also one who is dying and about to die. Moreover, Qing Sire can feel their life force seemingly being absorbed non-stop. Could it be that this mechanical beast relies on human lives to start up? Who are you? Liu Zhipeng. No, now you've changed your name to Shu Ju. I know it's you. You bastards still have the face to come here. In the past, your master never mistreated you, never thought you would repay kindness with hatred, betraying the sect like this. You ungrateful wretch. Shu Ju, you traitor. You. Return Jugor to me. Return my wife and children to me. Return the lives of the 29 disciples in the mountain sect to me. Dude, what do we do? Should we help him, Qinger? Go ask him what the hell happened? Screw it all, these puppets. You're Ziju now. They won't stop you. Hey, my guy, who are you? What's going on here? If you got beef, go to Ziju. No, find me, Ziju. What the hell are you quacking about? Your voice, your breath. I'd recognize it even if you turned to ash. You betrayed the whole gang at Shan Men for Shu Min's favor? You want to use them to forge Kim Nan? Your master was too old and blind to see your schemes, so you locked him up in here, torturing him day and night. You just want to use us to power up this puppet? This is messed up, sad, and hateful. You dog traitor, Ziju. You're going straight to hell when you die. You'll drop down to the 18 levels of hell and never be reincarnated. So everyone here is just livestock, captured by Ziju and Shu Min for this beast. Basically living batteries, trapped in a state of living hell. This is how the Xinma sect rolls. I thought those demonic cultivators just practiced using yin to replenish yang, buying and selling, caring more about killing than burying. I didn't expect that, sir. He's so pitiful. Should we save him? He's lost all will to live. Even if I use Nirvana Finger to save him, he'd just be driven by hatred down the path of revenge until he destroys himself. Besides, Nirvana Finger can't fix broken bones, and I can't protect them all under Shu Min's nose. The best I can do is give them release. Let's focus on our mission for now. Okay. He put his hands in place to open the door. He groaned. Manager Shu. Someone's gotten in, saying loudly, "You shouldn't be here. The Xuanwu mechanism is in lockdown. What are you doing here?" Yin energy started to spread. The guy kept yelling, "Manager Shu." He pointed at him and shouted, "Kui Lu, do you know your crime?" He was stunned. What crime? I'm ignorant. Please tell me what I did wrong. You're in charge of guarding the core of the puppet beast, but you failed to keep a close watch and let these people have the strength to wiggle around. Luckily, I was worried that Wei Yumei and Mo Yu Gongzi were messing with the treasure upstairs, so I checked the vault and prevented a disaster. If something happened here, what would your crime be? I understand. Please punish me. Considering your loyalty to the master, I can spare you. I'm going to check the treasure in the vault, guard these guys, don't let them cause any more trouble. Then Manager Shu opened the door and went inside. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close.
Good thing Chinger's acting was on point. Then I'll be here. Xie Yan as Ziju also began to act. Finally, the crucial moment has arrived. Going along with Yan Ruyu's plan could indeed get me the water butterfly safely, but my main goal this time has never been the water butterfly. I want to use Yan Ruyu's plan to steal the treasure, creating a full-blown conflict between Ge Yi and Shu Min, giving myself a legitimate opportunity to escape from the Heart Demon sect. In Yan Ruyu's plan, this switch would happen secretly, leaving no trace, but I can't do that. I must leave some commotion, directing all the blame towards Ge Huayu, making Shu Min believe that Ge Huayu is up to no good. As for you, I know you're someone Ge Huayu sent to monitor me. I won't hurt you, but Ge Huayu wants you to help me with my loneliness, so letting me vent a little shouldn't be a problem, right? The slaves outside are blushing and praising so loudly. Doing something so dirty is one thing, but being so exaggerated about it, so loud. Yan Ryu is really working hard. Such a big commotion, no one won't know? Good, as long as I don't get disturbed, I can rest easy. Next, I'll stay here. Shu Ju, whom Qingshikor is impersonating, is also taking action. After getting angry, she's robbing. With only Qingshikor in the Kuilu vault, she can take the stuff easily. Qing Lacquer comes out and orders, "You guys take people to check the rest. I'll head back first. Let's add a few more symbolic actions, intentionally letting them discover the loophole and chase after them." It has also been discovered that the treasure has disappeared. Steward Xu has a problem, and I've already swapped identities with Qing Seer a long time ago, waiting here for a while to see if I can turn this place upside down. Under the ground, countless corpses are lying around. Kuilu was knocked away, his whole body slammed into the wall. He knelt on the ground, panting, so strong. Fortunately, there wasn't even a bit of true Q injury, luckily dodging the direct hit, or else I would have been done for just now, he thought. But he didn't understand. What was the reason? Why would Steward Xu do these things? Did he betray us? Kuilu rushed up angrily, vowing to report this to the master. Xie Yan, in Shunju's guise, tilted his body slightly to the side, perfectly dodging the attack. Not only that, but he also raised his fist to strike back at Kuilu, causing him to be knocked back several meters again. Before he could recover, Kuilu looked at the scene before him, unable to hide his shock. Xie Yan raised his hand high, a huge force surging forth. This momentum, the blow in the tunnel just now, wasn't his full strength. Kuilu tried his best to dodge. Absolutely can't let him hit me. The attack, with terrifying destructive power, caused a huge tremor. The water is rising higher and higher, heading straight for the Xuanwu. Strange phenomena also appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a heavy rain poured down, making everyone extremely confused. Xie Yan breathed out a sigh of relief. This thing is really tough. I'm impressed. Alright, this commotion should definitely be big enough. I've given up the 100 shields of knowing breath seal, just waiting for someone to come over. TCH. The clothes from this transformation spell can actually expand with my muscles. Normal clothes would have exploded a long time ago. As long as it doesn't have to withstand attacks from innate true Q, the transformation spell can withstand quite a bit. The weather is changing unpredictably. Just now there was a sudden rainstorm, now a hurricane has risen. Haven't you guys figured it out yet? This is caused by innate experts fighting nearby, and their realms are definitely not low. Zhu Min appeared in the air like a god, he said. Unexpectedly, there are people who don't know what's good for them, daring to cause trouble at my banquet. He knew at a glance that this wasn't the real Shuju. Shuju wasn't capable of such kung fu. Who are you? Or rather, how long have you been hiding this from me? No matter what your purpose is, since you've made this choice, your ending will only be. With that, he transformed into a gigantic dragon, flying straight towards Xie Yan. He chuckled lightly. Not bad for the vice sect leader of the Heart Demon sect, 4th level of the immortal realm. Facing Shu Min, the transformation spell definitely wouldn't hold up. Let's go with a physical approach. Getting to directly clash with a powerhouse at the 4th level of the immortal realm is truly exhilarating. Wind and storms raged in all directions. The sky was pitch black, and there wasn't a single person on the street. The giant dragon appeared and disappeared amidst the dark clouds. Xie Yan flew straight towards Zhu Min. Suddenly, he abruptly closed in. To think you could still survive my attack. Your martial arts aren't bad. Too bad. But then, he noticed something was off. When did this guy cover his face? Wait, why is he smiling like he knows something? His intention. He frantically turned his head. Inside the outer shell of Xuanwu, what on earth is this feeling? So comfortable. So satisfied. It's like being in paradise. I've suffered for too long. Just a moment of peace is enough. A temporary flash of brilliance is fine.
even if it's just an illusion. Please, release me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanwu emitted a dazzling light. It was finally freed, and Zhu Min could only stare in astonishment. After regaining his senses, he shouted in fury, "How dare you!" But in the blink of an eye, Xie Yan was already gone. A satisfied smile plastered on his handsome face.
Zhu Min calmly watched him leave, scoffing. "Runs fast, doesn't he?"
A subordinate came to report to him, and he simply said, "I know everything already."
Zhu Min thought to himself, "I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. No wonder he's so bold. The scent of Bai Dunjiji on him is so strong."
"You can run, but you can't hide? You think I really don't know who you are, Gei Huayu?"
Someone ran over and asked, "Are you all right, father-in-law?" "Who was the attacker?" Zhu Min replied, "I'm fine, but I'm a little sad about the treasure I've cherished for so many years. As for the attacker, I have an idea in my heart," he added.
"Find Shu Ju and see where Yaoruyu and Xie Yan are now." Everyone in the mansion was extremely worried and panicked. Who on earth would dare to provoke the old man? The commotion he caused just now was too great. They looked back at the room, whispering quietly. But despite the earth-shattering events outside, those two are still continuing their business. Maybe it's not a big deal in the eyes of a fourth-level Immortal Realm expert. "Young Master A, Yan, you're amazing."
Precious darling, so all the sounds and images they heard were fake and deliberately created. Yaoruyu thought to herself inside the room. Was that commotion just now Zhu Min making a move who was fighting him? At this time, other than Gei Huayu, I'm afraid there's no one else, right?
Facing Zhu Min, this guy will either die or be skinned alive. The most important thing is that when he can't even take care of himself, he's very likely to abandon me and run away on his own.
As expected, men are not to be trusted.
All my faith in him was wasted. If he runs away, there's no point in me staying here. But once I leave, Zhu Min will definitely be suspicious. But if I continue to stay here, if Zhu Min comes here and doesn't find Xie Yan, I won't be able to avoid being implicated either. Her mind was racing. Then she looked up at the door. What? Why'd all the servants outside go quiet all of a sudden? A sudden, intense fear gripped her. The door slowly creaked open. Yaoruyu. But surprisingly, the one who opened the door and walked in was Xie Yan. He said, "What's all this trash talking about me while sitting on the floor?" Yaoruyu yelled. "Cut it out, Huayu." Xie Yan recalled how smoothly the plan had gone. As soon as I was out of Zhu Min's sight, I immediately activated the concealed aura jade pendant. After Qinghe met me at the entrance, she directly took Shuju's body back to the room. Throughout the whole thing, Zhu Min could only find the deliberate traces I left for him. As for everyone else around this room, they're just a bunch of unskilled servants. Qing Bader's 100 souls seizing body technique could easily take care of them, making sure they wouldn't see my return. Xie Yan then said to Yaoruyu,
"Good thing I managed to control everyone outside, otherwise you acting alone would have definitely exposed us." She shot back, "You're telling me I, this humble servant, was scared stiff by you? What in the world did you even do? Why was there such a huge commotion? Did you get the live corpse blood butterfly?" He immediately replied, "It wasn't me.
I was being incredibly careful, you know." Then he slammed the door shut. "I got the live corpse blood butterfly. As for why there was such a massive commotion outside, I can tell you this. Some reckless brute appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the mysterious martial construct beast."
"If I hadn't been avoiding Zhu Min's sudden appearance, I would have been back much sooner," Yaoruyu said.
"That massive sound was from the construct beast burning up." "Who did it?" Xie Yan replied. "I was busy dodging Zhu Min. How could I stop to see who it was? But deep down, she was still suspicious. No way that's a coincidence. 80% chance this guy did it. What exactly is he up to? Anyway, I had nothing to do with the chaos outside. If Zhu Min couldn't catch that reckless brute, he might come check on us." "Now, withdraw your alluring charm," he said, immediately pulling her hand. "Let's get into bed and do stuff to prevent Zhu Min from finding any flaws." Yaoruyu grabbed him. "Wait, young Master Xie." Xie Yan looked at her. Then they both looked at each other again. The air was thick with awkwardness. Eventually, they each lay down on opposite sides. "All right, you can continue screaming now." Yaoruyu sat up and continued. "What are you even thinking? Zhu Min is super cunning. He's eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. How could he be so easily fooled?" "Are you underestimating him or overestimating him?" Xie Yan retorted. "Isn't it both? Why can't he be fooled? You think he's actually going to come sneak into our room to check?" She then offered her opinion.
Young Master Xie, faking normal intimacy is fine, of course, but you were injured fighting Zhuju earlier. From an outsider's perspective, tonight we must be dual cultivating to heal your wounds. Otherwise, how can we explain the intense atmosphere I, this humble servant, created earlier, he questioned. Dual cultivation, that's right, dual cultivation, she confirmed. Zhu Min might not be able to tell if we've actually done it, but he can definitely tell if our yin and yang are harmonious, if our souls and bodies have intertwined. This isn't something I can just scream a couple of times to cover up, Xie Yan thought to himself. Damn it, before I only ever dual cultivated with Shinxinzi, that demoness. I totally didn't think about this, but Yaoruyu is right. Zhu Min actually can spot this problem, so in the end, I still have to sell my body. Alright, it's come to this final step. No point in being stubborn now, he told himself. Just do it.
Yaoruyu said angrily. Young Master Xie, your attitude right now is really hurting my self-esteem.
Xie Yan replied.
Less talk, more action. Hurry up, I feel like Zhu Min is almost here.
She whined. Young Master Xie, you only know how to bully me. You're truly a meanie. She leaned close to his ear and whispered.
But you're so handsome, I won't hold a grudge against you anymore.
Xie Yan pushed her hand away.
Hey, dual cultivation is dual cultivation, but let's not get too handsy. Young Master Xie, you really need to relax. If you're like this, I don't even know where to begin. She then pointed to her hand. Check your hands, then we can talk. Xie Yan sighed. Who knew I'd end up in this situation? Is this the cursed fate of a pretty boy? Yaoruyu sat up and said to him. Young Master Xie, you look so adorable with your eyes closed and not moving at all. You almost made me feel like a pervert. I nearly lost my composure there. But I'm a pure maiden. I won't just get intimate with men on a whim, Xie Yan angrily retorted. Then why are you still doing this? And didn't you say that if we don't dual cultivate, it'll expose our cover? She retorted. Isn't this how you fake it without going all the way? Before this servant could even say anything, Master Xie was already lying down, so all that touching and feeling you did earlier was just messing with me. Playing with fire like that, aren't you afraid of getting burned? Yaoruyu replied. This servant was just teasing. Now, isn't this servant teaching you how to do it properly? Xie Yan thought to himself. This woman looks all lewd and promiscuous, but she actually has her limits. Looks like I don't need to worry about my virginity after all, she spoke,
saying to convert vital energy into the energy points.
Master Xie, don't just stand there spacing out. Let's start already. Vital energy conversion, she's using this move. Could she still be trying to figure out if I'm gay Huayu? But whatever, things have come to this. She's already on my pirate ship, there's no jumping off now. At this moment, the servants outside started to wake up. Huh. Did I fall asleep? I suddenly felt lightheaded just now. Could it be from the old master's intimidating aura? Just then, Ya Yi entered with another person, asking, Has Master Xie and Miss Yan been in the room this whole time? They greeted him. Master, we are here to answer Master Ya.
The two distinguished guests started cultivating not long after they went in, and haven't come out. They've been at it for quite a while now. This humble one thinks they can continue until tomorrow if they don't stop. We didn't dare to make too much noise, but the sounds we heard were quite rich, with no stopping in between.
Are you going to barge in directly? Ya Yi wondered. Such a big commotion outside, and they didn't even come to check. No need. That would be too impolite. He asked, Master Xie, Miss Yan, there was a bit of a commotion in the manor earlier. Were you two affected? Just then, Xie Yan opened the door, leaving them dumbfounded. He greeted, Mr. Ya Yi.
Yaoruyu followed behind, her clothes slightly disheveled. She shyly hid behind Xie Yan and said, So it's Mr. Ya Yi. This servant and Master Xie were at a crucial moment earlier. We heard the commotion but didn't have the energy to pay attention, so what happened? Xie Yan then chimed in, feigning surprise. Why are there so many people surrounding our room? Mr. Ya Yi,
if there's anything you need help with, you can just ask directly. No need to make such a big show of it.
Ya Yi looked at their appearances and expressions, momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself, looks like these two really were dual cultivating. Aside from the love bites, there aren't any other marks on them.
Afterwards, he immediately laughed apologetically, saying, There were some issues in the manor, but they've already been resolved. I came to see if you two were affected.
Yaoruyu then acted shy, lowering her head in embarrassment, saying, There was no need to bring so many people, clearly knowing this servant and Master Xie were at it, making this servant so embarrassed.
Ya Yi and his subordinates nearby blushed and quickly clasped their hands in apology. Sorry. If you two weren't affected, then we'll be taking our leave. Wouldn't want to disturb you any further.
Watching them leave, Xie Yan and Yaruyu breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Shu Min didn't come. Ya Yi came instead. That's for the better. This Ya Yi is much easier to deal with than Shu Min. At this moment, Ruyu told Xie Yan, to prevent any unforeseen problems, now that we've gotten what we wanted and cleared any suspicion, shouldn't we leave immediately? Xie Yan listened, directly turned around, and went back into the room, and yawning, responded, What are you thinking? Leaving now would only make people more suspicious. If we want to get out of this completely unscathed, then we can't leave tonight. Afterwards, he climbed onto the bed and added, Furthermore, your imitation of the aftermath was too sloppy. All over the place is your icy cold true energy smell. Hearing that, Ruyu puffed out her cheeks annoyedly and rebutted, This servant's whole body is covered in a layer of shimmering pink bubbles. Can't you use the 6 desires devil heart art's true energy? He laughed, calling out to her,
All right, today is considered without danger. Take a sleep. We can leave early tomorrow morning.
In the appearance of him laughing like reaping a good harvest, she glared angrily while roaring, Anything you say is true, but you sleep on the bed. Where will this servant sleep?
Don't you know 5 elements of Asian? Sleep in the ground, both safe and quiet. These words of his made Ruyu want to die of anger, and then swinging her hand, punched him bang bang while chasing him to one side of the bed.
Beat you to death, Master Xie.
Are those words something a human would say? This servant is a lady, yet you tell me to sleep in the ground.
Xie Yan suddenly turned his body and occupied the rest of the bed, while showing a mischievous smile as he said, I also wanted to give you half the bed, but my sleeping posture is not stable. You also definitely don't want to be ruthlessly kicked to the floor by me in the middle of the night, right? Ruyu could not help but try her best to restrain the anger in her heart, calling out to him, No worries, this servant thinks the long chair outside is very suitable for sleeping. Master Xie, sleep well.
At the moment, she had no choice but to go to the long chair and lie down to sleep, while Xie Yan slept on the bed. In the meantime, Xie Yan came up with a thought. Amber Pool has arrived. Xi's reputation can also be spreaded widely. Perhaps I can obtain a continuous wave of Genesis points again, and also make that Shu Min misinterpret that Gei Huayu is the person who burned his black tortoise. Even the stolen goods I already told Xing to hide. Even if Shu Min is intelligent to the apex, I am not afraid, so therefore this time can also be considered to have achieved my goal.
At the same time, on this side, Xu Gong was greeting the subordinates regarding the bombing of Black Tortoise just now. Ya Yi walked into the bombing. He walked to where he was sitting, and then stooped and cupped his hands in salute, and reported, Father-in-law, I have returned. How are Xie Yan and Yao Ruyu?
This Ya Yi's face suddenly revealed a difficult expression, saying, Xie Yan, in any case, was already injured by Shu Manager's 4th-layer charm monster network. They were always in the room, dual cultivating with Yao Ruyu. There was nothing much different.
The servants who were dispatched were always standing guard nearby, and during patrolling accidentally acted as a witness to this matter. Xu Gong stroked his beard, and after pondering for a moment, continued to ask, Then you personally saw those two. Does Xie Yan have any obvious wounds besides his poor energy and spirit? Or on Yaruyu's body, are there any abnormal injuries?
He answered surely. Your son-in-law personally saw the 2 of them. Yaruyu's spirit and air are stable. Xie Yan looked like even his spirit was restored more than half. Father-in-law, could it be you are suspecting?
Speaking to this, he then cut in the middle. Another person also is not the case. This old man is only thinking a bit too much only.
Furthermore, did those 2 mention the matter of immediately leaving? No, it seems that those 2 people are planning to stay until tomorrow.
Hearing this, he furrowed his brows, his expression unreadable, and called out to Yao Yi, If that's the case, then there's no need to mind them anymore. Suddenly, Xu Gong's face filled with killing intent as he glared at his 2 subordinates. The power core of the Xuanwu puppet beast holds the might of a Xiantian-level expert. That thief not only destroyed it but also snuck such a powerful bomb into the puppet, and you didn't notice a thing.
Kui Lu trembled in fear and said, Master, at that time Steward Shu went in alone, and then this subordinate followed him out. I honestly didn't notice any signs of him carrying explosives or ammunition. This subordinate truly doesn't know what happened.
Hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage. Streams of green energy converged in his palm, and with a swish, Kui Lu was instantly disintegrated by his spiritual power. Useless trash. Ya Yi witnessed this and asked in bewilderment,
Father-in-law Xu Gong, Kui Lu was a rare sentient puppet, and he's followed you for such a long time. Isn't it a bit too regrettable to just kill him like that?
Hearing this, he said mercilessly, "It's just a puppet anyway, half broken already. Killing him isn't a loss. There'll be others better than him later. Besides, this old man has no use for anything useless." Yi was startled by his aura, breaking into a sweat, and quickly said, "Father-in-law's lesson is absolutely right. This humble son-in-law was too shallow." At this moment, Steward Xu repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. Not detecting the impostor, this lowly one deserves 10,000 deaths. Please punish me, master. Yi was speechless seeing him like that, while Shu Gong, standing beside him, had a grim expression. Steward Xu spoke up, taking full responsibility for all the faults, thinking that offering to die as atonement would earn him forgiveness.
But unexpectedly, Shu Gong became even angrier. Dying isn't even close to it. You got injured trying to protect this old man. If I were to pursue responsibility, would this old man have to get angry at Xie Yan too? This old man isn't that muddle-headed yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his spiritual power and clenched his fist. Your biggest crime isn't that you slept like a log. If you had been patrolling and observing outside, that impostor thief would have known of your existence and been wary, not daring to impersonate you immediately. The steward was enveloped by the streams of power controlled by Shu Gong from behind, squeezed so tightly that blood burst from his entire body. I can spare you from a death sentence, but a living punishment is unavoidable. I must teach you a lesson you'll never forget. A while later, after punishing Steward Shu Gong irritably reminded him, "This old man has planted the one-eyed heart demon poison in you. Every day at noon you'll experience heart-wrenching pain, which will remind you of today's incident."
The steward clutched his chest in agony and gasped, "Thank you for your leniency, master. This lowly one will remember." Afterwards, Shu Gong turned and left, entrusting Yi to handle everything on this side and tally all the losses. As for himself, he needed to go see off Prefect Zhang and the two great scholars. Stepping out the door, he was still furious. "Destroying my Xuanwu puppet beast. This old man will remember this grudge well. But Ge Huayu doesn't have the guts for that. Could it be Jin Yi pulling the strings from behind? And that Ge Huayu might not even be the real Ge Huayu. If that's the case, then whatever, real or fake, this old man will definitely use this opportunity to drag Ji Yi down." The next day, Xie Yan and Yayue Ru came to Yi to bid farewell. "Yesterday we received such warm hospitality from Mr. Yi. We are truly grateful. We still have to continue our travels, so we'll part ways here. We hope Mr. Yi will convey our thanks to Deputy Sect Master Shu on our behalf." He politely replied, "As long as you two enjoyed yourselves, that's enough. No feast lasts forever. May the green mountains remain unchanged and the clear waters flow long. We shall meet again someday." After their farewells, Xie Yan and Yayue Ru immediately took off, flying away. Up in the air, Yue Ru said with relief, "It's finally over. This whole journey really scared the wits out of this maidservant. Luckily, we managed to retreat with our lives intact, and you're not even embarrassed to say it. The result was all thanks to my hard work." Hearing that, she flew next to him, annoyed. This maidservant tried really hard. Besides, young Master Xi clearly caused most of the unexpected incidents himself, so how can you blame it all on this maidservant? Xie Yan immediately retorted, "Blame me, I'm the renowned Master Xi of Jiangling. How could I be the cause of disaster?" Seeing him being so competitive, Yu Ru chuckled. All right, it's all this maidservant's fault, okay? Won't it be fine if this maidservant compensates young master?" Then she gave him a knowing wink. "Anyway, we've both achieved our goals and completed the first step of resolving our inner demons. That's definitely worth celebrating, right?" The two temporarily flew down to rest in a nearby forest. At first, this maidservant ascended to Tianmen, which was incredibly dangerous. I almost died. Senior Brother Huayu probably felt the same way. Matters related to cultivation cannot be taken lightly or neglected. One must be dedicated and focused, otherwise it's easy to die like it's nothing. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Xie Yan, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze and reminding him, "But our great Han demonic sects Tianmen must all prepare for the big event half a year from now. The West Lam treasure plot will take quite some time to avoid clashes between the two sides. And the journey to West Lam isn't urgent. We can wait until after the 9-sect Grand Assembly concludes before making arrangements." Seeing her say this, he was startled and looked over, giving an awkward laugh. "Don't worry, I have my own plans." But deep down, he was thinking, does old man Ji Yi want to keep me here for half a year? Yu Ru also mentioned something happening half a year later. What's the 9-sect Grand Assembly? Should I trust Yu Ru's words? He turned to look at her confident tone and thought, maybe not then. She looks like she's thinking.
This is common knowledge. To even ask about this means I'm too naive. At this moment, Ru, suddenly, somewhat troubled, explained to him why she killed Zhao Shi.
This maidservant naturally knows that senior brother is trustworthy, but to avoid any conflict between us, this maidservant still needs to make this clear to senior brother.
This matter concerns Zhao Zi. For him to complete the Hell Ghost hand, he needed to drain a pure yin female with a yin fate, torture her to death, then turn her into a ghost, and nurture it with the Black Hell Ghost hand, using evil to suppress evil, ensuring the master wouldn't suffer a backlash. And Ru fits Zhao Shi's cultivation requirements. Although I could guess that Zhao Shi wouldn't dare to act against her, a person with a pure yin physique is incredibly rare
and hard to find. After so many years, only Ru had it. She was worried that if Zhao Shi ever set his sights on her, things would be unthinkable.
Hearing the story, Xie Yan burst out laughing. So you killed him first, and you even got Huayu to take the fall for your scheme? Pretty clever. Ru replied, Of course, he's the sect master's son. If he found out this maidservant was behind it, I wouldn't have a life left.
So, framing senior brother was truly unavoidable, not intentional.
The most important thing is that this maidservant could drag senior brother into it. Although I don't know why senior brother used his real face to snatch the Earth Mother Yin profound fruit, it was a perfect excuse,
she said with a slight smile. In short, what this maidservant told the sect master was that someone resembling Ge Huayu killed people and stole the treasure. But this maidservant wasn't certain if it was really Ge Huayu. After all, Ge Huayu is the thousand-faced young master. There's no reason he would use his real face to steal treasure. It's likely an intentional frame-up by someone else. Given that, the sect master thought it made sense, so he sent this maidservant to investigate senior brother. At that time, the sect master needs senior brother to step forward and say it wasn't you, but an imposter. With this maidservant corroborating your story, Xie Yan was very pleased to hear this, realizing, I can't believe there's such a simple solution. Afterwards, he told her to go back and tell the sect master that Zhao Shi was killed by Ge Huayu. When he said that, Ru was suddenly stunned. Huh? What did you say, senior brother? Xie Yan repeated it once again. Now you go back and tell your Dao Lord Zhao Shi that he was killed by me, Ge Huayu. Tell him to come to the Heart Demon sect to demand justice. Ru, confused, quickly told him, Wait, this matter can be resolved peacefully. Why are you doing this, senior brother? Actually, the Dao Lord had asked sect leader Yuan and your father before. At that time, they denied that Zhao Shi was killed by you and used the same reasons as me, but the Dao Lord still wanted me to make the final assessment before he could believe it. Now only one last step is needed to gain the Dao Lord's trust. But Xie Yan didn't listen, telling her that he had his own plans, but he wouldn't tell her what they were for now. In short, just do as I say. Moreover, this way, your suspicions will become smaller. Wouldn't that be good? In his head, he thought about what she had just said and sighed. TCH, so that's why those freaks talked to the Chongling Dao so calmly. So they were pushing the blame on me. I thought he wasn't afraid of the Chongling Dao. After speaking, as he was about to pass her and leave, Ru said again, Could it be that senior brother doesn't trust me? He placed his hand on her shoulder. You are my blood-related junior sister. How could I plot against you? I'm taking this blame for you, senior sister. No need to be too touched. Hearing this, Ru said, You don't need to beat around the bush, she said directly. If the Heart Demon sect has designs on the Dao Lord, then I advise you not to have that idea. He leaned close to her ear and said, Junior sister's overthinking it. Your Dao Lord isn't stupid enough to enter the Heart Demon sect's Mountain Gate Grand Formation. Without the suppression of the Mountain Gate Grand Formation, what can we do to your Dao Lord? Xie Yan secretly laughed in his heart, musing, Ha, this girl sure knows how to imagine things, huh? I hadn't even thought of this. Seeing that he had said that, Ru felt a little more relieved, so I was just overthinking it, but not forgetting to remind Xie Yan. Before, the Dao Lord met with sect leader Yuan, saying he wanted to go there to ask clearly. That's just a delaying tactic. Once you admit that Zhao Shi was killed by you, he won't come to the Heart Demon sect. He'll just use every means to kill you. Ignoring Ru's warnings, Xie Yan remained as calm as ever. Oh, not coming to the Heart Demon sect, huh? HMPH, I have a suggestion. If you want revenge, just target my father and son. Don't launch a widespread attack. To avoid the Heart Demon sect and Chongling Dao completely turning against each other. When I travel the martial world, I won't necessarily use my original face again, so they won't find me.
My father is a martial arts master, so he's not afraid of you guys anyway, because he was confident that it was fine, even if the Dao Lord didn't come.
Then that will directly make the Chongling Dao sure that it was done by those freaks, and see if he has time to come and arrest me or not.
What he said shocked Yao Ruyu, who looked at him in disbelief.
Ge Huayu.
Ah, Ge Huayu. I actually thought you were acting for the benefit of the Heart Demon sect, plotting some scheme. Seeing her staring at him, Xie Yan spoke to cut off her train of thought. Junior sister, what are you thinking about?
Yao Ruyu regained her composure and said, I will do as you say, but we're making such a big commotion at Huiwen. Won't the real Xie Yan try to catch me? Have you ever thought about this problem, senior brother?
He told her to rest assured. He won't look for you. How can senior brother be so sure? If the real Xie Yan really wants to investigate, then I will be the first one he comes looking for here. I said he won't, so he won't. In short, just do as I say, because he is the real Xie Yan, not Ge Huayu.
Seeing his confident and assured look, Yao Ruyu outwardly said she would listen to him, but inwardly doubts about his true identity arose. It could be definitely determined that he was not Ge Huayu, because at first, she originally thought he had other means to deal with this matter. Unexpectedly, he planned to directly admit it, even taking the blame voluntarily. Any scheme, if it was Ge Huayu, would find a way to escape, but now he's acting the opposite. Admitting that he killed Zhao Shi, it can absolutely not be something that the actual Ge Huayu would do. That guy's selfishness is already carved deep in his bones. Even if he acts as any character, that characteristic cannot be changed just by changing it. Therefore, no matter how much evidence proves that Xie Yan is Ge Huayu, this action alone is enough to know that it must be fake. With Yao Ruyu's intelligence, Xie Yan's true identity has been discovered by her, that he is impersonating Ge Huayu. But this girl wasn't afraid at all, but felt it was interesting. Truly, a powerful person, who could kill Ge Huayu, then impersonate him, and even fool those freaks and the Heart Demon. The heart could only be Xie Yan. Indeed it was so. Yao Ruyu recalled back then, Xie Yan's literary talent made Master Ya Yi admire him, or even his boundless aura, were not things that anyone could imitate, but the person in front of her could speak very well, always giving her a feeling of the original version of Xie Yan. If it were Xie Yan, then it could be explained. Then Xie Yan would indeed not care about the benefits of the Heart Demon sect, and even be deliberately causing trouble for the Heart Demon sect. After a moment of reflection and analysis, Yao Ruyu knew that she had no other choice. Because Xie Yan had all of Ge Huayu's abilities. More than that, the Xilan country plan could not be without him. Without him, it would definitely not succeed. This was also the reason why Yao Ruyu had been wary before, but could never understand it more deeply. Although she wanted to let it go, Xie Yan was always showing flaws in front of her, so it was impossible not to see it. Suddenly, she came up with the idea. Or, should I use this secret to threaten Xie Yan? But now was not the time. There were still many other things to do. Seeing Yao Ruyu standing there absent-mindedly, Xie Yan frowned and probed, asking, Junior sister, what are you thinking about again? Then she laughed it off and replied, Ah, no, I was thinking that young Master Xi is so handsome. Because if she exposed his true face now, it would instead cause Xie Yan to have murderous intent towards her. Even if she wasn't afraid of death, she still didn't intend to expose Xie Yan, so she would probe him first, to test it out. Then she asked Xin Gongzi, Where's the corpse blood butterfly? After you stole me, I haven't seen it once yet, she said, holding out her hand. Xie Yan immediately took out a large wooden box with exquisite carvings. TCH, just look at it yourself. Opening it, she saw that inside was indeed the corpse blood butterfly. After seeing it, Yao Ruyu didn't suspect that he was lying to her anymore. As she was about to ask him to give it to her, Xie Yan immediately pulled his hand back, calling out to her, Isn't it half a year before we go to Xilan country? What do you need it for now? Seeing this attitude, she laughed it off and replied, I also want to prepare. Well, I can't just wait until the last minute, right? Hearing this, Xie Yan still didn't give it to her. He was afraid that she would run away with someone else, pulling tricks behind his back, so he was determined not to give it to her. He added, We've all read the Heart Demon Grand Oath. I'm even more eager than you. Moreover, the Xilan treasure trove also has Spirit Chi source stones. This trip to Xilan will only be profitable, not a loss, so you don't have to worry. I will definitely go on this trip, therefore. Don't even think about getting the blood butterfly. I'll give it to you when we set off. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Yao Ruyu put on an adorable act, whining, Can't you trust this humble one a little? Besides, you probably wouldn't dare to walk the Jianghu as your true self then. How would I find you? Or should I just go find Xie Yan? Xie Yan quickly understood the meaning behind her words and said, "It's not impossible, but if you meet Xie Yan, don't take the initiative to talk to him, or you might actually run into the real Xie Yan. Remember, only the fake Xie Yan, which is me, will actively seek you out to discuss the matters of the Jilan treasure trove." This was to imply that he would continue to impersonate, wanting to reassure her. Hearing this, Yaoruyu hugged his arm tightly and giggled. "You sure do talk a lot of nonsense, young master, only I have the patience for it. Otherwise, I would have abandoned you long ago." Xie Yan felt uncomfortable and yelled at her, Hey, let go of my arm, don't be touching me all over the place." After that, she didn't tease him anymore and bid farewell to go back and inform her Dao Lord. Anyway, with the Qi origin spirit stone of the Jilan treasure trove being so tempting, it was a good thing that he was willing to continue impersonating. After saying goodbye, she transformed into a streak of green light and flew away, leaving Xie Yan standing there. He didn't forget to remind her one more time. "Remember to tell your Dao Lord that I killed Zhao Shi. Then just target me and my father to kill, don't touch the others, in the Jinmo sect." "Got it, Shagongzi. You handsome devil. Can rest assured that this humble one will take care of it." On the way back to the Shinmo sect, Yaoruyu was pondering in her heart. If things are like this, as long as Xie Yan can break the Shinmo Grand Oath with her, she'll do whatever he wants. Even playing dumb wouldn't be impossible. On the other hand, as soon as Yaoruyu left, Xie Yan also flew away. Qing'er also appeared and told him her thoughts. On closer thought, that CT Huayu hasn't ascended to Xiantian for so long, it might not be because of the Hunluan cultivation method, but because of Yaoruyu's Shinmo Grand Oath. In this situation, he can still ascend to Xiantian. Truly amazing, but Qing'er still feels that Master is the most amazing, tricking her around and around. Hearing this, Xie Yan smiled and told Qing'er, "Silly, do you think she'll be tricked by me?" "Oh wait, isn't that the case? If she didn't see Master as one of those young masters, why would she leave so reassured?" At this time, he curled his lip and explained the reason to Qing'er. That Yaoruyu is very smart. There are some things that she clearly knows and understands. Which is more beneficial for her, to expose it or not. As long as I'm willing to cooperate in her heart, then I will forever be the thousand-faced young master Ge Huayu, understand? Oh, I see. As long as both sides benefit, Yaoruyu will be the best partner. A woman with such insightful wisdom, willing to lower herself, with martial arts that aren't low, and boundless methods, is truly rare in this world. How could she not know that I'm a fake? Seeing him praising her like that, Qing'er felt a little uncomfortable and said, "She's insightful and understanding only to Master." In front of Qing'er, that girl is like a different person. Because the flying speed was too fast and the wind was strong, Xie Yan didn't hear Qing'er's words clearly, so he immediately turned to ask Qing'er again, "What did you say?" Realizing that she had slipped up, the little girl quickly changed the subject, saying that Qing'er was missing sect leader Big Sister. Then she happily asked Xie Yan, "Master, when can we go back to the Moqing sect?" Hearing this, he told the little girl to rest assured, "I also miss sect leader Big Sister very much. If everything goes smoothly, both of us will be able to go back soon." Knowing this, Qing'er smiled like a flower. Really? Just as the little girl was happy, Xie Yan changed his tune. "Just kidding. The prerequisite is that everything goes smoothly. And if it doesn't go so smoothly, it's also possible that we won't be able to escape. But it's okay. Even if we can't escape, I have ways to deal with it. At worst, it'll be a few days later, and we'll have a way to escape." Seeing him say so much, Qing'er didn't understand. "What do you mean?" As she was about to ask more clearly, Xie Yan flew down to the Shinmo sect. Now he needed to go and deceive this fake father. This was also a slightly tricky step. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Shinmo sect, Zhu Wuchang, the Shaodu elder of Qi Xinyu, was discussing matters with the Yi elders. "Jie, we have a life-and-death friendship, so I've considered it carefully for several days, and I still want to remind you, since Huayu came back, I feel like he's changed a lot, and his personality is becoming more and more erratic. If this kind of change only causes more trouble for you, then you have to think carefully about how to deal with him." The Yi elders didn't think so. He only thought it was due to the cultivation method, saying that he had thought of countermeasures to deal with it, telling Zhu Wuchang not to worry, and no matter what he's like, he'll always be my son. Suddenly, A dark transmission talisman flew in from outside the door.
The Yi immediately grabbed it, guessing that Huayu wanted to find him.
Quickly bid farewell to Zhu Wuchang, flew out, and went down to the foot of the Xinmo sect. Xie Yan, who was now impersonating Huayu, was already waiting there. He waved and shouted loudly,
"Father, over here." The Yi quickly flew over and asked him, "What are you doing that you have to make me come down the mountain?" He immediately replied, saying that he had good news to tell him, so he troubled the Yi to make a trip here.
Speaking of good news,
the Yi were a little confused.
Good news. The Yi sat down and asked him in a deep voice, "What exactly is the good news that you have to call me down the mountain and specially tell me to avoid others?" Xie Yan, however, under the appearance of Ge Huayu, happily replied to the Yi, "I did this for a reason, father. Do you know about Xilan Kingdom?"
Hearing this, the Yi replied, "I have some impression. I remember it's a small country near Dahan. It hasn't communicated with the outside world for a long time, and that place doesn't have any special products. Why did you suddenly mention this place?" He then told him a secret. Indeed, Xilan is a small country that doesn't communicate much with the outside world. But what if I told you that the treasure trove of Xilan contains a complete Xi origin spirit stone? As soon as the Yi heard these 4 words, he stood up abruptly and said anxiously, "Qi origin spirit stone, Huayu? Are you talking about the Qi origin spirit stone?" "That's right, what I'm talking about is the Qi origin spirit stone," he replied, and he was like a fish in water, his voice suddenly becoming several times more enthusiastic. "If we can offer a complete Qi origin spirit stone to the sect, it will be enough to lay the foundation for the Mountain Gate Grand Formation. Then that contribution may not be surpassed by anyone for 100 years. Xie Yan was very satisfied with this attitude of the Yi. Very good. Sure enough, this thing is very attractive to the Yi.
"Huayu, where did you hear the news from?
What guarantee is there for the accuracy of this news?" the Yi continued, saying. Xie Yan didn't mind telling him that Yan Ruyu told him, but only he knew which parts of his words were true and which were false. To be honest, even now I can't be sure if how many secrets did the Yi really know about his son. Perhaps he and Qi Ruyu weren't close, and didn't know that Yan Ruyu and Ge Huayu had a very close relationship. Yan Ruyu, that fake jade beauty of the Chongling Dao, when did you get to know her? The Yi continued to wonder. If not for when I snatched the yin power fruit, he wouldn't have had that attitude. Xie Yan calculated in his heart, and slowly answered his question. Aren't I Xie Yan? Who has a relationship with Yan Ruyu? Aren't I impersonating Xie Yan to hang around here? I didn't expect to meet Yan Ruyu.
According to the news that father has investigated, Xie Yan and Yan Ruyu have known each other for a long time and share a secret. It's a pity that this fictional Xie Yan didn't ask the secret before he died. The last time I ran into Yan Ruyu at the wrong time. This time she came to my door on her own initiative. If I didn't do something real, I wouldn't be able to say anything anymore, so I took the initiative to contact her and prepared a play to tease her a bit. After my final investigation, I learned that the secret is related to the Spirit Stone Qi essence, located in the treasury of the Xilan Kingdom. You absolutely have to whisper this information to him. He recalled the conversation between himself and Yue Ru years ago. Xilan, the Xilan treasury, save mom, a demonic vow. I basically retold the story as Nha Yue Ru described it, but I need to replace all instances of Ge Huayu with Xie Yan and replace his motives to Xie Yan cherishing women.
The next words from Ge Yi nearly made Xie Yan burst out laughing. That's strange. I thought Xie Yan was Xin Xinzi's cauldron from the start. Moreover, he only started wandering the pugilistic world in the last 2 years. There's no way he could know Nha Yu Ru. But if you say so, hearing his words, his mouth stiffened, unable to say another word, thinking to himself,
"Ha! You've been lying all day, and Ge Yi only cares about this.
But since I'm acting, I have to go all the way." Xie Yan waved his hand and added, "Father, you don't know, but Xie Yan has always secretly received training from the Demon Love Sect Master. Otherwise, how could he have become so powerful after only being out for a year or two? The cauldron thing is just a rumor in the pugilistic world. It's not credible." In his heart, he murmured, breathing a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I thought of these obvious logical problems beforehand." Ge Yi said leisurely, "So that's how it is."
"Right. Did Xie Yan inform the Demon Love Sect about the treasury?" he asked calmly. Xie Yan cheerfully replied, "Father, rest assured, Xie Yan isn't some spent fuel. He wouldn't tell anyone this secret anyway. Only a member of the royal family by blood can open the Xilan treasury. To prevent the treasury from being stolen, the bloodlines of royal family members are taken after their death. Therefore, Xie Yan and Yue Ru spent a lot of effort to restore Zhilan Wei's bloodline, until Yue Ru discovered a strange object, the living corpse blood leech. According to the records in the Perfect Curiosities Miscellany compiled by Man Tianxing of the previous generation, there is a type of curious object called the living corpse blood leech, which lives inside dead things, survives by sucking blood. As long as it replenishes enough blood, the living corpse blood leech will create blood belonging to the host, constantly providing replacement blood for the host, until the corpse is full of blood, and becomes a living corpse to hunt more prey. Please, Father, take a look. This is the treasure that sealed the living corpse blood leech. Xie Yan then took out the rare item for Ge Yi to examine. Gen Yi pondered. Looking at the rare treasure in his hand, he murmured, I heard that the living corpse blood leech had long gone extinct. I didn't expect it could still be preserved in this world. Xie Yan then brought up something even more important. Actually, it was originally Shu Min's collection. I spent so much effort to steal it back. Shu Min, you stole this item from Shu Min. Ge Yi was naturally shocked by his words, but Xie Yan just smiled brightly, treating it like a trivial matter, and replied, That's right, it was very dangerous, but I succeeded. He thought Jeshi would question him or take any action after hearing this, but who would have thought that he would even praise his son? I still have skills. Being able to snatch food from Zhu Min's hands. I won't ask you how you got it. To avoid revealing too many of your secrets, Xie Yan spent a lot of effort preparing his lines. But now he received these trusting words from him, which really frightened him. What? You prepared for so long, losing so much hair, just to come up with an explanation to make it seem real, but you don't even ask? If I had known you trusted me so much, I wouldn't have bothered mentioning Yuru. The main thing is that I felt that Xie Yan and Yuru going to Shu Min's literary gathering together wouldn't be able to escape suspicion. Ge Yi continued. You can keep the blood leech. Zhilan Wei's corpse is still in Nha Yuru's hands. If I interfere, there will be more variables. If Nha Yuru has made a grand demonic vow, she probably won't dare to play tricks. When the time comes, we can join forces with her to retrieve the Spirit Stone Qi essence from the Zhilan treasury. Xie Yan also quickly regained his usual composure and replied with a smile, Rest assured, Father. In his heart, he thought with satisfaction, Excellent. Everything is within my calculations. The item still belongs to me. But you must tell me, did you leave any loopholes that would make Shu Min suspect you? Speaking of this, Ge Yi's expression became several degrees more serious. Xie Yan would naturally truthfully recount everything about the theft to him, because this was also part of his plan. There were indeed some oversights, but as long as you don't let Shu Min and me meet, the problem isn't big. I will tell you even if you don't ask. The previous parts are fine, but this part definitely needs to be said, otherwise, how can I have a legitimate reason to run away? How so? Ge Yi frowned and asked. Xie Yan recounted every word. Father, I was very smooth at first, but in the end, after getting the item, I was still discovered by Shu Min. Although there was no danger in the end, and I escaped successfully, and I used someone else's face, maybe Zhu Min won't recognize me. But I felt that when I ran away, I seem to have been marked with something by Zhu Min. Calling you here to meet is also because of this matter, afraid that if I meet Zhu Min, I will be recognized. The story was already serious, but now with Xie Yan's expression, Ge Yi believed it even more. He checked him while wondering. Marked, I can't see it, Xie Yan then explained. The heaven above, earth below, only I am supreme, makes my 5 senses extremely sensitive. I can indeed smell a faint fragrance on my body. I forcibly locked that fragrance inside my body for a night, but now I can't lock it anymore. Moreover, because of the forced suppression, that smell is all over my body now. If Zhu Min is here, he will definitely be able to smell it. Don't move. Let me take a closer look to see what exactly is going on, Ge Yi said sternly, and then used his power to conduct a more thorough examination. Xie Yan then pretended to be in pain to make it seem real. Father, probing from here for a while, it will be fragrant, he thought. Before he came, I had already blown up my danshin. After paying such a high price, he must see some clues. This is Gey. As soon as he saw something inside of him, his expression became ugly, he said coldly. It's really Zhu Min's trick. I didn't expect that his sense of smell has been cultivated to this point. The demonic energy is like a persistent ghost. If you didn't feel something was wrong, and I examined it with true qi carefully,
I would have been fooled into thinking that it was your own aura. Luckily, you noticed it. Otherwise, if it continued like this, it would definitely be discovered by Xu Min. I have already extracted the demonic energy. Maybe there is no problem now. But after all, he had temporarily taken what Xu Min had imprinted on him.
Father, really? Why do I still feel like there is a smell like demonic energy on my body that hasn't been completely sucked away? Xie Yan said worriedly. And he was also worried in his heart. Fortunately, everything had been prepared by him, so he could still hide it. Damn it, this guy can not only be vigilant, but can also absorb demonic energy. Fortunately, he had prepared early and secretly locked a small stream of qi in his body with the Zhongsheng Overlord Fist, which had not been taken away. In response to Xie Yan's question, Ge Yi said calmly, "Is the intuition of the heaven above, earth below, only I am supreme divine art so powerful? It must be gone now, but whether it will be regenerated in the future, I really dare not guarantee. After all, Xu Min's martial arts are no weaker than mine, and his methods are indeed not easy to break. Even Father doesn't dare to guarantee it. What should I do now?" He asked just for the sake of asking. But the more he said that, the happier he was. Great, there's no need for him to continue using his power to probe. Let him use his brain to think of a reason himself. So he used the opportunity to say further, "Father, do you know about this method of Xu Min's? Or can you teach me so I can see if I can break it myself?" Ge Yi replied in a deep voice, "This is a very profound method in sense of smell. I don't know it. And even if you knew it, learning sense of smell now would not be able to break Xu Min's methods. In fact, you don't need to use the complete sense of smell cultivation technique. There are some cultivation techniques that will do." Of course, Xie Yan would not give up his intention because of his words. He chose his words and said, "My heaven above, earth below, only I am supreme divine art," was originally taught by a god. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to temporarily suppress that mark. I just want to try to deduce it from it. There is a reason to that. But the complete sense of smell cultivation technique, it is also very difficult for me to come into contact with, Ge Yi pondered. So, after some thought, I've decided. Cultivation techniques are interconnected after all. I've managed to piece together some rudimentary methods from the olfactory desire branch. You can take a look for now. Hearing that, Xie Yan's face lit up immediately, replying excitedly, "Really? That's awesome. Show me, Dad," he thought gleefully. "I tried planting flowers, but they didn't bloom. Unintentionally, willows shaded my head. I can't believe I casually probed, and I actually snatched it. With this version of the Six Desires Demonic Heart Sutra, I can use the system's deduction function to complete it." After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jie Yi held the jade scroll of the technique in his hand and said to Xie Yan, "All right, the demonic qi within me can preserve it for about half a month before the true qi dissipates. Take your time to study it." Not forgetting to remind him, he handed it over. But you can't fully understand it in a short time. Moreover, even if you do, you might not be able to break Xu Min's tricks. Just see what you can do. Now that Xie Yan had what he wanted, he said with feigned regret, "I shouldn't have gotten all worked up and stolen the living corpse blood. Damn, now I'm stuck with this hidden danger." Ge Yi didn't blame him at all, but instead happily patted his head. "What are you saying? You didn't steal for spirit stones, but to help your father secure the sect leader position, right?" Dad knows this is a critical stage for me, and you can't let Xu Min get a handle to use against me. Outwardly, he spoke words of filial piety, but in his heart, Xie Yan was already planning his escape. Now that I have the incomplete version of the Six Desires Demonic Heart Sutra, it's time to skedaddle. Therefore, I must stay away from the Demonic Heart sect and Xu Min. If I don't meet him, there's no risk of exposure. If I can't break Xu Min's trick in a short time, I'll wait until I get the spirit stones and offer them to you, so you can completely fight back against that old geezer Xu Min. Then I'll come back. He looked directly into Ge Yi's eyes, speaking with determination. "Dad, this silence is making me a little worried." At this moment, Ge Yi quietly asked, "Can you get the spirit stones within half a month?" Xie Yan calmly replied, "I'll try my best. But Yan Ruyu said it'll be half a year before she goes to Westland Nation. Besides, there's still the 9 Sex tournament, so I'm afraid the timing will clash." He thought to himself, "What is the 9 Sex tournament? You don't even understand." Anyway, that's what she said, so it's best if Ge Yi could explain it to me. Ge Yi heard this and added, "Indeed, the 9 Sex tournament is more important for you guys. Okay, for now, just stay in the demonic passion sect. As Xie Yan, I'll try my best to defeat Xu Min within half a year. You don't need to worry about the spirit pet faction." Just as he was talking,
An ominous premonition came. Yin Qi transmitted to the deputy palace.
As soon as Xie Yan saw it, he almost turned into stone, thinking nervously, "Who is sending a message to Ge Yi? Damn it, can't leave now. If I really can't escape, I'll give you guys a big surprise. Damn, I wanted to add one thing, but instead I'm losing one. Are you guys trying to force me?"
Why you? His voice suddenly rang out, sounding very serious. You can't leave.
The sect leader has called an emergency elder council, specifically instructing me to bring you along to participate in the sect leader's hall.
Demonic heart sect. The elders had already gathered here, and the atmosphere was tense. The matter is this. The Xuanwu puppet that I almost died getting, and just finished repairing, was completely destroyed in one night by a despicable person. This hateful person not only had superb disguise skills, impersonating my servant and deceiving everyone, but was also incredibly arrogant and strong, just escaping from my grasp.
Shen Mengyu, elder of Touch Desire Branch, corrected Xu Min after hearing him. How could Ge Huayu do such a thing? Deputy Sect Leader Xu, you need evidence, right? Zhu Wucheng, elder of Speech Desire Branch, also added. Deputy Sect Leader Xu, are you implying it's Huayu? And the one sitting next to him is Ji Yai, elder of Hearing Desire Branch. These three could be said to be on Ge Huayu's side,
while those opposites are on Xu Min's side. Kun Ling, elder of Olfactory Desire Branch, immediately spoke up in defense of Xu Min.
If there was no evidence, why would Deputy Sect Leader Xu suddenly ask the sect leader to gather the elders to hold an elder council? Skin-peeling ghost, use your brain a little, will you? The female elder sitting next to him was Wan Busi, elder of Sight Desire Branch. Shen Mengyu, after hearing what Kunling said, shouted back, "You damn fatty, I didn't ask you, why are you butting in?" Kunling wasn't one to be trifled with, replying leisurely, "The matter is as clear as day, why do you need to ask?" Ji Yai, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Huayu has no reason nor need to do such a thing to betray the sect and harm its interests, Xu Min firmly asserted. Indeed, he has no reason nor the guts to do it. But his father does. Ge Yi is just afraid that I'll offer the Xuanwu puppet to the sect leader, achieve great merit, and surpass him, so he told his son to destroy my treasure. Moreover, don't you guys not believe it? But that palm strike I landed on Ge Huayu left a mark. I'll show you all in a bit. Furthermore, Ge Huayu must be seriously injured after taking that palm strike from me. You'll know if it's him or not when you see if he has any injuries. He seemed very pleased with his plan. Shen Mengyu still firmly believed in the deputy sect leader, and his son, Ge Huayu, really didn't do this, right? Zhu Wucheng thought. Deputy sect leader Zhu is so sure, so it's probably 8 or 9 out of 10 true. Ji Yai only said to them in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Wait for the deputy sect leaders to arrive." Xu Min, getting emboldened, said loudly, "I'll say it first. This time, Ji Yi definitely won't bring Ge Huayu here. I've already thought it out for him. Either he's in closed-door cultivation or traveling." But Jin Yai and the others simply couldn't believe his baseless accusations. These are all one-sided words from Deputy Sect Leader Xu. It's not too late to discuss it after the Deputy Sect Leaders arrive.
Then let's wait and see. Xu Min looked at them with a demonic face. Just then, the main character appeared. Is everyone here already? Am I late?
Shen Mengyu and Zhu Wucheng happily greeted Ji Yi, Deputy Sect Leader Ji.
You've finally arrived, Ge Yi said calmly. I've heard about the disaster Deputy Sect Leader Zhu encountered in the Sect Leader's transmission. I sympathize. But what does it have to do with Huayu? You insist on him coming here.
Xu Min pointed directly at Ge Yi and said, "Ge Yi, don't put on an act with me. Where is your son, Deputy Sect Leader?" Ge calmly responded to him, "Deputy Sect Leader Xu, aren't you pushing things too far?" Kun Ling and his cronies chimed in, mocking the others. "Vice Sect Leaders, we might have a little disagreement, but the Xuanwu puppet beast was a treasure Vice Sect Leader Xu wanted to offer to the Sect Leader. His son has caused so much trouble this time. If you Vice Sect Leaders insist on protecting him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone." Shen Mengyu was always ready to argue with him. "The Vice Sect Leaders haven't said anything yet. You damn fatty, shut your mouth," Kunling calmly replied. "I'm just being kind, Shen Mengyu. Don't be so ungrateful," he even added sarcastically. "If the Vice Sect Leaders aren't willing to hand over Ge Huayu, how can you convince everyone? How can you make everyone trust your future decisions?" Therefore, the next voice that rang out would shut them all up. It was none other than Xie Yan in Ge Huayu's body. So what's going on? Why are you arguing? Am I interrupting? The three Shu men were surprised when they saw him. Ge Huayu, Shen Mengyu once again got to roast him. Kun Ling, haha, you damn fatty, what were you saying earlier? Who's being ungrateful, Huayu? You're here too. Zhu Wuchang greeted him. Xie Yan looked at them, thinking seriously. Just as I expected. He recalled his conversation with Ge Yi before coming here. Use Xie Yan's identity to participate in the literary gathering. Pretend to be Shu Juzhong fleeing after being injured. Temporarily seal the demonic aura, and drink holy nectar to clear the suspicion with Yan Ruyu. Before I came, I had already told Yan Yi all the details. Just giving Xie Yan a backstory and a simple disguise would be enough to explain why he wasn't suspected. Xie Yan could also impersonate Shu Ju. For the rest, just change a few small details and tell the truth. Finally, the issue of healing the injury was explained away by saying he drank a unique poison, found at the same time as the healing elixir of the heaven above all. Only I am supreme divine art to deal with the past. That greedy old man, Ge Yi, not only ensured that Zhu Ming couldn't find out the truth, but also made him take all the blame. If I can't leave, I might as well stay and throw the heart demon sect into complete chaos first. Seeing Ge Huayu's normal body, Shu Min was so shocked he couldn't speak. What's going on? The injury is healed. Wan Busi softly called out. Vice sect leader Shu, Ge Huayu. Shu Min was still wondering why everything had gone off track from his original plan. My palm strike was very powerful. Ge Huayu should be half dead or crippled. There's no way he could recover so quickly. Not in one night. The most important thing is that the 100 purity awareness is also gone. Could it be? Huayu then confidently said to him, Vice sect leader Shu, not just anyone can replace me when I'm healthy like this. Kun Ling stared at him and said in a deep voice, Is this the heaven above all? Only I am supreme divine art. How can the pure strength of the body emit such a powerful aura? This feeling, is this really Ge Huayu? I don't know if it's real or fake. How could this be? Before, Zhu Min was now frozen solid. A series of hypotheses were created in his mind. The 100 purity awareness must be accurate. The person who appeared before must be him. Now I can't sense it. Could it be that Ge Yi discovered it and removed it? Or is it very likely that this is a fake Ge Huayu? Not only could he hide from Ge Yi, but he also discovered my 100 purity awareness early on. He deliberately created a loophole, blew up the Xuanwu puppet beast, and incited conflict between me and Ge Yi. No, that's not right. That fake can't be that capable. Ge Yi couldn't possibly not sense whether Ge Huayu was real or fake. Furthermore, if he could hide from Ge Yi before and cause such a big incident, Ge Yi would have discovered it long ago. He wouldn't be speaking up for him even now. Only Ge Yi being behind all of this can explain it. Ge Huayu must have been injured, and Ge Yi healed him. That's how he could discover my 100 purity awareness and then conveniently remove it. This Ge Huayu is a fake, a puppet, being played by Ge Yi. From being proactive to passive, Shu Min became furious and yelled at Ge Yi, Ge Yi, you're good, you're really good. To be able to heal Ge Huayu in such a short time, it must have come at a great price, right? He was still calculating in his head. But I still can't point out whether Ge Huayu is real or fake. If not, Ge Yi would take the opportunity to push the problem onto the issue of whether he is real or fake, which would not be beneficial to me. It's a bit of a hassle. Ge Yi countered both of my evidences. I am afraid it won't be easy to persuade the sect leader to dismiss Ge Yi. When the vice sect leaders heard him talk about himself like that, their eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, and they said unhappily, I don't understand what you're talking about. If vice sect leader Shu is sick, please invite a doctor to treat him and stop causing trouble for my son. The two of them were like fire and water, and neither would give in. God damn it, last night your son burned all of my puppet beasts. How can you have the face to say that I am sick? You say Ge Huayu burned it, so he burned it. Where is the evidence? At this time, Zhu Wuchang said slowly, Everyone, stop arguing. Didn't vice sect leader Shu say that he left a mark on that slut? Now that Huayu has arrived, can vice sect leader Shu sense the mark? Shu Min replied in a low voice. Not for the time being, but it's possible that Ge Yi has been up to tricks. After hearing this, the vice sect leaders wanted to get angry at him. This is his evidence. Shu Min, who had no evidence, turned to arguing. He knows how to disguise himself, has a powerful body, and can freely enter and exit my puppet beast. Who else could be the murderer?
How long are you going to argue, Xie? There's no reason for this. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. No matter how much so-called evidence you provide, you can't change the truth.
What are you arguing about? A powerful voice suddenly rang out from Yan.
As soon as he saw him, Zhang thought, the final saint has been revealed. This sect leader, I used to be quite afraid of him.
The sect leader said in a deep voice. Arguing back and forth won't produce any results. Meanwhile, Xie Yan stood quietly to the side, thinking. But later, I heard some news about this sect leader. In the Heart Demon sect, he is a martial arts addict who basically doesn't care about the management of the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have established 2 vice sect leaders. Even recently, the entire sect was managed by old man Xie instead.
As soon as Xu Min saw the sect leader, he ran over to accuse Xie.
Sect leader, Xie is really hateful. He keeps pushing and refusing to admit anything. Here are some words Xie Yan said to him. Xu Min is ignorant on the literary side, but an old fox in political struggles. If he dared to accept Yinghua, it showed that he was not afraid of this sect leader or didn't care about this sect leader at all. Sect leader, today Huayu has been cultivating in seclusion. If the child didn't do it, how can this subordinate admit it? Xie replied carefully. The current situation of the Heart Demon sect is that a sect leader doesn't care about anything. A vice sect leader does not forgive others. And a vice sect leader with his own plans can make a mess of things. I am looking forward to the Heart Demon sect.
Let this seat examine Huayu's body, and we will know right away. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, he pulled him out for examination.
Xie Yan couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Sudden sneak attack. Luckily, I was prepared early.
After a while, the examination ended. Sect leader. The sect leader's conclusion is that on Huayu's body,
apart from the broken dantian, there are no external injuries, let alone the special mark that Vice Sect Leader Zhu said. His suspicion can be cleared. Thank you, Sect Leader, for clearing Huayu's suspicion, Xie Yan said solemnly to him.
If that's the case, then continue the investigation. After the real culprit is found, then make a judgment. Leave this matter to the deputy sect leaders. As for the Xuanwu puppet beast and Yu Du suffering losses, the Mind Demon sect's treasury can be used to compensate, the sect leader continued. The various prodigies received the order and respectfully replied, Your subordinate obeys.
Very well. Today's meeting ends here. This venerable one is going into seclusion. Don't bother me unless it's important. Then he just vanished again. After the sect leader left, Xie said calmly to Xun Min, Deputy Sect Leader Xu, now that the sect leader has left, I will arrange for people to thoroughly investigate the matter of your Xuanwu puppet beast being burned. Xun Min looked back at him with sharp eyes and a provocative tone. Stop pretending, I'm telling you, today's matter isn't over.
Meanwhile, Xie Yan was busy planning his next move. Damn it, he ran away. This sect leader is even more useless than I imagined. But that's good too. The biggest obstacle is gone, but the core problem hasn't been solved. Next, it's my turn to make a move.
Kui Ling and Wan Buzi also chimed in, echoing Xu Min.
Although the sect leader hasn't been involved in matters lately, this decision was too hasty. That's right, the sect leader was too hasty this time.
Xu Min, encouraged by their support, pressed on even harder. Ever since the sect leader expressed his intention to abdicate and let this old man and Xie take turns governing, I've been tolerating Xie a lot during his tenure. But what's the result? The ones who get hurt are always my disciples, and the things that get destroyed are also my puppet beasts. He was hastily calculating a plan B, after the initial plan failed. Sure enough, 2 important pieces of evidence were missing. I can't do anything for the time being.
Xie, in that case, let's put a stop to it for the time being. With Xi's capabilities, how could you leave behind solid evidence? But isn't so much evidence clear enough? You originally used the excuse of handling everything to suppress me, banishing me to the library to be idle. Now you want to keep kicking me while I'm down, not letting me ever turn over, or you won't be satisfied.
Later, when fighting the Taishuan sect, my Xuanwu puppet beast could have displayed great power. Now it's been delayed by you. How many good things for my Mind Demon sect will be ruined? Genyi, you are not only shameless but also short-sighted. Because you want to suppress me, you are willing to sacrifice so many benefits of my Mind Demon sect. You're so greedy. Xu Min deliberately said these words to make the elders who were standing on Xie's side waver and turn to support him. Everyone, think about it. Can our mind demon sect let someone like Xie Yan preside over the overall situation? Does he really have the ability to control the mind demon sect? Today it's me, tomorrow it will be you. Unless you don't want to rebel in this lifetime and just want to lie here and wait for death. Xie Yan, of course, saw the meaning behind his words and thought to himself, this move of Xu Min is good. If the sect leader can't do anything, then attack the spirit, hoping to disintegrate the internal ranks of old man Xie Yan. This time, the deputy sect leaders couldn't bear it any longer. One of them retorted loudly, the sect leaders have already reached a conclusion. This matter really has nothing to do with us two, father and son. Don't be blinded by Xu Min's momentary acting skills. Xu Min's face was cold as he sneered, Xie Yan, you're really thick-skinned. Arguing with you is meaningless. Now I'm asking, if your son can't do anything to his father, then he turns around and puts pressure on the son. Ge Huayu, although the sect leader has examined your body, I said before that those two pieces of evidence were dealt with by Xie Yan at a great cost for you long ago. Look me in the eye, tell me, did you do it or not? Xie Yan, of course, had to act a little to increase the tension of the mind demon sect. He immediately turned away and replied, no, it wasn't me. In his heart, he thought, damn it, Xu Min is finally shifting his attention to me. If he didn't come over, I would have taken the initiative to find him, but without getting his rage points targeted at me, this guy is just using an excuse to show off. Good excuse! Then I'll cooperate with you. His evasive behavior successfully aroused suspicion from the elders on Xu Min's side. Ge Huayu, look at your frightened look. Who would believe you if you said you didn't do anything guilty? Xie Yan was really suited for this role. Who wouldn't believe his fearful expression, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, don't talk, nonsense. He even specially used secret sound transmission to talk to Ge Huayi, hoping to increase the suspicion from the other party. Father, son shouldn't come back. I forgot a very important thing. Unexpectedly, the supreme divine art of only I am supreme in heaven and earth has a restriction. I can't deny what I've done, or I'll suffer backlash. When I was with Yan Ruyu before, I always avoided the heavy and looked for the light, and no one would ever question what I had done, so I didn't realize there was such a big trouble. The situation is a little unstable now. Although this way of speaking seems absurd, it is also consistent with my previous description of the eternal tyrant physique. Old man Xie Yan believed it before. There is no reason why he wouldn't believe it now. Zhu Wucheng, with his ability, easily discovered that Xie Yan was using secret sound transmission and said, Huayu, just tell everyone what you have to say. Don't use secret sound transmission to communicate with the deputy sect leaders, to avoid others' suspicion. Hearing this, Xie Yan turned to look at him with a surprised look. The chief elder of the Hearing Desire Peak. You can even sense secret sound transmission. But that's good too, it further satisfies my requirement. Xu Min on the opposite side also loudly attacked. What are you transmitting to Xie Yan? Speak. It seems like the deputy sect leaders are gradually becoming restless, Xie Yan hurriedly replied. All right, Xu Min, why are you so fierce to a junior? Huayu has been in secluded cultivation recently, and his spirit is a little flustered. He just transmitted a message to me asking me how to respond. Moreover, as soon as he entered the door, he was aggressively interrogated by deputy sect leader Xu, so it's inevitable that his mood is a little tense. At this time, Xie Yan only needed to watch the good show. Very good. I didn't receive any rage points related to Xie Yan's thoughts, which proves that he doesn't suspect me. Next, I can act more exaggeratedly. Xu Min also loudly retorted. Do you think I'll believe that? Xu Min had also seen what he should do next after realizing Xie Yan's weakness. Is this Ge Huayu's psychological endurance really so poor? Something's not right, but this is just right as a breakthrough. Must not miss it. Xu Min took a step closer to Xie Yan and asked in a low voice, Ge Huayu, speak. Did you burn my puppet beast or not? Even though Xie Yan wasn't scared or flustered, he still had to play the crazy role. No. It wasn't me. Xie Yan hurriedly stood up to protect him when he saw the other party interrogating him so harshly. This action of his immediately received dissatisfaction from the other elders, Zhu Wucheng said in a deep voice. Deputy sect leader Ji, you should still let Huayu speak for himself. Xie Yan was still planning to defend him, elder, but then he heard Xie Yan's increasingly loud and frantic shout, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Xie Yan's face looked really scary at this moment, constantly twisting, and then he just ran off like a madman, repeating, It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Seeing this, Xu Min immediately attacked Xie Yan. Why are you running? Get back here. His action successfully pissed off Xie Yan. Xu Min,
What do you think you're doing?
Ge Yi was about to rush to protect Xie Yan when Kui Ling and Wan Biusi each blocked him. Ge Huaiyu. Acting like this means you have a guilty conscience. What's the rush, vice sect leaders? You best not interfere.
Zhu Min, still trying to interrogate Xie Yan. Speak. Was it you who did it last night?
No.
Xie Yan said in anguish. A second later, his reaction intensified, making Zhu Min puzzled. He thought, what's going on? I'm not even using any force.
Why you?
Ge Yi screamed when he saw him covered in blood and fainting. Just in time, the system notification popped up. Received pain points. No pain points from Ge Yi. No pain points from Ge Yi. No pain points from Ge Yi.
Zhu Min, you old bastard.
This time, the vice sect leaders were really pissed.
He kicked the two elders away. Get out of my way. Then he rushed to Xie Yan and caught him.
Zhu Min was wary of his immense power.
Ge Yi, are you trying to rebel? Why you? What's wrong?
Ge Yi looked at him in pain. Xie Yan struggled to reply, Dad, I didn't want to. Deputy Sect Leader Shu kept pressuring me.
Maybe I suffered a backlash.
Zhu Min went ballistic. This place is about to become a battlefield. Gen Yi, how dare you attack me in the main hall?
Kui Ling, who had been hit by Ge Yi, said in pain, What's wrong with Ge Huaiyu?
Why are you running? So confusing. Where there is Kui Ling, how can Shen Mengyu be absent? You blind fatty, can't you see how badly Huaiyu is injured? Kui Ling is still loudmouthed as ever? You skin-flaying devil, why are you so fierce? Don't think you can get away with everything just by acting out a tragic scene.
Ge Yi silently carried Xie Yan to Ji.
Please help me take care of Huaiyu for a moment. Ji naturally agreed.
Okay, now it was Ge Yi's turn to punish these people.
My tolerance for you has reached its limit.
You hurt my son.
Today, even if I have to face the sect leader's punishment, I will teach you a lesson.
The three people from Ge Yi's side stood against two people. Why must the vice sect leader suffer so much? It's all because vice sect leader Zhu is pushing people too far.
As for Xie Yan, even though he looked terrible, he was satisfied that everything was going according to his plan. Finally, they're fighting. I forced a confrontation with Zhu Min, then injured myself, and stirred up the old man's anger. Ge Yi didn't expect his reaction to be so huge. I even received pain points, which made me a bit soft-hearted. But who told him to make me come back? I'd be letting him off easy if I didn't make a big deal out of this. Next, let's wait for sect leader Wei Yuan to come and clean up the mess. The later, the better. The system immediately gave a notification. Skill successfully recorded. Skill name, 6 Desires Heart Demon Art. Scent Desire Remnant. Skill description. A technique derived from Scent Desire, based on Ge Yi's own experiences.
Cultivating this allows one to see the wonders of the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art's Scent Desire aspect. Current level.
Not yet initiated. Xie Yan looked at the words and thought silently. The incomplete technique of Scent Desire that the bastard Ge Yi copied for me, using the system to deduce the full version, requires 1,000 origin points, which I don't have right now. I don't even know if I can deduce the entire 6 Desires Heart Demon Art, or just the Scent Desire part. It's definitely like the Everlasting Tyrant Palm. The 6 Desires techniques must be learned in full to form the complete version. Then I'm screwed, although I feel this is highly likely.
Just then, Qinger appeared beside him. Master, Qinger has disposed of the body. It's buried 100 meters underground, so no one will find it.
Thinking he would praise her, Xie Yan said coldly, It's only a matter of time before it's discovered, but by then I'll be long gone. Whatever they find won't be related to me. I thought I could use Qinger's Earth Movement charm to make the Heart Demon sect disciple hand over the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art, so I'd have a chance to gather all 6 aspects. But as soon as I opened my mouth, he blew his own head off. I got nothing.
Qinger hugged Xie Yan sadly. Qinger is useless. Xie Yan gently patted her head. It's not your fault. The Heart Demon Art's restrictions are too powerful. Just disposing of the body well is enough. Xie Yan fell silent again, remembering that day. 3 days had passed since the fighting competition. The old man Ge Yi is really strong, 1 against 3. Except for Zhu Min, who wasn't greatly affected. The 2 chief elders on Zhu Min's side were beaten so badly that they'll be bedridden for at least half a month, they say.
The scene after the family feud between Ge Yi and the 3 of them couldn't have been more terrible. Sect leader Wei Yuan doesn't know what he's doing. They were fighting for half an incense stick's time before he came to stop the fight from continuing. This suited my plan perfectly. The final resolution was, as I expected, very much in line with Wei Sheng's style, 50 strokes each. Both sides responsible for rebuilding half of the main hall structures and paying for the disciples, recovery costs, and contributing more to the inner treasury. That was it. Xie Yi continued to hold power, Zhu Min continued to leisurely act as an old geezer, and he's probably pissed. I was already packing my bags that day, but that old fox Xie Yi stopped me. Even the sect leader couldn't detect the demonic energy of Zhu Min in me, making that old man think he'd actually burned it all away, so he wasn't willing to let me leave. Luckily, I'd been holding back a bit. I'll release a little demonic energy for him to absorb after a while, eventually making him believe that Zhu Min's methods really can't be completely eradicated, and that it just keeps regenerating inside me. Xie Yan thought to himself, I thought that would get me out of here, but who knew? That old fox Xie Yi still told me to wait 2 more days. Seems like he wants to research if he can completely get rid of Zhu Min's tricks? The answer is, of course, no. As long as I keep even a tiny bit of the residual energy, no matter what Xie Yi does, he can forget about getting rid of it. Today's the deadline, so it's time to completely kill that old fox Xie Yi's hope, Xie Yan sneered to himself, thinking, so he quickly went to Xie Yi's room to carry out his plan. Dad, oh, I'm here. As soon as he entered, he saw Xie Yi surrounded by a dense cloud of toxic gas. When he saw him, he quickly warned, Why you? Don't come near me. That old geezer Zhu Min's poison chose this moment to act up. Be careful it doesn't transfer to you. Oh, Dad, are you all right? Xie Yan immediately played the role of a filial son, pretending to look worriedly at him. The toxic gas quickly dissipated, and Xie Yi replied in a deep voice, I'm fine. That old Zhu Min does have a few tricks up his sleeve, but this little bit of poison can't do anything to me. In another day, I'll be able to completely get rid of it. What about you? Has the injury from the Gongfa backlash that day healed yet? Xie Yan smiled slightly and replied, Almost healed, Dad, but... He paused, his expression becoming worried. The demonic energy on me is flaring up again. I almost bumped into Zhu Min when I went out just now. Scared me. I guess my research on Xuan Yuji is still not good enough. Xin Yi said with a headache. Now it's time for him to present his secret intention to him. Dad, I should probably avoid this place. Even though I can forcefully claim that Zhu Min put more on me later, if the demonic energy regenerates, this can fool others, but not Zhu Min. His fearful expression and logically sound words were truly convincing. And that old guy dared to attack me like that in the main hall of the sect, without any solid evidence that day. I'm afraid that if I stay here, he'll catch me when I have demonic energy. Xin Yi was no exception. He was easily convinced by his words. That's true. That old guy has completely gone head-to-head with me. If he gets the chance, that's the only way. And so he let him leave. Finally, that old fox Xin Yi let me leave the Xinmo sect. This trip to the Xinmo sect, the Liu Yu Jindan, the Liu Yu Xinmo technique, and even the Gongfa of Chunyu Zihi, the internal strife of the Xinmo sect is getting fiercer and fiercer. Not a bad harvest. Just as Xie Yan was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared. That person gave him the eyes of death as soon as they arrived, and that person was none other than Zhu Min. He said to him in a deep voice, Why you? Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Xie Yan replied with a calm expression. Vice sect leader Shu, whatever I do on the road, my destruction of your puppet beasts really has nothing to do with me. Zhu Min, who had no intention of letting him go, said, Why you? Why are you staying so far away from me? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Xie Yan, after hearing his words, gave a fake smile. Ha, Vice sect leader Zhu is so funny. But his next words, along with those eyes that wanted to see through him, really made Xie Yan panic. The one this old man is targeting is your father, Xie Yi. Why is a fake like you so nervous? Suddenly being hit right in the heart like that, he couldn't help but feel guilty. But on the surface, he still tried to appear as natural as possible, smiling slightly and replying, What are you talking about, Vice sect leader Shu? Why doesn't Hua Yu understand anything? But he probably couldn't get past his fox-like eyes at all. Zhu Min denied his words in one sentence. No need to argue anymore. I knew you were a fake as soon as you returned to the Xinmo sect. I'm a fake, Vice sect leader Shu. Go ask my father and see if I'm a fake. At this time, he had to keep his mind as steady as possible if he wanted to get through this disaster. Ha! Find Xie Yi, little friend. You really don't have any brains for this old man, and you can't fool me either. You still want to fool Xie Yi, fool Ge Huayu's father? Aren't you afraid of causing a little trouble for yourself? Zhu Min said with a sneer. Think about it. Has Xie Yi ever cared about your past, believing everything you say? Even if others dare to doubt you, he'll 100% stand by you and support you. Telling you. He's known you were a fake for a long time. It's just that his purpose is to not expose you for the time being, and to use you. Of course, there's another possibility. You were originally someone Xie Yi found to impersonate his son. Your martial arts are much stronger than Ge Hua Yu's. You're a useful tool.
But no matter which possibility it is, you certainly don't have any loyalty to Xing Yi. Otherwise, you wouldn't have looked like you were giving up without a fight in the main hall of the sect a few days ago. After that day, if you were the person he found, then he would definitely blame you. If you think you're smart and came to his door on your own, then you have to be even more careful. It's good if he blames you, if he doesn't punish you. You better think carefully about whether there's anything on you that he's plotting for. Be careful, you've been schemed against and you don't even know it. Xu Min revealed everything step by step, and Xie Yan thought worriedly, damn, this old fox's intuition is really sharp. He's guessed almost everything. But Xie Yi's behavior is really strange. I've always felt very confused, but there's no turning back. Now Xie Yan had to hide this fact. Vice sect leader Zhu, your talking skills really opened my eyes. He also believed that the system would not deceive people. Xie Yi had never given him fury points. If Xie Yi really suspected that he had killed his son, then he couldn't not be angry. Xu Min continued. Actually, this old man's goal during this period has always been Xie Yi. As long as he dies, this old man doesn't care about anything else. This old man doesn't even care who you are, why you have to replace Ge Hua Yu. You only need to know one thing. There will come a day when you need to find a way to escape from Xie Yi, and when that time comes, you will definitely need to find someone to help you. Vice sect leader Xu, you can't possibly be relying on just a few words to sow discord between my father and me, right? It seems my father wasn't wrong at all. You're old and weak and about to get sick, Xie Yan replied calmly to him. He didn't get angry at all after hearing his words, and even laughed loudly, saying, ha ha, fine. Then consider this old man sick. Don't you want to learn the Liu Yu Xin Mo technique so badly? Xie Yi won't teach you, will he? You don't dare to ask Xie Yi for advice, do you? Whenever you feel like teaming up with this old man to deal with the anomalies, you can come to the Hanging King Pavilion in Yongdu and look for me. The Six Desires Heart Demon Art. It's not like I can't teach it to you. Just think it over carefully. The door to my place is always open. After saying that, he immediately left. Xie Yan stood there watching him leave, thinking silently. This old fox Xu Min, he's even willing to take out the Six Desires Heart Demon Art. Could it be that what he just said wasn't a way to expose me, but to cooperate with me to deal with the anomalies? If what Xu Min said is true, then I'll ignore for now why the system isn't getting rage points from the anomalies. What are the anomalies doing? Putting on an act with me. Moreover, he even let me go. Is he not afraid that I'll pull a disappearing act? Could it be that he used some kind of secret control technique on me? Could it be that Six Desires Golden Pill? But looking at the system's description, this thing isn't something bad. He hurriedly checked, trying out a series of hypotheses that Xie Yan came up with. Or is there something wrong with the olfactory desire branch he gave me, like the heavenly demon blissful art? Once you cultivate it, you'll be controlled. But looking at the description, it doesn't seem like it either. The system immediately displayed his current information. Realm, first level of acquired stage, skills mastered, deploy, rage points, 561, X, 513, 47. Number of times entering the myriad realms of the heavens, 6. End. He's too tired to think about it. He decided to put this matter aside. Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. The second those two girls finished, the minor world ended. Let's transmigrate into a minor world first. Even if the cultivation technique really has problems, at least I can choose to give up the mission and return later. When I get back, I'll think about whether I should go find Xu Min to learn the Six Desires Heart Demon Art or not. Anyway, I have the system, so I'm not afraid of him using fake goods to deceive me. The Forbidden Spell World, my lord. The subordinates here respectfully said to their lord, the high-level ASP mages stationed everywhere have responded to the call, and have all begun to depart for the front lines. The front line fissures fluctuations are stable, and it is estimated that the enemy will appear after 13 hours. The magical solar transmission formation is already prepared, and we can set off at any time, Asp said contentedly. Very good. You go out and receive orders, and call the servant to come here to clean the high tower. I'll ask him a few questions, and then I might leave. The servant who was summoned was seen before he was heard. Ah, my master, you are kind and tolerant,
Like the sun shining in this miserable land, the light for a lowly person like me, Xie Yan said flatteringly. Please allow your servant to kiss your feet to express my sincerity, Asp coldly replied. No need, you stand a little further away. Answer my question. What is the progress of Tluru's work? Have you found a way to fuse the holy artifact yet? The servant respectfully replied.
Reporting to my great master, although I have tried my best to urge her, due to the effects of the forbidden fruit of magic, Miss Tluru will fall into a long sleep every day, so that matter is greatly delaying the progress of the holy sword research.
Asp was annoyed when he heard this and said, Mongrels are mongrels after all, truly useless. Before leaving, he ordered him, I will end the battle in 5 days and return quickly. Tell Tluru that if she doesn't have any results after 5 days, she can wait to receive Asrp's wrath. In a place filled with death, people are chained together and waiting for death to come. Stepped out in gorgeous clothes and said,
You are all superior people, chosen with perfect qualities, unlike the dirty ordinary humans.
Using your lowly lives to offer good fortune to Lord Asb is your greatest honor. Go ahead. Piercing screams echoed before those eerie hands. One by one they cut into the skin, and red blood flowed out from it. A terrifying scene, dyed a deadly red color. This scene is frightening, but really likes it. How beautiful is the color red, useless and weak life. Its only use is to use fresh blood to make some decoration. It seems that humans have been used up. I have to buy another one. At the same time, Asby was also approaching from afar. As soon as they saw him, everyone knelt down and respectfully said, Lord Asby has arrived. Asmabi looked around and immediately showed a disgusted expression. Filthy. The fishy smell of human blood is so disgusting. Approached him and said softly, Lord Asb, please calm down. The smell of these young people is already the lightest. Forget it. Clean it up after I leave. Don't contaminate the surroundings of the transmission formation, Asb ordered her. Yes, I will follow your instructions. I hope you have a safe journey, said solemnly. Asby also left here to go to battle. The servant had always been following him closely, looking at him with an adoring gaze. My great master, your servant will always pray for your victory and await your mercy again. The servant quickly went to do his mission. He stood in front of Tluru's room, holding a lamp and the forbidden fruit in his hand. He opened the door and entered. Miss Tluru, what is the progress today? The formation was opened accordingly. The moment Tluru saw him, he became irritated. It's you, that fake sword. Still the same, I'm at my wit's end. What about me, Asby, who is even better than him, still hasn't? The servant chose his words carefully to advise her. Miss Tlu, my great master Asubi wants you to discover the secret of fusing with the holy artifact before he returns. Please try your best. Tlu quietly gave him the middle finger and cursed. What a freaking pain! I'm still just a kid. It's better to rely on that bastard Asbi than to rely on me. When Luru was sleepy, Tluru just rolled over and fell asleep. The servant hurriedly woke her up, holding the forbidden fruit of magic in one hand, ready to act. Miss Tluru, you haven't eaten the forbidden fruit of magic today. If the great master finds out, he will punish me. Well, for this little life, he shoved the entire forbidden fruit of magic into her mouth in one go. World of forbidden curses, enslaved humans. Xie Yan successfully swapped souls.
So this servant was actually Xie Yan leading the memory integration.
Xie Yan looked at the girl with the shackles on her neck and couldn't help but curse. What the hell? The original owner of this world was a slave. That sucks. Memory integration complete. Ugh, so all humans are slaves? That's even worse.
The system then presented the basic information about this world. Loading world mission, forbidden curses, humans are slaves, dependent on the elves for survival. The trajectory of this world intertwines with another. Dark elves from the other world frequently sneak in to kill and plunder, leading to war, forcing the elves into despair. In this crisis, the 4 sages of the Elf Alliance appeared, relying on the 4 holy artifacts left by the ancient gods. Holy incense, holy ring, holy shield, and holy sword. They led everyone to resist the invasion of the Dark Elves. In one battle, the great sage Tlu used the combined power of the 4 holy artifacts to kill the Queen of the Dark Elves. Originally, our guy was just a nobody, dying in the crossfire on the battlefield between the Dark Elf Queen and the Elf 4 sages. But due to an unexpected accident, he was reborn 10 years earlier, when the final decisive battle hadn't even begun. Unexpectedly, he had a chance to be reborn, determined to live a unique and different life from his previous one. Relying on the experience of his previous life, Asabi went through bloody storms, killed countless heroic figures, plundered their opportunities, and became an all-powerful curse warlock. One, or even all four, of the holy artifacts with boundless power possessed by the four sages were also snatched away by Asabi. The four sages, not yet formed, died under Asabi's oppression. Only the great sage of the previous life, the elf Luru, who was imprisoned in the Forbidden Tower under the forced research of artifact fusion techniques, which had defeated the Dark Elf Queen of the previous life, is now Xie Yan's problem. Mission triggered. Kill Asobi within 3 months. Retrieve the gemstone pendant that resurrected Asobi. Complete the system's functions. After completing the mission, you can return with all the power you gained, otherwise you get nothing. This mission surprised Xie Yan with the rewards after completing it. The treasure that resurrected Asobi is actually a fragment of the system. Wonder what new function the system will unlock this time. Could it also resurrect me? That would be awesome. Judging from the original owner's memories, elves naturally possess magic power in their bloodline, capable of learning and casting various powerful spells accordingly. The humans of this world have no special powers. Although their physical attributes are much stronger than ordinary humans, in the small world I transmigrated to before, they are still trampled on by the elves. The original owner's body is probably at a sea-level fighter in the Tyrant First World, but apart from decent strength and speed, his mental strength is completely incomparable to the fighters of the Tyrant First World. Moreover, he doesn't know anything. Completely useless, Xie Yan sighed in frustration. I have to rely on the system's assistance again. Innate First Realm, Skill Mastered, Origin Point, 61.5, 1347. The information on the screen surprised him a little. Wait, why is it still the innate first level? Didn't my soul transmigrate? This body isn't even a cultivation body, and it doesn't even have acquired true Q, let alone innate true Q. So does that mean the innate realm of this world is tied to the soul forever, and not the physical body? Sure enough, if I self-destruct my Danshin in the main world, it won't be a problem in this world. As long as my realm remains innate, that's all that matters. Is this some kind of powerful authority of traversing the heavens? The innate realm of our world feels so badass, although I can only float around. Trying it out, I only feel a breeze. No true chi, can't use the flower between sword, but he's not entirely out of options. Fortunately, the 8 difficulties demonic arts is a technique linked to the soul which can be used directly. Most importantly, the demonic chi of the 8 difficulties demonic arts, because the system initially adjusted it, can be converted into the true chi of the flower between, just needing a little effort to convert it, even convert it into innate true chi. Unleashing a limited innate version of the flower between sword isn't impossible. He happily performed a few moves of the 8 difficulties demonic arts for fun. Although it's not the authentic version like the 100 Flowers Withering Sword Immortal Origin Spirit that can't be used, the destructive power is not inferior to a normal innate attack. I feel a little safer now. After all, although this world only marks me 500 meters origin points, according to the original owner's memories, there are existences that can destroy a mountain with a wave of their hand. S-level fighters from the previous world were nothing more than that. Xie Yan jumped down and continued. Staying here is of no benefit, and it's also inconvenient to collect origin points. I can't wait 5 days for Asobi to come back. Directly fighting him is most likely a losing battle. Let's play it safe. Anyway, the mission requires 3 months, so let's act secretly first, then plan later. So, should I prepare to run? HMPH? Suddenly, he saw the sword stuck in the ground ahead. He went over and used both hands to pull it out. After pulling out the sword, he felt it and said, "This sword is pretty heavy." In the original owner's memory, Asabi swung this sword casually in the sky and directly split the sky in half. The power was extremely frightening. Let me try it. All right, Salibong, he shouted loudly, lifted the sword high, and slashed down hard, but nothing happened. He stared blankly. The 8 difficulties. Demonic chi can't be mobilized, and the demonic converted true chi can't be used either, only accepting elf magic power. Really? It seems that in my hands, this treasure can only be reduced to a normal sharp weapon. He sighed, and put the sword down to rest his arms. He looked at the sword and touched it, saying, "Whatever. Only an idiot would leave a good thing for their enemy to take. Take it! Take it!" Then he looked at Talu, who was tightly bound hand and foot with chains. This little brat, according to the story setting the system provided, if Asby wasn't around to screw things up, she'd be a formidable character, capable of defeating the Dark Elf Queen. Too bad she's nerfed. If Asby screws everyone over without discrimination, she's still at least a half-elf. She can probably help me quickly understand the magical common sense of this world. Targeting Asby. Chinger, come on out. Hearing his call, Chinger emerged from between his eyebrows. Goo, Master, did we transmigrate again? She looked around and asked, Master, why are you carrying such a big sword? And there's a little girl tied up. Hearing her question, he replied, She's been poisoned and won't wake up for a while. I'll tell you the specifics after we get out. Wait for me to unlock her, and you control her body to follow me. He raised the sword high, recalling the original owner's memories. This time, Asby has taken all the experts to the front lines, leaving only a few weaklings in the rear. I don't need to worry too much. It's a good chance to stir up some trouble. He brought the sword down and chopped through the chains. Suddenly, the formation on top of the tower was activated. Seeing it, M asked, The highest alert that Asby-sama left behind has been activated. What happened? The person next to her chimed in. M-sama, the highest alert has appeared on the top of the tower. Do you know what's inside? The top of that tower is a restricted area set up by Asby-sama. Normally, only a human slave goes in to clean. I don't know what's inside. She looked at the tower and replied, I'll go call that human slave over here. Before she could finish speaking, the glass door on the tower suddenly exploded, shattering glass everywhere. No, it can't be. She was horrified. Xie Yan, holding a sword, floated in the air looking down at them. How can a human control magic? Suddenly, Xie Yan noticed the stone statue near him. There was some blood on the statue's forehead. Standing out, he saw it and said, There's still blood that hasn't been wiped off. That's right. The stupid elves wouldn't allow slaves to climb on Asby's sculpture to clean it. The soldiers below began to activate their magic. Humans can't learn magic. You must be a half-elf. I'll let you know the consequences of offending Asby-sama, one of the soldiers said. Accept your punishment, he said, raising his sword straight up into the air. You animals are a hell to deal with, and you're even worse than starving ghosts. The soldiers were transformed into pig-headed monsters by him. I'll punish your moms. They were transformed into pigs and quickly fell. Ah, I'm about to fall. Ah, my face. Countless screams rang out. They fell heavily onto the brick floor, each one creating a small crater upon impact. M, witnessing this, cried out in fear. Teammate Captain. Ah, the system notification popped up. Received 0.01 points of fear origin. Tim received 0.01 points of fear origin. Jimmy received 0.01 points of fear origin. Wilson received 0.01 points of fear origin. M received 0.01 points of fear origin. M. Xie Yan hovered, holding the sword, standing in the air, looking at Asby's stone statue, and said according to the original owner's memories. Apart from the original owner, who was a human slave, hundreds and thousands of other human slaves in this castle were corrupted by the stupid elves for some reason. Those women are the remaining rations. In the end, although I intended to stir up some trouble and then run, this kind of thing is too disgusting. Chisk! He raised his hand, pointing 2 fingers straight up to the sky, and pink, true energy began to emanate from his hand. He slashed his hand down, and the head of the stone statue was cleaved in 2. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Seeing the head of the statue fall, men panicked. Asby-sama. Then she raised her head and threatened him. Evil incarnate, you heretic, Asby-sama will not forgive you. The team captain, who had been turned into a pig, still tried to raise his pig head and said, Yeah, you lowly human, yeah, defiling our noble bloodline, you deserve to die. Not wanting to listen to them cursing him from below, he threw a green flame down and burned them, saying, I remember that you elves have a custom. When big things happen, you need to use humans as sacrifices and hold a grand ritual. Coincidentally, my hometown also has a similar custom, except we don't like burning people alive. I feel that your culture is worth learning from, so let me represent a cultural exchange with you. With one hand, he held the sword, and with the other, he attacked them with the green flame. Hellfire. Let this fierce flame from hell burn away all the sins you have committed. He glanced at them. 10 minutes later, Xie Yan, while holding the green hellfire in his hand, said, These guys stink just like Asby. Bullying humans all day long, even taking pleasure in killing people. Just looking at them makes me nauseous.
Should I just burn them all to ashes?
Ching Tedder, who was now possessing Ta Lu, tried her best to carry the big sword for him. The two gradually walked away, leaving the castle behind. A sea of blue flames engulfed it. Chinger, hurry! He turned his head and said,
Huff, huff. This body is too weak. I have no strength at all, my lord. Wait for me, Chinger replied, panting.
While walking, Xie Yan was stopped by a transparent wall, causing him to bump his head. Chingurier, seeing this, tilted her head and said, My lord, why is there an air wall around here, a protective barrier? He reached out and touched it, wondering, wall, why can't you see it, damn it? He reached out and used his blue flames to attack the air wall. There was a shield